It is indeed impolite to break off the engagement at this critical juncture, but it is a last resort. I hope the old lady will understand. Everyone says that the old lady of the Duke's mansion is wise and reasonable. You also know the difficulties of our Marquis of Linen mansion, right? Your sixth daughter is still quite young, so there's no rush to arrange a marriage for her. On the other hand, my third son is already of marriageable age, and we really can't delay any longer. Once you leave, it's not like you can just come back in 3 or 5 years, don't you agree, old lady? Exile Nien felt dizzy and disoriented, but the noise around her was intermittent and incessant, making her head ache. She suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze flickering for a second, and instinctively reached for the M3 latest version light energy laser gun tucked into her waistband. When I touched it, it was empty. My heart skipped a beat for no reason. The area was dark and cramped, and the air was filled with a rotten and musty smell. Exile Nien squinted, trying to struggle to sit up, but her body inexplicably went out of control, and she fell back to her original position. The brain, like a malfunctioning machine, is forced to accept memories that are not its own, causing a throbbing, numb, and needle-like pain. Exile Nien looked completely bewildered. She, a peak 9th to dual elemental ability user who had spent 14 years venturing into the apocalypse, actually transmigrated into the body of the 6th young lady of the Duke of Exile's mansion, who was about to be exiled. Yes, she remembered that time. Their entire team focused their fire on the two-headed zombie king, and after a burst of bright light. So she got ripped during the battle? Exile Nien's heart tightened. What about her parents and brother? Did they come with her? Before she could figure things out, she heard a soft voice say, "Sixth sister, don't be sad. Grandmother will take care of everything for you." Exile Nien wasn't sad at all. Right now, she was only worried about where her parents and brother were. Nothing else mattered to her. Even after being helped to sit up, Exile Nien was still very dizzy. However, once their eyes adjusted to the dim light, they could see clearly that the entire Exile family was imprisoned. A quick glance revealed that there were at least 20 people in the cell, men and women, young and old, sitting listlessly on the floor. She squinted at the girl who was helping her up. She was about 18 or 19 years old. Although her face was haggard, her white prison uniform could not hide her beautiful and refined appearance. This is Exile Ryu, the original owner's third sister? Exile Nien's eyes darted around as she forcibly sorted through the information flooding into her head, barely managing to connect it with the person in front of her. 3 plump old women stood outside the wooden fence. The one in the lead, the one who was chattering the most, was the woman who had been giving her a headache, and she was still chattering away. "My wife originally wanted to come in person, but unfortunately the weather has been hot and dry lately, and her old pharyngitis has flared up again. Therefore, this old servant has taken the liberty of requesting this task, and hopes that the old lady will grant it. What you're saying about granting or denying is too much, Granny. This marriage was originally arranged by your esteemed patriarch, who begged to agree to it with our old duke. Now that both of them are gone, it's only natural that the Lady of Linen Marquis would back out." The one who made the sarcastic remark was none other than Madame Yu, the former matriarch of the Duke of Exile's mansion. Even though she was wearing a dirty prison uniform, her back remained ramrod straight. Granny Chun from the Marquis of Linen's residence stiffened, and stammered, "That's not how it works. As you know, your family has left the capital this time, and it would be difficult to return in 3 to 5 years. Since the two families are destined to be apart, it would be better for each of you to find a suitable partner. What do you say, madam?" "Humph." Old Madame Yu sneered. "Indeed, my Exile family is a humble household and would not dare to hinder the bright future of your young master." Sixth girl, return the betrothal token to them. Exile Nien couldn't immediately receive the message about sixth sister, until her third sister, Exile Ryu, gently pinched her, bringing her back to her senses. "Sixth sister? Oh, sixth sister is calling her. This body belongs to the sixth sister in the Exile family, surnamed Exile, named Nien, the youngest daughter of the 4th branch of the family." However, she had absolutely no recollection of that token. Exile searched her muddled mind but couldn't extract any crucial information. He looked up, innocent and pure, at the old woman outside the wooden fence. Granny Chun met those misty, watery eyes. Startled, they realized that the old woman was trying to shirk her responsibilities and not pay back the money. Several old women simultaneously turned their contemptuous and condemning gazes toward the old lady, Madame Yu. Now that things have come to this point, it would be pointless to keep clinging to the engagement token. Madame Yu was quite helpless. She knew very well that sixth girl was spoiled rotten by her unreliable mother. Not only was she indecisive and clingy when faced with problems, but she was also a natural crybaby. She was afraid that if she said a few more words, her cell would be flooded. It's one thing to spoil her under normal circumstances, but given the current situation, she can no longer afford to be willful. The old lady hardened her heart and said coldly, "Give sixth girl back to her. You're probably not good enough for this marriage. Don't jeopardize young Master Lu's future." Exile looked completely innocent, then shook herself up, jumped a couple of times, tilted her head, and spread her hands. "What do I have? I ask you, what could I possibly have on me right now?" Everyone was stunned. Yes, the entire household was ransacked. Before the whole family changed into prison clothes, they had already removed all their accessories. Now, they can't find a single copper coin on their bodies. Forget about tokens of faith. The entire Duke's mansion was ransacked by the constables. Madame Yu thought to herself that she had been so angry that she had lost her mind. She turned to look at the three old women outside the wooden fence and said, "You have all seen clearly. Please go back and tell the lady of the marquis that since the betrothal gifts have been handed over to the National Treasury, the marriage between the two families is hereby called off." Granny Chun smiled broadly. With the old lady's words, we can rest assured. Although we can't become in-laws, our two families still have a bond. My lady specially instructed me to prepare a lot of commonly used supplies, which your family can use on the road. With a wink from Granny Chun, another old nanny carried a package and stuffed it into the fence. "No need." A middle-aged man in the front row sneered. "Although my Exile family has fallen on hard times, at least." Before she could finish speaking, a pair of small, white hands reached out from inside the fence and happily took the two packages handed to her by the old woman. Everyone in the Exile household was completely dumbfounded. "Thanks." Everyone saw that Lu Yatta looked innocent and cute as she took the package and waved to the person in charge. "Exile family. This girl used to be a weak and crybaby, but now it seems like she's lost her mind. Did she suffer too much trauma and become stupid?" The other party showed her some small favors after breaking off the engagement, which was a slap in her face. Why is she so happy about it? Granny Chun also left the cell with a puzzled look on her face. The maidservant asked, "Is this sixth young lady mentally challenged?" "They're very clever," Granny Chun said meaningfully. "What's the point of arguing? Getting real benefits in your hands is what matters. She's a remarkable person, able to be both flexible and assertive. I underestimated her before. Granny, we've offended everyone in the Duke's mansion today. What if they make a comeback someday?" Granny Chun shook her head. "I'm afraid they won't have that chance. But we can't just keep the young master locked up and let him starve indefinitely." Sigh. Granny Chun sighed, and the group gradually walked away. End of this chapter. Meanwhile, after Exile and the other old women had gone some distance, they quickly opened the two bundles and took a look. I must say, the supply packages sent by the Marquis of Linen's residence were quite good. One of the packages contained only white flour cakes and also included dried meat. The other package contained 3 sheepskin water sacks, several thicker cotton coats, and 7 or 8 inconspicuous small porcelain bottles. She smelled them one by one. They were all pills and powders for reducing fever, stopping coughs, stopping bleeding, and relieving pain. Not bad, these supplies will come in handy during our exile. Lady Linen is quite thoughtful. She took out a warm-to-the-touch jade pendant from the corner of her bundle and examined it closely. I reckon this is some kind of betrothal token that the original owner's grandfather exchanged with the old Marquis of Linen. It looks to be in pretty good condition. Maybe I can pawn it to tide me over if I'm ever short of money. Lady Ho, a woman of conscience, may good people live a long and peaceful life. Exile Yen silently gave her a thumbs up. Feeling hungry, Exile Yen hid the jade pendant back in her bundle, quickly pulled out 2 white flour cakes, picked up a piece of dried meat, and started eating. The flatbread was soft, and the dried meat was chewy. It tasted great when it was fresh. It definitely wouldn't taste as good if it were left out for too long. Exile Yen took a big bite of a pancake and then casually wrapped another one. Looking up, he saw about 20 pairs of eyes, young and old, staring at him, their expressions varied and hard to describe. Want some? Before Exile Yen could finish speaking, the sound of a child crying came from a corner of the cell. Father, Mother Wa, you're finally awake. I thought you didn't want Hana anymore, Wa. Exile Royu reached out and nudged her, saying hurriedly, "It must be 4th uncle and 4th aunt who have woken up. Let's go and see Brother Han quickly." Exile Yen's mind was a bit blank. She couldn't quite figure out the relationships between these people. However, when her third sister, Exile Royu, spoke up, she quickly squeezed through. She secretly pondered, since she had a chance to live, perhaps her parents and brother could too. Having previously received some of the original owner's memories, Exile Yen roughly understood that the original owner came from the 4th branch of the Duke's mansion. Coincidentally, he has a father, mother, and older brother. In addition, he has a 7-year-old younger brother named Exile Mohan. Exile Mohan was facing his mother at that moment, crying with a face full of grief and despair. His mother's eyes looked strange after she woke up. She looked around blankly. Could she have lost her mind from the fall? The more Exile Mohan thought about it, the more panicked she became, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. "Daddy, Daddy, look at Mommy. What's wrong with Mommy?" Wah! His father, Exile Wenyuan, was too busy taking care of himself to do anything else. He was covering his head with one hand and receiving a huge wave of nonsensical information that didn't belong to him. Exile Wenyuan subconsciously reached out to help his wife, muttering under his breath, "Wife, where did we get here?" Turning his head, he found himself staring at a beautiful woman. Startled, Exile Wenyuan quickly withdrew his hand and blurted out, "Who are you?" "Absurd!" Old Madam Yu scolded irritably. "Fourth son, what time is it? You two must not make a scene anymore." "A couple?" Exile Wenyuan rubbed his head, recalling the series of complicated messages he had just received. The 4th son? The spendthrift 4th master of the Duke of Exile's mansion? He had just been forced to accept a wave of information in his brain, and he didn't have time to sort it out. Now he was gradually coming to his senses. According to fragments of memory, the Exile State Duke's mansion was raided this morning, and they should be serving their sentences in jail right now, preparing to be exiled from the capital at around 5 a.m. tomorrow. The original owner, the notorious 4th master of the Duke of Exile's mansion, was a playboy whose greatest love was teasing cats and dogs, eating, drinking, and having fun. On the day his family's property was raided, he even got into a fight with his wife, leaving them both bloodied and unconscious. Truly despicable. So, he just happened to travel through time here? Exile Wenyuan hurriedly turned to look at his bewildered wife and tentatively called out, "Wife? Xiao Xie?" Xie Ninglan snapped back to reality, stared at the refined but unfamiliar face in front of her, and nodded frantically, almost as if her head would fall off. Exile Wenyuan breathed a slight sigh of relief and secretly squeezed his wife's hand to comfort her. Don't panic, he must not lose his composure at this moment. According to the information received, the original owner of this spendthrift son had 2 sons and a daughter. Leaving aside his youngest son, Exile Mohan, his eldest son, Exile Mochen, and second daughter, Exile Yen, happened to share the same name as his eldest son and beloved daughter. However, Exile Mochen of the Duke's mansion perfectly inherited his father's good bloodline of being a spendthrift playboy. He usually does nothing but cause trouble and does nothing of importance. As for the young lady from the Duke's mansion who shares the same name as his precious little daughter, she has been a weak and indecisive mama's girl since childhood. She only knows how to cry and cry over the smallest things, and once she starts crying, she can't stop. Judging by their personalities alone, they are completely unmatched by his own son and daughter. Exile Wenyuan remained outwardly calm, but inwardly he was experiencing a turmoil of emotions, forcing himself to stay composed. Mom, poor little Exile Mohan buried his head in his mother's arms, sobbing. Please don't argue with Dad. Her doe-like eyes turned pitifully to Exile Wenyuan again. Dad, please don't hit Mom anymore, okay? The old lady, Madame Yu, rebuked him with a stern face. In the past I could let you do whatever you wanted, but now you've all seen how things have come to this. I, this old woman, don't have the energy to deal with your affairs anymore. After saying that, he looked at Xianinglan with a deep gaze. If you can make it work, then make it work. If you can't, then break up. You're going to ruin even the best days. So yeah, if your family comes to take you back, then go back with them. We have no objection. Xianinglan was extremely flustered. Go back? Go back where? Heavens above, who can tell her what happened? While she was pondering, she saw a girl of about 14 or 15 years old, with almond-shaped eyes, peach-blossom cheeks, and fair skin, squeeze through the crowd and suddenly squat down in front of her. Exile Nian looked at Xianinglan seriously, then glanced at Exile Wenyuan. Even though the two people in front of me had changed into prison clothes, their fair skin and delicate features clearly indicated that they came from wealthy families and had been pampered. She had absolutely no connection with her parents, who had endured many hardships during the post-apocalyptic world. The three of them, with their eyes locked, looked at each other, their expressions gradually becoming serious. Exile Nian took a deep breath and slowly uttered 4 words. Family Code 666. The couple exclaimed in unison, their expressions suddenly becoming excited. 3 hands clasped tightly together, instantly evoking a feeling of unwavering loyalty despite the vicissitudes of life. Despite Exile Nian's calm and collected demeanor, her heart was already a turbulent sea of emotions. Exile Wenyuan was also extremely excited. Fortunately, the whole family was safe and sound and no one was missing. The next moment, Exile Nian asked, Dad, Father, have you seen my brother? Exile Wenyuan snapped back to reality with a start. Oh right, he had almost forgotten about his eldest son. 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously shifted downwards, looking at Exile Mohan, who was sobbing. Little friend, have you seen your older brother? Little Exile Mohan is a bit depressed right now. What was that family code just now? My parents really dote on my sister the most. They only told her the family code, while he knew nothing about it. The poor thing wiped away her tears. Big brother is still unconscious. Exile Ruoyu squeezed next to the 3 of them, picked up Exile Mohan and patted him reassuringly, then sighed. Sanlang has been unconscious for 3 days, and his fever hasn't gone down yet. She didn't wake up even though the doctor was watching over her before, but now, sigh. Smiley face friends, the author is here, new book launch, embarking on a new journey, hee. Please give me your vote and leave your mark, love you all. End of this chapter. The unspoken meaning behind those words is clear to everyone. In the past, when medical conditions were adequate, people were still unconscious. Now, it is extremely difficult for someone in exile to wake up. Exile Ruoyu pointed to the person lying in the corner. Exile Nian and her family of 3 exchanged a glance and quickly squeezed over to squat down next to the person to check on them. The young masters and ladies of the Duke's mansion are all quite good-looking. The once healthy young man was now pale and bloodless, as if he were clinging to life. Xianinglan's heart skipped a beat. She reached out and touched his feverish forehead, then tugged at her son's eyelids, looking worried. What should we do if this high fever won't go down? If a person is not clear-headed, they cannot verify whether their own son is a good son. The 3 huddled together, whispering and exchanging information they had. I am now the 4th master of this family, a notorious playboy. My surname is Exile, and my given name is Wenyuan. Daughter Yu. I'm the sixth child. The old lady calls me sixth girl. At least you guys received some basic information, Xianlinglan said with a worried look. I didn't receive anything. My mind is completely blank. Xian Wenyuan reassured him. That's the situation. There's no use in being anxious now. The most important thing right now is to wake your brother up and confirm his identity. As he spoke, he leaned closer to his daughter and asked in an almost inaudible voice. Daughter, what about our space? Xian Nian gave his father a bitter look, frowned and shook his head. She had just tried, and couldn't sense her own space at all, let alone open it. She wondered if it was because she had changed bodies. The thought of her 9th-level spatial ability vanishing in an instant filled Xian Nian with unbearable heartache. The supplies she had painstakingly collected over the past 10 years, along with the fruits and vegetables she had grown in her space, were enough to ensure that her family of 4 would have no worries about food and clothing. And now, it's all ruined! The 3 looked at each other, speechless for a moment. This is not a good start. Xian Nian wiped her face and cheered herself up. I have some not-so-good news, you guys listen. The good news is that I just sensed it, and the natural energy here is much more abundant. The environment is definitely tens of thousands of times better than over there. If I rebuild my superpowers, energy absorption will be twice as effective. Before long, once our superpower levels are raised, I might be able to find that lost space again. And the bad news. The couple knew their daughter better than anyone else. She must have made the worst possible plans in her mind before she could say this so-called good news. The bad news is that if we reabsorb energy, we may not be able to restore our original power levels due to the limitations of our current bodies. Xian Nian explained expressionlessly. Therefore, the supplies we collected before may be completely lost, so we need to be fully prepared. Xianlinglan sighed. The other supplies are gone, that's fine. I just really regret the special medicine we stockpiled in our space. A single injection could have woken your brother up, but what are we going to do now? Xian Nian handed the bundle slung over her elbow to the 2 of them, saying, The kind-hearted lady of the Marquis of Linen's mansion left us some medicine. Let my brother take one to try first. The 3 of them slipped a pill to Xian Machin, sat down beside him, and stared at the unconscious boy with furrowed brows. That night, the group of more than 20 people spent a restless and anxious night sighing and lamenting, and almost none of them slept a wink. Before dawn, hurried footsteps could be heard outside the prison cell. The jailer lashed his whip against the adjacent fence, accompanied by several impatient curses. You all better behave yourselves. Get out, all of you, get out now. Stop dawdling and causing me trouble. The keys rattled loudly. Several impatient constables were handing over duties to the escort officer on duty, grumbling and urging everyone to set off. Xian Royu helped the old lady up and gently called out, Grandmother. The old lady sighed, glanced at Xian Wenyuan and the others sitting on the ground, and instructed, Azhong, carry Sanlang out first. None of the 4 families were any good. It would be better to just kill Xian Mochin than to let them drag him to his death. Azhong was the eldest son of Lu Shi, the old lady's close nanny. Previously, all the servants in the mansion had been taken in by the government and made into government slaves. Since the old lady had already stripped them of their slave status, this exile would not actually affect Granny Lu and the others. Even so, Granny Lu and her family of 4 voluntarily followed their master into exile, and the government did not interfere in such matters. However, the daily rations for exiled prisoners were limited, and those who voluntarily went with their masters had to bring their own food rations. The escorts were not responsible for this. Xian Nian tugged at her mother and slowly fell behind the crowd, whispering to Xianlinglan, Mom, look, there are quite a few people being exiled this time. Xianlinglan looked at the man waiting to be put in shackles, her eyes full of worry. Daughter, your father is probably going to suffer a lot from those heavy shackles. The one who suffered the most was Azhong from Granny Lu's family, who had to carry her unconscious brother the whole way. Xian Nian tied the 2 bundles together and slung them over her shoulder, then quickly followed a few steps forward. In this line of work, The men are all put in shackles, while the women are slightly better off, with their hands bound together with iron chains, 5 of them tied in a string. Running is out of the question. They're all dragging each other along, pulling and tugging at each other, making even walking difficult. Damn feudal society! Once I get my powers back, I'll tear a hole in the sky for you. Exile was cursing and acting up in her heart, but on the surface she was cute, soft, and sweet. Hurry up and follow, don't cause me any trouble. The escorts tied the women of the Duke's mansion with iron chains and shouted to urge them on. Exile and her mother stood close together. After a quick glance, Exile gave Xianlinglan a look, signaling her to follow. Hundreds of people dragged themselves toward the city gate. In early summer, the morning mist is thin and damp. Everyone was dressed in only a single layer of clothing, and the chill couldn't help but seep into their bones. When the group arrived at the city gate, many relatives and friends of the exiled prisoners had been waiting for a long time. The two sides burst into tears and reminisced about their separation as soon as they met. The escort, his face full of impatience, said, "We only have 15 minutes. Once the other group of serious criminals arrives, we must set off immediately without delay." Exile rubbed her mother's arm. "It's a little cold, just bear with it. It'll definitely get hotter as we walk." He added, "I'll try to absorb and circulate the energy first. Wait for my reply." Xianlinglan nodded, but before she could speak, someone exclaimed, "Why are these people from Dragon Tiger's stronghold with us?" There was some commotion ahead, and everyone was uneasy. Exile glanced around and saw a convoy of 50 or 60 people slowly approaching, about to join their group. Inside the wooden prison cart at the head of the cart sat a burly man in his early 40s, bound from head to toe by a dozen or so fine iron chains. "That's Zhao Jianghe, the leader of Dragon Tiger's stronghold?" The burly man was dragged from the prison cart to the ground. His fierce eyes lifted, revealing a chilling aura. Everyone immediately fell silent. The head escort stepped forward to hand over the duties, waving his hand coldly. "All right, everyone's here, get ready to go." Nearly 160 convicts, along with more than 40 escorts, formed a large procession of almost 200 people queuing to leave the city. End of this chapter. In ancient times, civil servants were generally inefficient. The handover procedures alone took almost half an hour. After the guards escorted the convicts out of the city in single file, they began urging everyone to hurry on their way. In ancient times, exile was no joke. The routes were usually planned in advance by the government. Their journey was to support construction in the far north, a total distance of nearly 5,000 li. The escorting officers must strictly follow the plan, passing through multiple checkpoints along the way, and must check in within a specified period. If the arrival is delayed, the consequences are unpredictable. At a rate of 50 li per day, completing the entire journey within 100 days is extremely time-consuming. After all, the roads in ancient times were often repaired in sections, mostly dirt roads, not the smooth, wide roads of modern times. The roads involved going up and down mountains and down ditches, climbing slopes and wading through water, making the conditions complex and ever-changing. Therefore, experienced escorts would do their utmost to make the convicts exceed their quota from the very beginning, since they would become increasingly exhausted as the journey progressed, and whether they would even make it to the destination was uncertain. Before they had gone 2 miles, they heard people ahead groaning in pain and complaining bitterly. Exile ignored it, seemingly keeping her head down and obediently making her way, but in reality, she was silently absorbing the power of nature. Good news! This body is ethereal and pure, far more surprising than she had imagined. It absorbs external natural energy quite quickly, and with her more than 10 years of experience in cultivating supernatural abilities, she is now quite skilled at circulating energy. The bad news is that the pampered young lady of the Duke's mansion, who has never exercised since childhood, turned red in the face and her legs trembled after walking only 2 miles, and she could hardly breathe. If she hadn't been quickly absorbing energy and turning it to her own use, she might have already collapsed, weak and exhausted, and been whipped by the guards. However, This 14 or 15-year-old pampered young lady from the Duke's mansion, who had just turned 15, was caught up in this misfortune. In modern times, she would be considered a junior high school student, which is quite pitiful. Exile understood perfectly. Back in the day, before the apocalypse, she was also a pampered little princess who enjoyed eating, drinking, and having fun. She was even less well-educated and sensible than a pampered young lady. Before university, she was a good-for-nothing who never lifted a finger. However, in order to survive, people are forced to grow step by step to where they are today. Thinking about it this way, I felt even more sympathetic to the original owner's plight. The original owner was even more miserable than her. At least she had a carefree and leisurely life in her previous life, managing to get into university. Exile pondered as she absorbed energy. As the energy circulated within her body, her fatigue lessened slightly. Xianling would occasionally turn her head to glance at her daughter. Seeing her daughter suddenly look up and nod slightly at her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Is it done? Sure enough, she is worthy of being her daughter. In such a short time, she has already figured out the way to let energy enter the body and successfully integrate it with this new body. The whole family is well aware of how capable their daughter is. Back then, it was because their daughter found a better way to circulate energy that their family was able to maintain their position in the top tier of the world's supernatural abilities. Of course, the reason why the daughter's superpowers were learned faster than ordinary people is also due to the fact that she is a rare healing-type superpower user. Her healing ability is very special. She can not only heal at will, but also help others improve their ability training speed. The strongest healing and spatial ability users, the pinnacle dual-type ability users, this title wasn't self-proclaimed, it was an honor bestowed upon them by the World Ability Users Guild. Now that her daughter has indicated that there are no problems with absorbing and activating her supernatural abilities, it's only a matter of time before she rises again. Xianling had an inexplicable confidence in her daughter. Although the whole family was unlucky enough to be exiled here, she couldn't help but think that her daughter was capable, and the whole family would get out of their predicament sooner or later. With this thought, Xianling felt much calmer, and she followed her young lady's example, keeping her head down and hurrying along, secretly absorbing and circulating energy. The natural energy here was quite abundant, and she hardly had to exert any effort as a continuous stream of energy flowed into her body at her will. Having already experienced a lifetime of cultivating supernatural abilities, starting over from scratch is incredibly efficient. Exile gradually discovered that the more physically exhausted she was, the more effective she became at cultivating her supernatural abilities. Because the body needs to replenish its deficiencies with a steady stream of supernatural abilities, over time the body develops a natural response, and the absorption and circulation of supernatural abilities becomes smoother. Xianling also noticed this mystery, and quickly exchanged a few simple hand gestures with her husband, who had turned to look at them. The couple lived some distance apart, and could only communicate with gestures. Exile, despite his spoiled nature, was out of breath after walking only a few miles, and was quite worried about his wife and daughter's health. Now that his wife told him that absorbing and transforming supernatural abilities could help his body recover, he felt relieved. After leaving the capital, this stretch of road is at least a smooth official road. The only fear is that later on, we'll have to turn onto a dirt road, and it will only become more and more difficult to travel. I must quickly adjust this weak and spoiled brat body. If I can't help, at least I can't cause trouble. Hurry up! We need to get to Shilippo before noon, otherwise we won't get to eat or rest. Remember this, you're slowing down your own time. If you can't get there on time, you'll have to make up for it with your meal and rest time. The chief escort's few words immediately triggered a chorus of wails. Someone ahead cried out in tears. Sir! We're not getting enough to eat, how are we going to continue our journey this afternoon? The escort sneered. That's your own problem. You're responsible for slowing down the journey. You'd better arrive at the next destination on time, even if you don't eat or drink. Grandmother, grandmother. Exile Rui's slightly breathless voice rose. The poor old lady had traveled for most of the day, and now she was staggering and couldn't stand up straight. Exile Ryu could barely support the old lady, and it looked like she was about to fall down with her. Xianninglan quickly stepped forward and used her body to support the two of them. Exile Yen opened her eyes and quickly followed, supporting her mother's arm and pulling the old lady and Exile Ryu up. The four of them, along with Exile Mingxue, the fourth daughter of the third wife, were all in the same boat. If the old lady hadn't been helped up in time after falling, it would have dragged the rest of them down with her, and it would have been quite embarrassing if they had all ended up in a mess. "Grandmother, how are you?" Exile Ryu looked at the old lady with tears in her eyes, her heart filled with anxiety. Exile Yen held the old woman's hand expressionlessly and secretly took her pulse. Fortunately, the overexertion was not a serious problem. It was because she never exercised normally, and it was impossible for her not to feel weak after suddenly walking such a long distance. In modern times, 55 years old is only considered middle-aged, while some 70-year-old ladies are still happily dancing in the square every day. However, noble ladies in ancient times were carried in sedan chairs from a young age, and were carried up and down hills. They spoke softly and lacked strong voices, which is far from being comparable to the energetic old ladies of today. As soon as they stopped, two guards, brandishing whips and looking menacing, stepped forward and shouted, "What are you all doing? Can't you walk properly? Do you want to get whipped?" The old lady hurriedly clasped her hands and begged for forgiveness. "Please forgive me, sir, it's just that I'm old and have difficulty moving around." The escort was furious and lashed out at you without a word, yelling, "You're just dawdling and slowing down the journey. I think you're just looking for trouble." End of this chapter. In the nick of time, Exile Ryu rushed forward and hugged Yushir, using her back to shield her from the whip. "Third girl!" The old lady was shocked and instinctively reached out to support the little girl who had collapsed. "Third sister!" Exile Mingxue stared at the bloody whip mark on Exile Ryu's back. Her face turned pale with fright, and tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Xianninglan opened her mouth, unable to react for a moment. How could they just suddenly decide to fire someone? Damn feudal dynasty, it truly is a hellish place where there's nowhere to seek justice. "Mother!" Third Master Exile went and shouted anxiously. His face flushed red, and hurriedly turned around, dragging his shackles. Exile Wenyuan was also worried that something might have happened to his wife and daughter, so he hurriedly followed. In an instant, everyone from the Exile family gathered around, creating an invisible pressure. The guards immediately became alert, lashing out with their whips several times, shouting angrily, "What are you all doing? You're trying to start a rebellion before you've even left the capital? What, do you think you're royalty, masters, mistresses, or young ladies?" The guard with a full beard taunted him relentlessly, his hands clasped together. "Let me tell you, once you're on the road, you're all convicts. You all have to obey and follow the rules." Exile Ryu's face was pale as she gritted her teeth and endured the pain. "No, it's all right, grandmother." The old lady's eyes reddened with heartache. She cupped her hands to the bearded escort and said, "My lord, please calm down. This old woman will do her best to keep up and will not dare to slow down the procession." The bearded man persisted. "You old hag, remember what you said, or this whip of mine won't discriminate." As he spoke, he raised the whip in his hand and cracked it in the air. However, the cool move lasted only 3 seconds before the whip inexplicably rebounded and slapped hard across his smug face. Caught off guard, the blow immediately drew blood from half his face. The man with the beard let out a howl and quickly raised his hand to cover his face. Fresh blood dripped from between the fingers, creating a chilling effect. Xianninglan glanced at her little girl, who looked innocent and naive. With her large, clear black and white eyes wide open, her expression mirrored that of everyone around her, showing a look of utter surprise. "What's going on? What's all this commotion about? Can't we just drive in peace?" Liang too. Head Liang. Several constables shrank back when they saw their head constable rushing in angrily. Liang Guanxing had a broad, square face, was short and stocky, and when he stood there, he looked like half an iron tower. Behind him followed an elderly escort, over 50 years old, his face tanned dark by the sun and wind, with a full beard and sideburns. Hey, what happened to Malhuzi? Why is your face covered in blood? The old escort walked over with a smile, reached out and pushed Malhuzi, who was covering his face and groaning, and then turned to look at the young escort standing to the side. Xiao Jia, you speak. The young guard scratched the back of his head. I don't know what happened. Everything was fine just now, but the whip that Brother Mao swung suddenly hit my face. The old escort made no attempt to hide the schadenfreude in his eyes, and laughed loudly. You must be seeing things. How could bearded hair be so stupid as to not even know how to crack a whip? Aha! Xiao Jia blushed and retorted. How could it be Uncle Zhang? Please don't laugh at me. My eyesight is actually quite good. The old escort raised his hand and patted Xiao Jia's shoulder heavily, then turned to look at Malhuzi. Is your face all right? The bearded man grinned, gripping the whip. Do I look like I'm unharmed? It was clearly these women who caused trouble just now. Hey, Xiao Jia just said it himself, you accidentally slapped her, what does it have to do with a woman? The old escort raised his hand to stop his whip, giving Xian Ning and Lan Xian Yan, mother and daughter, a meaningful look. Xiao Jia, why don't you help your bearded brother away? All right, since this has nothing to do with you, then set off in peace and don't cause any more trouble. The old escort smiled insincerely and nodded to Yu Shi and the others. Liang Guanghu left with a sullen face and his hands behind his back. Xian Ninglan quickly moved closer to her daughter and whispered, These people don't seem like good people. Are they just going to let us go like this? Xian Yan was also somewhat puzzled. She had just used a very weak spatial force to distort space and take the opportunity to teach Malhuzi a lesson. She never thought that this matter would end well. But unexpectedly, the old escort came to the rescue. Xian Yan was completely baffled and tried to comfort her mother. Even in ancient times, there were rules to follow when escorting exiled prisoners. We haven't even left the capital yet. If they mistreat us and cause a large number of unnatural deaths among the prisoners, these escorts will probably be in deep trouble. That's true. Xian Ninglan nodded. As they were talking, Granny Lu ran up carrying a little girl on her back, her face full of anxiety. Madam, are you all right? Looking at her old sister's weathered faces, you felt a pang of bitterness in her heart. It's all right, but my Ruoyu suffered a beating. How about this old servant carries the third miss for a while? No need, Granny still has to take care of my sister-in-law's 2 children, I'm fine. Xian Ruoyu gritted her teeth and waved her hand, large beads of sweat dripping down her face. 5-year-old Xian Manor lay on the old nanny's back, tilting her head up like a little adult. Great-grandmother, don't cry. Madam, you forced a smile. Great-grandmother is all right. She shook hands with Granny Lu and said, Sehua, you just need to take good care of Dalang's wife, Erlang's wife, and the 2 children. We don't need to worry about you. But madam, the third Mrs. back injury can't be delayed. Try applying this wound medicine. Xian Yan pulled out a bottle of hemostatic powder from her package. Xian Ninglan quickly reached out and took it, saying, I'll do it. Xian Ruoyu gritted her teeth and endured the pain of the whip. Thank you, fourth aunt. Xian Ninglan sighed. We're all family, there's no need for thanks. After saying that, he pulled out the stopper and poured about half a bottle of medicine powder onto the whip wound. The wound should ideally be cleaned before applying medicine, but there's simply no way to do that nowadays. The group ahead had already started moving, so Xian Ninglan had no choice but to quickly apply ointment to Xian Ruoyu's wounds and tidy up the girl's clothes. This hemostatic powder isn't working. Xian Ninglan walked one after the other with her daughter, speaking in a low voice. I poured out almost half a bottle, and the blood is still gushing out. The little girl is going to suffer a lot. Xian Yan frowned. Those medicines smell fine, but they might be slow to take effect. There's nothing we can do about it. That's just how medical conditions were in a feudal dynasty. Hopefully we can pick up some useful herbs along the way. My brother's fever hasn't gone down, so we need to think of another way. The procession moved at a good pace. Despite the heavy shackles and chains they carried, and the constant urging and shouting from the guards, they finally made it to Shilipo, a suburb of Beijing, before noon. As soon as the guards said to rest on the spot, many of the prisoners collapsed to the ground with whoosh, groaning and crying out in agony. Everyone was like a deflated balloon, lying there, not wanting to move. End of this chapter. Lunch consisted of half a coarse rice cake that could break a tooth, and everyone groaned in despair upon seeing the meal. Exile Yen remained unmoved. Such were the living conditions of exiled criminals in ancient times. According to ancient laws, the imperial court would cover all the food expenses for prisoners on their journey. If they're already facing exile, who needs a Ferrari? The imperial court would never allow exiled prisoners to be fed enough. They were just guaranteed to be either starving nor able to escape on the road. That was about right. The daily food allowance was only half that of ordinary people, and they were only issued one set of clothes and shoes, with virtually no change of clothes or shoes. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you die. The more you go on the journey, the more frequent the disasters and illnesses become. Those who manage to reach their destination safely will be severely injured, if not dead. Exile Yen took out some white flour pancakes from the package and gave 3 to her father, who had squeezed next to her and her mother. They took out the dried meat, wrapped it in a flatbread, and the family of 3, oblivious to everyone else, showed off their full stomachs. Dad, put these shoes on, they have thick soles. Exile Yen took out a pair of thick-soled straw sandals from her bag and gave them to Exile Yuan. And what about you and your daughter? After walking all morning, many of the pampered gentlemen and ladies had blisters on their heels. They had never worn straw sandals in their lives. They were so rough and painful that most of them had blisters on their feet. Convicts were only allowed to wear straw sandals. Even if they had extra cloth shoes, the guards wouldn't let them change them. And this is just the beginning. It will only get more difficult from now on. Exile Yen secretly told her father. I'm fine. A little bit of my superpower has returned, which is just enough to heal my foot. Mom is right beside me, I can treat her anytime, anywhere. If you go ahead with those men, I won't be able to take care of you, so take care of yourself. Exile Yuan nodded, put on thick-soled straw sandals, and tucked the old ones into his pocket. Give me another flatbread. I'll mix it with water and then force it down your brother's throat. Even if that kid is unconscious, he still needs to eat something. We can't let him go hungry forever. The family of 3 ate, and whispered amongst themselves, creating a strange little group atmosphere. They didn't think about anyone else at all until little Exile Mohan's intermittent sobs reached my ears. Xian Ninglan slapped her thigh and whispered, "Oh dear, I forgot we have an extra child." Exile Yuan glanced guiltily into the distance, only to be met with an angry glare from his third brother, Exile Wunan. Exile Yen touched her nose. It's understandable that her parents couldn't adapt to their new identity after transmigrating. This family of 4 has been like this since the apocalypse. When there are good things, who would give them to outsiders? They would definitely make sure their own family members are fed and watered first. 3 sheepskin water bladders, just enough for 1 person in the family of 3. A packet of white flour cakes. To be honest, Exile Yen never thought of sharing them. Don't blame her for being cold and indifferent. People who have lived through the apocalypse are used to this. Given these difficult conditions, everything must be prioritized for their family. As for other things, we'll see. Exile Yuan quickly rushed over, picked up his youngest son, whose face was covered in tears, and comforted him. Little Exile Mohan is really sad. Just now, he witnessed his parents and sister sitting together intimately, the 3 of them eating and chatting, completely forgetting about him. He's an adopted child, he must have been picked up from the trash can by his parents. What? The little one was crying and hiccuping at the same time, and his stomach was making a rumbling, hungry noise. Xian Ninglan's face flushed. While comforting the child, she took the dried meat and white flour cake from her daughter's hand. Don't cry, don't cry. Hana, right? Eat first. Auntie. Oh, Mom has some food here. The dried meat tastes all right. Exile Mohan was heartbroken, his eyes brimming with tears, and he asked his mother in despair. Mother, was your son adopted? Xianinglan almost spat out her saliva. Oh no, how could you be adopted? You were born from your mother's proper 10 months of pregnancy. Then why? Why didn't father say a single word to his son the whole way? Exile Wenyuan's lips twitched. He had been diligently cultivating his supernatural abilities like his daughter, and besides, he had indeed forgotten about his youngest son, cough cough cough. What a miracle! A man nearing 60 suddenly looks 20 years younger, and his wife even gave birth to a son. Wow, this is truly an amazing thing. Xianinglan readily admitted her mistake. It's my fault, I was wrong. Don't be angry. Phil. Your tummy first, we still have a long way to go. I'll definitely tell your father to take you with him this afternoon, and I promise I won't ignore you. Exile Mohan sobbed. Really? It's definitely real, it couldn't be more real. Xianinglan nodded repeatedly. Little Exile Mohan was really hungry, and he was chewing the white flour jerky in big mouthfuls. Slow down, have a drink of water. Nobody's going to take it from you. Xianinglan looked at the child, a faint pang of sadness welling up in her heart. What a tragedy! Such a young child was exiled. The evil feudal system. Exile Nian suddenly tugged at her parents, and when they looked up, they saw the old escort officer with a beaming smile coming up to them. Fourth madam, is that right? Come with me, someone wants to see you. Exile Wenyuan immediately became alert, and raised his hand to block his wife and daughter. Who goes there? It's not like I'm seeing you, why are you asking me all this? Xiao Jia pushed Exile Wenyuan and said impatiently. Let's go. Exile Nian quickly grabbed her father's arm and helped Xianinglan up. I'll go with my mother. The old escort raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over Exile Nian's face before he nodded. That works too. Exile Mohan called out, Mother. Nervously, and her small body, which rushed forward, was firmly held by Exile Wenyuan. What's the panic? It's a good thing. The old escort grinned from ear to ear. Exile Wenyuan and Xianinglan exchanged a glance, nodded secretly, and watched the mother and daughter leave with the escorts. The crowd stirred for a moment, and everyone craned their necks to look behind the earthen slope, where they could vaguely see a horse-drawn carriage parked. Before Xianinglan and her daughter even reached the carriage, they saw an elderly woman in plain clothes being helped down from the carriage by a maid. The two women exchanged a glance, and Xianinglan suddenly opened her mouth wide, staring at the woman's face in astonishment. Lana. The old lady ran forward with tears streaming down her face and hugged Xianinglan tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. My poor girl, why are you so stubborn? I told you to get a divorce and come home, and you could bring my Nian Nian with you. Why won't you listen? You're really ruining your own life and my granddaughter's life. Mother? Xianinglan's mind went blank, and she called out in a trembling voice. Since transmigrating, she has not received any information from the original owner or this era, but now, seeing the original owner's mother, she trembles for no reason. This mother looks so much like her deceased biological mother. For some reason, it's as if she can immediately empathize with the original owner's feelings. My poor daughter, why did you have to be so foolish? End of this chapter. That good-for-nothing Exile Wenyuan has ruined you, my son. Xianinglan was a little uncomfortable being held in the old lady's arms at first, but gradually relaxed and stiffly patted the old lady's back to comfort her. Exile Nian learned from her maternal grandmother's intermittent account that her mother was actually a complete love-obsessed person. In fact, Xianinglan came from a noble family. His father was the minister of personnel, and his elder brother was the prefect of Binzhou. Both of them held real power. Her family had originally arranged a perfect husband for her, a man of excellent character and talent, but Xianinglan was blind to fall for Exile Wenyuan, a playboy. She made a huge scene and broke off the engagement, then became hopelessly infatuated with Exile Wenyuan. As for Exile Wenyuan, He indulges in all sorts of pleasures, including eating, drinking, and having fun, and his daily life revolves around cockfighting and bird walking. But to say he's a bad person isn't entirely accurate. At least this person may have fun, but he doesn't get involved in anything related to gambling, prostitution, or drugs. Even when he played cockfighting and cricket. Fighting with his cronies, he never made any money. They were always stingy. In addition, the family always controlled the finances, so he didn't dare to challenge his parents' authority. Although Xianlinglan has a fiery temper, she's a paper tiger and can't control her playboy husband at all. Moreover, the playboy's daily expenses were limited, so Xianlinglan mostly turned a blind eye. When she got really angry, she would secretly hide under the covers and cry, which was quite useless. The couple argued frequently, having minor squabbles every 3 days and major fights every 5. The daily life of the fourth branch of the Duke's mansion was chaotic, and everyone had gotten used to it. Xianlinglan was somewhat bewildered as the wife of Minister Xia pointed at her forehead and berated her. What kind of life has the original owner endured all these years of swallowing her anger? The legitimate daughter of a high-ranking official, wasting her days with a petty hoodlum. And yet she still managed to have 3 kids with that hoodlum? She must have had her brains slammed in a door. Seeing her clueless behavior, the minister's wife couldn't help but feel annoyed. You useless thing, if only you had listened to your mother, you would have come home with the children years ago. You wouldn't be stuck in this mess. Now you've not only harmed my Nian Nian, but also Qingjier and Hanjier. Tell me, do you regret it now? Xianlinglan nodded hesitantly, but what she was thinking was that it was fortunate they hadn't divorced, otherwise she would have been separated from her husband, Lao Exile, for no reason. The minister's wife wiped away her tears, and the nanny beside her helped her up and advised. Madam, don't worry too much. Time is of the essence, let's quickly explain things to the young lady and the young miss. Madame Xia nodded, looking at Xianlinglan with a serious expression. It's too late to say all this now. Since you've decided to go with Exile Wenyuan, you'll have to take on the responsibility of being a mother and take good care of your 3 children along the way. Xianlinglan nodded quickly. Madame Xia couldn't help but shed tears again. You have never suffered like this in your life. Just thinking about how you couldn't eat or sleep well on the road makes my heart ache. The old lady stayed by her side for a while, weeping, and offered some words of comfort. Madame Xia then stopped crying, turned around and waved. Dolly. A burly, short girl pushed a cart piled high with goods, walking briskly towards them. The minister's wife took Exile Nian's hand and said with a worried expression, Nian Nian, from now on, let Dolly stay by your side. This girl is 18 years old this year, and she is as strong as an ox. She can protect you and your mother. After saying that, he went on and on about what he had prepared for them. Clothes, bedding, food, medicine, and even more than a dozen water bags were provided. To make it easier for them to walk, the old lady specially had the soles of their straw sandals thickened, with thick sheepskins sewn into the lining and at the instep. Even if the soles of the straw sandals wore out halfway through the journey, the sheepskin soles would still provide support, preventing their feet from getting blistered. When it came to provisions, they prepared all the available items, including flatbread, pickled vegetables, and dried meat, in considerable quantities. Exile Nian's heart, hardened for hundreds of years, was inexplicably moved. She rarely draws warmth from anyone other than her parents and brothers. Especially in those deceitful and treacherous end times, the only conflict between people is the struggle for interests and exploitation. This nominal maternal grandmother made her feel a deep love and care for her daughter. Be more careful in everything you do. Always give things to your own children first, don't be foolish and give them all away. Your whole family can only take care of one thing and not another. At times like these, you can only take care of yourselves first. The old lady kept reminding her with concern. Xianlinglan felt a pang of sadness and nodded emphatically. Mother, I understand. With tears in her eyes, Madame Xia tidied her daughter's disheveled hair. When you arrive in Binzhou, your brother will come to meet you. Don't worry, we won't make your journey too difficult. We will continue to arrange for people to send you emergency supplies along the way. The manor has already sent someone to make arrangements with the escorts. The old lady took 2 plain cotton belts with simple patterns and personally tied them inside Xian Ning and Lan Xian Yan's prison clothes. He tugged hard, but couldn't pull it off. Then, with a serious expression, he nodded and said in a low voice, "Each of you has 100 gold leaves hidden in your waistband, for your use in settling down in the far north. Don't take them out easily on the road." She then took a packet of loose silver from the nanny, tucked it into Xian Lan's arms, and patted it, saying, "Use these carefully on the road. Those constables have big appetites. Don't spoil them all at once." Xian Lan's nose tingled with emotion. The atmosphere had reached this point, so she quickly knelt down and solemnly cowed out to her elderly mother. "Mother, please take care of yourselves as well as father." Madame Xia wept uncontrollably, choking back tears as she said, "You will leave the outskirts of the capital early tomorrow morning, marking your complete departure from the capital. Is there anything else you wish for before then? I will send someone to deliver some more." Exile Nian got excited when she heard this, and quickly asked the nanny to bring her paper and pen. She then wrote down a list in great detail. The old nanny was somewhat bewildered. The list consisted of items such as mortars, pestles, herbs, and silver needles. Although Madame Xia found it strange, she did not ask any further questions and simply nodded in agreement, instructing the nanny to prepare them. 3 generations of a family bid each other a reluctant farewell. Dolly, a man with a saw-like mouth, pushed a cart full of things at the front, while the prisoners stared at the cart and screamed in surprise. The mother and daughter followed behind Dolly, facing envious, greedy, jealous, and disdainful gazes. The old escort rubbed his hands together and greeted her with a smile. "Congratulations to the 4th Madam and the 6th Mississippi. This cartload of stuff is quite a lot. It's more useful than gold on the road to exile." Moreover, the minister's wife even sent a maid to accompany the master on his journey. This preferential treatment was obvious to everyone with discerning eyes. Someone scoffed disdainfully, half out of jealousy and half out of envy. Some people, even in exile, don't forget to act like young ladies and mistresses. They're practically ready to be carried away in a sedan chair. The mother and daughter were too lazy to pay attention to these shallow strangers. They thanked the old escort for a few perfunctory words and left. "Daughter, I understand now why that old escort was so polite to us earlier. It was because of your grandfather." End of this chapter. Exile Nian nodded. This old escort surnamed Zhang is in cahoots with the head escort Liang Guang. I guess he doesn't get along with that bearded man. After all, your maternal grandfather holds an important official position, and you have that backing. Liang too probably doesn't want to offend the Xia family's daughter. Xian Ninglan nodded, took her daughter's hand and returned to the group, giving Exile Wenyuan a hand gesture across the crowd to reassure him. The guards kept urging the crowd to get up and set off, and the crowd erupted in another wail. The old escort quietly approached Liang Guang and whispered, "Sir, the minister's mansion means they'll come over to deliver some things before leaving the official road tomorrow morning. It seems they care quite a bit about this girl." Liang Guang glanced at him, and the old escort immediately understood. He smiled and leaned closer, pulling out a bulging package from his pocket and stuffing it into his hand. Liang Guang weighed the item in his hand and was satisfied. "Tell them to be quick when they hand it over in private." "I know." The old escort grinned. "But that guy with the shaggy beard is so impulsive, he just whips her without warning. If the whip had landed on Xia's daughter's head, it would have been terrible. He almost ruined everything just now." Mentioning the beard, Liang Guang's expression darkened slightly. "Have Xiao Jia keep an eye on him." Old Jia almost nodded. "Don't worry, sir. Oh, by the way, those leaders of Dragon Tiger Stronghold must not be removed from their shackles. Send more men to keep a close watch on them, lest they escape. These are all serious criminals. If they escape halfway through, none of them can bear the responsibility." "Yes, my lord." The whip lashed the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The convicts were ordered to move like livestock, their shackles and chains rattling loudly. Each of them looked listless, swaying from side to side and complaining bitterly. Xianninglan and her daughter changed into sheepskin shoes specially made by the minister's mansion and followed behind the crowd, whispering to each other, "Mother, I've more or less figured out the tricks of my supernatural ability. How's it going on your end?" Before she transmigrated, her mother was a highly respected senior doctor at the Agricultural Research Institute, whose wood-type supernatural abilities were used specifically for cultivating new seeds. Her mother graduated from an agricultural university, and her father worked in civil engineering and construction before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse broke out, none of the 4 members of their family had any superpowers at first. At that time, her family was able to eat their fill thanks to her parents' agricultural and construction skills. Subsequently, they gradually activated their physical abilities. Xianninglan's wood-type ability perfectly complemented her profession, and their lives naturally got better and better. After all that effort, this is all you've accomplished? Xianninglan winked at her daughter with a pained expression, gesturing for her to look at her fingers. Exile gaze shifted downwards, and she saw a small pink flower twirling between her mother's fingers, which made her chuckle. "These fingertip flowers are quite beautiful," Exile praised generously. "It's all right, it's like this at first, and I don't have much energy to draw upon. The natural energy here is abundant and rich, and once it fully integrates with this body, further cultivation shouldn't be difficult." Xianninglan was not used to her body, which made her breathless after walking only a few steps. She complained in a low voice, "My physical condition is not good. I feel dizzy and out of breath after walking for half a morning. There's nothing we can do. Noble ladies in ancient times were pampered and kept in seclusion from birth." Exile sighed. "We can only try to train them slowly. I'll convert some more energy later and see if I can use my healing abilities to help you out. You should focus on your own recovery first. There's no rush for Mom." "This can't be rushed. Now we just need to see how well my daughter can recover in a day." Xianninglan has always had a mysterious confidence in the girl. She believes that as long as the girl can recover, the problem will be more than half solved. Reach the small post station on the outskirts of the capital before dark. If you are late, you will have to bear the consequences of sleeping in the wilderness. Several loud-voiced escorts shouted again, their voices clearly showing a hint of impatience. "Look at you all, so pathetic. You haven't even fully left the official road area yet. You're all acting like you've lost your parents and are about to die. Let me tell you, once you leave the capital, the roads will only get harder and harder. The more remote and desolate the place, the more difficult the journey will be. All of you, watch your skin. Keep up, hurry up. You little brat, are you asking for a beating? Dragging your feet and dawdling, watch out, my whip doesn't have eyes." Xianninglan and her daughter were tied to the same chain as the old lady, Exile Ruoyu, and Exile Mingxue. Listening to Exile Mingxue's intermittent crying, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. What's this girl's name again? Why is she crying so much? Doesn't crying take effort? Crying won't solve anything. Xianninglan was completely baffled. Exile almost laughed. "She is the eldest daughter of my third uncle, Exile Wunen, the fourth in line, named Exile Mingxue. Their third branch of the family only has 2 daughters. Besides her, my third uncle's family also has a 5th daughter born out of wedlock, named Exile Mingye. What about the one in front? That's the second wife's daughter, the third sister Exile Ruoyu." Exile explained in a low voice. "My second uncle was a romantic. When my second uncle's wife died in childbirth, he was so traumatized that he ran away from home. According to my memory, my second uncle has been wandering the world for 18 years and has never returned to the Duke's mansion. Therefore, my third sister has always been raised by the old lady and has a very good relationship with her." Xianninglan was speechless, gritting her teeth and cursing. What kind of lunatic is he? His wife risked her life to give birth to his child. And what does he do? He just abandons his daughter and runs away. Is he acting like a father? And your father, judging from what your maternal grandmother said, he's probably not a good person either. On the day the house was raided, he was still fighting and arguing with his wife, and he even knocked me unconscious. Xianlinglan said indignantly. I think this whole Duke's mansion is full of lunatics. Exile Nian was both amused and exasperated. Why is that my dad? My dad is in front of us, walking and looking back at us as he goes. That's true. Xianlinglan waved to Exile Wenyuan. Your dad can't be that unlucky guy. Our Lao Exile is much more reliable. Sai, I wonder if I can buy something on my way to the inn tonight. It would be great if I could buy a small pot to boil some water. We can't drink cold water every day, or our stomachs might not be able to handle it. Mom, don't let those silly little dramas mislead you. Exile isn't a vacation, and they're not going to buy you things. Dream on. The water quality in ancient times must have been better than where we are now. We have to filter the groundwater we draw from multiple times using water purification tablets. It's definitely cleaner than the water resources after the apocalypse. At most, there might be some mayflies and animal feces in the water. Xianlinglan didn't want to talk anymore. She really misses the large bottled water that the girl had stocked up on in her online space. This is just the beginning. Don't worry, it will only get worse from here on out. Xianlinglan. Girl, shut up. I don't really like listening to you. Third sister. Exile Mingxue suddenly called out, turning to look at Xianlinglan and her daughter. Fourth aunt, please help me support third sister. What's going on? Xianlinglan dragged the chains forward a few steps and reached out to support Exile Ruoyu, who was leaning against Exile Mingxue. I was startled when I touched her forehead. She has a fever. It seems the wound on her back is infected. Exile Nian frowned. End of this chapter. What should we do? Exile Mingxue asked, tears streaming down her face. What can we do then? Xianlinglan said quickly. We'll just have to deal with it. They had only just set off, and it was obvious that the escorts wouldn't stop the group just for Exile Ruoyu. Fourth aunt? Exile Mingxue stared blankly at Xianlinglan. The latter coughed and said, Okay, let's try that fever reducer from the Marquis' mansion first. Hang in there, and we'll check on the injury when we get to the post station tonight. Then, what should we do? Exile Mingxue looked at Exile Ruoyu, who was delirious with fever, and tears streamed down her face. Fourth aunt, do you think we could put third sister on the cart first, and have that maid pull it along? Exile Mingxue pointed to Dali, the maid who was silently pulling the cart and following not far from them. Xianlinglan refused without hesitation. How can that be? What are we going to do with all that stuff piled up on the cart? We'll need it all on the way. We can't just throw it away. But... Oh no, don't say but. We can't throw anything away. My daughter just said we won't be able to buy anything on the way. These seemingly insignificant bottles and jars will come in handy. They're lifesavers. Have Lu Mama's second son come over and carry her for a while. The little girl is light and easy to carry than my big-headed son. As soon as Xianlinglan said this, the Exile family members following her all glared at her angrily. Exile Nian twitched her lips. She knew her mother would be met with disdain from everyone. In ancient times, there was a strict separation between men and women. If a mother actually asked a male servant to carry her young lady, wouldn't that be forcing the young lady to her death? Fourth sister-in-law, you've been sick. Why are you talking so incoherently? How can you say such things? Third wife Shuang rolled her eyes and mocked. If you don't want to help, you can't just keep making things worse at a time like this. Mother. Exile Nian tugged at Xianlinglan and whispered. Here, it's customary for boys and girls to not sit together after the age of 7. Male servants usually avoid seeing young ladies and dare not have any physical contact with them. Xianlinglan was speechless. What kind of time is this? Still being so fussy. She was almost delirious with fever, and she was still talking about the difference between men and women. She wouldn't let him carry her, so did he expect her to support him the whole way? In the past, she was strong and healthy, so she could help herself. But since she was someone's nominal fourth aunt, she accepted it. But now... She herself is so delicate and frail that she can barely walk. Her arms and shoulders are aching from holding on. What if she loses her strength and trips someone? Wouldn't she be the one to take the blame then? Grandma, Sonia has completely fainted. What should we do? Xianlinglan immediately shifted the blame to Madame Yu, looking worried. It's not that I don't want to help her, but I can barely walk myself, so I really can't support her. It seemed that Exile Mingxue on the other side was even weaker, so it was best not to rely on her for support. Exile Ruoyu's weight is now mostly on Xianlinglan. Xianlinglan feels like her shoulders are about to collapse. The old lady sighed and hesitated for a long time before saying, Fourth son's wife, why don't we do as Mingxue has suggested and put the third girl on the cart first? Xianlinglan's temper flared up instantly, and she was completely enraged. Her voice suddenly rose. Can't you see for yourselves? That cart is piled high with stuff. Where can you possibly fit anyone in? What kind of time is this to be so fussy? The person is about to die. You all just talk and don't come up with any concrete solutions. You're just going to pin the blame on me and call it a day? I'm not having it anymore. Either leave them here to fend for themselves, or have someone carry them. It's up to you. I can't even walk myself. I'm too lazy to deal with your mess. Exile Mingxue helped the old lady up, and the two of them stared in disbelief. Everyone around was startled by the sudden sound of Exile Yen's mother setting off a cannon, and they all stopped to watch. Exile Wenyuan quickly dragged his dark-faced Exile Wenin and his youngest son Exile Mohan forward, calling out, Wife, what happened? Don't be angry, I'll handle it. The old lady was crying uncontrollably, still reeling from the angry outburst from her fourth son's wife. Upon seeing this, the third master, Exile Wenin, flew into a rage. Fourth daughter-in-law, what's wrong with you? How dare you speak to mother like that? I said your mother's. Exile Yen reacted quickly and covered her mother's mouth to stop her from unleashing a string of profanities. Fourth brother, look at your wife. She used to be so wild and unruly, and now she's probably out of her mind or gone mad. Exile Wenin roared in anger. You're the one who's crazy, your whole family is crazy. Shut up. Exile Wenyuan shoved the man behind him impatiently. What does my wife's business have to do with you? You're making comments. You think this place isn't chaotic enough? You think you're so great just because you have a mouth? You think you can talk so much? Exile Wenin stared at his fourth brother with a look of utter disbelief. Fourth brother just opened his mouth to criticize him and defend his wife? Is it raining blood from the sky? In the past, fourth brother was always fighting and arguing with that woman at home. When has he ever uttered a single word for Xianlinglan? It's no big deal. It's just a little girl who fainted and needs to be carried. I'll arrange it. Exile Wenyuan glanced at Dali, who was expressionless. You carry her for a while, and let Liang push the cart. Liang is Mu Liang, the second son of Granny Lu's family. Hearing this, he was about to walk over when he was given a cold glance by Dali Yatu. My matriarch instructed me that my duty is to stay by the young lady's side at all times and guard these supplies. Apart from taking care of the madam, young lady, and two young masters, no one else is within my purview, including you, son-in-law. Exile Yen lowered her head and chuckled smugly. My dad is used to giving orders and making arrangements at the base, so he has to make all the decisions wherever he goes. Isn't he going to get humiliated in no time? Exile Wenyuan was taken aback, then glanced at his heartless daughter with a wronged expression before continuing his arrangements without any embarrassment. Among our companions, is there any nimble and agile female warrior willing to carry my niece on her back? I'll offer 2 pancakes. Add 2 more pieces of dried meat. As she spoke, a woman wearing heavy shackles and handcuffs stood up and raised her eyebrows at Exile Wenyuan. When everyone saw that the woman came from the group from Dragon Tiger's stronghold, they immediately fell silent and stared at her with considerable apprehension. As Exile Wenyuan hesitated, he heard his little girl reply crisply, Deal. But can you carry her on your back for 5 consecutive days? The young girl spoke softly and sweetly, her fair face and rosy cheeks radiating a gentle smile. Those misty eyes looked especially innocent, as if they were two clear springs, radiating endless innocence and naivety. The woman tugged at her shackles, quite surprised. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Exile blinked her innocent big eyes. "Sister, you're so beautiful. Why would I be afraid of you?" These words not only silenced everyone in Dragon Tiger's stronghold, but also made everyone around her look at her as if she were a deity. The woman was somewhat embarrassed and angry. "Are you making fun of me?" End of this chapter. "Sister, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling the truth. My parents know that I never lie. Your red makeup cannot conceal your lofty ambitions, and your sword, cold as frost, illuminates the 9 provinces. You are simply a role model for women of our generation. I have admired extraordinary women like you since I was a child. You are the heroine I have been chasing in my stories. You must not underestimate yourself. Everyone. You're such a braggart. Even the sister of the 3rd leader of Dragon Tiger's stronghold blushed from your praise." Zhao Sun blushed a little, but her affection for the delicate and sweet little sister in front of her increased dramatically. "This girl is so eloquent. I want to listen, I love listening. But liking is liking and business is business," Zhao Sun said in a deep voice. 2 pieces of flatbread and 2 pieces of dried meat cost half a day's price. "I know, sister, I can't let you work for nothing. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well fed. You've helped us a lot this time. I'll give you a water pouch later as a token of my gratitude." Water bags are a valuable item. After the Dragon Tiger's stronghold was wiped out, they set off penniless and unprepared. Zhao Sun was overjoyed upon hearing this, and could not hide his delight. Exile frowned deeply. "Carry it for 5 days and you only send a water bag? 6th girl, you should know to discuss things with your family before you do anything." "Shut up. Uncle, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but I was talking to my sister." "How can you be so rude, interrupting us like that? Do you think you're so great just because you're talking? Will you die if you don't say anything?" Exile stared wide-eyed at Exile as if she were possessed by a ghost. Oh no, another one has gone crazy." The little crybaby walked for half a day, and not only was she tired, she kept crying. "But she's also learned to talk back to people." "6th sister, you." Exile Mingxue opened her mouth, wanting to defend her father, but before she could finish speaking, Exile retorted with a single sentence. "4th sister, we are now asking the heroine for help to resolve our current predicament. If you had other methods that did not require resources, why didn't you say so earlier? You yourself are unable to carry anything, so if you can help, don't waste your breath." Exile Mingxue lowered her head and sobbed softly. Xian Ninglan's temper flared up again at the slightest provocation, and she roared. "Stop crying. What's the use of crying all day? You're crying away all your good fortune. Xie, why are you being so fierce? Why are you yelling at Mingxue? Don't think you can act like a tyrant just because the minister's mansion sent you a batch of things. Don't try to do whatever you want and piss on the heads of the whole family." 3rd Madame Zhuang also exploded and dragged her chains over to support her daughter. "It's none of your business if my family gives me things. Those are gifts from my mother to our family of 4 or 5. We're not giving them to you to use. Why would I use them to bully you? What business is it of yours?" Zhuang was stunned for a moment, then beat her chest and stamped her feet. "You Xie, I knew you were selfish to the core. No wonder you and Exile secretly ate flatbread and dried meat at noon, and didn't even share half a piece with us. Laughable. What do you mean, secretly? We're eating openly and honestly. What's it to you? If you're so capable, why don't you ask your family to send some over?" Xian Ninglan rolled her eyes, then caught sight of several escorts rushing over menacingly. She immediately pulled her daughter back a step and fell silent. Zhuang cried and screamed. "Mother, look at her, look at her. She's clearly not caring about the fate of the whole family." The outstretched finger, raised in midair, was swept by the tail of the escort's whip. Zhuang cried out in pain and withdrew her hand, her face turning pale. Several escorts roared. Who's causing trouble? Can't we just keep traveling in peace? If we don't reach the post station on the outskirts of the capital before dark, you'll all be eating dust and drinking the wind. Madam Yu quickly waved her hand. No, we're not causing any trouble. We just need to ask the officers to loosen the chains a bit, as we've hired someone to carry our unconscious granddaughter. The escort glanced at Exile, who was slumped to the side, and said irritably, Your family always has so much trouble. He complained a few times but didn't say anything more, and untied the iron lock hanging around Exile waist. Exile, Xianinglan, and Zhao Sun worked together to tie Exile to Zhao Sun's back. Exile smiled sweetly at Zhao Sun and asked, How should I address you, sister? Zhao Sun. Sister Zhao, my name is Exile, Exile as in hard work and Nian as in longing. The little girl was soft and sweet, with a radiant smile, as if a ray of light shone on her, making people want to reach out and pat her head. Zhao Sun tried hard to suppress the slight upturn of her lips and said dryly, Follow behind me and be careful. The dirt road down from Shirley's slope is not easy to walk on. The little girl responded very obediently. Turning her head, she glanced at the inquiring looks coming from several other businesses, but she ignored them all. What are you looking at? They've all ended up in exile. None of them are any more noble than the others. In the days to come, we'll see how each of us uses our unique abilities to succeed. In the afternoon, it got hotter and hotter as they walked, and everyone was drenched in sweat. The ladies and young women exiled from the capital were delicate and pampered, and many of them had blisters on their feet from walking so much on the first day. As the time drew to a close, nearing 5 o'clock, everyone was too exhausted to even utter a sigh or a sob. Exile woke up halfway through, still delirious with fever, but managed to keep walking and then carried the old lady on her back. Zhao Sun didn't say much and obeyed the arrangements. He would change people when told to and carry whomever he was told to. Despite the shackles and handcuffs dragging on, he carried people as if walking on flat ground. Many people in the procession collapsed. After being scolded by the guards, their relatives, looking as if their fathers had died, dragged their burdens and continued on their way. They rushed to the designated location after sunset, and as night fell, many people burst into tears the moment they saw the small post station on the outskirts of Beijing. Dolly stared blankly at the people who were weeping and making ridiculous faces, and silently pushed the cart behind Exile. Look at these grown men, all of them so listless, they don't even look as capable as her delicate little lady. She thought she would have to carry the young lady on her back halfway, but the girl has remained completely silent all the way. Exile held Xianinglan's arm and secretly channeled healing energy into her. I estimate I can break through to the first level tonight. Really? Xianinglan exclaimed with delight. What kind of superpower is it? Both. Xianinglan was overjoyed. Oh my, it had to be her precious daughter. She was indeed incredibly brave, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. Does that mean we can use the most basic spatial techniques, like condensing and storing things? Exile nodded. It should work. I'll try it tonight. Xianinglan clasped her hands together and muttered to herself. Thank God, it would be best if we could open our original space as soon as possible. What I'm most worried about right now is what to do when my period comes. Oh dear. Although your grandma prepared a lot of cotton pads for us, I'm not used to using those. If only we could open up the space, we could use up all those sanitary napkins we've hoarded in several lifetimes. Exile held her mother's hand tightly. Don't worry, Mom, I'll try my best. End of this chapter. Exile knew that her mother was not being dramatic. The things her mother was worried about were precisely the painful experiences that women had to go through on the road to exile. They were already suffering from the constant travel day and night, and if they didn't get proper care during their menstrual period, they would probably be exhausted before they even reached the far north. For their physical and mental well-being, Exile had to get her original space back as soon as possible, no matter what. Meanwhile, The old escort had already completed the paperwork and seal procedures with the post station manager, and then called for the crowd to split into 2 groups and head towards the backyard. Half of the men were put to spend the night in the stables, while the other half were sent to the woodshed. The Exile family was assigned to the woodshed, which was relatively lucky. At least the woodshed had a roof over their heads, which was better than the stinking stable. Soon, Exile Yen realized that she was still too young. The woodshed was no better than the stable. 70 or 80 people were crammed into a dilapidated room. When the men took off their shoes, the stench of their feet was so strong it could be smelled from afar. After a day of walking, everyone had several large blisters on the insteps and soles of their feet. Exile Yen's family was no exception. Fortunately, she had been secretly channeling her healing power into herself and her mother, so the injuries to her feet were much better than those of others. My dad had a rough time. His heels were red and swollen, and he had 3 or 5 blisters on the soles of his feet. When he took off his shoes, he was in so much pain that he was grimacing. The family of 5 occupied the spot by the door of the woodshed, where the air was slightly better with the door open. Dolly brought a straw mat for the group and laid it on the ground, placing the eldest young master, Exile Machin, a little further inside to prevent him from being stepped on. Seeing her busy delivering water bags and cakes to her and her mother, Exile Yen waved her over. "Dolly, sit down and rest too. You must be tired after pushing the cart all day." She shook her head vigorously and said in a measured tone, "This servant is not tired." Exile Yen looked at her with a smile. "Dolly, what's your last name?" Dolly was taken aback, then shook her head. "This servant has no surname. It's good that you don't have a surname. You can take my surname and be called Exile Dolly. What do you think?" Dolly's eyes lit up, and he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, "Thank you for bestowing this surname upon me, young lady." The ancients were so simple and honest. The mother and daughter looked at Dolly's bright eyes and felt a surge of emotion at the same time. "Sit down and eat with us. From now on, we'll be a family of 6, Xianinglan said with a smile. Dolly hesitated for a moment, then sat down as instructed, took a pancake, and clasped his hands in a fist salute, saying, "Thank you, madam." Beside him, Exile Wenyuan huddled in a corner, picking at 3 or 5 blisters without blinking an eye. He dragged out his words, grimacing and sucking in air. "Daughter, I feel like these feet don't even belong to me anymore. It's numb and itchy, so uncomfortable I want to cry." Exile Yen and Xianinglan looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. To ensure safety and prevent anyone from escaping, the men were all put in shackles while traveling. Imagine how much suffering they endured carrying those shackles, which weighed over 10 pounds each. I can only take it off and relax a bit when I'm resting at night. Now, not only are the soles of my father's feet blistered, but both of his shoulders are also chafed raw and bleeding from the heavy shackles. Xianinglan tenderly applied medicine to the chafed area on his shoulder. "Old Exile, bear with it. My daughter said this medicine isn't very effective. It only provides temporary relief. Tomorrow morning, my family is sending us a batch of herbs. Once they arrive, I'll have my daughter grind some practical and useful powder for you when she has some free time, so you won't feel so bad." Exile Wenyuan nodded repeatedly, sucking in air and groaning, "Ouch, ouch," over and over. Exile Dolly, expressionless, secretly rolled his eyes at this spoiled son-in-law. Even though this young lady is such a pampered young lady, she got blisters on her feet, but she didn't complain or cry out in pain. The grown man wore a mournful face, playing the victim to his wife and daughter. The old lady was right. This son-in-law was indeed unreliable, and she would have to rely on him to help her daughter from now on. "Mother, give me some copper coins." Exile Yen winked at Xianinglan, half of her body covering her, so that her mother could take out a handful of copper coins from a bulging money bag. The loose silver given by my maternal grandmother varied in amount, ranging from 1 to 3 taels, and also contained several hundred copper coins, making it quite a heavy bag. Exile Yen took the money, turned around, and walked outside. Many people followed her out and saw the little girl smiling and whispering a few words to the old escort. The latter seemed very polite, and soon after, Exile Yen returned with 2 servants from the post station. 2 servants, each carrying a basin of hot water, put it down and turned to leave. Dad, Mom, you should both soak your feet in hot water. Girl, you go first. Exile Wen pointed to the water. No need, you guys wash. She knew her physical condition better than anyone else. Her healing ability would provide her with a continuous source of energy. The blisters on her feet had long since subsided. Although her delicate body wasn't quite ready for high-intensity walking exercise, her condition was actually much better than her parents'. Exile Wen scooped up his youngest son, who was squatting to the side, and chuckled. Son, soak your feet with Dad. Come on, don't let your stinky feet bother the child. Xianninglan glanced at him disdainfully, then pulled the child to her side. Honor, soak in the water with your mother. Then I won't be polite. Exile Wen happily put his feet into the hot water, his face showing a little expression of both pain and pleasure, and he made a strange ouch sound. Dolly tightened the corners of her mouth, secretly drawing another big red X on her son-in-law's head in her mind. Stingy. Delicate. Plus a bit of a chatterbox. These are all fatal flaws in men. A man should be like the old master and eldest master of the Xia family, standing tall and in charge of everything, able to support the whole family effortlessly. The couple took off their shoes and soaked their feet in a corner by the door. Exile Wen turned his head and happened to catch a glimpse of this scene, which made him furious. He frowned and walked over, his face full of disapproval. Fourth brother, what you're doing is utterly disgraceful. The pedantic air wafted over him, and Exile Wen couldn't help but retort. It's just soaking your feet. Why are you bringing up being refined? What, you never bathe or wash your feet, and you've been smelling like this for decades? Zhuangshi stepped forward and mocked. Fourth master, you guys are really being inconsiderate. Taking off your shoes to wash them in public, and your wife will follow suit. Women shouldn't expose their feet in public. It's a disgrace to our entire family. Xianninglan was busy squeezing the small blisters on her adopted son's feet. Xianninglan felt sorry for the little pair of white feet that were red, swollen, and covered in blisters. How come this child is so tough? Other kids cry and fuss after walking all day, but he walked like this and didn't utter a single sound. She was asking her child. Your foot is like this, don't you feel any pain? Why didn't you tell your father? When Mr. and Mrs. Exile came straight over, their faces sour, clearly looking for trouble. With her fiery temper, she couldn't tolerate it at all and immediately spat back. What? You two have to do everything? If you can't stand it, why don't you just donate your eyes? I didn't even offer you water to wash your feet. Why are you coming here looking for a scolding? End of this chapter. Zhuang was so angry she was speechless. What do you mean, you? Where were you hiding during human evolution? I think your brain isn't fully developed, and your cerebellum is out of balance and growing crooked. You think you're so capable, always pointing fingers at us. Mind your own business and stop wasting your breath telling others what to do. Instead of having such leisure time, you should think more about your future. Don't be so eager to teach others. Nobody here needs your instruction. While rebuking him, Xianninglan's hands were quick, and she soon squeezed out the blisters on her adopted son's feet. Zhuang blushed from the scolding, and after being glared at by her husband Exile Wen, she retreated dejectedly. Fourth brother, you should watch your reputation. Fourth sister-in-law is too outrageous. Zhuang is her third sister-in-law. How can she be so unreasonable? Exile Wen couldn't bear to look at the couple. While the 4 wives and their family may have been unreliable in the past, they had never been this unreasonable. At least on the surface, the sisters-in-law maintained a decent relationship. Exile Wen said irritably, They've already been exiled, how good can their reputation be? My wife and I are none of your business, third brother. I'll spoil my wife, what does it have to do with you two? You're just being nosy. You! Exile Wen glared at his stubborn underling, his liver aching with anger. Stop arguing, third brother. Hurry up and sit back down. Big brother will be handing out dinner soon. If you keep whining, you'll miss out on a meal and then you'll have nowhere to cry. Exile Wonen opened his mouth wide, looked at his fourth brother, then at his sister-in-law, and turned away with a stern face. Has the fourth brother gone mad too? They've only been on the road for a short while, and in just one day, the entire fourth branch of the family has gone insane? Previously, the fourth branch of the family acted haphazardly and was hated by everyone, but at least they could put on a show in public, upholding the dignity of the Duke's mansion and maintaining a facade of peace. They've only been in exile for a day, and they're all too lazy to even pretend anymore? Exile Wonen stormed back to the Exile family mansion where everyone was gathered. Zhuang Shi had already spoken ill of Xianinglan twice in front of the old lady. Unfortunately, the old lady was exhausted after a long day and her energy was completely depleted, so she couldn't respond to her at all. Zhuang was not giving up and continued to chatter on. The old lady, unable to bear it any longer, interrupted. Mrs. Zhuang, if you really have nothing better to do, go outside and see if you can find us a basin of hot water. Zhuang stared wide-eyed in disbelief, startled. Mother, didn't Ah Zhong just go and inquire? That basin of hot water cost 8 copper coins. Where would I get the money? Her eyes darted around. But my fourth sister-in-law, her family must have given her a lot of money, right? They brought 2 basins of hot water without batting an eye, but I haven't seen them bring a single basin to my mother. I just peeked over and saw that my in-laws sent over a cart full of things, including food, drinks, and other necessities. Logically speaking, since it's still the eldest son's wife who's in charge of the household, she should be the one to distribute the things in the house. The young woman sitting to the side, holding her son, twitched slightly upon hearing this. Without thinking, she replied, Third aunt, you're joking. In the current situation, how can a junior like me make decisions? We still have to listen to grandmother and everything. Besides, the things that fourth aunt's family sent are practically part of her dowry. It's impossible for a junior like me to interfere. Third aunt, please forgive me. Daughter-in-law, what are you saying? I was just thinking that you are the head of our Duke's mansion, so shouldn't we listen to your opinion on everything? Third aunt, you're really flattering your niece-in-law. I'm just a junior, and can't make decisions for anyone. If third aunt wants supplies from fourth aunt's family, she'd better discuss it with fourth aunt herself. Lin Xiui held her son and lowered her head slightly, concealing the contempt and disgust in her eyes. She wanted to take advantage of others while dragging them down with her, using her as a raft. It's ridiculous. Does she think everyone else is as stupid as her? Say less. Exile Wonen's face was ugly as he glared at his wife. Zhuang failed to incite trouble and was even rebuked by her niece-in-law, making her look somewhat embarrassed. Just then, the escort came in to distribute the evening meal, and she took the opportunity to shut up. Dinner was still half a brown rice cake. The escort, Xiao Jia, raised his chin and said, Hot water costs 8 coins a bowl. Those who want some can come and line up. Eat breakfast and rest. We'll set off at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Anyone who dawdles and delays the journey will be whipped. Officer, could you please provide some cold water and some flatbread? Xiao Jia raised an eyebrow and said, A pot of cold water costs 2 coins. Exile Yen looked up and saw the exiled prisoner who had asked the question looking like he was about to break apart, standing there swaying precariously. Officer, we came out penniless. Could you please make an exception for us? What nonsense are you spouting if you have no money? Xiao Jia snapped angrily. You want water even if you have no money? You won't die if you skip a day or 2. Just wait. You'll pass by a stream or river tomorrow, and then you can drink your fill. The young man collapsed to the ground with a thud and burst into tears. His crying was so intense that the 3 women of varying ages around him also burst into tears. An elderly woman, presumably his mother, slapped her thigh and wailed, You heartless people! You won't even give him a sip of water. This is going to let him die of thirst. My son passed the imperial examination and became the second highest scorer in the court. Xiao Jia lashed out with his whip at the old woman, startling her so much that she scrambled to her feet and quickly hid behind her son. I don't care if you're a top scholar or a third-place scholar, once you're on the road, you'll all be exiled criminals. You old hag, try babbling on and on. Don't you even have your eyes wide open and see clearly? Among these exiled people, who isn't a high-ranking official? Don't think that just because you're a mere second-place scholar, you can be a mere earl, marquis, or duke. They'd all have to obediently be escorted and exiled by us. Xian Ninglan silently wiped her feet clean and put her shoes back on. No matter how loud the commotion was from the other side, her family was used to ignoring it. She was applying medicine to her youngest son's foot, blowing on it as she did so, saying, "When your sister gets some good medicine tomorrow, Mom, I'll apply it to you again." Little Exile Mohan was very happy and grinned at them. Although his feet hurt from walking all the way, his mother just washed his feet with him and applied medicine to them. His mother cared for him just like she cared for his older sister, which finally calmed his anxious heart. He couldn't have been an adopted child, could he? He definitely wasn't. Meanwhile, after several guards came and dragged Xiao Jia away, the women of Wang Bingyan's family burst into mournful sobs. The others were munching on dried biscuits, occasionally glancing at them. Exile Wen'an helped the old lady up and moved step by step to Exile Yen and the others. Exile Wenyuan quickly stood up, protecting his wife and daughter like he was protecting a chick. Exile Wen'an, you didn't go to eat the pancakes that were just handed out, but came here to cause trouble again? Exile Wen'an glared angrily. Do you think I came here willingly? It was Mother who asked you to help invite Physician Qing. Third sister's back injury has worsened, and she has fainted again. End of this chapter. Physician Cheng? There's a physician among these exiles. Exile Wenyuan belatedly realized and looked in the direction Exile Wen'an indicated. Sitting in the corner were Physician Cheng and his family of 4. Among them, the old lady was in very poor condition. She was leaning against the woodpile, her lips were white and dry, her face was listless, and she was having some difficulty breathing. Physician Qing is probably like a skilled cook who can't cook without rice. He has neither medicine nor diagnostic tools, so he can't even take good care of his own family members. So would asking him be of any use? Exile Wenyuan wondered to himself. With a sorrowful expression, Madame Yu said, "Fourth son, third daughter has been in a daze and her fever won't go down. I have no choice but to ask you for help." The old lady didn't want to take advantage of her fourth son's wife, and her face turned slightly red when she said this. Despite all the difficulties, they still had to ask, because Sonia's condition was dangerous, and currently only Lao Si's family had the supplies and could afford to hire a doctor. Seeing his mother's unease and his third brother's fierce expression, that seemed to say, "If you dare not agree, I'll kill you," Exile Wenyuan quickly said, "I'll handle this, Mother. Don't worry. I'll go ask Physician Qing right now if he's willing to treat third girl." Exile Wen'an lowered his lips and said in a tough voice, "This is more like what a fourth uncle should do." Exile Wenyuan ignored the man, immediately wrapped up a few pancakes, took 3 pieces of dried meat, and walked up to Dr. Qing. After briefly explaining the situation, Physician Qing looked embarrassed and helplessly cupped his hands to Exile Wenyuan, saying, "Brother Exile, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but I have neither silver needles nor herbs on me, so I really don't know where to start." "It's all right, Physician Qing, you are more experienced than us. You just need to come over and take my niece's pulse. We have some medicine here, please see how best to use it." Exile Wenyuan stuffed a small bag of food into Physician Cheng's hand. "This is just a small reward, I hope Physician Qing can help me out." Exile Nian didn't care what her father was doing. After a simple dinner, she began to immerse herself in absorbing energy. Under Xianninglan's cover, Exile Nian huddled in a corner and smoothly broke through to the first level of superpower. With his right hand behind his back, he made a clenching and unclenching motion, causing the space to distort slightly and the air to tremble gently. In an instant, a colorless, transparent bead appeared on the little girl's fingertip. The bundles of firewood behind them had vanished without a trace. Exile Nian raised an eyebrow, looked up and met Xian Ninglan's bright eyes, smiled, and nodded. The space has been compressed, and for now there is only about 10 cubic meters of storage space. Xian Ninglan breathed a sigh of relief and said in a low voice, "That's great. 10 cubic meters is just the beginning." Xian Ninglan is quite confident in her daughter. She knows that her daughter will definitely reach a height that is rarely seen in the world in the future. Exile and Wenyuan rushed back in a hurry. Exile and Nian glanced at the Exile family and saw that they had already fenced off the corner with 2 straw mats. She asked curiously, "Dad, what are you busy with?" Imperial physician Qing took Sanya's pulse and said that this injury cannot be delayed. The wound must be cleaned with hot water, and then the medicine should be reapplied immediately. Exile and Wenyuan saw his wife and daughter and started complaining. At first, the old lady was not happy, saying that there were too many people and too many eyes here, and how could a pure and innocent young lady apply medicine here? Xian Ning and Lan Xinyan rolled their eyes in perfect unison. It was physician Cheng who said that minor injuries, if left untreated, could develop into serious illnesses, and the old lady had no choice but to agree. I borrowed 2 straw mats from Dali to fence off the corner, and had the Exile family stand outside the mats to keep watch. Exile Wenyuan grinned at his daughter. "The 12 coins for hot water were given to me by your mother. Right now, your mother is the richest woman here. A little bit of money between her fingers is enough for us to eat for 3 to 5 days. Isn't it 8 coins for a basin of hot water?" "Yes, I bargained with them and got 2 basins of hot water." Exile Wenyuan looked at Exile Nian as if he remembered something. "Girl, those 2 basins of hot water you had earlier, you didn't pay the original price. I bargained too, I got them for 10 coins. Exile Nian raised her chin and looked at him with a proud face. Xian Ninglan chuckled and covered her mouth with a laugh. "Old Exile, your daughter has inherited your stinginess." "That's right, look who her daughter is." Exile Wenyuan chuckled. "Father, you neglect my own brother but dote on your niece. Have the old lady and the others forgotten that her brother is still in a coma?" No one seemed to come forward to offer any concern. Perhaps the Exile family had long considered their eldest brother a corpse, just waiting for him to breathe his last. "That's because they know my daughter is very capable. Why are you following others around messing around? Once you get the basic medicinal herbs, you'll definitely be able to wake your brother up." Exile Wenyuan gestured towards the Exile family. "Don't worry about them. The eldest and second son's wives are helping to treat the wounds. With physician Cheng pointing out the acupressure points, the fever should go down." Before he could finish speaking, Erlang's wife, Mei, hurried over and bowed. "Fourth uncle, we need to borrow some clean linen from fourth aunt to wrap the wound." As Dali coldly pulled a piece of burlap from the cart, Mei hurriedly reached out and took it. With a strong pull, the burlap was split in 2. "That's enough." Dali took most of it and left the rest for Mei. The latter thanked him awkwardly and left. In a corner, the Exile family managed to stabilize the third Mrs. injuries after some effort. The old escort entered the room, smiled and glanced at everyone, his face full of kindness. "It's almost time, everyone should rest quietly. Just a reminder, we'll depart at 3 a.m. tomorrow." Exile Wenyuan was shocked. "Daughter, what time is it exactly at Inshur, 3 to 5 a.m.? 3 in the morning?" Exile Nian's face fell, and she looked utterly dejected. "It was still barely dawn then, and you probably couldn't even see where you were going." Holy crap! Exile Wenyuan was so shocked that his pupils dilated. What kind of hellish lifestyle did the ancients have? Exile Nian sighed and explained to her father. "People here are used to working at sunrise and resting at sunset. They go to bed at 7 or 8 o'clock and get up at 3 o'clock, so they get 7 or 8 hours of sleep, which is enough for a good night's sleep. My God, I definitely won't be able to sleep with this hellish schedule." After saying that, Exile Wenyuan lay down and started snoring less than 30 seconds later. Exile Nian was in great pain. All she could hear all night was loud and soft snoring from the woodshed. The snoring was deafening, with high-frequency vibrations on one side and low-frequency accompaniment on the other, intermittent spirals, rising and falling in a chaotic rhythm. She was on edge and barely managed to fall asleep around midnight. Before 3 o'clock, Xianlinglan shook her awake and whispered in her ear. The escorts told us to go to the back gate of the post station. Exile frantically channeled her healing power, using her supernatural ability to calm her head, which was on the verge of exploding. The healing power spread, and the cooling sensation intensified. Exile then took a deep breath and felt her mind clear up a bit. The two rubbed their slightly cool arms and walked to the back door of the inn. Through the broken door, they could vaguely see a pale figure. The tall, elegant young man turned around. It was still dark, and a ray of moonlight shone on him, as if carved and polished, clear and pure as jade. End of this chapter. Greetings, aunt and cousin. Xianlinglan hadn't slept well either. She looked at the person who came with sleepy eyes, her mind a little foggy. Who is it? She asked Exile with her eyes. Exile searched through the original owner's memories, lightly pinched Xianlinglan's arm, and put on a sweet smile. Cousin is here. He lowered his voice and spoke very quickly to his mother. Mother, this is my maternal uncle's only son, your dear nephew Xiarue. My cousin is a prodigy who could write poetry at the age of 3, and martial arts at the age of 5. He passed the provincial examination at the age of 9, and the imperial examination at the age of 13. He is now the left vice minister of the Ministry of Works. The original owner's affection for this nephew from her maternal family far surpasses that for her own 2 children. Xiarue's position in your heart is second only to mine. Exile twisted Xianlinglan's arm harder and whispered a reminder. Be more enthusiastic, mother. In the past, when you saw young Master Xie, your mouth would stretch to the back of your ears. You were extremely happy. Xianlinglan twitched her lips. Be natural, go up and open the door, and greet your cousin with a smile. Let me tell you, Xiarue is shrewd, cunning, and has a keen eye. Don't give yourself away in front of him and let him know that you are not the original owner of this body. Xianlinglan's mind cleared up considerably after being bombarded with her daughter's rapid-fire chatter. She quickly put on a fake smile, pretended to be enthusiastic, opened the broken door and went out. Oh it's Rage-ear. Mom, don't exaggerate. Exile secretly pinched her arm. Xianlinglan's lips drooped, either turning up nor down, just frozen in place. Exile stepped forward with a forced smile. Cousin, why did you come to deliver this so early in the morning? There's no need for such trouble, you could have just sent a servant. How can that be? You must at least meet your aunt and cousin. Your journey from the capital is long, and who knows when you will see them again. Exile pinched her mother and drew the word cry on her arm. After a moment of preparation, Xianlinglan forced out a few fake tears. Rage-ear, I'm truly happy that you've come to see your aunt off. Your father is away from the capital most of the year, so I'll have to trouble you to take good care of your grandparents in place of your aunt. Aunt, you flatter me? This is all Rare's duty. Xianlinglan lowered her head, pinched her nose, and continued to cry. She didn't know what to say next, she felt awkward. Exile continued to put on a professional smile and spoke softly. Cousin, mother is very happy to see you. Please forgive her for being impolite in her excitement. Cousin, please don't be so formal. We're all family, Xiarue said with a smile. The preparations were rushed, but fortunately, we've accomplished our mission and have prepared all the items on the list. Exile's eyes lit up, and she quickly walked around him to check the 5 large baskets on the ground. Thank you, cousin. You've worked hard. Good people will surely have a peaceful life. Xiarue. The little crybaby seems to have changed a bit. In the past, when I saw him, he was always timid and cowardly, and I would avoid him as much as possible. He never spoke so much before. Remember my cousin. Exile was inspecting the contents of several baskets. Not bad, ephedra, kudzu root, pinelia, angelica, scutellaria, etc. She has prepared all the herbs listed on her list. She can finally find time today to brew the fever-reducing medicine. Hearing Xie speak, Exile Yen turned around and looked at him, meeting his smiling gaze. Thank you, cousin. You must be tired after a long day. Why don't you head back soon? You're already kicking me out as soon as you get the goods? Xie chuckled inwardly and nodded. These things are quite heavy. Do you want me to bring some people inside for you? Exile Yen waved her hands repeatedly. No need, thank you, cousin. I'll have Uncle San and the others come and help carry them later. All right, once your aunt and cousin arrive in Binzhou, someone will be there to meet you. A backup plan? It sounds like they're helping someone escape from prison. Exile Yen smiled innocently at her cousin. Let everything take its natural course, and we shouldn't be too much of a burden on Uncle. Let's forget about breaking him out of prison. As the prefect of Binzhou, Xie father couldn't use his position to take his wife and children to Binzhou to be raised as long as he was serving in the court. We agreed to be exiled to the far north, and not a single mile less is acceptable. Transmigrated beings and their souls should strive for self-reliance and self-sufficiency, and avoid burdening the indigenous inhabitants. You may not know this, but there have been many upheavals in the court recently. The people in the Imperial Observatory predict that a natural disaster will occur within a month or so. If you calculate the time, it will coincide with the period when you arrived in Binzhou. Xie stared at the little girl, a smile playing on his lips. Interestingly, after he finished speaking, he showed no sign of shock or panic on the little girl's face. Is this little crybaby usually this calm? She wasn't even scared to tears. Therefore, we wrote to our father to discuss the matter. If a natural disaster were to occur, he would immediately send someone to meet you. Please do not worry too much, aunt and cousin. Xianninglan's eyes widened. A natural disaster? She couldn't believe her ears. She'd been transported to ancient times, and now there was a natural disaster and an apocalypse. Exile Yen remained expressionless. Cousin, do you know what kind of natural disaster the Astronomical Observatory detected? An earthquake, a tremor? Or extreme heat, extreme cold, polar day, or polar night? Xie raised an eyebrow slightly, remaining calm and composed. Nian actually knows so much about natural disasters. Little did Xie know that this was all part of what Exile Yen's family had experienced in their previous lives. This is just the most basic natural disaster. It doesn't even include catastrophic events like hail, acid rain, mudslides, intense light, radiation, poisonous insects, poisonous moths, and animal mutations. Exile Yen gave an awkward laugh. In Xie's eyes, his little cousin's rosy face didn't show the slightest hint of a smile. The Imperial Observatory predicts that a celestial fire will descend within a month or so, sweeping across a large area of the Central Plains. The celestial fire will cause trees to wither and nothing to grow. Xianninglan and her daughter looked at each other in bewilderment. What? The oasis they had just seen was about to be destroyed by God within a month. Aunt and cousin, there's no need to be nervous. These are just predictions from the Imperial Observatory. They may not actually happen. Xie gently reassured the two. His Majesty did not believe these rumors, saying that the people of the Imperial Observatory were spreading alarmist rumors, so he exiled the leaders. The director of the Imperial Observatory and his 2 disciples are now among your exiled group. Xie. Ninglan. I didn't know what to say, so I could only offer a polite smile. Don't believe or spread rumors, but in all things, there are some things that you can't completely believe or completely disbelieve. Who knows, maybe the prediction from that jinxed official in the Imperial Observatory is right? Being exiled without any preparation, if a natural disaster were to strike, there would be absolutely no way out. After explaining these things, Xie bowed to the mother and daughter to say goodbye. Exile Yen waited for a while, and seeing that the boy did not make a comeback, she then raised her hand and put all the baskets of things into her spatial bead. She left only one basket, picked out some herbs and put them in the basket, then covered it with burlap so that no outsider could tell what they were. End of this chapter. Meanwhile, Sierra walked quite a distance before suddenly turning to look at his attendant beside him. Bai Song, did my cousin used to smile when she saw me? Bai Song shook his head quite honestly. No, Miss Biao used to not dare to raise her head even slightly when she saw the young master, let alone laugh. You find it strange too, don't you? Sierra smiled meaningfully. My little cousin seems to have changed a lot since I last saw her. Asterisk. Daughter, do you think that young Master Xia suspects anything about us? How did I react? Exile Nian glanced at her mother and gave a fair answer. Their performance was SOSO. Sierra is very clever. I saw the little expression on his face when he left. TSK, he must be suspicious of us. Exile Nian shrugged, hands behind her back. But doubting is useless. We didn't disguise ourselves or change people. From head to toe, we're still the same as before. Who outsiders can know about changes in our souls? It's all that damned father of the original owners. He actually beat your mother to death. Otherwise, we wouldn't have ended up here. Xianinglan paused. Oh right, daughter, what happened to your original owner? This question really stumped Exile Nian. She hadn't thought about this since she transmigrated. Her parents had both fainted during the day their house was raided, which gave Xianinglan and her husband the opportunity to come here. How did she get here? The original owner of this body must have fainted as well, because she clearly remembered that when she opened her eyes, she was in prison, followed by a series of messy events such as the annulment of the engagement and the journey. Wait, annul the engagement? Exile Nian turned her head and exchanged a glance with her mother, her intelligent eyes flashing. Could it be that the original owner of this body died of anger because she was jilted by that young master of the Marquis of Linen's mansion? What? Xianinglan was shocked. Seeing her daughter's serious expression, she couldn't help but ask. Are you sure? Probably, or maybe he was scared to death because of the confiscation of his property and exile? Exile Nian also felt that this matter was far-fetched. But I feel that it's more likely that she died of anger. I remember Exile Roy, you comforted me yesterday and told me to relax. That young lady must have died of anger and shame because of the broken engagement. Xianinglan stared wide-eyed for a long while. Daughter, you can't do this. We women shouldn't be so hot-tempered. Of course I know. I won't get angry if others make me angry. If I get angry to death, no one can take my place. Yes. Xianinglan nodded repeatedly, holding her little girl's arm. That's the right mindset. Learn from those bad guys, they never fight amongst themselves, even their farts and shits smell good. Bad guys usually wear others down. Exile Nian couldn't help but laugh. She felt that her mother's expression was so funny when she said this. It was like she was possessed by a villain. The original owner of this body was also pitiful. She was so young and hadn't experienced much. She was confined to her room every day, and then suddenly she was exiled and her engagement was broken off. It's understandable that she couldn't think straight. Xianinglan sighed, and when she looked up she saw the old escort rubbing his hands and smiling as he approached. Fourth Madam and Sixth Miss, are you done with your business? Xianinglan politely clenched her fist and bowed to him, saying, Thank you for your care, Officer Zhang. Of course. The old escort glanced at the basket Exile Nian was carrying, and chuckled with a hidden barb. Is this all the stuff you have? Is it really worth the young master of the Ministry of Rights making this trip in person? Exile Nian's smile was bright, and her voice was soft and sweet, making people completely unguarded. We have a lot of stuff, but our cart is already full, and we can't fit any more. So we had to ask my cousin to take most of the stuff back with us. My cousin said that when we get to Hun County, he'll have someone send us some more things, just in case. The young girl gave the old escort officer a shy smile. We'll have to trouble you again, Zhang. Oh, no trouble at all, it's just a small favor. If young Master Xia comes over, just let him know. The old escort officer grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. This is no trouble at all, it's practically a money-giving gift. Every time the Xia family comes to deliver something, They also give a lot of silver along with it. Liang too and the others all receive it, and they're overjoyed, so why would they complain? Exile Nian smiled and said, Then we'll head over there first. Very well. The old escort smiled as he watched the two leave, rubbed his chin, and clicked his tongue. I must say, the young lady from the Duke's mansion is indeed quite beautiful. Xianning caught a glimpse of the old man still staring at them out of the corner of her eye, and felt utterly disgusted. She couldn't help but complain. Daughter, why are you smiling so sweetly at that old lecher? That old scoundrel, with his dog-headed, pig-faced appearance, dares to look at you like that. I wish I could whip him with a rattan cane. It's all right. In a couple of days, once we're out of Beijing and far away, we'll figure out a way to kill them one by one. The girl's voice was sweet, but her words were more ruthless than those of a wild beast. Yes, they dare to try to squeeze money out of us. We should kill them 800 times over. As the two were talking, Dali rushed over. Seeing that they were unharmed, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. Madam Miss, you've been gone for so long. Fourth Master was worried something might have happened to you. I was stopped and questioned several times by that escort surnamed Zhang just now. It was a bit scary. My heart is still pounding. Exile Nian patted her chest with a few fingers, putting on a delicate and fragile appearance. Dali rushed forward to support her, his eyes full of worry. Miss, from now on, you must take me with you wherever you go, don't go too far. The little girl nodded her head obediently. Xianning lips drooped. She really couldn't bear to look at her own daughter. Let's go back, the team is ready to depart. Seeing his wife and daughter return safely, Exile Wenyuan quickly squeezed next to them and whispered, Let's start lunchtime today and give Mom a share. My third brother has been glaring at me the whole way, like I've committed some heinous crime. Hey, people in ancient times valued filial piety. Yesterday, we ate and drank like that, oblivious to everyone else. To others, that would probably be considered extremely unfilial. We can ignore others, but ignoring our mother is a bit much. Xianning nodded. Okay, but what if your whole family, young and old, gets their food? We don't have much food on hand, and we can't feed so many people. Exile Wenyuan waved his hand. Just give my mother a portion of food. How she distributes it is her own business. If she likes to go hungry and act as a philanthropist to feed others, that's none of our business. The group emerged from the small post station as dawn was breaking. A group of people dragged their handcuffs and shackles, whining and crying, which annoyed the escorting guards. The guards impatiently lashed them a few times, and the crying stopped immediately. Hurry up, all of you! We need to get to Huaishupe, 30 miles away, before noon today, so we can walk less and suffer less this afternoon. The days will get hotter and hotter from now on. If you travel more in the first half of the day, you can relax in the second half. This is for your own good. Cheer up. End of this chapter. Wang Bangyan's mother hurried along, crying and wailing. My legs are going to go numb. Auntie, you've only just started walking. Oh dear, I wish I could carry both legs on my shoulders. Granny Wang wailed in despair. The guard lashed out with his whip, saying, Old woman, I see you're howling quite loudly. Do you want me to loosen up your old bones for you? Aunt Wang quickly shut up, and the others followed suit, burying their heads and hurrying on their way, only daring to let out intermittent sobs. Leaving the post station and heading north, one would be completely outside the capital city limits. The capital city will be a place they can never return to in their dreams. They will go further and further away, to a place that is more and more desolate, until they finally reach the barren land in the far north. Thinking of this, everyone felt a deep sorrow in their hearts and couldn't help but sob softly, suppressing their cries. Xianning felt a headache coming on and quietly complained to her daughter. These ancient people have no mental fortitude. It's already the second day, and they still haven't adjusted their mindset? What's the use of crying? They might as well face reality, and save their energy for the journey. Exile Nian lowered her head and laughed. Apart from those mountain bandits and outlaws, most of them are officials' wives. They've never suffered like this before, walking every day. Unlike their family, who migrated every few days before the apocalypse, they were used to desperately searching for oases. Your dad used to complain that we were moving bases to avoid natural disasters soon, like ancient criminals being exiled. Hey, so you're getting involved now, aren't you? You're behaving yourself now. Let's see if he dares to talk nonsense again. Exile Nian almost burst out laughing. She secretly held her mother's hand, sending her a wave of healing energy. Mom, stop complaining. They say the early bird catches the worm. Since we're leaving at 3, we should make good use of this morning time. Let's cultivate our abilities. Bathing in the essence of the sun and moon, the power of nature will surely be abundant. Xian Ninglan nodded, shut her mouth, and continued on her way, silently circulating the energy within her body. The mother and daughter spent the morning recovering their powers and felt pretty good. At least today, with the help of their powers, the journey wasn't as tiring as yesterday. Walking more is good too, as her delicate body really needs to exercise. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use even 30% of the close combat fighting skills he learned in his previous life. My lord, how much longer until we reach Locust Tree Slope? This old woman can't hold it in any longer. If you can't hold it in, just poop in your pants. The escort replied coldly and indifferently. Wang Bangyan's mother burst into tears, crying out, "Won't peeing in my pants make everyone stink?" Everyone wanted to laugh but didn't have the energy, so they all twitched their faces. Wang Bangyan was a little embarrassed by his troublesome mother, so he could only stand aside and persuade her. Mother, please bear with it for a little while. Hold on, you unfilial son. How can you possibly hold back pooping, peeing, and farting? Wang Bangyan was on the verge of tears, and repeatedly bowed to the escort, saying, Brother escort, I don't know how much longer it will take to reach Huai Shupa. Almost there. Several constables, also annoyed by the old woman, waved their hands impatiently. It's just ahead. How soon? This old woman can't hold it in any longer. You're mistreating a prisoner. I'm going to the capital to file a complaint with the emperor and sue you. Auntie, we brothers support you. Officer, you're really inhumane. You can't control everything, including people's bodily functions. It's been almost 2 hours, haven't you? Can't you even give us a chance to breathe? Are you trying to torture us halfway through the journey? A few discordant laughs and giggles rose up. Liang Guang frowned and glanced around. Brother Sha, Brother Pai, I think you guys are all itching for a beating, aren't you? The men named, like the others from Dragon Tiger Stronghold, were all shackled and handcuffed, clearly serious criminals. These are the bandits who have been robbing and selling goods on the official roads outside the capital for some time now. Why are we being escorted with these robbers? Someone couldn't help but complain. The guards didn't tolerate any of them. Anyone who dared to make a sound was whipped a few times. Whether the whip hit or not doesn't matter. The moment it appeared, everyone involuntarily fell silent. The Exile family of 3 ignored all other matters and focused on their intensive training. Yu was in very poor spirits today, and Zhao Sun carried her the whole way. The third daughter, Exile Ruoyu, had her wounds cleaned and treated again last night, and her acupoints were pressed. Her fever has mostly subsided, but her legs and feet are still weak. Fortunately, Granny Lu came to take care of her and helped her walk. The mornings were particularly painful and agonizing for the exiles. We walked from 3 a.m. until 11 a.m., a full 8 hours, and finally arrived at Huai Shupa before everyone was exhausted. Originally, there was no stopping in the middle, but after Wang Dinyan made a fuss, the officials finally gave them half a quarter of an hour to use the restroom. Not allowing someone to use the toilet for 8 hours is indeed extremely cruel and utterly inhumane. Going to the toilet only once every 4 hours can only be described as barely acceptable. Everyone slumped on the locust tree slope waiting for lunch, looking like eggplants whipped by a storm, heads drooping and groaning. Yu leaned against a tree, panting heavily, feeling as if half of his old life was already in the grave. She glanced over and saw her unreliable youngest son sneak up to her and slip a bundle of leaves into her hand. Mom, this is your lunch. There's only 1 serving, just enough for you. From now on, you'll get a portion of lunch and dinner. You can eat whatever we eat. But if you share it with others and end up not having enough to eat yourself, don't ask your son for anything more. Your son is being supported by his wife these days, and this portion for you is deducted from his food ration." The old lady was so angry she almost fainted. This unfortunate son, after waking up from his fainting spell, seemed to have stopped fighting with Xie, but his behavior became increasingly unreliable. Just as she was about to catch her breath and scold her son, she heard someone sitting on the outside exclaim, "A horse is coming." As Exile and Nien and the others were opening a small jar of pickled vegetables and spreading them on flatbread, they looked up and saw a woman in red gracefully dismount from her horse and run swiftly towards the main house. Eldest sister? Exile Ruoyu was shocked, and the half of the coarse rice cake she was holding almost fell to the ground. The old lady stared in astonishment, her mouth agape. "Wan Qing? What brings you here?" Exile Wan Qing, carrying a bundle on her back, walked quickly to Madame Yu and bowed, saying, "Greetings, grandmother and mother." Madame Ye, with tears streaming down her face, looked at her eldest daughter who had arrived travel-worn, and a bad feeling crept into her heart. "Child, what brings you here?" Exile Wen flew into a rage. "Is there even a question? It must be the Pingyang Marquis family that acted inhumanely and kicked Qinger out." Madame Nye stuffed her fist into her mouth and immediately burst into tears, crying out, "My poor son!" The old lady was so excited that her hands were trembling. "Wan Qing, tell your grandmother what happened." End of this chapter. Exile Wan Qing held Yusher's hand, her eyes slightly red. "Ever since father and my brothers had their accident, the Marquis' mansion has been trying to distance itself from me. Just then, Wu Menyuan wanted to take a courtesan as a concubine, but my granddaughter firmly disagreed. They used this as a pretext to divorce me. Wu Menyuan even listed several of my crimes, such as being childless and being jealous." Exile Wan Qing smiled bitterly. "My granddaughter has worked day and night for the Wu family for so many years, and in the end, she only got the reputation of being a jealous woman." The old lady was so angry she felt dizzy. Madame Ye, the first wife, burst into tears while holding her daughter, crying out, "Why is my child so unfortunate? Mother, don't be sad. It's not necessarily a bad thing for your daughter to leave that kind of family." Exile Wan Qing calmly comforted her mother. "You don't know, Wu Menyuan bought a small house outside more than 2 years ago to keep that prostitute. Now that prostitute is more than 6 months pregnant. Wu Menyuan brought her home and actually wanted his daughter to accept this mistress with a pinched nose." Exile Wan Qing sneered. "My Exile family's ancestral precept is that we will never share a husband with a prostitute. Naturally, we cannot agree to that." With a worried look on her face and tears streaming down her face, Madame Nye said, "Wan Qing, you have such a strong temper. This is something we can discuss." "What is there to discuss? There is absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter." Exile Wan Qing raised her eyebrows and her tone became more forceful. "Does mother really want her daughter to share a husband with that prostitute? She's dreaming. She doesn't deserve to use me as a shield." Speechless, Madame Nye hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "But you, why don't you just enjoy your life in the capital? Are you going to be exiled with us?" Women who marry out of the country are not subject to exile, but now, Wan Qing is actually eager to come. "Grandmother, mother, I would rather go to the north with my family than stay in the Wu family and suffer that humiliation. Besides, there's no room for maneuver now." She took out a stamped letter of divorce from her bosom and spread it out. "The letter of divorce has been written, and I have severed all ties with the Wu family. I hate that all these years I've been patching up the Wu family's holes, and now my dowry is almost gone. But Wu Menyuan doesn't even want to return this mere 2,000 taels to me. They say you can't take a single penny of your dowry when you divorce your wife. Ha, I have nothing left, what is there to be afraid of? They are the ones who should be afraid." I held a knife to the prostitute's neck, intending to burn the Pingyang Marquis' mansion to the ground. But Wu Menyuan got scared and obediently took out 2,600 taels as compensation. The Yu and Ye families were completely dumbfounded. Exile and Ryu didn't even feel the half-eaten rice cake in her hand fall to the ground. And then? Big sister, how did you fight your way out? You rode this tall horse and swept through thousands of troops, breaking through the encirclement? Seeing that everyone had been silent for a long time, Exile Yen couldn't help but ask curiously. Exile Wanqing was taken aback. And when she looked down, she met a pair of bright, sparkling eyes. The little girl squatted down beside her, tilting her head to look at her, holding a half-eaten pickled vegetable pancake in her hand, her eyes sparkling as if full of longing for the future. Exile Yen came to find her father, but after hearing her older sister tell such a wonderful story, she found herself squatting down next to her father to listen. Sixth sister is joking. I don't have the ability to sweep through. It was that prostitute who had a miscarriage, so I took advantage of the chaos to escape. Nie's face was pale. You took their money and ran away from the city. Will the Wu family send people to chase after you? The old lady glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law and said, What's the rush? If the Wu family had any shame, they wouldn't be chasing after our eldest daughter to demand her dowry. After this incident, the Wu family will be eager to cover it up as soon as possible if they don't want to become a laughingstock in the capital. Now that my eldest daughter has left the capital, they naturally dare not cause any more trouble. The old lady sighed and patted Exile Wanqing's hand. It's just that you've suffered, child. Exile Wanqing was quite optimistic. Grandmother, with me helping you along the way, the journey will be much easier. When Madame Nie thought of the 2,000 taels of silver in her eldest daughter's hand, her brows immediately relaxed. Wanqing, it's not convenient to buy things along the way. Did you bring any food? As Madame Nie spoke, her stomach rumbled first. Exile Wanqing took off the bundle on her back, took out a lot of sesame seed cakes, and distributed them to everyone. When the food was served to Exile Yen, she quickly waved her hand and said, Big sister, you don't need to be so polite. My father and I have already eaten. With that, he grabbed his father, who was still eager to hear gossip, and quickly left the main house. In the apocalypse, people are not used to eating what others give them. In those days, everyone had a hard time, and when there was food, everyone would eat behind closed doors. No one would be so inconsiderate as to visit other people's homes during mealtimes. Furthermore, their family had never given food to the eldest son's family before. Exile Wanqing stared blankly at the figures of the fourth branch of the family, father and daughter, running back. Grandmother, fourth uncle, sixth sister, and the others. Thinking of the food that little brat Exile Wenyuan had secretly given her, Madame Yu pouted in annoyance. Never mind, the fourth branch of the family has its own food. Grandmother, there are 2 more baskets on the horse's back. They contain warm clothes and water bags that I prepared for everyone. Mrs. Yu felt both gratified and guilty, saying, This is your own dowry money, and you've used it all to help us. We're all family, why distinguish between yours and mine? Is Auntie not leaving? If we stay with Auntie, we'll always have food, right? The 5-year-old girl opened her big, bright eyes wide. Manner, don't talk nonsense. Erlang's wife, Madame May, awkwardly patted her daughter in her arms, signaling her not to talk nonsense. Auntie isn't leaving. Exile Wanqing looked at the child, her expression softening. With Auntie here, we won't go hungry. Yay! I'm going to tell Brother Zhe that we won't go hungry anymore. Mana. Madame May patted her daughter. Brother Zhe has been sick these past few days, don't bother him. What's wrong with Zhe? Exile Wanqing quickly turned to look at her sister-in-law, Lin. A faint sadness lingered in Lin Shui's eyes. I was a little listless last night, and after traveling all day today, the child has a cough. Meanwhile, Xianinglan saw the father and daughter stroll back and couldn't help but nudge Exile Wenyuan's waist. What happened? Why were you squatting there listening for so long? Exile Yen summarized Exile Wanqing's ordeal for her mother in a few words. Xianinglan clicked her tongue twice, unfazed. Throughout history, there have been countless scumbags. You have no idea what kind of monster is lying next to you. Exile Wenyuan quickly pledged his loyalty. Wife, my love for you is as clear as the sun and moon, and heaven and earth can bear witness. We don't do that kind of thing of taking our anger out on each other. Xianlinglan glanced at her pretty boy husband, pouted and complained. I really can't stand your face now, Lao Xian, you've lost all your manliness. Xian Yen burst out laughing. Xian Wenyuan added, Wife, don't let my current frail physique fool you, I have a strong heart. End of this chapter. Stop joking, hurry up and give your big son some water. Xianlinglan urged Xian Wenyuan to take care of the unconscious Xian Machin. Dad, go quickly. I'll grind some medicine powder first, and then I'll brew a pot for my brother tonight. Xian Yen had just given Xian Wenyuan a lot of healing energy, so Xian Wenyuan was full of energy. As soon as his wife and daughter gave the order, he immediately took the imperial decree and went. Xianlinglan glanced towards the main house and said, Daughter, the errand boy has gone. Of course, if there's suddenly an extra person in the group, the escorts will definitely ask questions. Xian Yen used the basket as a cover to take out a medicine grinder from her crystal space. My mother's family was really helpful. Most of the herbs they provided had already had their roots and stems processed, making them much easier to grind. Xianlinglan deliberately sat opposite her daughter, using her back to block many inquiring gazes. Who are those people? Why are they staring at us like that? Old Xian said they are from the Yongkang Marquis Mansion and the Eni Marquis Mansion, and the two mansions are related by marriage. Xian Yen ground the herbs on his own. Since yesterday, she has sensed that people from both mansions have been observing them. It doesn't matter, let them look. They're all unfortunate exiles anyway, it won't hurt them to look. Daughter, do you know why our duke's mansion was exiled? Xianlinglan leaned closer to Xian Yen mysteriously. Could it be that someone in the Xian family is plotting a rebellion? Xian Yen rolled her eyes. Treason is a serious crime. You'd be dragged out and beheaded in a heartbeat, and your entire family would be implicated. How could we possibly exile you? 9 generations? From top to bottom, your grandfather, father, brothers, sisters, sons, grandsons, daughters, sons-in-law, nephews, nieces, and so on, including even a dog that passes by the gate, I will kill them all. So ruthless? Xianlinglan opened her mouth. He wouldn't even spare a dog? That's right. Xian Yen nodded seriously. The rulers of the dynasty are all perverted. We're just ordinary people. We must never get involved with these powerful and wealthy people. Then tell me, why were we exiled? I heard it was a defeat on the battlefield. Xian Yen rubbed the medicine mortar and pestle and replied casually. De Xia, that's the dynasty we're living in now. They're constantly fighting with the southwestern Yan kingdom for control of the border. My grandfather, the old duke, led his eldest uncle, elder brother, and second elder brother to the battlefield to fight against the Yen dogs. As a result, they suffered a defeat and the 4 of them mysteriously disappeared. There are rumors in the court that the old duke has taken his son and grandson to defect to the enemy and is now living a life of luxury in Yen. It is also said that my uncle has become the son-in-law of the princess of Yen. I think my eldest uncle is almost 40, so being a prince consort is no match for having an older brother. If the princess of Yen isn't blind, she'd definitely choose one of her older brothers. Why would she choose a rough old man like Su's father? Xianlinglan was both amused and exasperated. Daughter, this is a very serious matter, but the way you put it makes it hilarious. Xian Yen grinned at her mother. This is truly an undeserved disaster. The old duke and his sons and grandsons died for their country on the front lines, and the dog emperor wiped out our duke's mansion. Honey, what are your thoughts now? When a great edifice is about to collapse, a monstrous figure will inevitably emerge. I'm starting to believe the prediction of the heavenly fire attack by the Imperial Observatory. Xian Yen stroked his chin. The Imperial Observatory definitely can't handle such a foolish emperor. We need to prepare in advance. You never know when something big might happen to you on the way, and then you'll have nowhere to run. Xianlinglan nodded with a serious expression. Girl, look at that old man, Could he be the director of the Imperial Observatory who was exiled by that dog emperor? Exile was grinding the herbs when she glanced to the side. Everyone else was gathered in small groups, but the old man was all alone, leaning against a tree with his legs crossed. His back looked like it was being bitten by lice, and he kept rubbing against the tree. He didn't look like a wise old man at all. He was just a sleazy old man. 2 young men were standing not far away, probably the old man's 2 apprentices. I handed the old man half a brown rice cake, but he waved it away dismissively. The 2 apprentices were quite filial. They even went to Exile Wanqing's place and took out money to buy sesame cakes for their master. Exile Wanqing hesitated for a second, turned to look at the old man, and took out a small bag of things to sell to the 2 of them. After a while, the apprentice suddenly ran up to them and bowed respectfully to Exile. Exile face was full of bewilderment. She looked at her mother, who was also confused, and then at the old man's apprentice. "What's the matter with you?" "Greetings, young lady. My master said that you have an excellent face and are destined for greatness. Your fortune is beyond words. You will surely help me on my journey. He specifically instructed me to give you this package of food so that we can become acquainted." Exile didn't take anything, staring at the other person with a question mark on her face. The apprentice was not embarrassed at all. He stuffed the things into Xianninglan's hands, who looked completely bewildered, and bowed to take his leave. "Honey, isn't this the food they just bought from Exile Wanqing? Why are they giving it to you?" Exile squinted at the old man, who seemed pleased to meet her. He clasped his hands in a fist and grinned, then waved the sesame cake in his hand at her. "What's up with this old man? Is he trying to befriend you?" Xianninglan asked nervously. "Could he have seen through something?" "He can't possibly see through anything." Exile took the small bag from Xianninglan's hand, opened it, and glanced inside. It contained 5 sesame cakes and half a roast chicken. She raised an eyebrow and, using the basket on her back as cover, threw the items back into the Ningzhu storage. If the old man is willing to give, she dares to take it. Every little bit counts, and if she doesn't take it, it's a waste. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. She had previously thrown a lot of food that was difficult to store into the cart using her backpack. Exile secretly calculated that, aside from her unconscious older brother, the food they had stored was barely enough to feed their family for 7 days. If a natural disaster were to strike, this amount of food would certainly be far from enough. She is currently unable to access her previous storage space, so she feels a great sense of urgency, and needs to collect a batch of food as soon as possible for any eventuality. After Exile Yuan finished serving his eldest son water, the guards began to put chains on everyone and called for them to set off. Many people lay down and fell asleep under the blazing sun, only to be woken up by the guards kicking them awake, each one complaining and sighing. "Let's get going. There are no inns to rest for the next few days, so we need to hurry on our way and reach the nearest water source before sunset. Don't blame me for not warning you, you'll all be thirsty if we don't reach a water source. Cheer up. You've rested for so long, don't look like a weakling." The crowd staggered along in their straw sandals, which were already worn out easily. Without careful walking, some people wore through the soles in just 2 days, making walking barefoot even more difficult. Xianninglan is now used to these wailing and howling. Whenever they travel, it's like a dirge is being played. It's unclear how the eldest son's family dealt with the escorts, but as soon as they set off, Xianning and Lan Exile noticed that the horse Exile Wanqing had ridden had now been moved to the rafter's rear. Half of the 2 baskets of goods they carried were confiscated by the guards. End of this chapter. What a heartless bastard, he takes whatever he's offered and never refuses anything. Xianninglan muttered indignantly. Exile didn't care. It's normal procedure. If the eldest sister wants to stay, she has to give something in return. What, you expect the old lady to ride a horse? The old lady can't ride one. Xianninglan was speechless, and secretly glanced at her daughter. What country are you from? Exile chuckled. All right, don't be upset. I'll give you some more healing power. You should hurry up and practice. Try to break through to the next level today. Once you reach the next level, your physique will also improve, and traveling will become easier every day. Xianlinglan raised her eyebrows. Thank you for your kind words. The mother and daughter began absorbing and circulating their supernatural abilities to travel, ignoring the mournful, sighing cries around them. Crying won't help, the Great Wall has long since collapsed. It's better to save your energy and keep going. After the sun started to shine, everyone walked under the blazing sun. Some cried until they were dizzy and collapsed, and then had to be dragged along the way. If you drag it out every day, your skin will be chafed raw and torn. Forget about making it all the way to the place of exile, you'll probably be dead by tomorrow. It's only the second day, and they haven't even taken the first step of this long march. Exile Wenyuan glanced back at his wife and daughter, and seeing that they were walking with their heads down and looking unharmed, he felt a little relieved. Turning to Mu Zhong beside him, she exchanged pleasantries. Zhong, it's all thanks to you carrying Emochun all this way. Don't worry, once Emochun wakes up, I'll make sure he repays you properly. How rare. Exile Wenyuan, carrying the shackles, followed not far behind him. Hearing this, he chuckled. If the father doesn't repay the debt, he has to let Sanlang wake up and repay it himself. Exile Wenyuan glanced at him. What, you have a problem with that? This third brother is totally crazy. I couldn't stand the sight of him the whole way. It's ridiculous, he didn't even dig up his family's ancestral graves. Why is he being so argumentative? I have a problem with you. Fourth brother, you've become outrageous. At least you had some sense of propriety before, but now you're becoming more and more unruly. You should at least learn from the eldest son's wife. If you had taught Nyener to be even half as much as Chinger, you wouldn't be so troublesome. Exile Wenyuan was displeased upon hearing this. He was a complete doting father to his daughter, and he would beat anyone who dared to say anything bad about her. Without saying a word, he punched Exile Wenyuan across the face. Who are you calling annoying? I think you're the annoying one. You're just bored if you don't cause trouble every day, aren't you? Whether my daughter is good or not is none of your business to judge. Who do you think you are? You're just some lousy third uncle, yet you're making such a big deal out of it. I, as her father, haven't said a single bad word about her, so what right do you have to say that? Seeing that the two were about to fight, Mu Zhong quickly stepped forward with Exile Wenyuan on his back to stop them, saying, Third master, fourth master, don't fight. Be careful not to attract the guards, or you'll get another beating. Exile Wenyuan, who was about to retaliate, quickly withdrew his hand, covered his face, and muttered after hearing Mu Zhong's words, I think you've really gone mad. You're the one who's crazy, shameless. All you've got is for the eldest son's family to give you food and water pouches, while we haven't given you anything. Are you upset about that? What? My wife owes you something? I can raise my mother on my own, living off her, and now I have to drag you all along as burdens? You're not ashamed, I'm ashamed for you. Exile Wenyuan, what are you thinking? Now you don't say it's uncivilized. Do you want to keep living off her? You're not without a wife. If you want to eat, find one yourself. Why are you always begging other people's wives for a free meal? Exile Wenyuan was so angry he almost vomited blood. He staggered and raised the shackles to smash them into Exile Wenyuan's face. He's going to tear that mouth of the fourth brother apart. The old lady saw it from a distance, felt flustered and breathless, and shouted. She patted Zhao Sun, who was carrying her on her back, signaling her to come forward quickly. Stop it! Zhao Sun was very obedient, perhaps because she herself was also eager to see the show. She carried the old lady and quickly reached Exile Wenyuan and Exile Wenyuan's side. Haven't you made enough of a fool of yourself? Once we bring them over and they get whipped, they'll all behave. The old lady was so angry that her head was throbbing, and she didn't dare to look at the people around her who were watching the spectacle with amusement. You have no shame, but this old woman still has a sense of shame. Hey, mother, don't talk nonsense. The one who's truly shameless is the third son. Exile Wenyuan quickly raised his hand to defend himself. I've never even considered having his wife bring me food. Why would he be interested in my wife and daughter? Exile Wonin's face turned bright red, and he trembled as he raised the shackles in his hands, intending to smash Exile Wenyuan to death. The old lady was so angry that her chest hurt. She clutched her heart and shouted, "Shut up, all of you! The fourth brother has always been a reckless person, but he's been particularly unreliable these past 2 days, speaking and acting entirely on his own whims without any regard for the occasion. Third brother, say less." Madame Yu's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on Exile Wonin's heart. He had just called out, "Mother," in his rebuttal. The old lady waved her hand at him. "Don't always think about the little bit of money your fourth son's wife has. There are many people in their family, some sick and some young. It's not easy for them either." Seeing her husband's discomfiture, Zhuang Shi hurriedly dragged the other chained men forward, saying, "Mother, what are you saying? How could we possibly covet fourth brother's wife's things? It's all fourth uncle's misunderstanding. We didn't have anything to do with them. There is no best." The old lady knew her third daughter-in-law's character well and didn't bother to say anything to her. The journey is already so difficult. A family should unite instead of fighting amongst themselves. Everyone calm down and keep going, no more nonsense. Mother, I'm not trying to criticize you. But at a time like this, don't try to smooth things over. For the team to be united, the first thing we need to do is get rid of the parasites. Those little bastards who keep jumping out and messing with other men's wives and daughters. You should slap them a few times to show them what's what. If you don't teach them a lesson now, it will be hard to get rid of them. Seeing that the third son and his wife were about to lose their temper again, the old lady glared at her fourth son and said, "Stop talking nonsense and let's get going." Exile Wenyuan rolled his eyes, picked up the shackles, and turned to leave. The orphans and widows of the main branch of the family exchanged bewildered glances. Exile Wanqing held her mother Nye's hand and whispered, "Mother, don't you think fourth uncle has changed a lot?" Madame Nye patted her hand. "Don't meddle in the affairs of the third and fourth wives." Exile Nyen and her mother had no idea that there had been a commotion ahead. They focused on their training and cleared their minds the whole way, ignoring everyone else. These escorts were very experienced in transporting prisoners back and forth, and were very familiar with the water sources, forests, and hillsides along the way. Therefore, before sunset, the group found a place to rest by a stream, led by the escorts. Everyone was like a monkey that had just crossed a fiery mountain, sprawled out on the ground, not wanting to move at all. Many of the convicts hadn't had a drop of water since yesterday, and when they saw the stream, their eyes turned red. They scrambled over and plunged into the water, gulping it down. Exile Nyen looked disgusted. "Give me your water pouches, I'm going to fill them up upstream." The camp, which housed over 200 people, was set up over a relatively large area. Guards were stationed on both sides of the stream to prevent escape. End of this chapter. "Hey honey, Mom's going with you." Xianninglan winked at her daughter, indicating that she wanted to go to the bathroom with her. Exile Nyen nodded. The two of them carried 3 water bags, took a basin and jar from the cart, and shouldered a straw mat, preparing to walk further to the hillside behind the stream to relieve themselves. Young Mississippi. Dolly shoved the cart next to Exile Wenyuan and hurried over. "This servant will go with you." Xianninglan thought it was a good idea. They could have Dolly keep watch when they went to the toilet. It was already getting dark when the 3 of them walked upstream along the stream. The guards glanced at them, a wicked glint in their small eyes. The 3 of them went around to the back of the earthen slope, looked around, found a relatively secluded spot, and had Dolly keep watch from the front. Exile Nyen took the lead in unfolding the straw mat and stood in front of her mother, letting her go first. The mother and daughter helped each other complete the task, allowing Dolly to finish it as well. The 3 of them walked around the earthen slope to the stream to fetch water. Exile Nyen suddenly turned her head and said to Dolly with a smile, "Dolly, you take the basin and jar back and watch our cart first. Have Dad bring 2 more jugs to fetch water. I need to brew medicine later, and this amount of water might not be enough." Exile and Dolly hesitated for a moment, Madam, you should come back with me. This place is deserted and not safe. It's all right. Exile Nien smiled and patted Dolly's hand. You're fast on your feet. It won't take you long to go back and forth. Let's wash our faces here and go back with Dad later. Dolly didn't quite agree, but he couldn't persuade the little girl otherwise, so he could only turn around and run back as fast as he could. As Exile Nien watched Dolly run away, her sweet smile gradually widened, and her eyes sparkled like stars. She turned to look at the banyan trees in front of the stream, and waved her little hand. Officer, why are you hiding? I've seen you come out now. Xianninglan's expression tightened, and she quickly moved closer to her daughter, secretly clenching her fist. Under the cover of night, shadows flickered and leaves swayed, and a medium-sized, unremarkable escort emerged from behind. Exile Nien recognized all 45 guards in a single day, so he was not surprised to see the person in front of him. This man was one of the henchmen of the bearded constable. I don't know his surname, but he had a terrible temper and would whip people at the slightest provocation. The little girl smiled at everyone. She was very beautiful, but she was still young and hadn't fully grown in. Her almond-shaped eyes were clear and sparkling, truly holding countless stars in them. She was incredibly pretty. They say that if you want to look pretty, you should wear morning clothes. Even in a white prison uniform, the young girl's delicate features couldn't be hidden. The night was enchanting, and what a stunningly beautiful young woman she was. The escort stared blankly for a moment, then grinned with a rare kind expression. Oh, you've got guts, aren't you? Aren't you afraid at all? What are you afraid of? You're not a bad person. Right, of course I'm not a bad person. The escort rubbed his hands together and walked forward with a smile. Seeing that the little girl showed no fear, he couldn't help but take a few more steps closer. Officer, you seem to enjoy staking out women to relieve themselves quite a bit. If you're so curious, go back and ask your mother, she'll definitely let you see. The escort looked embarrassed and was about to lash out, but when he saw the little girl's pink lips and bright smile, his anger vanished instantly. These women were quite wary, carrying straw mats for cover. With such a distance and trees in between, what could he possibly see? Even though he was wrong, he just loved the way the little girl chattered away, her pink and tender face looking like she was being coquettish. It was so cute. You're quite the smooth talker, young lady. Aren't you ashamed at all? The escort, oblivious to his impending doom, continued his teasing and took a few more steps closer. Exile Nien's smile deepened, and she said in a soft, coquettish voice, You rascal, you were sneaking around there just to catch a glimpse of me? The escort was so captivated by her flirtatious wink that he became dizzy and confused, and his courage grew a bit. Now all that's on this person's mind is Exile Nien. Xianninglan, who's standing next to him, rolls her eyes repeatedly, completely ignored. Of course not. Brother who originally sent me to ask you for money. He said the Xia family would definitely give you a lot of travel expenses, but we didn't even receive half a copper coin. All the benefits went to Liang Tu and his gang. But now, little beauty, if you're willing to submit to me, I'll protect your family from now on, and you won't suffer any hardship. Really? When the little girl stares at you with bright, sparkling eyes, it's as if the whole world becomes her backdrop, her eyes filled with you, making you extremely captivated. Really, it's absolutely true, there's no way it can be fake. The escort was overjoyed, thinking to himself that the little girl was too easy to fool. Let's get our hands on this stunning beauty first, and deal with the rest later. You can't lie to me, or I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Exile Nien smiled and beckoned to the man with her finger. You rascal, come closer and point again. There's no one here, what are you afraid of? Isn't your mother human? Xianninglan's eye roll could probably shoot up into the sky with a rocket. She's so playful. This silly boy is completely outmaneuvered by his daughter. Meanwhile, the escort felt a surge of excitement in his heart, howling like a lost soul as he ran forward, drooling. In the blink of an eye, Exile Nien curled her lips into a wicked smile, and with a flash, she appeared in front of the running escorts. With a sharp weapon slicing through the carotid artery in his hand, Exile Yen casually conjured another spatial bead and put the corpse inside the moment the boy bled. 2 drops of hot blood finally fell, which Exile Yen caught between her slender, white index finger and gently rubbed. Tisk. The girl showed a disdainful look. It's unreasonable that such a rotten person has red blood. Daughter, wife. Exile Wenyuan ran over breathlessly, carrying 2 jars, almost knocking his straw sandals off. Hey, what are you 2 doing here in the middle of the night? Shh. Exile Yen extended her jade-like finger, making a shushing gesture. With a slight sway, the person suddenly appeared under a tree 3 meters away. Humph, they really slipped away quickly. Exile Wenyuan's eyes widened, and after a long while, he pulled his wife to the girl's side, lowering his voice with extreme excitement. Girl, oh my dear girl, you can teleport? Yeah, I just advanced to the 2nd rank. Exile Yen glanced at her father, her eyes revealing her disdain. Dad, you need to work harder. Mom is almost at the 1st rank. Ah, yes, you're right, girl. Quickly give your father some more healing power. I'll continue my cultivation tonight without sleeping. Exile Yen glanced at her father expressionlessly. I'm not asleep yet. I can fall asleep in 3 seconds if I lie down. Xianling covered her mouth and chuckled. Let's hurry back after we get the water. Dolly might worry about us later. Okay, you wait here, I'll go get some water. Xianling glanced down at the tree and asked. Yen, what did you see? End of this chapter. Exile Yen seemed to be deep in thought. Do people in this era have internal strength? Yes, that's how it's written in martial arts novels. I felt like there was someone in the tree just now. But when I rushed over to check, there was no one there anymore. Exile Yen waved her hand. I still need to practice teleportation. My speed is still too slow, otherwise I could have caught that big rat. Exile Wenyuan ran back carrying the jar. Let's go, my girl, you're amazing. It's only been a few days and you've recovered to the 2nd level. I feel much more at ease now. Okay. Xianling nodded. Let's go, daughter, let's go back and brew some medicine for your brother. The family of 3 carried jars and water bags back to the area where the crowd had gathered. Dolly kept watch over the cart, and when he saw that the lady and young lady had returned safely, he breathed a sigh of relief. She hurried forward and took the water bags from the 2 women, her face showing undisguised anxiety. Madam and Miss, please don't send me away anymore. The old lady sent me to follow you so that I wouldn't leave your side for a moment. Okay, we'll do whatever Dolly says. The little girl reached out and touched Exile Dolly's face, smiling with doting affection. Dolly coughed lightly, his face flushed as he looked at his unreliable young lady. He followed behind her and whispered, Miss, don't take this lightly. If something really happens, the master and madam will regret it too late. She lowered her voice and said, These escorts are all greedy cowards, not a single one of them is good. They usually prefer to escort female prisoners because they are easier to bully. The court knows this too, it's all unwritten private rule that everyone tacitly agrees to. Exile Yen pulled Dolly down to sit, nodding obediently like a chick pecking at rice. I know I was wrong. I'll listen to Dolly from now on. Dolly, you're so good to us. Exile Dolly's face turned even redder, and he coughed. It's my duty. Dolly, go and gather some branches. We'll boil all the water we fetch and then refill the water bags. It is good. Xianling sat next to her daughter and muttered. Is it okay to drink it without filtering? Will it upset my stomach? Exile Yen rolled her eyes at her mother. Don't be so picky, Mom. Everyone will be asleep by the time we finish filtering. We have to keep going at 3 o'clock tomorrow morning. Xianling felt terrible again when she heard it was 3 o'clock. The timeline in ancient times was truly astounding. I checked when I was filling the stream just now, and there were very few animal footprints upstream. The water quality is still quite clear. Don't underestimate these ancient streams and rivers. Without modern industrial pollution, people in ancient times would just cup their hands and drink the water directly. If you're really worried, I'll grind some more medicine powder and sprinkle it in later to prevent sudden dysentery. Other illnesses are manageable, but dysentery can be fatal. Xian Ninglan nodded repeatedly. My daughter is really amazing. She's so thoughtful and meticulous in everything she does. Exile Nian suddenly asked, Where's your youngest son? Huh? Xian Ninglan's silly smile suddenly froze on her face. Ouch! She exclaimed, jumping up and hurriedly going to look for her son. Exile Nian laughed heartily, but her hands moved quickly. After Xian Ninglan brought the child back from Exile Royu's place, Exile Nian had already started brewing the medicine. Why did it take so long? I chatted with Royu for a bit. Xian Ninglan patted her youngest son on the back. The child fell asleep on Xian Ninglan's shoulder, with a few barely visible tears still hanging from the corners of his eyes, clearly having cried again after scaring himself. Royu is such a good girl. Xian Ninglan awkwardly touched her nose. We always forget about Mohan, and Royu has been taking care of her for us. I saw that she herself was sickly, and she still had to take care of the old lady along the way. I just ground some hemostatic and scar-reducing powder. Could you give it to her for me later? Exile Nian said calmly. Oh, okay. Xian Ninglan knew her daughter's temperament well. Don't be fooled by her always smiling face. She was actually colder than anyone else. That's how it was in her past life. Very few people could truly enter her heart. She always sent the couple to help others, never showing up herself. Everyone was eating dinner, which was still half a brown rice cake, but tonight they could eat it with water, so the treatment was slightly better. Several people were secretly watching Exile Nian brew the medicine, but apart from Physician Qing asking a few questions, no one else made a move. Physician Qing didn't dare to lift the lid of the jar to check, but just by smelling the overflowing medicinal aroma, he knew it was for clearing heat. Sixth Miss can actually prepare her own medicine? Has she read medical books? Oh, this prescription was written by a traveling doctor a while ago. My daughter recognizes a few of the herbs, so she only dares to brew it for her own family. You know my third son's condition. Sigh, we can only say we're trying anything as a last resort. Xian Ninglan casually brushed it off, and seeing her say that, Physician Qing didn't dare to ask any more questions. As they were talking, the bearded man approached with two menacing-looking henchmen, their purpose clear, to go straight for Xian Ninglan and her daughter. Exile Wenyuan hurriedly got up to greet them. Gentlemen escorts, what brings you here? Mao Huzi shoved Exile Wenyuan hard. Get out of my way, I'm not looking for you. Dali stepped forward and braced himself against Exile Wenyuan's back to prevent him from falling. The two henchmen gripped their whips tightly, their triangular eyes narrowed, and they looked coldly at Exile Dali, who was blocking their way. Seeing that the imperial physician Qing was coming to provoke them, he hurriedly took several steps back, glancing at the whips in their hands with lingering fear. You two women, did you see Guzi upstream in the stream? What dog? Exile Wenyuan interrupted, confused. Is it some kind of escort officer? Shut up if I didn't ask you. The bearded man glared at them fiercely, then turned to Xian Ning and Lan Xinyan, looking them up and down. I'm asking you a question, answer me now. Exile Nian pretended to be afraid and shrank into her mother's arms. Exile Mohan was awakened by the noise. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw several fierce-looking guards staring at her parents and sister. She was so frightened that she clung tightly to her mother's back, her eyes wide and round. Xian Ninglan carried her youngest son on her back and hugged her trembling little daughter. To others, she looked like a lioness poised to pounce, her whole demeanor like a frightened bird. No, I've never seen one. Who is Guzi? Impossible! The bearded man roared. Dogsy went to find you too, how come you didn't see him? As she spoke, she reached out to pull Exile Nian, who was nestled in her mother's arms. A cold glint flashed in Xian Ninglan's eyes. She raised her hand to shoo away the guard's dirty hand, feigning fear as she hugged the child and backed away, loudly protesting. I've never seen it before, that's all. We went upstream to fetch water. But there were only the two of us at the time. Later we saw that there were few people around, so we asked Dolly to call the master over so we could fetch more water before going back. Everyone saw it. You can ask them if you don't believe me. Exile Wenyuan instantly understood that something must have happened between the mother and daughter when he rushed to the upper reaches of the stream, but neither of them had mentioned it to her. Good heavens, my daughter must have killed someone. End of this chapter. You couldn't possibly have missed it. The bearded man looked at them with a suspicious expression. Having seen Xianinglan and her daughter leave the group, he immediately sent Guzi to ask for money. He figured the CF family must have provided them with plenty of travel expenses for protection, and with Guzi's skills, he could surely squeeze some money out of them. But to everyone's surprise, the dog disappeared without a trace, as if it had vanished into thin air. He clearly went looking for you too. How could you not have seen him? You're definitely lying. Tell me, where did Guzi go? Where are you going? Go to heaven and find your grandpa to hug your grandma's legs. A hint of impatience flashed across Exile Nian's eyes. Why are these people so annoying? She's been so well behaved, not causing any trouble the whole way. Why are they still picking on her? Let's just kill them all and be done with it. Xianinglan, being close to her daughter, could best sense her daughter's emotional changes. Seeing her body tense up inch by inch, and her fingers moving slowly, he immediately felt a jolt of fear and thought to himself that something was wrong. If the guards were all killed in front of everyone, it would be no different from treason. They've only been away from the capital for a day. If the Dog Emperor finds out about this, he'll definitely mobilize the guards of the capital region to wipe out these traitors in no time. It wouldn't be a problem for the whole family to run away, but that would drag down the local residents of Xinfu. That family, young and old, hasn't broken any laws, so there's no need to drag them into this mess. Xianinglan quickly grabbed her daughter's hand, pondering how to resolve the matter, when Liang Guang, along with the old escort Xiao Jia and several others, walked over, his face stern, and said angrily, "What are you making trouble for now? You're always so tired from traveling, but you're full of energy when it comes to causing trouble." He waved his hand and pointed at the people who were halfway around him. "Looks like you're not tired yet. Walk another 5 miles tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the convicts immediately began to complain, each offering their own explanation. "Sir, it's not that we're causing trouble here." Yes, sir, it was the Exile family who had a conflict with the escort officer. This matter has nothing to do with us." Liang Guang frowned and glared at Exile Wenyuan and the others. "What happened? You tell me." My lord! Exile Wenyuan hurriedly squeezed forward, bowing repeatedly as he explained. "Women are often ignorant. When things happen, they only cry and can't explain themselves. Actually, it's like this." Exile Wenyuan glanced at the third brother who interrupted him. This guy was usually so talkative that it was annoying, but today he was acting like a proper third uncle. He explained the whole story to Liang Guang, who understood. He relaxed his brows and looked at the furious-looking man with the thick beard. "Why did you send Guzi to find her and her daughter?" One sentence hit the nail on the head, and the man with the beard stammered and couldn't answer. Could he say that he sent his dog to find Xianinglan and her daughter, openly demanding benefits? Of course not. Seeing his dog-like behavior, how could Liang Guan not understand the reason behind it? "I was just wondering what to do with my beard when I stumbled upon this opportunity." Liang Guang sneered with a smirk, putting on an air of righteous indignation, and criticized with a serious expression. "Old Mao, you're not a newcomer anymore. You know all the rules perfectly well without me having to explain them. Even though they are all exiled prisoners now, we still have to abide by the rules. We should also keep a certain distance from female exiled prisoners, so that everyone can be at peace. We're not far from Beijing yet, so don't try to cause any trouble. Don't forget that I still have all your performance reviews in my hands. It's obvious who did well and who didn't. I'll be reporting them all after we get back to Beijing." Mao Huzi gritted his teeth, seething with hatred. "Damn it, you think you're all doing this because you've taken bribes? You've pocketed so much money from the minister's mansion that your hands are sore, but you don't even bother to share a little with your subordinates. If he had gotten his share of the money, would he have secretly sent people to ask that mother and daughter for it? His yellow teeth were grinding together, but he still had to put on a show of bowing and scraping. Yes, what Liang Tu said is true. I will definitely manage my men better in the future. But what do you think about Guzi? People can't just disappear into thin air, can they? Liang Guang glanced sideways at Xianlinglan and her son, noticing that apart from mud and dust, there wasn't a trace of blood on their prison clothes. He couldn't help but sneer. Old Mao, you don't think those two killed and buried your brother, do you? Isn't this ridiculous? Two defenseless noblewomen, how could they possibly have this ability? Wouldn't they be out of their depths? All right, enough nonsense. That guy likes to drink a little. I wonder if he got drunk and fell into some pit and can't climb out. You all go and search the outer perimeter again. Liang Guang waved his hand and led his men away. Everyone, hurry up and get some sleep. We'll set off at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Liang Tu. Bearded man followed along unwillingly, gesturing wildly. Dogsy might really be in trouble. What could possibly happen to a drunkard? Have you searched both upstream and downstream? Is there any blood on the ground? People from both upstream and downstream have been sent to search, but there is no blood. Hey! Liang Guang couldn't help but sneer. There's no blood on the surface and you're already suspecting someone? Does this dog think it can turn into a kite and be flown away? Old Zhang, the escort, followed behind them and couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. As the farce came to an end, Exile Nian's medicine was also ready. After it cooled down a bit, Exile Wenyuan hurriedly poured the medicine down his eldest son's throat. Exile Wenyuan came over and took a look. I've never heard that sixth sister can treat illnesses and brew medicine. There are plenty of things you haven't heard of. My daughter is usually very low-key. Exile Wenyuan snorted and used a burlap sack to wipe the medicine that had spilled from his eldest son's lips. The elderly father held his eldest son's hand and kept saying, Son, you have to get better soon. Your mother and your sister are waiting for you. Exile Wenyuan curled his lips. She's been treated with the best soup and medicine in the manor for 3 days and still hasn't woken up. Do you think your young lady can have a miracle after just one bowl of medicine? Exile Wenyuan glanced at him and said irritably, You just have a way of talking nonsense. You're so rude and annoying. Me! Exile Wenyuan exclaimed angrily. Am I not telling the truth? Exile Wenyuan took out half a hard brown rice cake from his pocket and shoved it directly into his third brother's mouth. Eat it and shut up. He wouldn't have bothered with this person if it weren't for the fact that he could help his family in a critical moment. Exile Wenyuan took the pancake out of his mouth and looked at Lao Si with a puzzled expression. Why did you give me this? I saw you haven't eaten enough these past few days, so I kindly shared half with you. Don't pay me back. Pa! I'm giving it all back to you. Aren't you disgusted? Who the hell are you to talk to me? Asterisk. Under the banyan tree upstream, a figure was stretched long and slanted by the moonlight. The gentle moonlight fell on the plain sleeves, as if they were filled with watery light and shadow, shining brightly. Zhu Yin knelt before this person with her head bowed, not daring to raise her head even slightly, only able to hear the pounding of her heart like a drum. It was so scary, he didn't dare ask any more questions. If his master hadn't suddenly appeared beside him, he would have been discovered by that murderous little girl. End of this chapter. Good heavens, what kind of terrifying and incomprehensible method is that? Not only can they kill people in an instant, but their bodies can also disappear into thin air. This Jujuizi's terrifying methods are comparable to their masters. Get up, and don't be so stupid next time. The man didn't turn around, his tone full of disdain. Seeing someone kill someone with lightning speed, why don't you run away? Instead, you stupidly squat on the tree, waiting to be caught? Zhu Yin calmed himself down, and had just stood up when he heard rustling footsteps. Master, young Master Han has arrived. Han Zhao followed the current, and even in the darkness of night, his prison clothes could not conceal his elegant demeanor. How is it? Han Zhaochao bowed from the shadows. All is well for now. Gu Lao is still eating, drinking, and jumping around, and his health is not bad. However, yesterday Gu Lao suddenly contacted someone, and his words were quite ingratiating. Han Zhao paused, as if waiting for the other party to ask a question. However, instead of a response, a light, feather-like laugh was heard. Han Zhao looked at Zhu Yan, who was standing to the side, with a question mark on his face. The latter gave him a sharp look in return. I don't understand what it sounds impressive means. Is that Hengxian County ahead? Han Zhao nodded repeatedly. I've heard that bandits have been rampant near Hun County lately. Zhao, you must be careful. The man stood in the shadows and clapped his hands lightly. Several dark figures darted out from behind the tree, handing over several packages and stuffing them all into Han Zhao's arms. Han Zhao was pleasantly surprised. These are first aid supplies that your highness prepared for this humble subject? His highness still treats me kindly, sob. No. Han Zhao realized he'd been pleasantly surprised for nothing. His grin instantly vanished. My travel expenses. What? I'll leave it to you for safekeeping. The man slowly turned around, his phoenix eyes slightly raised, a faint smile playing on his lips. We'll meet up again in Hengxian in a few days. Han Zhao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What? This person is mainly going with them to the far north exile site? Then the court. Han Zhao stammered. He wanted to ask what to do about the affairs of the court. The other person gave him a gentle smile, but the coldness in it was like a bucket of cold water being poured over him. The heavenly fire is coming. Who cares about anyone else now? Of course, the best course of action is to escape for our own lives. Don't worry, those who deserve to die will die, not a single one will survive. Han Zhao felt a chill run through him from head to toe, and he didn't even know how he got back. He returned to the camp like a walking corpse. When his younger brother Han Li saw him return, he hurriedly stepped forward and took the pile of packages from his arms. Why are there so many things? What did His Highness say? Han Zhao pulled his younger brother to sit down, looked around and saw that everyone was asleep and no one was paying attention to them. He took a deep breath. This world may really be in chaos. Ali, be prepared. Meanwhile, Zhu Yan followed behind his master, walking silently the whole way, not daring to raise his head even an inch. All he knew was that if his master didn't say anything, he couldn't utter a single word, or he wouldn't even know how he died. A dark figure suddenly landed in front of the two, clasped his hands in a salute, and said, Your Highness, the person is there. Okay, let's go take a look. Zhu Yan didn't know what to look for, so he silently followed behind them as they walked up the mountain. Looking up, one could see dark shadows looming on the mountain peaks, and several people standing in front of the pool. With his sharp eyesight, he could vaguely see a woman submerged in the pool, her hair disheveled and her appearance seemingly insane. Upon seeing the newcomer, the woman struggled fiercely and shouted, Crown Prince, how dare you? How dare you abduct me from the palace in the dead of night? Aren't you afraid His Majesty will punish you? With a glance from the man, someone at the edge of the pool stepped on the woman, pushing her into the depths of the water, where she gulped down a bellyful of water. Ugh! Ah! Zhu Yan followed behind his master, not daring to utter a sound. This is Consort He, the most favored concubine in the palace recently. The emperor intends to promote her to imperial noble consort. There are even rumors circulating both inside and outside the court that if Consort He gives birth to another son, she could become empress. To be empress? Xiao Jinji smiled deeply, his expression tender and affectionate. You dare to compare yourself to my mother? I didn't want to get involved with you, but you're always running around and making me feel annoyed. The prince reached out and took the sword from Zhu Yan, using the hilt to press the woman's head down, inch by inch, into the water. Do you know how annoying you all are? I don't have that much time to argue with a bunch of clowns all day long. Don't you people have anything worthwhile to do? He beckoned with his long, slender fingers. Bring it up. A group of men, women, and children, young and old, were escorted forward by more than a dozen black-clad guards. Their hands and feet were bound, and they were crying loudly with tears streaming down their faces. Consort he stared at the crowd by the pool with bloodshot eyes, then screamed in terror. Mother! Father! Eldest brother! Nephew! Xiao Jinji, have you gone mad? You can't do this! Xiao Jinji! Consort he screamed, thrashing about in the pool. I was wrong, Your Highness, I was wrong! I will never fight again, I dare not fight with you. Please spare my family, spare them! The Crown Prince narrowed his phoenix eyes, his gaze icy as he stared at the other man. You think you're worthy to compete with me? They all think they can climb the social ladder without paying any price. They act like tyrants in the capital all day long, with no one to restrain them. The Crown Prince took a deep breath and gently waved his finger. Kill them all. As soon as the words were spoken, the guards swiftly drew their blades and cleanly slashed the necks of the He family members, leaving streaks of blood. The body lay sprawled on the ground, life extinguished in an instant. Consort He, who was soaking in the cold pool, shuddered and let out a sharp, high-pitched scream. She thrashed about in the water, screaming at the top of her lungs. Xiao Jinji, you devil! You're not human! No wonder your father disliked you so much, no wonder he sent you to Northern Yen as a hostage when you were little. You shouldn't have come back. You should have died out there, buried forever in the ground like your wretched mother. The guards slapped her hard across the face twice, stopping her sharp insults. The Crown Prince raised an eyebrow, showing no anger at being offended, and simply looked at her with a smile. Don't worry, the Emperor will die, and so will the Northern Yen. They will all go down to join you and your son. No. Consort he cried out in despair. You can't kill my nanner, he's your brother too, no. The Crown Prince wiped his hands, turned around, and gestured with his finger to have his guards deal with the woman. Your Highness, Prince Qing has been making some unusual moves in Wanzhou these past few days. It doesn't matter. The prince swung his long fingers, a faint smile playing on his lips. In this wasteland, let him fight if he wants. Asterisk. The next day, before 3 o'clock, the group of convicts were still half asleep when they were awakened by a pitiful scream. Exile now sleeps with her face covered, firstly to prevent mosquito bites, and secondly to block out light and make it easier to fall asleep. She tore off the thin cotton cloth covering her face and stuffed it into her bosom. Exile took her mother's hand and sat up, a smile playing on her lips with interest. The bearded man looked as if he had seen a ghost, tumbling and crawling over, howling loudly. End of this chapter. What's wrong? What happened? A corpse, oh dear, it really is a corpse. Quickly, get away! Could there be any disease? Liang Guang, along with old Zhang, the escort, and Xiao Jia, rushed over and shouted angrily. What's all this noise about? Mao Huzi's legs went weak and he slumped to the ground, pointing at the large rock he was using for resting. Doggy dog, it's a dog. I searched for my dog for most of last night, but I couldn't find a single hair on him. To my surprise, when I opened my eyes today, half asleep, I was met with the dog's deathly pale face. Just now, I was holding the dog's neck with both arms, almost face to face and mouth to mouth with his lifeless face. Mao Huzi could no longer stop his stomach from churning and rushed to the side to vomit violently. With the blessings of all the gods and Buddhas under heaven and earth, who could withstand this? Exile almost couldn't hold back her laughter. She huddled in her mother's arms, covered half her face with her hand, and suppressed her laughter. Mom, did you see that person's expression? Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I could laugh for 3 days straight. It's so funny. Let them bother her all they want. They deserve it. She dug out the corpse in the middle of the night, stole all the money from the dog, and even kindly helped the brothers hug each other affectionately. Isn't that wonderful? What a lovely young girl. She was so kind and understanding that it was almost unbelievable. Even she herself was moved to tears. Mao Huzi was so eager to find his brothers, so we found you and put you by our side. You two were sleeping soundly together, but now you're unhappy. Humans are such contradictory beings. Look at the wonderful expression on that round face. It's absolutely hilarious. Exile couldn't help but laugh at the thought of Mao Huzi being so frightened that his facial features would fly off. Xianinglan felt quite helpless. She hugged her little daughter and tucked her closer into her arms to prevent her from laughing too smugly and being seen by others. That's true. My daughter is still young in this life, only in junior high school. It's normal for her to do some outrageous things. Besides, the person she's teaching a lesson to is a bad person, so it's harmless. Xian's shoulders trembled uncontrollably. She lifted her head slightly from her mother's arms and her gaze met that of the two young masters from the Yongkang Marquis mansion. To be precise, it was the people from the Yongkang Marquis mansion and the Eni Marquis mansion who were always secretly observing them, and this just happened to capture the interaction between Xianinglan and her daughter. It doesn't matter if someone sees you secretly laughing. Exile glanced at them, then looked away as if no one else was around, continuing to chuckle softly in her mother's arms. Han Li leaned close to his brother and whispered, "Big brother, did you see that? I always said that the Exile family girl was a bit strange. A person who can be specially invited and treated with respect by the ancients is naturally no ordinary person." Han Zhao nodded thoughtfully. When their eyes met, the girl showed no sign of guilt at being exposed. Instead, she glanced at him openly and confidently. That look in his eyes made it seem like he was looking at some inanimate object. Han Zhao unconsciously shrugged his shoulders. "Brother, do you think the death of this constable might be related to this girl?" After thinking it over, Han Zhao shook his head. "I don't know, and I shouldn't make any wild guesses. Let's observe further and make sure we don't offend the Exile family along the way." Meanwhile, Liang Guan had already led his men forward to examine the dog's body, and his expression was extremely grim. "What's going on?" Several guards helped the bearded man, whose face had turned pale from vomiting, to sit down beside him. "How did you find him?" one of Mao Hu's henchmen said in a terrified voice. "Boss Liang, the first thing Brother Mao saw when he opened his eyes was Guzi hugging him." "No, stop talking!" Upon hearing his henchman's words, Mao Hu's face turned even paler, his stomach churned again, and he couldn't help but rush to the side to vomit. Liang Guan glanced at him, then looked at the still frightened bearded follower. "You saw it?" Yes, I saw it clearly." The dog's two hands were dangling on Brother Mao's shoulders. Brother Mao was so frightened that he jumped up and tried to pry the dog's hands off. The hands were stiff, and with a snap, they were broken off. Old Zhang, the escort, rubbed the goosebumps that had risen on his arms. All right, don't go into so much detail. Just tell me how the dog's corpse ended up next to Mao Huzi? We just don't know. We searched for Guzi until late last night, but we couldn't find a trace of him. This morning, he just appeared out of nowhere, lying next to Mao Ge. Bullshit, stop spouting this nonsense, Liang Guang shouted. Find a place to bury him and get ready to go. Boss! The bearded henchman exclaimed in shock. Aren't you going to investigate any more? Investigate? Do you even have a clue? What are you going to investigate with? I'm not from the Ministry of Justice or the Court of Judicial Review. Do you think I don't need to travel to investigate? Have you finished your mission for today? If you haven't finished and can't get to Hengxian in 4 days, you're flying over there to complete the handover and get the seals. The lackey, humiliated by the rebuke, slunk over to the bearded man and helped him up. Several guards quickly lifted the dog's stiff body and methodically dug a pit to bury it. Judging by how well trained they are, this is definitely not the first time they've done this on the Exile road. Exile smiled secretly, and picked at the 2 beads stuck to her wrist. Ningzhu doesn't need anything to tie it, it stays attached to her wrist and won't fall off. Then she pulls down the sleeve of her prison uniform to cover it up, and no one can see it. After advancing to the 2nd tier, his physical fitness also improved significantly, making it no longer a problem for him to travel normally. However, given her current level of spatial power, She can only make a maximum of 10 condensed beads, and her parents cannot use them for the time being. But it's alright. She is very confident in herself and estimates that once she reaches the 3rd level, she will be able to touch some of the mysteries of space and tear open the cracks to find the space that was lost in the past. She wasn't greedy, she just wanted to recover some of the old supplies. Exile Wenyuan had just been put in shackles when he carried him to his wife and daughter. "Daughter, I just saw your brother move his eyelids. Is he about to wake up?" Exile Nien held her father's hand, which was bound to a wooden cane, and channeled some healing energy into him. "It won't be that fast. He still needs to drink 4 more doses of medicine. I estimate he'll wake up in the next day or 2. Dad, does your shoulder still hurt? Good. I'll apply some more ointment to your shoulder at noon." Exile Wenyuan grinned, looking at his little darling with increasing joy. He's now used to carrying a yoke weighing about 10 pounds around during the day, and with the energy he's absorbed into his body, his physique is gradually improving. Today, carrying it wasn't as tiring as it had been the previous 2 days. But the old father's heart melted at his daughter's care and love. "I'll be going now. Take good care of yourselves, you and your mother." Hey, Lao Exile, Lao Exile." Xianinglan winked at him and took Exile Mohan's hand, who was standing to the side. "Take good care of your son. Come over for lunch together." Exile Wenyuan. What a tragedy. I always forget about this poor little son. I just don't have that thought in my head. Seeing the pitiful look on the child's face, Xianinglan reached out and patted his head. "Honor, be good. Don't be afraid with Daddy." Little Exile Mohan nodded his head and obediently followed behind Exile Wenyuan as the father and son walked forward together. Exile Nien glided over to her mother's side. "How novel! She's over 30 and has a younger brother." End of this chapter. Xianinglan was both amused and exasperated. She poked her daughter's waist and said, "Look at your own tender face. You're only 14 or 15 years old. Don't talk like an old man in the future." Exile Nien grinned and caught up with the dawdling group ahead, walking briskly. The family of 3 had long been accustomed to getting up at 3 in the morning to frantically cultivate their supernatural abilities, and then going to bed soundly around 7 or 8 at night. Although life was worse than a dog's, at least the father and sons still had some hope. Once a person has a goal, they have endless motivation. Exile Nien's biggest motivation now is to advance to the 3rd tier as soon as possible and get some of the old resources back. Everything else was trivial to her. After walking for nearly 2 hours, Wang Bunyan's mother suddenly collapsed to the ground, throwing a tantrum and demanding to use the toilet, saying she couldn't hold it in any longer, and clung tightly to her son, asking him to carry her. Wang Bangyan was in a terrible predicament, but he couldn't win against his mother, so he could only bow and scrape to the constables and apologize repeatedly. Exile Nien thought Aunt Wang was a good person. Is this person going to die from holding their pee? It's been 2 hours, and they still haven't arranged for a solution. My bladder is about to burst. Which woman here, young or old, isn't feeling stifled? Only Granny Wang is willing to risk her reputation, dare to lie down and make a scene, and isn't afraid of being whipped. Don't let the old lady's plump appearance fool you, she's incredibly agile. When the whip lashes out, she darts around, dodging the blows. It's a bit funny, but there's a bittersweet feeling to it all. Anyway, Exile Nien wouldn't have known this before. What law would prevent people from using the toilet? Even if my uncle takes me to the police station, I still have human rights. The feudal system should be overthrown because it was utterly despicable, anti-human, and anti-moral. The escort gave them half an hour to use the restroom. Exile Nien, holding Xianinglan's arm and pulling Dali along, ran a little further away. When they returned, the escorts were already taking attendance and leading the group to continue their journey. Xiao Jia hurriedly ran forward, looked up at Liang Guang riding on horseback, and said, "Boss, a distinguished entourage is coming." Liang Guang immediately jumped off his horse and shouted, gesturing wildly, "Get to both sides! Kneel to both sides!" Seeing that things were not going well, Exile Wenyuan quickly grabbed his shackles, called his youngest son, and ran frantically towards his wife and daughter. The group worked in perfect unison, squeezing together, and quietly slipping to the very back of the crowd. When everyone was being yelled at by Liang Guang to kneel and prostrate themselves in respect, the father and his men shrunk to the back of the crowd, sat down on the ground, and then leaned forward, looking almost like they were lying face down. They knelt before his mother, the three of them outwardly unconcerned, but inwardly they were gushing with nationalistic sentiments. "It's Princess Jioni's carriage emblem." Exile Wan Qing knelt respectfully beside her mother, Madame Ye, glanced up briefly, and then quickly lowered her head again. "Princess Jioni is the apple of Prince Subei's eye, and no one in the capital dares to offend her. Is it a coincidence that I appeared here?" The old lady, Madame Yu, gripped the sleeve of her prison uniform tightly, her body trembling slightly. Whether she was angry or frightened, she turned her head and saw that the unreliable fourth branch of the family were all sitting on the ground, leaning forward. Fortunately, they were sitting at the very back, completely inconspicuous, with bushes in front and behind them providing cover. Otherwise, if the princess were to punish him for his disrespect, his life might be in danger. The princess's carriage stopped amidst the welcoming crowds lining the streets. The carriage curtain was lifted, and a slender hand reached out. Liang Guang bowed and scraped as he stepped forward, but before he could speak, the maid Xian Chao scolded him. "Get out of the way! Don't you even know who you are, daring to sidle up to our princess?" Xian Chao snorted sarcastically. Turning his head, the lackey respectfully used a silk handkerchief to cushion his hands and carefully helped the princess out of the carriage. The princess was beautiful and radiant, her face painted with bold strokes. A long, water-red dress with peacock feathers made her look exceptionally delicate and charming. The guards glanced at him furtively and quickly lowered their heads. Such a noble and extravagant person is not someone that lowly escorts like them can afford to look at. "Where is the family of the former prefect of the capital?" The maidservant, holding the noblewoman's jade hand, looked around arrogantly and asked. Everyone looked up, glancing at each other. Han Li whispered to his brother, "Xiao Jioni is after Si Na Feng." Han Zhao pursed his lips. It was obvious. The story of Xiao Jioni falling in love at first sight with the eldest son of the Jingzhou prefecture and becoming even more devoted upon seeing him again, vowing to marry him, is known to everyone in the capital. The prefect of Jingzhou was an upright man, and many people in the court were at odds with him, and many hoped that he would step down. This just so happens that the eldest son of the Jingzhou prefecture is absolutely unwilling to marry Princess Jioni, thus offending the Prince of Subei. So, everyone pitched in, and Lord Si was completely stripped of his position. Exile Nian strained her ears to listen to the two brothers from the Yongkang Marquis' mansion whispering, while secretly observing Xiao Jioni's convo. Sure enough, this princess must be traveling outside the capital. She has 7 or 8 carriages full of supplies, probably even bringing along all her bedding and blankets. Isn't this like someone bringing you a pillow when you're about to fall asleep? I was worried that I might not be able to get any supplies before the natural disaster, but now people are rushing to give them to me. Haha, I'm so happy. Life was hard for people in ancient times. Exile Nian felt guilty about robbing ordinary people, but he felt no guilt at all about robbing the property of kings, nobles, and unscrupulous powerful people. Exile Wenyuan and Xianinglan sat beside their daughter, watching her big, bright eyes darting around, and knew she wasn't up to any good. Meanwhile, Liang Guang, like a lapdog, repeatedly bowed to the princess and hurriedly had his men drag Lord Si and his family over. Madame Si wept, trembling as she held her youngest son, who was coughing and squinting. Lord Si, accompanied by his eldest son Si Na Feng, knelt to the side, clenching his fists in suppressed emotion, and said, "Greetings, Princess." Xiao Jioni chuckled, took Zuanko's hand, and slowly stepped forward. She pinched her handkerchief and lifted young Master Si's chin. "Young Master Si, do you regret it?" Exile Nian and her family of 3 almost vomited. Good heavens! Could it be that Princess Jioni has taken a domineering CEO romance novel? Does the lady regret her actions? When will she apologize? No, your wife and your brother already have 3 kids. The family of 3 lowered their heads, trying their best to control the trembling of their shoulders. Who says people in ancient times didn't have entertainment? This is practically a live short drama, haha. This princess is going to Yunlin Villa to escape the summer heat. Silang, as long as you say you regret it, I will take you with me and save you from the suffering of exile and forced labor. Exile Yen secretly glanced over. From her angle, she could only see the handsome profile of the young Master C, which was full of a sense of disarray. TSK, a female tyrant forcibly abducts a man. What do I do when my hands are itching to hit someone? Exile Wenyuan saw through his daughter's intention and quickly advised her in a low voice. Girl, this place is still too close to the capital. You should fight in a more distant place to avoid trouble. Silang? Roll! Ha 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 ha. If she could, Exile Yen would want to laugh so hard she'd roll on the floor. End of this chapter. Rejected in love, a human tragedy, Exile Yen openly mocks this so-called princess and I don't understand why someone with such status and position would fall for a man. It's practically masochism, and it even slows down the speed at which she draws her sword. 2 guards beside the princess drew their swords at the same time, startling everyone present. Many of the more timid ones had already been muttering pleas for mercy and lying prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift their heads even an inch. Exile Yen pulled her parents, who were watching the show, along with her, and lowered her head, secretly craning her neck to look ahead, which strained her eyes a bit. Xiao Jioni waved her hand to stop the guards from drawing their swords, and gave a cold smile with a rather imposing air. It's all right. Young Master C probably hasn't suffered enough yet, so it's understandable that he can't get over it for a while. Si Lang, you're a smart man. I know you'll come to your senses someday. I'll be at Yunlin Villa lately, you know the place. I'll be waiting for you. The last 3 words were spoken lightly and with a hint of flirtation. Xiao Jiu and I curved her red lips and glanced at Si Nan Feng with interest. Exile Yen secretly groaned, her little mouth practically pouting to the sky. You don't actually think you're cool with that domineering CEO vibe, do you, Shinjin? Forcibly taking or seizing property, whether by men or women, is an extremely despicable act and has absolutely nothing to do with being handsome. Then look at the young master of the former prefect of the capital. Wow, the little handsome boy is about to break, so pitiful, I want to hug him. Let's go. Princess Jiu and I didn't cause any more trouble. She uttered a single word and got into the carriage. The maid, Xian Chao, raised her head and looked around like a fighting rooster. Seeing everyone obediently lying down to look at her, Xian Chao seemed to have found some special sense of honor, and proudly turned her neck. The princess is absolutely right. These lowly people are no different from ants. They are all unlucky creatures, and it's not worth even looking at them. Princess, depart! With a loud announcement, the princess's carriage slowly started moving and left in front of everyone. Xiao Jiuni gently lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, her gaze falling on Si Nan Feng, who was kneeling to one side with his head slightly lowered. She called out softly, Si Lang, I'm waiting for you at Yunlin Villa. Yunlin Villa, if Xiao Jioni can go there for vacation, it's probably not far from here. Exile Nian pondered this in her heart, and then she became happy. Wow, this villa must be a good place, and maybe it's well stocked with supplies too. It's like someone offering you a pillow when you're sleepy. By stocking up on food and supplies before reaching Hengxian, things will definitely get easier in the future. All right, get up and keep going. Liang Guang wiped the sweat from his brow and gave old Zhang, the escort, a look. The latter nodded and rubbed his hands together, a smile that concealed a dagger as he walked up to Si Nanfeng's family, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, Lord Si, young Master Si, please take your time and think things through. This is an unimaginable wealth and glory. If young Master C can get close to Princess Jiu and I, your family will never have to worry about making a living again. Not only that, but you can also be exonerated from your criminal record. Isn't that wonderful? Get lost. If it weren't for years of accumulated knowledge and cultivation, young Master C would probably have spat in old Zhang's face. Old Zhang, the escort, felt awkward and touched his nose, pouting. Young Master, we're only thinking of your family, aren't we? Who in the capital doesn't know Princess Gioni's temperament? They're the kind of people who won't give up until they achieve their goal. The C family dared to oppose the princess. They will never have a good future. Get out, all of you get out! Si Xiaotang stood in front of his eldest son and roared fiercely at the old escort Zhang. They never bowed to evil forces when they were in their prime, but now that they are in such a miserable state, what else is there to lose or fear? You don't know what's good for you. Old Zhang, the escort, was also angry and said without restraint, Just because I call you Lord C doesn't mean you still think you're Lord C, does it? What kind of time is this? Don't put on airs in front of me. If I had a handsome and charming son like you, I would be overjoyed and would be eager to send him to the princess's mansion to seek a life of wealth and honor. But you are not willing and even rejected such a good marriage proposal from the princess. Now that you're in trouble, you deserve it. A whole family of clueless fools. Trying to twist the thigh. Shaw. Exile Yen, I've never seen anything like this before. To be able to describe shameless sycophancy towards the powerful in such a refreshing and elegant way, this old escort Zhang is truly a talent. Xian Ninglan couldn't stand it anymore. She shrank into the crowd and said in a strange tone, What a pity! With your ugly appearance, you can't possibly have such a lovely son. The crowd chuckled softly. Old Zhang, the escort officer, couldn't save face. He turned to look at the crowd and asked, Who's that? Who's making those sarcastic remarks? Amidst the rustling of the crowd, the youngest son, whom Madame C was holding in her arms, suddenly opened his eyes halfway, gasped for breath, and his chest vibrated incessantly. Nanli, Nanli! Madame C cried out in fright. Exile Yen glanced at it, raised an eyebrow, and thought, Poor thing, my wheezing is acting up again. The C family was in a terrible state of panic, as misfortunes never come singly. Si Xiaotang repeatedly bowed towards Physician Cheng, saying, Physician Cheng, please examine my child's illness. Physician Cheng smiled wryly. Alas, Brother Zhao, I have seen your son's illness before. His asthma is something he was born with and cannot be cured. We can only take good care of him and try not to overwork him. But given our current situation, alas, it's not that I don't want to help Brother Zhao. It's just that I have neither needles nor medicine, so I don't know where to begin to treat him. Madame C held her panting youngest son and wept bitterly. Physician Cheng suddenly cried out, Miss Exile, please beg Miss Exile. Miss Exile has some medicinal herbs on hand. I wonder if she can save your son in this emergency? Everyone turned around in unison, their eyes all focused on Miss Exile. Miss Exile and her son were watching the commotion with their hands tucked in, when suddenly they were stared at by everyone and awkwardly lowered their hands. Madame C held her youngest son, crying and pleading, Miss Exile, please save my son. Exile Wenyuan quickly said, Madame C, please don't misunderstand. My daughter only knows a little bit about medicine. She's fine taking care of her own family, but if she were to examine you, what if she made a mistake? Brother Wenyuan. Si Xiaotang quickly stepped forward, carrying the cane, and bowed repeatedly with his hands clasped together. Please, Your Highness, provide some medicinal herbs so that we may be able to treat my child. Yes. Physician Cheng chimed in. Brother Exile, see if your daughter has any suitable herbs around, and give them to the second young Master C to help him out in this emergency. Exile Wenyuan was about to roll his eyes and retort to them. What kind of time is this? They're still trying to get something for nothing and morally blackmail outsiders? Herbs are such precious things, of course they should be reserved for our own family. If they give it away and something happens to them, who will help their poor family? Xiao Jia suddenly laughed and said, Tell me about you people. End of this chapter. Just now, the princess granted your permission to go to the villa to enjoy a life of luxury, but you were unwilling. Now that you are ill, you are desperately seeking any treatment. Xiao Jia looked at Si Xiaotang with a mocking smile. I'm laughing so hard. You think a few ounces of herbs will do the trick? Even if you find the right herbs, are you really going to let you stay here for an hour or two to brew the medicine? Are you going to delay all of our plans just for a kid? Dream. As the last two words of the escorting officer faded, Madame C let out a wail, clutching her youngest son and crying out, "My lord, please, for the sake of the gods and Buddhas, grant my son a way out. I beg you, my lord, I beg you." Old Zhang, the escort, stroked his chin, his shifty eyes darting over Madame C twice before he spoke in a lewd tone. "Madame C, this isn't how you beg for help. Don't you know how to beg our Lord Liang?" Although Madame C was nearly 40, she was well maintained and pampered, with a beautiful face and a voluptuous figure, making her a true beauty. Liang too has a particular fondness for this. If she were more sensible, she might be happy to give them some time to treat the sick child. Seeing the guard's disgusted look, Si Zhaoang quickly stepped forward to shield his wife and children, saying, "Officer, we'll figure something out ourselves." Humph. Old Zhang, the escort, thought to himself, "What a family of ungrateful bastards." He was waiting to see how they died. Physician Ching sighed. "Brother Zhao, your son hasn't had a proper rest along the way. If his asthma flares up, the consequences will be unimaginable." Mrs. C was terrified and could only hug her child and cry. Si Zhaotong's eyes were also bloodshot, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Exile Yen couldn't bear to watch any longer. Her aversion to stupidity kicked in. She's always been lazy. She tries to avoid doing anything if she can, and prefers to stay out of everything if she can. Unless I can help it. Exile Yen strode up to Madame C and roughly pulled her aside, saying, "You're about to strangle him." He was already having trouble breathing, and she kept clinging to him, shaking him, and crying. Did she want him to die even faster? Mrs. C froze on the spot, paused for a second, and then was overcome with grief. Before she could even open her mouth to wail, Exile Yen snapped, "Shut up! What's the point of crying all day long? Can crying pull someone back from the clutches of death? Or can crying change the status quo?" Mrs. C stood there dumbfounded, her mouth agape. When Physician Ching saw Exile Yen pull a needle pouch from her bosom, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Miss Exile, you know acupuncture?" Exile Yen narrowed her eyes and turned to him, a malicious smirk playing on her lips. "You want to get stabbed too?" Physician Ching felt a chill run down his spine for no reason, and without thinking, he waved his hands repeatedly. "Oh no 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 no, it would be perfect if Miss Exile knew acupuncture." He had both hands tucked inside the cane, and his swaying back and forth looked somewhat comical. Exile Yen didn't want to pay attention, but Physician Ching kept rambling on and on. "Acupuncture at acupoints requires precise techniques. If the correct acupoints are stimulated, the flow of qi and blood can be regulated, which is extremely effective for the current symptoms of the second young Master C. Do I need you to teach me?" Exile Nyansa said, holding a needle in her hand, exuding an aura of authority. When she is treating patients, she hates it when people around her talk too much. Whether you can do it or not, if you can, then you do it. Stop nagging and standing around. Physician Ching twitched his lips and reluctantly shut his mouth, but the next second his eyes suddenly lit up, almost glowing green. Although I had never seen Miss Exile's acupuncture technique before, I felt a sense of awe and wonder at it. 3 needles, literally just 3 needles, and the second young Master C opened his eyes. The feeling of congestion in his trachea was much relieved, the second young Master C was no longer panting, and the hissing sound from his throat ceased. Exile Yen met those bright, sparkling eyes for a moment, raised an eyebrow and thought to herself, "Wow, the C couple's genes are really good. These 2 little brats are even better than their parents. The big one looks like a broken piece of jade, while the small one has innocent, pitiful dog eyes. TSK, 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 it wasn't a waste of time to save it. Humanity needs this kind of superior breed to continue. It's really an eyesore to look at these deformed fruits." Nanli. Madame C tried to rush over and hug her son again, but Exile Yen grabbed her wrist and said impatiently, "Don't hold him like that. He's having trouble breathing." If you keep holding him like that, are you hoping he'll die sooner? Madame C was so frightened that she quickly withdrew her hand. No, I'll help him carefully. C Namli blinked her big, wet eyes and suddenly said sweetly, Sister, you saved me, so I'm yours from now on. Everyone. Exile Nyen, young man. There's really no need for that. Si Dao Tang was also extremely excited at this moment, nodding repeatedly in agreement with his son's words. Miss Exile has been kind to my son as if he were a second father. Please feel free to make any requests in the future. We will do our best to help him in any way we can. It's just temporary relief. If conditions allow, she'll need proper treatment later. Exile Nyen said expressionlessly. These few injections were purely to relieve her respiratory spasms, so their effect can't be said to be significant. To be honest, teenagers with these kinds of affluent diseases still need to be properly cared for. Physician Ching was right about one thing: he hadn't rested well along the way. Old Zhang, the escort, followed behind Liang Tu, quite surprised. Sixth miss, you really know acupuncture? A few needles were enough to cure the person's acute illness, and he was able to speak smoothly again. I have to say, his skill is amazing. Exile Nyen turned to look at them, her smile shining brightly. You want to get acupuncture too? Actually, my acupuncture skills are pretty good. Want to get acupuncture? I guarantee you'll feel great. For some reason, Liang Guang and the others felt a chill down below. Seeing them like this, Exile Nyen couldn't help but burst into laughter, giggling uncontrollably. When they met the little girl's smiling, crescent-shaped eyes, everyone felt a chill creep down their spines for no apparent reason. The little girl was quite young, but her laughter had a hint of wickedness that made people a little scared. Stop laughing! Liang Guang felt extremely uncomfortable with her laughter and shouted angrily. Get ready and leave quickly. It's getting late. Don't you want to eat lunch? After such a long delay, with both the audience and treatment, the journey ahead will be almost like a forced march. Everyone was dragging their feet, being driven forward like sheep. When Xianninglan saw her daughter return, she quickly leaned forward and whispered, Daughter, Mom has advanced to the next level. Look! She pulled a tender strip from her fingertip and shook it. It's just a bit weak right now, so I can't hit anyone with it. Exile Nyen's eyes lit up. Mother, I'll find you some seeds later. See if you can force them to grow like before. We haven't had any vegetables to eat these past few days, and I feel like I'm about to have an incontinence. Xianninglan nodded repeatedly, winking at the girl. Yes, when are you planning to make your move? We'll see when the time is right, tonight would be best. Exile Nyen narrowed her eyes, revealing a wicked smile. Let's see if they behave. If they don't, let's kill someone else to liven things up. End of this chapter. That night, there wasn't a single star in the sky. It was pitch black, quiet, and utterly silent. In the distance, 3 guards were talking around a small, dimly lit fire. Here at the convicts' gathering place, everyone had fallen asleep. The Exile family occupied a small, good spot, leaning against a rock and sheltered from the wind. Exile Wenyuan held his youngest son and lay down next to his wife and daughter. When the air shifted slightly and her daughter disappeared from her spot, Xianninglan simply closed her eyes and tugged at the drooping blanket. Exile Nyen's teleportation distance was not far enough at this moment, at most about 10 meters. However, her supernatural abilities are incredibly precise. She can teleport instantly and has even figured out how to pinpoint locations accurately. In the darkness of night, the attacks were launched in rapid succession, and the person was already hundreds of meters away. The human eye can at most capture the afterimage of a tiny air movement. She stood behind the tree, watching the guards whispering in the distance. She tilted her head, her eyes devoid of any smile, completely dark. Following the earthen slope below, Exile Nyen picked wild plants along the way. During this season, shepherd's purslane, dandelions, and other similar plants can be seen everywhere on the slopes of Tukala Mountain. These are especially valuable because they can be used both as medicine and food. The former can clear heat, detoxify, reduce swelling and inflammation, while the latter can be used as a whole herb. The roots, leaves, and flowers are all indispensable good things, and they can be used to regulate heat syndromes and liver meridian. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, the little girl's method of collecting things was quite skillful and swift. They harvested along the way, collecting anything useful they found, paying close attention to keeping the roots, stems, branches, and leaves intact, as some plant seeds are in the roots while others are in the stems and branches, and they must be preserved intact to facilitate seed extraction. Those who have experienced the turmoil of the apocalypse know how important it is to preserve one's lineage. In particular, Exile Nyen's mother is a planting expert, and her own special ability is related to plants, which can be described as a unique blessing from heaven. Wild berries, mulberries, yams, mushrooms, and other similar items are readily available and can be kept on hand for unforeseen circumstances. However, time was limited, and Exile Nyen didn't have time to dig too much. As long as she was careful to preserve the seeds from what she dug, her mother could produce a continuous supply for her in the future. Looking around now, the hillside is lush and green, full of life. In fact, aside from their arduous training in supernatural abilities, the family of 3 has been enjoying this fertile land all along the way. Compared to the desolate wasteland of the past, everything encountered on the road to exile, even a small flower or blade of grass, brought immense joy. Exile Nyen was very grateful. She had always dreamed of returning to her carefree days. But when all that is vibrant and full of life is laid out before you, you often feel a sense of unreality. If, and she meant if, then all the natural disasters predicted by the Imperial Observatory were false, how wonderful that would be. Who would want to go through it all again? But often, we are not in control of our own lives. Seeing a brightly lit place in the distance, the little girl sensed that she had arrived. The more she used spatial teleportation, the more proficient she became, and as she had anticipated, the faster her energy replenishment speed increased as she consumed more energy along the way. Now that the distance of a teleportation has increased, one really needs to practice more to gradually improve their abilities and practical use. Exile Nyen stood at the brightly lit side gate of Yunlin Villa, tilting her head to look up at the dark sky. TSK, the wealthy and powerful live a life of extravagance and debauchery. They really do want to destroy all of this with their own hands. The teleportation ignored all physical objects, passing through the wall and standing in the shadows of the corridor. Exile Nyen raised her eyebrows and stared intently ahead. The vast lawn, presumably used for polo, was surrounded by magnificent, colorful lights. A cacophony of voices assaulted my senses. To be more precise, it was a cacophony of screams and cries. Only 2 people remained running wildly on the lawn. Both were young and strong men. There were also 7 or 8 bodies scattered around the lawn, most of them with their eyes wide open and their faces contorted in death. The spirited princess sat astride her horse, holding a bow and arrow in one hand, laughing arrogantly and triumphantly. A dozen or so men and women dressed as farmers were kneeling around him, prostrating themselves with their heads on the ground, extremely humble. Xianqiao raised her long neck and stepped forward to help Princess Gioni dismount, then took a damp silk handkerchief to wipe the princess's hands. "You've had your fun. Prepare water for this princess to bathe." Xiao Gioni took the handkerchief, wiped her hands, and then threw away a fine handkerchief, trampling it on the ground. "As for these lowly people, lock them up in the warehouse for now." Xiao Gioni turned her head, glanced at them condescendingly, and said lightly, "We'll continue tomorrow." The peasants, who were called the lowest of the low, all cried and wailed, "Your Highness, spare our lives!" Dozens of vicious guards rushed forward and, without saying a word, dragged the person away. "Boring!" Xiao Gioni raised her elegant chin, took Xuanko's hand, and slowly left the meadow, completely unaware of the shadows that were so close at hand. Exile Nyen tilted her head and jumped out of the shadows. The guards on both sides were startled and turned around, uttering a "Clue!" A strange floral fragrance wafted over them, and they collapsed to the ground unconscious. "You are the lowly people!" Exile Nyen snorted, then dealt with them without further ado and stuffed them into Ningzhu graveyard. The night was deep and quiet, and everything was proceeding smoothly and methodically under control. In the brightly lit room, Xiao Jioni sat gracefully in the bathtub, separated by a colorful and golden-laid wooden screen, quietly enjoying the luxurious beauty of the night. Xianqiao entered with a beaming smile, carrying a box of rouge. "Princess, this servant is bringing you this." She froze, staring at the figure standing in front of the screen. Exile was dressed in prison clothes and had a disheveled appearance. To outsiders, she looked no different from a ghost. "Who are you?" Xianqiao had only uttered 2 words when she felt a chill on her neck, as if something was spraying out from her neck. He fell to the ground with a thud. Xiao Jioni, who was behind the screen, immediately opened her eyes. "Daylily?" The room was filled with steam, and Xiao Jioni could vaguely see a shadow standing behind the screen. She was about to get up when she was horrified to find that the figure had appeared ghost-like beside the bathtub. The person who came had a large prisoner embroidered on his chest. Her hair was messy, with strands hanging down here and there, revealing a remarkably delicate and refreshing face underneath. You? Xiao Jioni was startled, but she was used to all kinds of big occasions and managed to remain calm. "Sure." Exile put a slender finger to her lips, looking at her with a smile in her eyes. For some reason, Xiao Jioni felt a sense of fear for no reason, and her teeth chattered slightly without her realizing it. "Princess, how many guards did you bring with you on this trip?" "Attendants, guards, yes, guards. Why are those good-for-nothings guarding outside not reacting at all?" "Come." She had barely uttered the word "come" when she realized that her neck was being gripped by a hand that felt like an iron clamp. "Why are you being so naughty? I told you to stop yelling." Exile gently pressed a finger to her lips and gave her a sweet smile. End of this chapter. "Did you bring 16 guards?" The disheveled girl's voice rose slightly at the end, her eyes full of laughter. Xiao Jioni had never been so terrified. She wanted to find her father. She was determined to find her father, and he would surely protect her. She would make him kill this hateful woman in front of her. "Are you stupid? You can't even count." Exile became impatient and tightened her grip on Xiao Jioni's fingers. Xiao Jiu and I could almost hear the cracking sound of the bones in her neck breaking. She could only make 2 sounds, opening her mouth in pain, nodding and shaking her head. 10, 17. Xiao Jioni struggled to utter these words, and then noticed that the hand holding her neck loosened. A flash of hatred and malice crossed her eyes as she said in a hoarse voice, "You bitch, you're dead. Old Ao." A smile flashed across Exile eyes, and she slapped the person hard against the edge of the bathtub. Xiao Jioni had a bloody mark on her forehead and fainted on the spot. At the same time, a sword aura arrived instantly. Exile suddenly dodged, the sword blade grazing her disheveled hair, a few strands of hair slowly falling down. Exile blinked, and in another flash, a deep crack appeared where she had been standing, carved by sword energy. The mahogany furniture behind it also split in 2. Looking up, she met the dark-faced giant standing at the door. Exile smiled and raised an eyebrow. "The princess has a master hidden by her side. He truly enjoys the favor of the royal family." The burly, dark-faced man didn't say anything, he simply stood in the doorway, blocking Exile way out. He wielded his iron sword with remarkable skill, his sword energy crisscrossing, sending wood chips flying wherever it passed, and cleaving everything in its path into 3 or 4 pieces. The room wasn't very big, and I thought dealing with a young girl would be a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, all his sword strikes missed their mark, and he was shocked to realize that the little girl in prison clothes was moving so fast that she was almost a blur. This was also the first time Exile had experienced the internal energy cultivation of ancient people, which was far more powerful than her close combat techniques. They can conjure up sword energy out of thin air, capable of severing hair with a single blow. The sword wind swept across her left cheek. She reached out and touched it, feeling a slight pain, and a trickle of blood slid down her cheek. "You hurt me?" Exile was greatly surprised, her eyes filled with a few unreadable emotions. Little did she know, the burly man with the dark face was even more shocked. Witnessing the bloodstain on the little girl's cheek gradually disappear, the burly man knew that his princess had met a tough opponent tonight. Originally, I just wanted you to die peacefully like those bad guys. But now… The little girl tilted her head, a strange smile appearing on her face. I've changed my mind. The burly man with the dark face was taken aback, and in his confusion, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. Just as he raised his sword to swing it, he felt the air around him twist inexplicably, and his hand suddenly bent backward uncontrollably to a degree that an ordinary person could hardly bear. It made a click sound. The iron sword then fell to the ground with a clang. Immediately afterwards, I felt a sharp pain in my hands and feet, as if something like needles was piercing my skin. The spatial distortion lasted only a moment, and after it instantly returned to normal, the dark-faced giant hurriedly kicked out and gripped the iron sword with his left hand. Before he could even slash forward, the big man felt his hands slip out of his control again. The hand holding the sword was raised, while the other hand hung limply. Both hands and feet seemed to be pulled and bound by something unseen, completely out of control. He stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, at himself, his limbs moving up and down in a strange and unsettling way. His feet seemed to be hooked, moving in unison. He walked straight ahead towards the little girl. Sorcery! This must be sorcery! A flicker of fear crossed the burly man's heart, but he was now completely out of control and could only let himself be manipulated. As you get closer, you can clearly see that the little girl is holding a few threads between her fingers, controlling him like a puppet on strings. Have you ever heard of a puppet on strings? She tilted her head slightly, raised her slender fingers, and looked at me with a deep smile. A chill ran straight into people's hearts. Whether it was his imagination or not, the big man felt that his shoulders and neck were not under his control, and any movement made a mechanical creaking sound. From now on, you'll follow me. Exile leaned closer to the man, whispering gently, almost soothingly. Once the threads are completely integrated into your body, it won't hurt anymore. Just bear with it a little longer, okay? The burly, dark-faced man was in pain and terrified. He stared wide-eyed at the woman in front of him as if she were some kind of monster. He was shocked to find that he could no longer make a sound, and gradually, his consciousness began to blur. See, does it stop hurting now? Exile stretched out two fingers, pinched the big man's right arm that was hanging down to his side, and suddenly lifted and caught it. The bone was embedded in it with a crack. Master will treat you well from now on, don't worry. The burly, dark-faced man stood silently beside her, his dull eyes filled with deathly stillness. You can leave now. From now on, stay within 15 feet of me. The burly, dark-faced man turned and vanished silently. Exile slowly walked to the bathtub, suddenly reached out and grabbed Xiao Jioni's wet hair, laughing. Stop pretending, miss, I know you've been awake for a while. Xiao Jioni trembled violently, struggling to open her eyes, her nose twitching and her lips trembling. No, please don't hurt me. I'll agree to anything you ask. I'll ask my father. Exile used a small fruit knife from the fruit plate to cut off a piece of Xiao Jioni's nose. Blood spurted out. Xiao Jioni was shocked and terrified, her whole body trembling uncontrollably, her eyes filled with resentment and venom. My father will not let you go. If you kill me, you will die too, you are doomed. Let me tell you a story. Exile sat casually on the small table next to the bathtub, crossed her legs, and looked at the other person with a smile. There used to be someone as self-righteous as you who always thought that those working people struggling at the bottom of society were just lowly ants. He used these ants to feed a monster, letting the monster grow slowly until it became uncontrollable. After I found him, I hung him among the monsters and let the monsters I kept gnaw on him every day. Exile couldn't help but chuckle as she said this. Do you know why he won't die? She tilted her head, revealing a smug little expression. I treated him every day, and then let him get eaten. In the end, he was eaten until half of his body was gone, and he was still living a miserable life. Xiao Jioni stared wide-eyed in terror at the monstrous girl in front of her. She's more like a monster than a monster. Later, he wept bitterly and begged for mercy every day, saying, Your Majesty, please let me die. Exile Nian couldn't help but burst into laughter again, lowering her head slightly to meet the trembling Xiao Jiao and I. Miss, I originally wanted to kill you. But I've changed my mind now. I guess someone as high and mighty as you has never experienced the end of the world. End of this chapter. A knife slices through the air. Before Xiao Jioni could feel any pain, Exile Nian severed all the tendons in her hands and feet. When she felt the pain in her reflexes and cried out, Exile Nian quickly stuffed a dark pill into her mouth. A few seconds later, Xiao Jioni couldn't even utter a cry of pain. She could only subconsciously try to lick her throat with her hand. Exile Nian clicked her tongue twice and lightly patted the princess's face twice with the knife. My poor little thing, wait here for your sister for a while, I'll come back to pick you up later. Xiao Jioni stared wide-eyed with a ferocious expression, dumbfounded as the monster lady slowly disappeared before her eyes. Monster, ah monster, monster, die monster! She wanted to find her father, to find the great Xia Iron Cavalry to destroy this damned monster. She wanted her father to strip this monster naked and tie her to a red-hot copper pillar to burn her alive. Xiao Jioni struggled to climb out of the bathtub, but her limbs were weak and powerless, and she couldn't even conquer this small bathtub. Exile Nian was already standing in the storeroom of the villa. She didn't even glance at the floral screens, gold and silver artifacts, or other such things inside. Her entire focus was on the exquisitely packaged ginseng, deer antler, and lingji mushrooms in the gift box. The little girl frowned. Apart from some top-quality medicinal herbs, the warehouse was full of brightly colored but impractical jewelry and the like. In years of natural disasters, this stuff won't even get you a bite to eat. Currently, the space in the condensed pearl has limited capacity, and she didn't want any large or useless items, only storing medicinal herbs, cloth, and other items into a single condensed pearl. After the person appeared in the adjacent warehouse, looking at the piles of grain and supplies in front of him, his tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. This place has everything: rice, flour, soy milk, and soy products. Packets of rice, flour, beans, and other items are displayed along the wall. A rough count reveals 60 or 70 packets of these. If they are frugal, these alone would be enough to feed their family of 5 for more than half a year. There was a lot of pork and mutton, probably because of the princess's arrival. Not only did they have to entertain the princess, but they also had to treat her large eater guards. Anyway, whatever the reason, it's fine. The meat from these freshly slaughtered pigs and sheep, all cleaned and placed in baskets, weighed over 1,000 pounds, enough to feed 5 people for a long time. There weren't many vegetables and fruits, probably because they don't keep well. Exile Nian accepted all 3 large baskets of vegetables, 2 baskets of melons, half a basket of apples, and a basket of oranges with a smile. After tidying up the small storeroom, it was basically full with just one condensed bead. Since the place of exile is in the far north, it must be extremely cold and harsh. Exile Nian thought that since she could still get a few more beads in her condensed pearl space, she planned to pack more bedding, blankets, and other items there. Persistence pays off. Exile Nian went to the west garden and finally found 2 more warehouses. The bedding, sheets, mattresses, and blankets inside all looked brand new, so Exile Nian felt no pressure at all. After loading all the warehouse's inventory into the condensed beads, Exile Nian suddenly shook her head, vaguely feeling the energy within her body surging rapidly and circulating extremely quickly. A glint of light flashed in his eyes, and as a continuous stream of energy entered his body, his superpower broke through the 3rd-tier barrier without him even realizing it. Almost simultaneously, Exile Nian, sensing something, tore open the alternate dimension using her original memories. A corner of the still space warehouse suddenly appeared before her eyes. It's wonderful that, after 2 lifetimes, the spatial resources she originally preserved are still there. It seems only a portion of the area can be opened at the moment, but that's already quite good, indicating there's still hope of recovering all her previous possessions. As a peak 9th spatial ability user, her vast spatial dimension is beyond almost everyone's imagination. The light is the spark of human civilization, and there are still 13 of them in her space. The space was divided into 5 main sections. She glanced at it just now, and it seemed that the section for daily necessities was the one that could be opened. She had previously sorted and cleaned these supplies by category, with brand new, unopened supplies lined up one after another. Those that have been used or are in a semi-new state, and those that can still be used in the future, should be piled up in front. The area was vast, spanning over 1,000 square meters, but this portion of supplies was only the smallest part of her spatial area. The food section, armory, and medicinal materials and finished medicine section are all more than 3 times larger than the daily necessities section. Leaving aside the tinderbox, at that time, the shattered human civilization had begun to rebuild and was rapidly developing into a supermodern society. Every day, she and her brother traveled between several large bases in the central and surrounding areas, acting as a tool for storing supplies. There were originally hundreds of fire boxes in the space, containing all sorts of things: species, medicinal seeds, livestock, machines, books, research materials, and ancient human civilizations. They were basically distributed to various bases. The remaining 13 tinder boxes were said to be temporarily stored with her. Most of them are duplicates of medicinal and grain seeds, as well as egg incubators, specimens, books, and the like. At that time, the base had begun to develop rapidly, and there were enough seeds and other supplies. She was asked to keep the rest in case anything else happened, so that humanity might be able to make a comeback. Who would have thought that her whole family would die together? Fortunately, before he died, he led his team to kill that ugly monster. After that, things got back on track. They rediscovered their original civilization, and the base only got better and better. Thinking back now, I realize that the base commanders must have been weeping bitterly over her memorial tablet. It's truly heartbreaking. If we had known this would happen, the remaining sparks of human civilization should have been stored in a warehouse first. Who could have predicted that a young level 9 expert would just die like that? Exile became angrier the more she thought about it, and waved her hand to close the living supplies area. However, this was still a pleasant surprise. Since part of the super-large space had returned, Exile, with the mindset of, "Since I'm already here, I might as well take advantage of it," went back to the original 2 warehouses and collected all the decorative items, screens, gold and silver artifacts, jade and spices, calligraphy and paintings that were more for show than practical use. Retrieving and storing supplies is also a way to train spatial abilities. The more you retrieve, the faster your abilities will increase. Although her living space of over 1,000 square meters doesn't have much remaining storage space, it doesn't matter, she can keep piling things on. It doesn't matter if it's piled up into a mountain, since there's no limit to the space that can be extended upwards. We can tidy it up slowly when there's space later. Now that she has advanced to the 3rd rank, her condensed pearl space has probably increased considerably, but she doesn't have time right now. She needs to collect it all and take a closer look later. After touring the backyard, I found a small warehouse specifically for storing cotton and furs, which I happily accepted. These days, per people wear linen with willow catkins and reed fluff to keep warm in winter. Cotton, feathers, and animal hides are the exclusive privileges of the wealthy. The princess's several mink cloaks are each worth 1,000 gold pieces, enough for an ordinary family to live on for several lifetimes. Exile didn't hold back with her. Everything in front of her belonged to her. Now that there's a place to install it, there's no need to be polite with people. They swept through the room like a whirlwind, ransacking every room. If they hadn't been short on time, they would have even pried up the cracks in the floor tiles to take a look. In the garden, many plants and trees were uprooted and taken away. In the kitchen, you can't overlook any of the essentials: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. End of this chapter. Believe it or not, there's plenty of rice, flour, and cooking oil in the kitchen. That's enough to feed their family for quite a while. The kitchen is so big, with 3 rooms, and there are 20 or 30 jars of wine placed against the wall. Vegetables, meat, cooking oil, milk, honey, nuts, and dried fruit are nothing compared to what made Exile happy. She found dozens of small, sealed jars of salt and sugar. The princess wouldn't use coarse salt or sugar. She would use only fine, high-quality products. Salt and sugar are both strategic resources and are indispensable. These dozens of small jars will last her for a while, which has solved her immediate problem. Exile packed all of these away, and took all the opened oil, salt, sugar, and various seasonings from the stove without hesitation. By the time they finished their sweep, it was past midnight. I was originally planning to take a bath at the princess's place when I had some free time, but it seems I won't have that opportunity now. The 16 corpses from Ningzhu Cemetery were neatly arranged in the front yard. Exile happily went to the woodshed and collected all the chopped firewood, thinking that it would be useful when it got cold later. Then they went to the small dark room next door where farmers were imprisoned, unlocked the door, and threw a large amount of gold, silver, and valuables at the door. Time is running out. The opportunity has been given to them, but their fate depends on themselves. When she floated into the fragrant boudoir of the princess, Xiao Jioni was still struggling to climb out of the bathtub. Exile chuckled, and without saying a word, she stepped forward, grabbed the princess's long hair, and dragged her outside. First, they threw the person at the door, then they tidied up the princess's belongings in her boudoir. Since everyone has ended up in exile, no one should look down on anyone else. Exile didn't look down on the exquisite clothes that others had worn in their wardrobes, not even the wardrobe ends. It's still better than their family wearing those smelly prison clothes, right? Take all the bedding, thick and thin, including the bed that looked like it hadn't been used much. Anything that could be displayed in the princess's villa must be of the finest quality: stools, tables, fragrant wood shelves, and even that gilded wooden screen with inlaid flowers and branches. Hee, now they're all cherished by Nian. After happily ransacking the side room, Exile walked out of the room, tilted her head, and smiled at Xiaojiu and I, who was crawling on the ground. Let's go. Exile picked up Xiaojiu and I like a little chick and appeared at the gate of the villa in a flash. A spatial blade was swung out, and the plaque of Yulin Villa hanging at the entrance was broken in 2. At the 3rd tier, she can finally use her basic skill, Space Blade. Spatial skills allowed her to regain some of her intuition for using her superpowers. Exile understood that if she went any further, the recovery might not be as quick. After all, the higher you go, the stronger and purer the supernatural energy you need to absorb and circulate. But she's optimistic. Even if things aren't what they used to be, they're good enough for the current situation. Many things cannot be rushed. A good mindset will make everything twice as effective. Hey, come here! Exile couldn't remember the name of the puppet, so she just called it out randomly. A burly man with a dark face appeared 3 meters away from her and silently moved his stiff neck. Exile casually tossed him 2 flatbreads. From now on, I'll call you number 1. Follow me, but don't get too close, and don't let anyone discover your whereabouts. She grabbed Xiaojiu and disappeared on the spot. The burly, dark-faced man sniffed the scent carried on the wind and chased after it in one direction. After advancing to the 3rd level, Exile felt that all her physical indicators had significantly improved. The distance between teleportations has increased. It has increased from a maximum of 10 meters to 50 meters. The ability to teleport instantly and launch consecutively at an even faster speed made her very satisfied. She carried the person directly to a small grove not far from the exiled prisoners' gathering place, threw him in front of a ditch, and smiled at Xiaojiu and I with sparkling eyes. Xiaojiu was pulled out of the bathtub, and she was only wearing an undergarment. Now, disheveled and thrown into a completely unfamiliar place, his eyes no longer held any trace of viciousness or malice. They were filled only with fear and pleas for mercy. Exile smeared mud all over her face, where half of her nose had been cut off, and then took out a pair of small scissors and cut her beautiful long hair into a messy, dog-chewed style. He nodded in satisfaction. Princess, you are completely different from the confident and arrogant person you were yesterday. She tilted her head with a grin, watching her as if she were watching a good show. I wonder how long you can survive in this apocalyptic world without your beautiful clothes and your status as a princess. I can't wait, the little girl said, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Jioni shook her head desperately, biting her lip and looking up at the grinning monster with a pleading expression. Fear was like a sharp blade, constantly cutting open her broken heart. Bye-bye, good luck. Exile Yen smiled and disappeared on the spot, leaving behind Princess Jio and I, who could neither shout nor move, and who was left helpless and alone. It's unclear how much time passed before two tall, slender figures finally appeared on Xia Lindsay's side. Your Highness, it's like this. The princess isn't dead, but her tendons in her hands and feet have been severed. Even with Zhu Yan's high skill and daring, he couldn't help but turn slightly pale at this moment. He had already secretly checked out the villa. Many of the rooms were empty. Everything had vanished into thin air. That little devil, who kills as easily as taking something from a bag, is not only ruthless, but also possesses the great supernatural power of conjuring objects out of thin air. What's the panic? It's too close to leave him here. A quick search might reveal something unusual. Go and dump him in the ravine across from Shantiao village. Whether he lives or dies is entirely up to luck. Zhu Yan dared not say or ask anything, and responded with a sound as he was about to go and pick up Princess Jio and I. Have someone burn that villa down. It's a den of filth, disgusting to look at. The man pulled an iron plaque from his pocket and flicked it to Zhu Yan. Leave this at the scene. Yes. Asterisk. Exile Yen didn't immediately return to the group. Seeing the large group of people sleeping peacefully at the gathering place, she happily continued picking fruits and mushrooms on this hillside. I didn't pick much when I left in a hurry, but since I still have some time, I'll continue picking. After gathering enough mushrooms, wild berries, and wild pears to eat for several days, Exile Yen suddenly felt her feet sway. At first, I thought it was my imagination, but then I realized that a stone next to me was tilted. She thought to herself that this was not good. Is this an earthquake? Exile Yen quickly gathered up what she had picked and hurried back to the camp. An earthquake would definitely wake everyone up, so she had to sneak in during the chaos to avoid being discovered. The ancients called earthquakes earth dragon turning over, because they believed that earthquakes were related to earth dragons. Every now and then, the underground dragon would turn over and move, and then an earthquake would occur. Ancient people were extremely devout when they encountered earth dragons turning over, just like they are now. Many of the convicts, awakened by the commotion, were in a state of chaos, shouting and falling to the ground, kneeling and kowtowing towards the faintly white sky in the east, muttering incessantly. Exile Yen. Xianninglan and her husband hadn't slept at all. Ever since their daughter left, they had been counting down the days, anxiously waiting. The earthquake struck suddenly. Exile Wenyuan was the first to throw his youngest son onto his back and bounce up. End of this chapter. Exile Mohan rubbed his sleepy eyes and mumbled something in a daze while lying on Exile Wenyuan's back. Xianninglan looked around at the chaotic group of convicts and felt extremely anxious. Daughter! Exile Yen's figure appeared beside the couple in the next instant. Xianninglan grabbed the girl's arm, her eyes lighting up with joy. Thank goodness you're finally back. Exile Wenyuan breathed a sigh of relief. I'll go check on your brother over there first. Wait a minute, let's go together. Exile Yen called out to Dali. The girl was busy gathering up the straw mats and cotton pads that were laid out on the ground. Upon hearing this, she responded and quickly pushed her cart to catch up with the group. The earthquake was so severe that when Exile Yen's family stumbled and bumped their way to Mu Daoling's side, the young man had already carried the dazed Exile Mochen on his back. Exile Wenyuan was extremely grateful and helped to secure Hauder with a rope. He also made promises to Mu Daolong, saying, Ah Zhong, when we get there, I will make sure that Mochen repays your kindness properly. Mu Dalong chuckled sheepishly. Fourth Master, this is all I should do. Oh, there's no such thing as should or shouldn't. From now on, we're all family. Don't worry, as long as Emo-chan has food to eat, he definitely won't let you down in the slightest. Xianinglan twitched her lips. Old Exile, that guy, always lets his eldest son do the repaying of favors himself, while he just talks a few words and says he'll definitely get away with it. The earthquake made it difficult to move, and everyone was swaying from side to side, their legs feeling weak and unable to exert any strength. Wang Bunyan's mother was incredibly clever. The moment the ground moved, she nimbly climbed onto her son's back and was now slapping him hard, yelling, "Run! Run forward!" Wang Bunyan's wife, supporting her mother's waist and pulling on Wang's younger sister behind her, kept exclaiming in surprise. Liang Guang and the other escorts were also anxious, fearing the violent shaking of the earth, and worried that the serious criminals would take the opportunity to escape. They stood in the outer circle, waving their whips haphazardly at the crowd and shouting, "Everyone forward! Everyone forward! No one is allowed to fall behind! No one is allowed to run to the sides! Anyone who dares to slip away will face the consequences!" Many people panicked and didn't even pack their bags and bedding before running off to catch up with the group. The horse beneath Liang Guang neighed violently, shaking its head and completely out of control. He had no choice but to jump off the horse and pull hard on the reins. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't budge the raging, tall horse. Stubborn to the end, either side could make any progress. The horse's hooves rose and stomped down heavily. Seeing that things were not going well, Liang Guan had no choice but to throw away the reins, letting the mad horse raise its head and neigh twice before galloping away. No matter how heartbroken and reluctant they were, there was nothing they could do. Liang Guan could only lead old Zhang, the escort, Xiao Jia, and the others to keep running forward. Except for the serious criminals of Longhu village, who were shackled even while sleeping and eating, the others would remove their shackles as appropriate when resting at night, so running around at this time was relatively easy. The crowd became somewhat chaotic as it dispersed, with people running to the left on one side and to the right on the other. The constables were worried that if the car didn't run in a straight line and veered to the sides, it would be even harder to control, and if it ran too far away, someone might sneak away. So they quickly split the car into two teams and tried their best to chase after it to the left and right. "Come back! Don't run to either side, face forward!" The bandits, led by Boss Sha and Boss Pai, were extremely cunning. As soon as the earthquake started, they began plotting their escape. Xiao Jia led his men to the right side, and without hesitation, drew his sword and killed the two who were leading the escape. The remaining 12 men then behaved themselves. The other ordinary people, with their families in tow, were also too afraid to flee, especially since those with poor eyesight had actually used real weapons. They were terrified and, like a chaotic flock of sheep, were being driven forward relentlessly. At this moment, a disheveled middle-aged man ran out from the crowd, opened his arms and shouted, "The sky is shaking and the earth is shaking, a great disaster is about to befall us. Everyone, kneel down and kowtow! Beg the heavens and the earth god to spare us poor people." After saying this, he knelt down first and kowtowed repeatedly as a sign of respect. Many others followed suit, bowing their hands and wailing loudly, claiming that they had not made any mistakes in the first half of their lives and begging for forgiveness. Exile Wenyuan, holding his youngest son who was falling, rushed forward and kicked Exile Wenyuan in the backside. "What are you doing, third son? Run!" Exile Wenyuan was about to kneel down with the crowd when he was suddenly kicked and stumbled forward a few steps. He turned around and glared angrily at his unreliable younger brother. "Can't you see everyone is praying that the earth god will not be angry? God of the earth, my ass!" Exile Wenyuan said irritably. "Earthquake, run! There are lots of rocks on this small hill. Go forward and find a more open area to crouch down. What do you know? The earth dragon turning over is a sure sign of disaster. We can't run any further. We have to calm the earth dragon down." "I'll calm you down, you bastard!" "And what's with the earth's crust movement and the earth dragon?" Exile Yuan couldn't have a word with the ancients, so he kicked him in the butt again. Hurry up and run, stop talking nonsense. The people from the Imperial Observatory have all disappeared, and you're still dawdling here. Go! Before his younger brother could kick him again, Exile Yuan hurriedly ran forward. Exile Yuan glanced over and saw that Miss Zhao Sun from Longhu village was very responsible, carrying the old lady on her back and running through the middle of the group with great efficiency. With Granny Lu supporting the third Miss Exile Ruoyu, they could catch up no matter how fast they rushed. But those orphans and widows in the first wife's family are really a problem. The delicate and charming Niesher tripped and fell while running. It looked like she had twisted her ankle, and large beads of sweat were dripping down her forehead. Lin Shui, the eldest daughter-in-law of the first wife, carried her sickly son on her back and had to bend down to help her unfortunate mother-in-law. The second daughter-in-law, Mei, was running around unsteadily with her youngest daughter, Exile Manor, constantly looking back. Seeing the old woman fall, she went back to help her up, and Manor fell to the ground and cried loudly. Mei must have been a skilled fighter. She easily lifted the old woman up with one hand and scooped up her daughter, swaying her back and forth. The eldest sister, Exile Wanqing, was also extremely busy, taking care of her two useless younger sisters, Exile Mingxue and Exile Mingye, from the third branch of the family. She had to comfort the two crying girls while also looking after the shrill and whining third wife, Zhuangshi. Exile Yan sighed, unable to bear watching any longer. Judging from the eldest sister's appearance, it seems that even a king cannot lead a group of useless people. What time is it? Stop crying and crying. Exile Yan took a deep breath, ignoring the bunch of useless people from the third branch of the family, and rushed to her sister-in-law Lin Shui's side. He helped her hold her sleeping youngest son in his arms, then took Exile Manor from his sister-in-law's arms and tossed the little girl onto his back. He turned and yelled at the two of them. Hurry up and carry your aunt on your back, and follow us. Lin Shui and Mei Shuqing nodded repeatedly, as if they had found their pillar of support immediately. Nie's feet hurt so much that she could no longer walk. Lin Shui insisted on carrying her on her back, and Mei Shuqing put her on her back. One carried her and the other supported her, and they barely managed to keep up with Exile Yan, swaying from side to side. A group of people were running forward when they suddenly heard the old man from the Imperial Observatory shout. Stop! The group from the Marquis of Enyi's mansion and the Earl of Yongkong's mansion, who were leading the charge, couldn't stop themselves. Several of them tumbled forward. End of this chapter. As the stones rolled endlessly forward, everyone stared wide-eyed in horror at the large crack in the ground ahead. The few running at the very front had completely lost control of their tumbling downwards, watching helplessly as they slid towards the large crevice. A lady from the Marquis of Enyi's mansion screamed and wailed, desperately trying to shake off her husband's hand that was grabbing her, crying out, My mian 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 mian! Master Chang slapped his wife across the face, yelling, If you want to die, don't drag the whole family down with you. My daughter is beyond saving. No, my Mian Mian has only been awake for a short while, she can't be dead. Don't you understand, Yun? Everyone has their own fate. Our daughter was clearly mentally challenged for 17 years, so how could she suddenly become lucid? This is a final burst of energy before death. I'm having a final burst of lucidity for your father. Your father is having a final burst of lucidity, and your whole family is having a final burst of lucidity. Chan Mian Mian felt her head buzzing, and instinctively felt that she was about to go through another bout of sleep deprivation. I have a lot of quintessential Chinese culture in my heart that I just have to express. She tumbled uncontrollably toward the bottomless crevice, watching helplessly as one of the escorts went to meet the king of hell in the underworld before her. She desperately rubbed her back against the ground to increase friction, while trying to swim upwards with her belly. But the ground was too sloping and she couldn't control herself. Sob, sob. She hates it so much. She had almost figured out what was going on here and planned to start looking for their beloved team leader next. She had an almost maniacal level of blind confidence in her captain. If someone as incompetent as me could transmigrate like this, Then of course the captain can too. But the initial plan hasn't even been implemented yet, so why is it going to fail again? You damned god, you've played me! Chang Mian shakily raised her finger, and in the instant she rushed towards the great rift, she roared. Captain? If you have a spirit, can you save Mian's dog life? I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Chang Mian noticed that the 1,000-foot-high cliff with its fissures, which was right next to her, was receding. No, it's not an illusion, she's flying. She soared freely in the sky. Hooray! Everyone present rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had gone crazy. What did you just see? The Han brothers, Han Zhao and Han Li, exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of shock in each other's eyes. Just now, they clearly sensed an unusual fluctuation from the direction of the large crack, as if a figure emerged from there, and then quickly disappeared. Then the Chang family's perpetually mentally challenged third young lady flew back with a howl. Chang Mian fell to the ground with a thud, staring blankly at the pair of legs that had moved in front of her. My gaze followed those straight, long legs upwards. Chang Mian looked at the delicate little face that had no expression on it. The young lady is really pretty, but her eyes are cold, like she's looking at some lifeless thing. Who are you? Chang Mian asked cautiously. Chang Mian. Exile pronounced these 3 words slowly and deliberately, with a rhythmic intonation. After advancing to the 3rd tier, her teleportation speed became outrageously fast. Even if she uses it in front of others, teleporting back and forth is only a matter of a breath, and ordinary people's eyesight is not enough to catch her movements. Therefore, everyone present only vaguely saw a ripple. In their view, the air seemed to ripple gently across the large crack ahead, and then nothing happened. Originally, the life and death of other people had nothing to do with her, a person who had experienced many apocalypses and was used to seeing life and death. In that instant, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Chang Mian looked up at the little girl, her expression bewildered. That tone of voice, it sounds familiar. Exile tilted her head, a half-smile on her face. Chang Mian, I'm Exile, nice to meet you. Chang Mian's pupils dilated in shock, and she jumped up, pounced on the little girl, crying out, Captain, Captain, Captain! That was the first thing the captain said to her when she joined the team. There's no mistaking it. Every word matches perfectly, even the pauses are exactly the same. Exile disgustedly pulled the dirty girl away, her face expressionless. You stink like a piece of shit that was pulled out of a latrine. Chang Mian cried, not because her sister disliked her, but because she was overjoyed. She was wrong, she shouldn't have cursed God. She takes it back immediately. Family members, who can understand this feeling of surviving countless near-death experiences and then suddenly finding the organization and the party? Wah, she was happy again. Exile Wenyuan carried his youngest son on his back and ran over with Xianinglan, glancing at his daughter and then at Chang Mian. Father, mother, it's Chang Mian. Huh! Exile Wenyuan opened his mouth wide, staring blankly at Chang Mian. Little Chang? Chang Mian was also surprised. Uncle? She glanced at Exile Wenyuan, then looked at Xianinglan. Andy? Yes. The couple nodded repeatedly. When you meet someone from your hometown in a foreign land, your eyes fill with tears, and the 3 hands clasp together again, wishing they could spin around on the spot. At the same time, Madame Chang broke free from her husband's hand and rushed over, embracing Chang Mian and bursting into tears. Chang Mian smiled awkwardly and introduced her mother to Exile and the others. The earthquake had stopped, but a deep crack appeared before them, extending far to the left and right. Liang Guang looked extremely unwell and ordered his men to come forward to check on him. The guards, however, dared not get too close and only observed from a distance. After taking stock, they found that a lot of things were missing. In their haste to run, the guards had thrown away some unimportant items, and even a cart used to transport the grain was lost. 2 of the escorts rolled down the crevice in the ground and died, as did 2 of the convicts. They were the ones who ran ahead and were fast, but they couldn't turn back in time and rolled down the slope and disappeared. In addition to killing 2 bandits who led the escape earlier, the total number of casualties this time is as high as 6. After counting and tallying the heads, Liang Guang's face was beyond dark and gloomy. The escort team consisted of 45 men, and they had only been out of the capital for 2 or 3 days when they lost 3 of them. Among them, Guzzi died for unknown reasons, which was really not a good sign. "Boss, we can't get any further." Ahead. The huge crack was at least 3 zhang wide, with loose rocks rolling in, and it was very likely to collapse again. Going there would be suicide. Liang Guang wasn't stupid. He knew his group's capabilities. Going straight is not an option. We have to take a detour. But this detour has taken a toll on time. He must get to Hengxian to complete the formalities within 2 days, otherwise he will be late, and he will be implicated and punished as well. "Boss, we ran in such a hurry that we lost not only a cartload of grain, but also quite a few shackles. Should we brothers turn back?" Liang Guang looked serious, and after considering it carefully, he waved his hand and said, "There's no time to keep going back and forth. We need to go to Hengxian to replenish our supplies as soon as possible. We must reach Hengxian Post Station within 2 days." Liang Guangzhong shouted angrily, making everyone's scalp tighten. The team set off again, this time at a significantly faster pace, aiming to bypass the deep crevice in front of them. End of this chapter. The prisoners stopped howling, probably because they were really frightened by the earth-shaking incident. Now, they didn't need the guards to urge them on. They automatically followed the group and walked quickly. Yu leaned on Zhao Sun's shoulder, her expression unchanging, but in her heart she was once again grateful to her unreliable youngest son. "I used to think it was a waste to exchange water and food for Zhao's strength, but now I realize that the brat was quite far-sighted. If it weren't for the spendthrift son arranging for this girl to help carry people, she probably would have lost her life on the way. Ruoyu is a good child." After her fever subsided, she insisted on walking by herself and asked Miss Xiao to carry her. Otherwise, at this rapid marching speed, the journey would have been quite difficult. The loss of a whole cartload of shackles and chains has made the journey much easier for the convicts. Currently, apart from bandits and serious criminals like Longhu Village and Boss Sha who are in shackles and chains, everyone else is free. Exile Nian didn't sleep all night, but her spirits were still pretty good. Xianning Lan whispered beside her. "Daughter, where did you go? Why were you gone for so long? Your dad and I were so worried." Exile Nian winked at her mother, and without going into details, just said that she had pulled off a big heist and gotten a lot of good stuff. "Xiao Chang has also transmigrated here." Xianning Lan suddenly became happy. "I wonder how much of her superpowers have recovered. With Xiao Chang here, we won't have to worry about running out of water anymore." "That's great." Judging from what the Chang family said, the original owner of this body was mentally impaired for over 10 years and only regained consciousness last night. Exile Nian pouted. She probably hasn't even touched the threshold of regaining her superpowers yet. "That's true, there's no rush." Xianinglan regretted not being able to say more to Xiao Chang before the mother and daughter were pulled away by the Chang family. "Daughter, when our team was fighting that disgusting 2-headed monster together, we were about to die together. You and we were both transported into this world, and now Xiao Chang has come along too. I was thinking that our team of 6 has now been completed, and we have 5. I reckon your eldest brother will have had his soul replaced when he wakes up." Exile Nian nodded. "Yes, Big Brother must have come. Big Brother is so strong that even the weakling Xiao Chang came. There's no way Big Brother wouldn't come. I think Fatty will most likely be here too." Exile Nian nodded again. "That chubby kid is so stubborn. If he sees they're gone, he'll probably jump down and fight to the death, even if it means dying with them. Do you think Fatty might be in this exile group too?" Exile Nian. "Can't you hope for something good for him? Think about it. Fatty has always been incredibly lucky. He shouldn't have such a disastrous start." "Ah, right." Xianinglan nodded. "Ah, right, daughter, you're right. We can't compare him to that unlucky guy Xiao Chang. Even if Fatty transmigrated, he probably wouldn't start out as an exile. He might end up as a grassland Khan or a northwestern warlord or something. That's unnecessary. Exile Nien found herself in a state of bewilderment, either laughing nor crying. I remember Xiao Chang once said that she was smaller than a thermos when she was born, and her parents thought she couldn't survive, so they abandoned her on the roadside to fend for herself. After the orphanage took her in, she looked like she was about to die 18 times a day. Before she turned 5, she slept 15 or 16 hours a day. The director named her Mian Mian, taking the director's surname. Later they realized that this name was particularly bad. Chang Mian Mian. Chang Mian Mian sounds like she's about to sleep forever. Exile Nien couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, Xiao Chang is a promising child. Xian Ninglan was muttering to herself when she saw Mei Zhuqing, the second daughter-in-law of the eldest son's family, leading her youngest daughter, Exile Manor, walking briskly towards them. Sixth sister, thanks to your timely help, my mother-in-law and sister-in-law asked me to come and express their gratitude. Exile Nien nodded, her gaze falling on her stomach, and she frowned. Do you know you're pregnant? Mei Zhuqing paused for a moment, then nodded with a wry smile. I know. Have you felt any heaviness or pressure in your lower abdomen these past couple of days? Mei Zhuqing nodded quickly. Sixth sister, you noticed that? Could it be that you have medical skills? Exile Nien didn't reply, but simply said, You've been running around these past 2 days. Do you know that your pregnancy is a bit unstable? You still have to take care of your little girl, so don't worry about anything else. Take good care of yourself. The ancients were so virtuous. They were pregnant and had to take care of their young daughters, barely managing to keep up with everything, yet they still had to serve their delicate mothers-in-law. The impression that Aunt Nye, the eldest daughter-in-law, left on Xian Ninglan and her husband over the past few days was that she was always crying. I cry so much, it's like I can't stop crying. All day long, whenever I encounter something trivial, all I can do is cry. Mei Zhuqing smiled bitterly. I consulted a doctor 3 days before the raid, and I was already more than 3 months pregnant at the time. I thought the pregnancy was stable, and with my physical condition, I should be able to travel without any problems. I never expected that the child would still not be with me. If that's the case, there's nothing we can do. Exile Nien thought for a moment and asked her, Do you want to keep this child? Mei Zhuqing replied almost without hesitation. Of course I wanted to. If I could, I would do everything in my power to keep this baby. But there are so many dangers and hardships along the way, and many things are beyond my expectations. Exile Nien hummed in agreement. If you're determined to keep it, I can help you. But you need to think it over carefully. Once the child is born, it will be your lifelong responsibility, and you can't shirk it. Your second brother is on the front lines protecting our country, and he might already be gone. If you keep the child, you'll be a widow raising 2 children alone. In that wild and desolate place in the north, life will definitely be much harder than for others. I'm not afraid of hardship. I have hands and feet, and once I recover, I'll have inexhaustible strength. I can work. Sixth sister, if you have a way, please help me. Mei Zhuqing looked intently at Exile Nien. Exile Nien nodded slightly. It's good that you've made up your mind. I'll brew you some medicine tonight to help with the pregnancy. If you take it 3 times, there shouldn't be any major problems. Mei Zhuqing was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Exile Nien glanced at Mei Zhuqing. Have you practiced martial arts? Mei Zhuqing smiled sheepishly. I learned some martial arts from my father at home before, but it was very basic. It's fine. This girl is pregnant. If she weren't so physically strong, she would have suffered a lot on the way. If it were someone as delicate as Nye, let alone trying to save the pregnancy, she probably would have died along with Buddha. Just hang in there a little longer. Come find me when you have a break in the evening. Okay, I will definitely hold on. Exile Nien glanced at Exile Wanqing not far away and said expressionlessly, Why does eldest sister always hang out with the third branch of the family? Andy sprained her ankle, let her go and take care of her. Mei Zhuqing spoke of this with a hint of helplessness. Third aunt was a little frightened just now and can't walk very well. My eldest sister said she'd help her for a while. And I also had to take care of my fourth and fifth sisters, who were also quite frightened. Exile Nian silently rolled her eyes. The eldest sister is a good person, but she's too much of a saint. Her own side is full of orphans and widows. Why should she care about the affairs of the third wife's family? The man from the third wife's family didn't die, so how did he manage to disappear perfectly? Perhaps she doesn't understand ancient large families. As the eldest sister, her responsibility is probably to take good care of all her younger brothers and sisters. End of this chapter. They only got a short rest of less than 15 minutes at noon that day, ate something, and were then forced to continue their journey. After walking for another half hour in the afternoon, we finally managed to get around that deep ravine and crack. Feeling embarrassed to have Zhao Sun carry her the whole time, you got down and walked for less than half an hour, during which time she developed several blisters on her feet. When Zhao Sun saw that the old lady was still persevering despite her sprained ankle, she was very loyal and immediately carried you on her back, comforting her. Grandma, don't feel embarrassed. I accepted your family's food rations, but you won't let me carry them. I feel like I'm burning my hands with those foods. Miss Zhao, you've really gone to so much trouble for me along the way. Madame Yu was both grateful and touched, praising her, Playbo's son, for the 10,000th time in her heart, saying that he had done a really good job this time. It's all right. Zhao Sun waved her hand dismissively. Just be careful and hold on tight so you don't slip. I'm strong enough to carry several 100 pounds, and you're not that heavy, madam. Hey, okay. This young woman, only about 25 or 26 years old, was carrying a yoke weighing about 10 pounds, with her hands cuffed inside. Despite carrying another 100 pounds on her back, she still walked with great vigor and strength. She was truly impressive. Meanwhile, Exile and Wenyuan walked closer to the mother and daughter, complaining softly. We'll have to sleep in the wilderness again tonight. Daughter, smell your dad. I feel like I'm going to rot. Exile Nian couldn't help but laugh. Who isn't? Last night she wanted to soak in the princess's bathtub, but there wasn't enough time. She probably hasn't showered for 5 or 6 days since she was imprisoned and exiled from Beijing. Forget about her parents smelling bad, she feels like she's been pulled out of a cesspool. Girl, think of a way. Look at my hair, it's so greasy it's unbearable to look at. Exile Wenyuan said, lifting a strand of his long hair. Xianninglan grinned from ear to ear. Old Exile looks ridiculous like this. He looks like a long-haired, artsy young man, completely different from his usual tough guy image. Dad, forget about taking a bath. With everyone watching, where am I supposed to find a bathtub for you? If all else fails, go for a swim in the river tonight, and let your mother keep watch for you. Xianninglan laughed so hard her shoulders shook. Old Exile, could you have imagined you looking this greasy now? Wife, you're still laughing. Exile Wenyuan said speechlessly. Oh, by the way, during the earthquake just now, I felt like I was sensing endless energy surging from underground. How were you guys? What else can we do but absorb it as much as we can? Xianninglan grinned from ear to ear. Old Exile, my daughter and I are almost at the 2nd level. How's it going on your end? I've leveled up too. Exile Wenyuan secretly pinched his fingers and quietly showed his wife a small ball of light. Look, it's shining, isn't it? What's the use of this little light bulb? Where's your old whoosh 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 light blade flash explosion? Stop whining, honey. We're lucky to have this much now. This is about the best we can do right now. Before, it took us 10 years or more to develop this skill. Xianninglan thought about it and agreed, then quickly comforted him. Don't panic, Lao Exile. If it happens once, it will happen again. Take it slow. Besides, you're a good little light bulb. You can keep the light on when you go to the bathroom in the middle of the night. Exile Nian lowered her head and chuckled softly. I'm very satisfied. Exile Wenyuan said with a silly grin. After advancing to the next level, I can clearly feel that my physical strength has recovered a lot. Now, even if I have to run dozens of kilometers with shackles on, I don't feel particularly tired. Besides, we have our daughter. She's almost at level 3, so the two of us old folks can just relax and do nothing. It's already at level 3. That's right, it's already, what? Exile Wenyuan muttered, then realized what he meant. The couple turned around and stared intently at their daughter. Xianling suppressed a hint of excitement and asked in a low voice, "Girl, you've advanced to the 3rd level? When did that happen? How come we didn't know?" "Just now, it went up naturally after coming and going tonight." Before the group could finish their chatter, Zhang, the escort officer, called out from the front of the group, "Rest here for half a quarter of an hour. Those who need to relieve themselves, hurry up. Today we will travel an hour and a half longer than planned, and reach the vicinity of the next water source as scheduled." The crowd cried out in despair once more. Exile Nian quickly pulled her mother and called Dolly to go to the toilet, leaving her elderly father to watch over the cart of supplies. When they return, Exile Wenyuan will take Exile Mohan to the restroom. At this moment, Mu Zhong ran up to them and bowed. "6th Miss, 4th Madam." Just now the 3rd young master seemed to have opened his eyes. Xianling and Exile Nian immediately jumped up and ran with Ah Zhong to see Exile Machin. Upon receiving the news, the old lady, without even taking a break, quickly asked Exile Ruoyu to help her go see her grandson. Exile Nian examined her elder brother's eyelids, felt his pulse, and then turned to Xianling with a smile. "He's almost awake. He should wake up after taking another dose of medicine tonight." "Really?" The old lady stepped forward excitedly, her hands trembling as she reached out. Xianling quickly supported her. "Don't worry, we'll know tonight whether Emochan will wake up or not." The old lady wiped away her tears, cupped her hands towards the sky, and said, "Thank God, my Sanlang has suffered so much lately. If he can get better, that would be wonderful." As she spoke, she couldn't help but complain to Xianling. "This child was so clever and sensible when he was little, but you spoiled him rotten. Such a good child, and you taught him to seek pleasure everywhere, be idle, and do nothing but cockfighting and horse racing." Xianling silently typed a question mark in her mind. Is it her fault again? I just don't want to argue with this old lady because of her age, otherwise, I would definitely have given her a good talking to. Educating children is a long and arduous task. It's not solely the daughter-in-law's responsibility. Does that mean your son has no responsibility at all? Exile Wenyuan returned from the toilet with his youngest son. Seeing his wife's ever-changing expression, he quickly stepped forward and squeezed between his mother and wife, comforting them. "Mother, why are you bringing this up again? Aren't you tired after walking for so long? Go and rest. My wife has had a hard life too. She hasn't enjoyed any happiness with me. She's been exiled and lived in constant fear. Please don't talk about her anymore. I can't even bear to talk about my own wife. Why are you always nagging her? Besides, my son is also part of my family. It's my fault for not inheriting our father's fine tradition of protecting the country. Instead, I've passed on some bad habits to our son. Mother, please don't interfere in our family's affairs. I will teach Sanlang and Xilang properly in the future. This is my responsibility as a father, and it has nothing to do with my wife." The old lady was so angry she almost fell over, pointing at her spendthrift son and unable to say a word. She would mention his wife a few times, and he would immediately defend her. What's wrong with not being able to say anything? Exile Ruoyu quickly helped the old lady catch her breath and comfort her. Exile Nian didn't have time to pay attention to them. She held her older brother's hand and secretly transferred healing power to him. Fortunately, the argument didn't last 3 minutes, because they had to get on their way immediately, and there was no time to argue any further. The day's work left everyone, including the escorts, exhausted. Less than half a minute after they had rested in the evening, Xiao Jia jumped up and shouted, "Boss, more than a dozen horses are coming!" End of this chapter. Everyone was really exhausted today. Of all the days I've been out of Beijing, today's hike was the biggest. If we're talking about steps, Exile Yen estimates it might have reached 40,000. 40,000 steps is nothing compared to a modern boulevard. The entire road was a muddy mess, with uphill and downhill sections. We even had to run and jump to avoid an earthquake, eventually making a huge detour back to the starting point. Let alone others, even Exile Yen's family of 3 felt exhausted after a day. The escorts suggested resting on the spot, and everyone immediately lay down, regardless of whether the ground was dirty or not. Once they were all lying down, they were too lazy to move at all. Exile Yen sat beside her parents, secretly channeling healing energy into them. Don't lie down right away, sit up a bit. I'll give you both acupuncture and massage your knees. I've been walking 20,000 to 30,000 steps a day these past few days, and even more today. My knees must be worn out. Actually, walking 6,000 to 8,000 steps a day is the safest, and 10,000 steps can help burn 300 to 500 calories. For older people like Grandma Yu, walking 4,000 to 6,000 steps a day is best for their health. But nowadays, those conditions don't exist anymore. They've been exiled. What human rights do they have left? Therefore, we can only do our best to create conditions for a smooth transition based on the existing foundation. Exile Yen looked up at the dark sky and sang a long, drawn-out tune. My daughter, if this continues, your father's legs will be worn down to needles. Dad, I'll go to the river and fetch some water for you too. I'll heat it up, and you can soak your feet in it. Exile Yen's voice continued. My dear daughter, you've worked so hard. Xian Ninglan slumped to the side, not wanting to utter a sound. Although Lao Xian's voice was both comical and pitiful, she simply didn't have the energy to make fun of her husband. The one who looks the most energetic these days is actually the old lady, Madame Yu. She had walked for at most an hour and a half in total, and she was still in good spirits. Although he had just been talked back to by the spendthrift son, they put aside their differences and followed Dolly around, helping to take the bedding and straw mats off the cart. The group was too lazy to get up and hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath when they heard the rapid sound of horses' hooves approaching from afar. Xiao Jia was also exhausted from walking today. Upon hearing the sound of horses' hooves, he immediately reported to Liang Guang. Old Zhang, the escort, limped forward and said, Boss, quite a few people have come. I took a look from afar, and their attire suggests they've come from the capital. Ouch! Liang Guang leaned on his underling's shoulder and hopped to his feet on one leg. Help me get to the front. They walked for a full 8 hours today to save time. His old arms and legs are almost giving out. His legs are in terrible pain. Head Liang. The bearded man strode over with his henchman, cupped his hands in greeting, and said, You're from the Dali Temple. Who? Liang Guang thought he had misheard. What are these officials from the Dali Temple doing in this desolate wilderness in the middle of the night? It's Zhou Shaoqing from the Dali Temple. Hurry, hurry, hurry! Liang Guang quickly straightened his messy hair and hat, stood up straight and jogged forward, trying to keep his walking posture from looking too strange. Meanwhile, Exile Yen and Dali were carrying several basins and jars to fetch water when they passed by the 2 brothers from the Yongkang Marquis' residence. They overheard them whispering, Why is Zhou Linchuan here? What's he doing here? Exile Yen gave the 2 brothers a cold look, and they immediately shut up. Even after walking a long distance, Exile Yen could still hear the second son of the Han family say weakly, Big brother, don't you think that little girl's eyes are a bit cold and scary? Exile Yen subconsciously rubbed her face, then turned to Dali and gave him what she thought was a very understanding smile. Dali, am I cold? Exile Dali shuddered inwardly and shook his head. Miss, you look beautiful. This reply was completely irrelevant, but Exile Yen liked it. I think so too. She nodded seriously and happily went to fetch water. When the 2 men returned carrying basins and jars of water, they saw Liang Guang, the head constable, leading a group of his underlings, bowing and scraping and smiling obsequiously at a dozen or so people. The tall, slender young man at the head of the group, with a cold and stern face, should be Zhou Linchuan, whom the Han brothers mentioned. The head constable acted subserviently in front of him, his words filled with respect. A person of the rank of Vice Minister of the Court of Judicial Review would generally disdain to speak to a lowly constable, and Zhou Linchuan was no exception. The two guards who spoke to Liang Guang were quite impolite, asking, "You really haven't encountered anyone along the way?" "No. The earthquake suddenly started before dawn. We were too busy running for our lives to care about whether anyone else was passing by." "That's true." Old Zhang, the escort, smiled and cupped his hands in greeting. "Our line of work involves escorting numerous prisoners, including many serious offenders. We're too busy living in fear for ourselves to even think about." "Liar!" the guard snapped. "Judging from your movements along the way, how could you not have encountered Princess Jiu and I?" "Princess Jiu and I?" Everyone was stunned. Liang Guang reacted quickly and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "So, Lord Shaoqing is here to see Princess Jiu and I? We did encounter Princess Jiu and I yesterday morning. But it was only a brief meeting. Could it be that the princess hasn't reached the villa yet, and something happened on the way?" Zhou Linchuan gave Liang Guang a cold look. The guards understood and immediately shouted, "Report everything in detail about your meeting with the princess yesterday." Exile Nian sat down next to her parents, met their questioning gazes, grinned, and started a fire. "I don't know what happened. The people from Dali Temple are probably investigating as usual. Anyway, it has nothing to do with us." A commotion arose in the crowd. Exile Nian turned her head and saw several guards enter the group and roughly drag Si Na Feng and his family of 4 out. Xian Ninglan looked at her youngest daughter questioningly, instinctively feeling that today's events were inextricably linked to her daughter's mischief. "Young Master Si, what did the princess say to you when she came to see you?" Zhou Linchuan looked down at the 4 members of the Si family who were kneeling on the ground under the knife. Si Na Feng raised an eyebrow, glanced coldly at Zhou Linchuan, and suddenly smiled. "What's there to say to a female dog in heat? It's just barking a few times to express her desire for love." Enraged, the guard struck Si Na Feng on the back of the neck with the handle of his sword. Madame Si Zhaotang shouted and screamed, but her hands were tied behind her back by 2 guards, and she couldn't move an inch. She could only stare helplessly in frustration. Si Na Feng slowly reached out and touched the bloodshot vein on the back of his neck, then lifted his eyelids with a half-smile. "I've heard that this bitch has many suitors. Could it be that Brother Zhou, you're one of them?" Zhou Linchuan lowered his gaze, staring at the constantly provocative young Master Si with eyes as sharp as knives and swords, and curled the corners of his mouth. Young Master Si is well-read and one of the 4 most famous young masters in the capital. I never expected that he would utter such disgraceful words. End of this chapter. Si Na Feng chuckled. Disgraceful? Ha, a bitch seeking pleasure everywhere, so disgraceful, yet Brother Zhou still protects her so well. Insolence. The guard was furious, wishing he could kill the person in front of him who was spouting such nonsense and slandering his master. Si Na Feng, you really are quite willful. If you hadn't refused the marriage, you wouldn't be in this state now. Didn't anyone teach you that those who are adaptable to circumstances are wise? Zhou Linchuan stared coldly at the man, his eyes looking at him as if he were some kind of fool. I heard that your younger brother is in poor health and has suffered from asthma since childhood. Zhou Linchuan raised his hand, took a piece of woolen cloth covered in dust and dirt from his subordinate, and shook it in the wind. Si Nanfeng's eyes changed, and he tilted his head, struggling fiercely. What do you want to do? Zhou Linchuan raised a finger, signaling for someone to bring Si Namli before them. He held the dirty handkerchief with 2 long, slender fingers, waved it back and forth, and laughed. I heard that your brother's asthma is most aggravated by this kind of dust. What do you think about covering his mouth and nose with this? Will he cough himself to death? Before being tied up, Si Namli lowered his head slightly, glancing at him sideways with an arrogant look in his eyes. Theoretically speaking, it's unlikely. Unless there's some kind of highly toxic substance in your dust that can spread throughout your blood vessels in a second. Exile Nian replied, drawing out her words. Otherwise, even if it's a second slower, you're unlikely to die. I decide who I save. Even the king of hell wouldn't dare snatch someone from my hands. You was initially trembling with fear, but upon suddenly hearing Exile Yen's voice, her eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The entire Exile family, young and old, slowly turned their heads with stiff necks. The little girl was sitting cross-legged in front of the mound, smiling as she looked ahead. Several guards behind. Zhou Linchuan turned around at the same time, drawing their swords in unison. Exile Yen dusted himself off, bounced to his feet, put his hands behind his back, and stepped forward, his words full of provocation. You're Zhou Shaoqing from the Dali Temple, aren't you? I wonder what business you've come to with us poor, wretched exiles? I don't quite understand. Yesterday, we all met with the princess and even knelt down to pay our respects. So what? Did we break some heavenly law? Can't we kneel? Can't we bow to her? Or is it that people of our lowly status can't even catch a glimpse of a noble person from afar? What law of the great Xia dynasty have we violated? Please enlighten us. Zhou Linchuan stared coldly at the young girl who had just appeared before him. The little girl was not tall, but her hands and feet were very slender. She had a delicate figure and a beautiful face. Even though she was wearing dirty clothes with a big, prisoner, character on them, it couldn't hide her beauty in the slightest. You have a lot of guts. After a long silence, Zhou Linchuan replied coldly. Your Excellency, you are exaggerating. You're the Dr. Liang Guang mentioned. Was it you who saved the second young master of the Xi family yesterday? Yes, sir. Exile Yen smiled sweetly, rested her chin on her hand and raised her head. This child is not destined to die. I saved him, so he must die a natural death. Otherwise, wouldn't all my efforts have been in vain? Zhou Linchuan stared at her coldly. Yesterday, after Princess Jiu and I met with you, she disappeared in Yinlin Villa. An uproar erupted within the group of exiled prisoners. So? Exile Yen looked at the other person with a smile, waiting for them to continue. 16 corpses were found in Yinlin Villa. Upon investigation, they were all guards who accompanied the princess. Even the people from the Yongkang Marquis Mansion and the Eni Marquis Mansion were astonished and widened their eyes. Exile Yen's eyes held a cold smile. 16 corpses? The Dali Temple probably can't count. Those civilians who died on the grasslands, were they cats and dogs? Were they not human? According to the investigation, the last people to have contact with the princess were you people. No way, Lord Shaoqing. You mean, among us miserable exiles there's a murderer? Someone with supernatural powers and connections who killed the princess and her guards? Who you? Or is it you? Exile Yen turned around, looking at Hanli and Han Zhao, and then at the few young people standing to one side. Those being questioned all took a small step back, shaking their heads and waving their hands repeatedly. Exile Yen chuckled. Lord Shaoqing, are you out of your mind? We convicts have been walking since dawn, and we've only just collapsed to rest. And here you are! How do you kill someone? By flying? The little girl raised her small hands and fanned them slightly as if she were flying. If I fly back, I can fool the eyes of over 40 escorts and remain undetected. She laughed so hard she almost fell over. Could that be a human? Zhou Linchuan rubbed his forehead and looked down at Si Nanfeng, who was staring at him with a mocking gaze. The Si family may have hidden guards. This is a reasonable deduction. The eldest son of the Si family was the last person to have contact with Princess Jiu and I. Now that the princess is missing and her guards are dead, the Si family is highly suspected and must return to the capital with me to explain the whole story to His Majesty. The earth turning over is an omen of celestial change, Exile Yen said with a grin. Is it possible that you all were wrong on this trip? Now the gods and Buddhas have appeared and are seeking revenge on your great Xia Emperor? This is heaven's way of punishing you. They're just starting with your great Xia princess. Who will follow next? Xiao Jiu and I, the Xiao family, TSK. Disaster is imminent, and calamity is beyond our control. Lord Shaoqing, if I were you, I would immediately crawl back to the capital and persuade the Emperor to issue an edict of self-reproach, begging heaven to forgive his incompetence, and his crime of trying to deceive and fool the people. Shut up! Zhou Linchuan glared angrily, incredulous. Spouting nonsense and spreading heresy, you're full of sophistry and disrespect for the monarch. Take him down! Before the guards could even get close, the little girl kicked them away with 2 flying kicks. Zhou Linchuan was stunned. Before he could react, he felt a tremendous force hit him and knock him heavily to the ground. My back slammed heavily onto the ground, burning with excruciating pain. TSK, how could my handsome, cunning and shrewd Lord Shaoqing be so vicious? Zhou Linchuan stared coldly at the other person, not knowing what kind of sharp blade the girl had used to press against his neck, but he could feel a sharp, piercing pain. Don't draw your swords, calm down, or your Lord Zhou will be the first to meet the King of Hell. Lord Zhou, I know you are eager to solve the case and can't wait to find a scapegoat to send to the princess's father. But you can't do it this way. We convicts are all in such a miserable state, so please stop smearing us. Zhou Linchuan's eyes were dark and deep as he looked at the girl pressing down on him, and he said, word by word, You want to die. Exile Yen smiled sweetly. Threatening me? Goodness, you're the one who wants to die. Clop, 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 clop. A rapid sound of horses' hooves pierced the deathly silence of the night. Minister Zhou, His Highness the Crown Prince has summoned you urgently. Please return to the capital immediately to receive orders. End of this chapter. The atmosphere was so eerie it was almost frightening. The guard who rode up to deliver the Crown Prince's message was startled, staring blankly at the scene before him. Who is he? Where is he? What did he see? In the middle of the large area, a disheveled, dirty girl in prison clothes pinned Zhou Shaoqing to the ground, rendering him unable to move. The little girl had one thin arm pressing down on Zhou Shaoqing's shoulder, while her other hand held a sharp, dry twig against his throat. Hearing the sound of hooves, she turned her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling, and a chilling smile appeared on her face. Hundreds of people, some sitting and some standing, watched with strange expressions, holding their breath, almost completely silent. The guard quickly jumped off his horse, waving his hands and rushing forward. No, it's a misunderstanding. Sixth Miss, please let go of my hand. Lord Zhou needs to return to the capital immediately. Exile Yen slightly raised her chin and gave the guard a meaningful look. You know me? I don't think I've ever seen you before. When the guard saw her innocent and carefree smile, a chill inexplicably crept into his heart. At the previous palace banquet, I was fortunate enough to be by your side and see the sixth miss once. The young guard carefully chose his words, his gaze fixed on the other person's hand. A sharp, withered twig. How could he have the illusion that this thing could pierce Zhou Shaoqing's veins at any moment and kill him? What's your name? The little girl's voice rose at the end, her soft words revealing a hint of joy. Your humble servant, Lu Hua. The guard didn't understand why his aura seemed to weaken when he looked at the other person. Oh, Exile Yen replied in a drawn-out tone, her face full of curiosity as she sized up the other person. Your master is the Crown Prince? Yes. Then, do I know your highness? Lu Hua felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly nodded. I know him. What does know each other mean? If you know each other, you know each other. If you don't, you don't. Adding, know each other, just feels a bit strange. Lu Hua pointed at Lord Zhou, who was pinned down by the young girl and unable to move, and said with a forced smile, Miss, could you please release Lord Zhou? I need to take him back to the capital to report immediately. Oh, I see. Exile Yen suddenly pulled her hand away, quickly climbed off Zhou Linchuan, gave him a shy smile, and winked. Sorry, Zhou Shaoqing, I didn't hurt you just now, did I? The voice was soft and gentle, like a feather brushing past. A slight smile played on his lips, conveying endless provocation. The onlookers all looked at her with mixed feelings. That's incredibly bold. I've never seen such a daring girl before. She's truly opened everyone's eyes today. Several guards from the Dali temple quickly stepped forward to help Zhou Linchuan up, glaring angrily at Exile Yen. Sir, the 2 men she kicked to the ground earlier are unconscious and haven't woken up yet. It seems this girl knows martial arts, and her kicks are quite powerful. No way, your Dali temple can't find a scapegoat, so you want to drag me into this? Exile Yen clutched her heart, looking surprised. Unfortunately, everyone here can testify for me that I never left this team from beginning to end. Don't even think about framing me. The little girl smiled, raised her chin, and turned to leave. Zhou Shaoqing, it is indeed a misunderstanding. The disappearance of Princess Jiu and I from Yunlin Villa has now been verified and is related to bandits roaming Han County. The Imperial Court will send people to Han County to resolve the matter and will surely be able to rescue the princess. After being helped up, Zhou Linchuan didn't say another word. It wasn't that he didn't want to talk, it was that he was in too much pain to speak. That damned little girl, she's ruthless and heartless. Who knows what she did to him? Now he only feels a dull pain in his chest, and he suspects that the brat may have broken his bones. Lord Zhou? Lu Hua rambled on for a while, but when he saw that the other party ignored him, he couldn't help but glance at him. The latter's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and his eyes were dark as he stared in the direction where the 6th sister had left, as if he could burn a hole in someone's back. Exile Yen walked back to her mother's side, boiling water and decocting medicine as if no one else was around, and resumed her obedient and well-behaved demeanor. Grandma Yu rubbed her eyes. If I hadn't just witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was dreaming. Her usually crybaby and indecisive granddaughter had just turned into a ferocious beast unleashed from its cage, as if she would tear someone's chest apart with her sharp claws at any moment. The switch between wild and obedient is so skillful. Lord Zhou, let's head back as soon as possible. Lu Hua pointed to the horses in the distance, signaling Zhou Linchuan to leave with him. Zhou Linchuan took a breath, enduring the pain in his chest, and forced out a voice. Does your highness truly believe that the fire at Yunlin Villa was committed by bandits from Han County? Otherwise what? Lu Hua glanced at him with a smile. Does Lord Zhou perhaps think there's more to this case than meets the eye? Zhou Linchuan hesitated before nodding. The 16 corpses in the villa were all found with their throats slit. Such a clean and efficient method suggests the work of a well-trained assassin. Among those bandits, were there any with such skill? The waist tag of the bandits from Han County was found on the spot, and Lord Zhou witnessed it with his own eyes, didn't he? The evidence is irrefutable, and there's no room for them to deny it. Lu Hua waved his hand. All right, whatever you have to say, let's go back to the capital first. Lord Zhou, please. Zhou Linchuan still felt something was off, and before leaving, he glanced at Exile Yen again. The young girl was chatting with the woman beside her, her eyes crinkling with a smile as she spoke. She doesn't look like a female prisoner on her way to exile. She looks more like a noble lady enjoying the scenery with her relatives. Zhou Linchuan turned and left, sullen and unhappy the whole way. The guard spurred his horse forward and whispered, Does your excellency still find the exile convoy suspicious? Princess Jiu-Ni has offended many people in the capital. The exiled group that appeared there not only included members of the former Jingzhou Prefecture's Sea family, but also people from the Exile State Duke's mansion, the Yongkang Earl's mansion, and the Eni Marquis' mansion. The princess met with them before she disappeared, and then vanished overnight. To say that there was no connection between them, I find it hard to believe. Zhou Linchuan clutched his chest and coughed heavily twice. The pain in his sternum made him unconsciously furrow his brow. Thinking of something, he asked in a cold voice, Who was that woman just now? Sir, that looks like the 6th young lady of the former Duke of Exine's mansion, the guard whispered. Didn't Lord Lu Hua say that he had seen her a few times at palace banquets before? I have absolutely no recollection of this. Zhou Linchuan searched his memory but couldn't reconcile the person in front of him with the 6th young lady of the Exile family. How could I not have any impression of such a bright, passionate, violent, and unruly girl? Unless she was previously invisible at palace banquets. My lord, could what that girl said, that the earth dragon is turning over and the heavens are about to change, be true? Otherwise, how could that perfectly good royal villa have been reduced to ashes? Nonsense and utter nonsense. After thinking it over, Zhou Linchuan realized that what Lu was said made some sense. Perhaps it really was bandits burning, killing, and looting. He had been overthinking things before. End of this chapter. It wasn't just Lord Zhou who fell into self-doubt. At this moment, everyone in the Exile family was also deeply immersed in self-doubt. Everyone looked at Exile Yan, who was sitting next to Xianninglan and Exile Wenyuan, busy brewing medicine and boiling water for washing feet, and then exchanged glances. Yes, they must have been blind just now. Impossible, impossible, impossible. How could that little crybaby Lu Yata have just pounced on a man, teasing him with light-hearted banter and sarcastic remarks? Look how well-behaved she is now. Her fair face is adorned with an innocent smile. This is the Lu Yata they are more familiar with. Yes, he's blind. He must have been hallucinating from walking all day. It was now completely dark, and everyone was silently munching on half a piece of dry rations. Exile Wenyuan dipped his weary feet into the warm water and let out a sigh of relief. Just as Exile Nian finished brewing the medicine, Chang Mian sneaked up to her side and asked, "Sister, you scared me just now. What does that Yunlin villa have to do with us?" "Of course it's all right." Exile Nian poured the brewed medicine into a bowl and asked Dali to take it to Exile Mochen. She then washed and tidied herself up, and brewed medicine to help Mei Zhuqing prevent miscarriage. Chang Mian nodded as if she understood, then changed the subject and asked, "Sister, where's my brother? He hasn't woken up yet, but he should be awake tonight or tomorrow morning." "That's great." Chang Mian beamed with joy and squatted down next to Exile Nian, whispering, "Sister, I just felt the energy entering my body. It's quite fast to cultivate here. My natural energy is very abundant." She grinned sheepishly. "I don't think it's all bad that I transmigrated. My ability training is faster now. And even though we were exiled, I'm so happy to see so many flowers and plants along the way." Exile Nian grabbed a piece of flatbread and stuffed it into her mouth. "Eat quickly, and then go back. Don't keep coming over here. You can't talk to the Chang family. What's there to be ashamed of? I've already made it clear to my mother that you are my half-sister. When I'm able to support myself in the future, I will definitely take care of you in your old age. You can enjoy your life without worry." Cough, cough, cough. Chang Mian grinned foolishly. "Why are you coughing?" "My whole family, except for my mother, doesn't matter to me. I don't need to explain to any of them. Captain, you know I used to be an orphan, and I never experienced maternal love growing up. My current mother, although she often cries, is genuinely good to me. From now on, I only need to be responsible for my mom. I don't care about anyone else. Don't worry, Captain, my mom is very obedient. She listens to whatever I say. Although she cries a lot, she is honest and kind-hearted. She definitely won't cause us any trouble." Exile Nian rubbed her temples and pushed away the big head that was nudging her from the side. Although, wouldn't the Chang family find it strange? I used to be a nobody, and we weren't that close. At most, we'd only met a couple of times at flower shows or poetry gatherings. Suddenly they became best friends who would risk their lives for each other. Unless everyone in the Marquis of Enni's mansion is a fool, they will surely be able to see through some of the clues. Oh dear, my relationship with the first and second wives is just SOSO. I'm practically invisible in their family. They never pay any attention to me. Moreover, because of the eldest son of the Marquis, the entire household was exiled to the far north. Although the second and third sons did not say it, they all hated the Marquis and his wife to death. They're all busy fighting amongst themselves. They don't have time to pay attention to me. Don't worry, sis. You don't need to worry about anything. I'll take care of everything." Exile Nian nodded and made her another meat pie. "You know what's going on. Your aunt has been nagging these past few days about how the stream isn't clean and hopes you'll recover your water-based abilities as soon as possible." Chang Mian Mian nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, sister. I've figured it out. Tomorrow night I'll boil water for you to make medicine and give uncle and aunt a foot bath. After quickly finishing her food, Chang Mian Mian winked at her sister. I'll go back and work hard first, sister. Wait for my good news. Uncle, aunt, we're leaving now. Exile Wu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Xianlinglan waved her hand, comfortably finished wiping her feet, changed into a pair of soft, thick-soled clean straw sandals, and lifted her toes. Squeezing closer to her daughter, Xianlinglan touched her belly, a faint sadness on her face. My dear daughter, let me tell you, my period has started. What are we going to do? There wasn't much blood today, so I used some cotton cloth that your grandma secretly had sewn for padding. If we walk this much again tomorrow and don't have time to change the cloth, I reckon there'll be a bloodbath. And let me tell you, oh dear, women these days have it so hard. They don't even have a pair of underwear. I feel like I'm not wearing any underwear at all. If it weren't for the straps holding those cotton pads in place, they would definitely fall off. And these past few days have been awful. Ugh, I don't even want to talk about it. When that period comes, if I don't pay attention to hygiene, I'm worried I'll end up with some kind of gynecological problem, and I'll really suffer a lot from now on. Exile Yen almost burst out laughing because her mother's story was so vivid and engaging. But when she saw her mother's worried and distressed expression, she felt a pang of sadness. It must have been so hard being a woman in ancient times. Mother, don't worry. Exile Yen winked at her mother. So much has happened along the way that I forgot to tell you. After I advanced to the 3rd rank, I've already opened the daily necessities section of our original space. What? Xianlinglan, who had been looking worried, suddenly brightened up. You're not lying to me, are you, honey? Why didn't you tell me sooner about something this big? Really? We only recovered that one area. Come with me, I'll take you to change your sanitary pads. Xianlinglan was overjoyed and quickly got up to follow her daughter away from the crowd. My dear girl, you've really saved my life. Just use the night pad tonight, and give me a larger pair of sanitary pads first thing tomorrow morning, so I can wear them with peace of mind. Exile Yen nodded, settled her poor mother in, and the mother and daughter quietly slipped back to rest. Perhaps because everyone was too tired that night, they all fell asleep as soon as they lay down, and didn't cause any trouble. The next morning, Exile Yen was woken up by her mother. While everyone was still slightly dazed, the mother and daughter ran a short distance to the restroom. Xianlinglan changed into a pair of sanitary pads, feeling refreshed and energized. As soon as they returned to their base, everyone started whispering among themselves. Mu Zhong rushed to them, panting and excited. Fourth master, fourth madam, the 3rd young master, he's awake! Exile Wen Yuan jumped up. The old lady also struggled to her feet and asked Exile Ruoyu to help her over. San Lang! San Lang! Madam Yu called out to her grandson, wiping away tears, her eyes full of hope. Exile Wen Yuan and Xianlinglan ran over to Exile Muchen's side to take a look. The kid was pressing his head and looking at them, his eyes slowly focusing. San Lang, San Lang! The old lady called out repeatedly. Does your head still hurt? Are you hungry? San Lang, it's your grandmother, do you recognize me? Exile Muchen subconsciously tapped his head and squinted. End of this chapter. What comes into view is the well-maintained face of a woman. Although she looks disheveled and dirty, it is not hard to tell that she was a beauty when she was young. Grandmother? Exile Muchen's mind was in a state of confusion. A large number of strange memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind, making him feel dizzy and very uncomfortable. Read. When he opened his mouth, he startled himself. Why was his voice so hoarse and deep? Brother, I'm here. Nian is here, right here. Exile Nian pushed aside Uncle Exile, who was blocking her way, and stretched out her little hands to squeeze her brother's hand tightly. Exile Muchen's gaze shifted upwards, meeting Exile Nian's small face. Her skin was like jade, her features delicate and beautiful, even with her hair disheveled. her exquisite features could not be concealed. She bore a striking resemblance to her sister, but was considerably younger. How long has it been since he last saw his younger sister, so young and vibrant? Exile Machin stared blankly at the person in front of him, murmuring softly, "Nyen Nyen?" unsure if he had mistaken her for someone else. It's me, brother, it's me!" Exile Nyen was extremely excited. She gripped her brother's hand tightly and blurted out a number. 1391530XXXX. Exile Machin's eyes lit up, and he squeezed his sister's hand back, confirming that she was indeed his biological sister. Although everything before him was somewhat chaotic, his sister seemed to be in good condition, which put his mind at ease. "Brother, don't panic. You've only just woken up, so it will take some time for you to adjust and recover. You had a persistent high fever and were in a daze for many days. You may have lost some memories during that time, which is a normal reaction. It's okay, we'll take it slowly and not rush things." Exile Nyen's words were implying to the Exile family that it was normal for her brother to have a high fever and amnesia, and that they shouldn't find anything strange about it. Having spent decades with her younger sister, Exile Machin naturally understood that she was trying to excuse herself beforehand. He coughed. "What's wrong with my voice? You've been unconscious for many days, so it's normal for your voice to be hoarse. I'm fine, I'll get you some loquat leaves to drink later. They're good for your throat and will help you recover quickly." Exile Machin nodded. Like his mother, he had an inexplicable confidence in his younger sister's medical skills, perhaps even more so. Brother. Chan Mian pushed Zhuangshi, who was standing to the side, aside and leaned close to Exile Machin, her eyes full of excitement. "Brother, you're awake too. That's wonderful." Exile Machin looked at the girl in front of him with a puzzled expression. "Brother, this is Nyen Nyen." Exile Nyen winked at him. "Nyen. Xiao Chang? Hey, it's me, brother, it's me. Chan Mian tried to grab Exile Machin's hand, but was pulled away by Zhuangshi. "Oh, Miss Chang, when did you become so familiar with our Sanlang?" Zhuang's eyes darted around, looking inquisitively at Exile Nyen and Chan Mian. Xian Ninglan didn't even glance at her, and pushed her aside, saying, "Third aunt, this isn't your business, don't get in the way." "Hey Xie, what are you saying?" "I'm just concerned about Sanlang. You don't need to worry about it. Just walk carefully and pay more attention to your own daughter. Don't meddle in other people's business." Xian Ninglan got a headache as soon as she heard the name Xie Shi, didn't she have a name? There are so many women in the world with the surname Xie, are they all called Xie Shi? A few days ago, I didn't have the energy to argue with my third brother's wife, but she's really taking advantage of my kindness, finding fault with everything. Zhuang glared at her. "Fourth brother's wife, what did you eat this morning to get so irritable?" "I was just trying to be helpful, but you all have the nerve to complain. If it weren't for the old lady, I would have given you all a good talking to today. What kind of lousy things are you all doing?" "Shut up!" Exile Nyen suddenly shouted, startling everyone surrounding Exile Machin. "Aren't you annoying? You're always causing trouble everywhere. Are you tired of living? If you don't want to live, I can help you die any time. Didn't you see me talking to my brother? Don't you know any manners? Don't you know about boundaries and limits? We, the fourth branch, are having a private talk here. What are you, the third branch, doing crowding around?" Exile Nyen fired off a barrage of words, showing no regard for the feelings of those present. "What kind of third madam of the Duke's mansion are you? What impoverished family have you come from, you shrew? You have no manners or etiquette whatsoever. All the women in my village know that you shouldn't meddle in other people's business. If you do, you'll just be a gossip. Are you a gossip? You've been causing trouble the whole way here, and I've put up with you for a long time. You don't earn your reputation from others, you lose it yourself." Exile Nyen turned to stare at Exile Wunen, a mocking smile slowly creeping onto her face. "Third uncle, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but if you can't manage your wife, I wouldn't mind disciplining her for you." But my niece doesn't know her own strength when she strikes, so you'd better be prepared. Exile went and stared wide-eyed, his face contorted with disbelief. Zhuang Shi, even more furious, turned a deep purplish red, her breath coming in ragged gasps and her nostrils flaring. Her lips trembled as she opened her mouth, barely managing to utter, "What a sharp tongue!" before the girl launched a barrage of attacks, wielding both a gun and a stick. No matter how capable you are, you can't be more capable than third aunt. Our whole family has ended up in exile, and you're still scheming like this? Instead of just living a quiet life, you're always eyeing other people's houses, inside and out. Are you a jealous woman? You walk so much all day, don't you get tired at all? Can't you just behave yourself and mind your own business instead of always watching us? What's it to you, Grandma? Zhuang clutched her chest, nearly fainting. Oh, you can't win an argument, so you go to the old lady for backup? Do you think I'm afraid of you? Sixth girl. The old lady opened her eyes wide and uttered in a trembling voice, "Grandmother, if you don't say anything, fine. But if you do speak, your granddaughter will have to be very disrespectful and give you a good talking to. When choosing a wife, you have to consider the person. Not only does the wife have to be of good character and talent, but you also have to be careful about the in-laws. Don't just rush into marriage with anyone. After searching high and low, we found someone who is blind and mindless, someone like third aunt who doesn't know any manners, and who can still cause trouble on the road even after her family was exiled. You were once the matriarch of the Duke's mansion, you should have a longer-term vision. Marrying a wicked wife can ruin 3 generations. I heard that third aunt's background wasn't particularly good either, and there were some problems when she found this wife. It's not that I, as a junior, want to criticize you to your face. If you had firmly disagreed and sternly refused the marriage back then, wouldn't none of this have happened now?" The old lady stared blankly at her granddaughter, who was chattering away incessantly. "You're really attacking indiscriminately. Whoever opens their mouth gets attacked, and whoever comes forward gets torn apart. Exile Nian has always had this temper. Since things have come to a head, she won't give the other person any face and will continue talking." But the Exile family wasn't used to it. Everyone in the Exile family felt that the 6th daughter had mutated. End of this chapter. Facing the shocked and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Exile Nian pursed her lips, raised her hand to smooth her messy sideburns, and slowly softened her tone. "I know it's too late to say all this now. Since things have already come to this, as a junior, I can't say anything more. But as the matriarch, you have to do something. Your 3rd daughter-in-law is in this state. You have to take responsibility, right? Spoiling a child is no different from killing a child. If you continue to indulge her, she might lose her life. Sixth sister, you're going too far with your words." Zhuang's own daughter, Exile Mingxue, said weakly, twisting her sleeves. The chick-like voice was immediately drowned out by the 6th girl's 5 words. "What am I talking about?" Exile Mingxue was scolded and cried, hanging her head and sobbing. Exile Wunan, enraged, said, "6th girl, don't go too far. What kind of attitude is this? Huh? Are you just insulting everyone you see? Your 3rd aunt is still your elder you." Elder, who are you to call yourself an elder? Do you look like one? You're already exiled on the road, and you're still putting on airs and acting like a big shot in front of me. Instead of wasting your time, take good care of your own wife and daughter. Don't keep asking your elder sister to look after those 3 good-for-nothings. The eldest son's family is a widow and her children. They can barely take care of themselves, let alone you. What a debt you owe them! Nobody is as good at stirring things up as your 3rd family. You're poor and pretentious. And you're always causing trouble. You're always trying to get close to us. Even rotten meat isn't as despised as you. You. Exile Wunan was so angry that he almost couldn't catch his breath. Zhuang covered her face and sobbed. "Oh dear, they really don't give us any way out. The younger generation is cursing us like this. Cry your eyes out. Your whole family does nothing but cry. You'll cry yourself to death on the road sooner or later, then we'll just wrap you in a straw mat and save you the trouble of burying you. Everyone. Not only were the Exile family members shocked, but the convicts from the Yongkang Marquis Mansion and the Eni Marquis Mansion, who were watching the spectacle from afar, were also dumbfounded. This girl has a sharp tongue. Whoever she criticizes is doomed. The old lady's fingers trembled with anger. Unable to out-argue her granddaughter, she turned to look for her spendthrift son. Fourth son! Fourth son! The fourth brother was quite cunning. When his daughter started her indiscriminate chatter, he quietly hid behind her and went to watch the show. There's no other reason than that once my daughter starts cooking, there's no stopping her. The old lady called out to him loudly, and the good-for-nothing son had no choice but to run over and say with a silly grin, "Mom, this has nothing to do with you. Why are you blocking the way for the third son's family? Oh dear, let the child handle his own affairs." "Right. You should hurry up and eat some dry food, it'll be very bumpy riding on Miss Xiao's back, it won't be convenient for you to eat." The old lady was so angry she almost fell over. "Your sixth daughter is in this state, and didn't you even say a word? Mother, the children are all grown up now, with their own thoughts and principles. Let them handle their own affairs, and we'll just watch from the sidelines and not interfere." The old lady was brought to tears by her spendthrift son. "It's utterly unbelievable. Are you just going to spoil your daughter like this? Mother, what are you saying? I only have this one precious daughter. If I don't spoil her, who else should I spoil? Besides, I know my daughter's temperament very well. If the third son's wife hadn't provoked her, would she have gotten such a scolding? Mother, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but the third son's family is really going too far. As the fourth uncle, I can't say much to the third sister-in-law, but you are her mother-in-law, so there are some things you should say, right? We can't keep indulging them. These are just small things now, but if things get out of hand later you'll regret it." "Me?" The old lady sensed that the topic was going a bit off, and a question mark slowly appeared in her mind. "Weren't you just complaining about sixth sister? Why are you suddenly talking about third brother's wife?" The fourth brother continued his charade. "Sixth sister is still young. It's understandable that she might say or do something outrageous. How old is third sister-in-law? Why are you arguing with a little girl? Her child is older than my daughter, it's time for her to be more sensible. Mother, you have to talk to her properly. Stop staring at other people's homes all day long and asking about everything. She's not born to be a gossip. And then there's my third brother. It's not that I, as his younger brother, want to gossip about him behind his back. He really needs to be a little more discerning. As a husband, how could he not know what his wife is like? He actually knows everything. I know my third brother. He's not that bad, just too scheming and complicated. In the future, if there's anything, let my third brother talk to me directly. Don't let my sister-in-law take the lead in everything and make things difficult for my wife and daughter." The old lady was completely bewildered by her youngest son's rambling. "Well, that sixth girl shouldn't have treated her third uncle and aunt like that. You should at least say something. I would definitely say that the child was just angry and didn't mean any harm. It's mainly my third sister-in-law. Why would she provoke that child for no reason? If she hadn't gone up to him, would this have happened? So, Mother, you really need to have a good talk with my third sister-in-law." The old lady thought about it and realized it made some sense. "I understand. I'll tell my third son's wife to stop coming over to your place so often." The spendthrift son grinned from ear to ear. "Mom, I knew it. You're the most understanding person in the family. As long as you're here, nothing serious will happen. At your age, you should be enjoying your retirement, but instead you've been exiled. But don't worry, as long as your son is here, he will make sure you have a slightly more comfortable journey. But you'll have to cooperate with him, right? My daughter-in-law has had it so tough, really. Don't cause her any trouble in the future, she's the most obedient. If you don't contact her, she'll be perfectly fine with everyone." The old lady was taken away by the fourth son, leaving the third family crying and looking at each other. Even the old lady who could hold them up had been taken away by the spendthrift son. Who could they turn to for help now? Zhuang was unwilling to accept this, feeling inexplicably scolded and her chest ached with anger. But Exile Nian's words were too sharp, and she dared not confront her. In addition, the escorts were urging everyone to set off quickly, so in the end she could only curse under her breath and drag the sobbing Exile Mingxue away. Old Zhang, the escort, came over and glanced at Exile Machin, a half-smile playing on his lips. Third young master is truly blessed. He's actually woken up. He glanced at Xianinglan and her daughter with a probing look. It seems that the medicine you used, sixth miss, is quite effective. I didn't know that your medical skills were so superb. Exile Nian's gaze swept over the old man for a moment, then she smiled. Zhang Jiechai, do you also want to take medicine? Old Zhang felt a chill in the other person's eyes, a chill that went straight to his heart. Without thinking, she gave an awkward laugh and shook her head. Haha, sixth miss is joking. We need to get going. Pack your things, we have to get to Hengxian Post Station today. End of this chapter. Yesterday I was on the road for almost the whole day, and only slept for 2 or 3 hours. Now I have to keep going. Exactly, this is too much suffering. They don't even care about our lives. Several convicts grumbled and complained behind them, but after being glanced at by the escort officer Zhang, they immediately fell silent. We're rushing you now for your own good. Xiao Jia sneered. If you don't reach the far north within the time limit, you'll all be beheaded. Ha, you'll all behave yourselves then. Wang Banyan's old lady plopped down on the ground and wailed. Oh dear! Day after day, I only get half a broken coarse grain pancake to eat, and I'm still hungry. I have to walk such a long way. Why is my life so miserable? Seeing that old Zhang and his men were walking towards them, Wang Bangyan and his wife hurriedly stepped forward to pull away the wailing old woman and whispered to her, Mother, stop wailing. If those officials come and whip us, none of us will get away with it. The old woman kicked her legs, her face full of stubbornness. I'm not walking today. Why is it that other old ladies get carried every day, but I don't? I'm much older than them. Wang Bang glanced at the several gazes coming from the Exile family and said awkwardly, Mother, they're just rich. Why don't you have any money? How could I have given birth to such a useless good-for-nothing? Oh dear, at your age, you're being forced into exile in the northern wilderness. I'm not going anymore, I can't walk anymore. Wang Bangyan's wife hurriedly said, Mother, please stop making noise, the escorts are coming. Husband, why don't you continue carrying me? The slender second-place scholar swayed, almost bursting into tears. If he could, he'd be the first person who doesn't want to live. He carried his mother halfway home yesterday, and now he can't even straighten his back. Are you coming again today? Wang Xiaomei egged him on from the side. Brother, you're a man. If you don't stand up for us now, what will become of our family? Besides, it's all because of your mess that we were exiled to the north. Mother can barely walk anymore. She's so old. We can't really force her to die. Old Lady Wang collapsed to the ground, slapping her thigh, tears streaming down her face. Wang Bangyan, looking distressed, was forced to join the Liangshan bandits. All right, come on. He crouched down, and the old lady quickly got up from the ground. With the help of her daughter-in-law and daughter, she immediately climbed onto her son's back, even kicking her short old legs to try and climb up a little further. Many onlookers were speechless. When the escort came over and saw that the old lady had stopped making a fuss, he just glared at them a few times and left cursing. The middle-aged man who had run out of the crowd shouting and kowtowing during the earlier earthquake is now rushing out of the crowd again, shouting incoherently. The sky is darkening, which foretells a great disaster. Everyone, kneel down and kowtow to beg for God's forgiveness. Everyone was startled by him, and some looked up at the dark sky and felt a chill run down their spines. The sky, which had been somewhat bright just moments before, suddenly turned as dark as ink, like a sign of an impending downpour, making those who saw it feel uneasy. What's wrong with them all? Can't we just travel in peace? Do they all want to die? In just a few days, several people have gone mad. The escorting officer felt both angry and exhausted, so he pulled out his whip and lashed it across the back of the mad middle-aged man. The family members rushed over, repeatedly begging for mercy and stopping the guards from hitting them. Standing beside Exile Nien, Imperial Physician Ching sighed as he looked at the madman. That man was originally a royal merchant named Zhao. His family was once incredibly wealthy, possessing everything imaginable. Alas, when his property was confiscated, he lost everything, and he went insane as a result. It's pitiful. He shook his head and said with feeling, "It will take another 2 or 3 months to get to the north. Those who can't handle it will probably go crazy." Exile Nian glanced at the crazed Zhao Huangshang, who was kowtowing and bowing, then looked away indifferently. Physician Cheng smiled and looked at her again. "It's truly remarkable that your brother was able to regain his senses on the road to exile. Did you learn your medical skills from a traveling physician, young lady?" He had come closer to observe the third son of the Exile family up close. He had seen Exile Sanlang's symptoms before. He had gotten into a fight in a brothel, rolled down the stairs and hit his head, and developed a fever that night. Although the heat was brought under control, the person never regained consciousness. Unexpectedly, the sixth daughter of the Exile family had such a skill. After a few doses of medicine, she really managed to wake her brother up. What's strange is, if the little girl has such abilities, why did she keep them hidden at home? Why did she only come to rescue her brother on the road to exile? Why didn't you do this earlier? Physician Cheng asked, puzzled. Although he was curious, he didn't dare to ask too many questions. He also knew that some things were better left unsaid. "I suppose so, but that doctor has a rather strange temper. He said I'm slow-witted and haven't fully mastered the art yet, so I shouldn't show off easily." Exile Nian casually made up a reason, treating Dr. Cheng with great politeness. Physician Ching suddenly realized something. He didn't say anything, but in his mind, he imagined one scene after another, a reclusive master encountering a young girl and giving her some pointers. That itinerant doctor must be a rare genius, 1 in 100 lifetimes. The young girl was too young to understand the intricacies of the matter. She thought he had just met an ordinary doctor who had taught her some trivial skills, which he dared not easily reveal. A master is indeed a master. It's quite normal for him to have a bit of a temper and a lot of rules. Meanwhile, Exile Mingxue wiped her red and swollen eyes, helped Zhuangshi follow behind the group, and walked with a limp, 1 foot higher than the other. Zhuang was filled with resentment. That damned girl has such a sharp tongue. She'll get her comeuppance for her words sooner or later. The thought of the little girl haughtily raising her chin and scolding them as poor and pretentious made Zhuangshi so angry that her chest ached. She's like a completely different person. Before, she would only go to her mother when something happened, but now she's even arguing with Xie Shi. Zhuangshi couldn't help but mutter. "Mingxue, what do you think?" "Me." Exile Mingxue bit her lip, looking aggrieved. "I also think she's strange. She's been acting too sharply and abnormally these past few days. No, but thinking about it, she's never been very bright. It's not like she's never acted so drastically before." As if remembering something, Zhuang paused for a moment. "You mean a few years ago?" Exile Mingxue responded weakly. "Now that you mention it, I suddenly seem to remember something." Zhuangshi frowned and thought hard, her neck stiff. "It seems like that's true." Madame Zhuang stamped her foot. Yes, she was like a hedgehog back then, pricking anyone she saw. She even got into a fight with the second son of the Marquis of Dingxing's family next door, beating him so badly he couldn't get out of bed for half a month. Right? Yes. Exile Mingxue nodded, still feeling a bit shaken. Her memory was a bit hazy, because she was only about 11 or 12 years old at the time. She rarely left the house and only heard about many things from the adults in her family. Zhuang exclaimed in surprise. "Heavens above, that evil star has returned!" End of this chapter. The mother and daughter looked at each other, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. "You think that girl might really be possessed by some evil spirit?" Zhuang asked, still shaken. Why does she keep doing this every now and then? Exile Mingxue had twisted her mother's dirty sleeve. Then, Mother, have you noticed any other changes in her? Could it be that she isn't actually Six's sister? Should we tell Grandma? Her appearance and figure haven't changed at all. Even if we tell the old lady that she's acting strangely, we can't produce any substantial evidence. She knew the old lady fairly well. Accusing her of something without evidence was useless. She wasn't the kind of old woman who would blindly believe everything she said and wouldn't listen to her in everything. Then, Mother, what should we do now? Let's observe first, Zhuang said, pinching the girl's fingers. Don't provoke them lately. How could I possibly recruit them? Exile Mingxue said, her eyes drooping, looking aggrieved. Zhuang thought about it and agreed. Her own daughter was indeed gentle and timid. Even now, with Six's sister's transformation, she dared not have any contact with her, and in the past, she wouldn't have provoked her for no reason. Sister. As the two were talking, a smiling woman approached them. What are you doing here? Zhuang glanced at the woman, making no attempt to hide her disgust. I just took Mingye to fetch some water. I didn't know something had happened to my sister. I only found out from the master. Aunt Chiu, don't think I don't know you came here to see me make a fool of myself. How could that be, sister? The woman lowered her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Zhuang sure couldn't stand the woman's behavior. In the past, when the family was wealthy and powerful, this aunt always dressed in plain clothes. Her eyebrows would furrow from time to time, and she would timidly raise her face, her eyes always filled with tears. Now that everyone has been driven out and exiled, they still act so delicate and frail. All that's missing here is a pair of red candles, reflecting the peach blossoms and the faces of women. Speaking of which, the Duke's mansion was known throughout the capital for its strict family discipline. The old Duke had only one wife and no concubines. His sons, raised by his own example, were also considered to be virtuous and upright. Even the most disgraceful spendthrift fourth master never took any concubines, except for the third master. When Zhuang Shi entered the family, her family used many tricks to get close to the third master of the Duke's mansion, so she was never favored by him. Her family background was humble, and her younger brother was unambitious. It was only through the backing of the Duke's mansion that her father, Zhuang Rengui, was able to rise to the position of prefect of Bingzhou. The third master was not close to her. Less than 3 months after marrying her, he welcomed his beloved concubine, Aunt Chiu, into the household. She gave birth to her 2 daughters one after the other. Because of this, she was often ridiculed by other wealthy women at gatherings. The wife and concubine were constantly vying for power, and with the third master protecting her, the concubine was always the one who suffered losses. If it weren't for the old lady's intervention, the third concubine would probably have gone too far. Now Zhuang suddenly felt somewhat disheartened. Suddenly I realized that the mutated 6th girl was absolutely right about one thing: they'd already been exiled, so why bother with palace intrigue? They were just wasting their time. Seeing that the mistress's fighting spirit was low, Aunt Chiu raised an eyebrow in surprise and continued to manipulate her with her words. What's wrong with you, sister? You haven't really been intimidated by the 6th young lady, have you? Zhuang turned her head to look at her and sneered. Didn't you say your feet hurt earlier and you wished the master could carry you? How come you look so energetic now? Sister, what are you saying? Aunt Chiu blushed and lowered her head, speaking softly. In public, how could I possibly let master carry me behind my back? It's not impossible for me to insist. Oh, by the way, I heard from the master that those officials intentionally stayed in Hun County for half a day to resupply some things. As you know, when the Earth Dragon turned over before, the Yamen lost a lot of shackles and food. They need to buy things, so we can rest a little longer. As long as we hold on until Henshin, we can get a good night's sleep and definitely won't have to get up at dawn to travel tomorrow. Why are you telling me all this? Madame Zhuang sneered. You're showing off all the information your husband found out, down to the smallest detail, while I know nothing about it. Aunt Chiu twisted her sleeves and followed the two of them step by step, chattering. Sister, you have a deep misunderstanding about me. What I mean is, if you have some money on you, and the officials are going to Hung County to make purchases, we can ask them to buy some necessities. For example, it's time for the old man to change his straw sandals. I saw today that half of the sole of his foot is rotten, and it's very uncomfortable around his toes. Zhuang was furious. Do you think I have any silver on me? If she had the money, she would have bought her daughter a pair of thick-soled straw sandals long ago. Suddenly it was discovered that the fourth wife's mischievous daughter had gotten half of it right again. The third wife's family was truly poor. Penniless. That's why she kept a close eye on the situation of the fourth wife's family. It's really different fate for the same person. Both are now wives, but her family is far away in Bingzhou and can't help her at all. As for Xianninglan's family, they secretly delivered things more than once, that cartload of food and supplies. No one said a word, but everyone was secretly envious and jealous. Sister, can't you give the old lady some advice? You can't be so biased. She's been eating soft bread and dried meat all the way here, and she's been soaking her feet every day. We're all family, and we haven't separated yet, so the old lady can't be so unfair to her. Zhuang sneered. Did you say that yourself? Or did Third Master send you here to say it to me on purpose? Oh, sister, what does this have to do with Third Master? Aunt Chiu exclaimed in surprise. I always take the lead, it's time for you to show yourselves. Zhuang pulled Exile and Mingxiu aside, turned to Aunt Chiu with a mocking smile, and said, Isn't the master your most beloved person? You should hurry up and whisper in front of the old lady and borrow some money from your fourth sister-in-law so you can buy the third master a new pair of shoes. Aunt Chiu opened her mouth, watching the mother and daughter walk faster and faster, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. The old lady disliked this concubine the most, and never even glanced at her. Why would she go and make a scene in front of her? Did she think her life was too easy? Xian Mingye stepped forward and said calmly, I've already told you not to be so obvious. The Zhuang family isn't completely brainless. They won't let you be their pawn. Let's wait and see. Aunt Chiu frowned deeply. If it weren't for your eldest sister's kindness in giving us a water bag, we would all be dying of thirst right now. Take it easy. You've seen the state of your dad's shoes. Some things will never come if you don't try. I'll go and mention it to the old lady. Auntie. Exile and Mingye disagreed. Let's. A thunderous boom resounded. Everyone shuddered and looked up at the sky in unison. Oh no! A torrential downpour is coming. Run! End of this chapter. This torrential rain came out of nowhere, giving no one any warning whatsoever. Xian Wenyuan hoisted his youngest son onto his back and called to the mother and son to run forward together. With a series of thunderous booms, a torrential downpour began, pouring down on people as if it were being poured over them. Xian Yen and her mother, with a straw mat over their heads, stumbled forward, 1 foot higher than the other. Dolly, if it's really too hard, forget about that cart. Hurry up and catch up. Xian Dolly pushed the cart with great speed, shaking off his wet hair. Miss, please help madam, I'm fine. Liang Guangmao, along with his bearded constables, trailed behind the crowd, drawing out his shouts. Don't run around. Forward, all of you forward. Run in a straight line, don't scatter to the sides. Let's see who dares to slip away. Whoever runs will die. The mad Zhao Huangsheng rushed out again, spreading his arms wide towards the sky and roaring. Heavens are descending. Before she could finish reading the rest of the lines, Madame Zhao screamed and rushed forward, covering the man's mouth with one hand and yelling at her son. Xiang, stop standing there and quickly carry your father on your back. Zhao Xiang strode forward, and fortunately, there were no shackles binding him, so he carried his father on his back without any effort. Madame Zhao supported the struggling Zhao Huangsheng, crying and cursing. Master, stop making a scene. Let's go, the sky looks terrible. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Zhao Huangsheng muttered, leaning on his son's shoulder. Madam, run! Run, madam! Run, run, run! Let's run together! Exile Yuan carried his son on his back and ran to his mother's side to take a look. All that could be seen was Granny Lu following the old lady diligently, running after her every now and then, anxiously calling out to the third girl. The earthenware jar I borrowed from the cart a couple of days ago is now sitting squarely on my mother's head. Exile Yuan found it both amusing and helpless. He turned to Zhao Sun and thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, Miss Zhao. I'll have to trouble you to continue looking after my mother. I'll go check on the others. It's all right, fourth master. You hired me, so this is what I should do. Don't worry, I'll continue to look after the old lady. Thank you, thank you. Exile Yuan carried his son on his back and ran towards Exile Machin. Although the eldest son had woken up, he was still weak. Fortunately, Ah Zhong stayed by his side and carried him on his back. Exile Yuan's feelings for Mu Dalong grew stronger. After giving a few instructions, I turned around and saw Exile Yuan rushing towards me like a frightened old rabbit. Where are you running off to? Exile Yuan grabbed the third brother's arm and scolded him impatiently. Where's your wife and daughter? It's true what they say, when disaster strikes, everyone flees for their lives. They've abandoned their wives and children, only caring about running away themselves. Exile Yuan was pulled back by him, and he blurted out, How should I know? Exile Yuan really wanted to slap him. Braving the wind and rain, he dragged him around to look for people. Finally, he found a few figures behind the crowd. He wiped the water off his face and said, You don't care about your own wife and daughter, you only care about your own life? They're all lagging behind, can't you see? Hurry up and go get them. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck the crowd, and one of the convicts was so frightened that he fell to the ground screaming. The guards caught up and pulled him to his feet, saying, Let's go. Old Zhang and his men herded the crowd forward like sheep. When they saw Exile Yuan and Exile Yuan turning back, they angrily shouted, What are you all doing? I'm sorry, brother charioteer, my family is still behind us. Please help us and we'll be right there. Please forgive us. Exile Yuan dodged the whip that the escort lashed out with lightning speed and pulled the disheveled third brother along as they continued to hurry back. Come back! The escort shouted and raged. Come back right away. We won't run away, we absolutely won't run away. The sky was pitch black, and apart from the occasional streak of lightning, the road ahead was almost invisible. The guards were extremely anxious, spreading out to block the prisoners while urging them forward, fearing that some might escape under the cover of darkness and heavy rain. Lin Shui fell to the ground in the rain, raising her hand to touch her surroundings, calling out, Zher. In her mouth, her heart filled with panic. Just now, the sky suddenly turned so dark that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. She fell to the ground, and the child rolled away somewhere. Previously, she had to take care of her sick child while also looking after her second brother and sister-in-law and manor. The frail and helpless mother-in-law cried all the way, complaining of pain in her feet and hands. She and her second brother-in-law could only try their best to support her. The eldest sister-in-law went to take care of the two younger sisters of the third wife. She didn't say it, but she felt bitter inside. She knows the situation at home. Her mother-in-law is in such a state, yet she doesn't even offer a helping hand. At least the third branch of the family has her third uncle to look after them. Why would the eldest sister-in-law need to step in and help? Now things are really messed up. Zhe doesn't even know if she's rolled into the ditch or not. She can't see or touch anything. If her husband's fate is unknown, and Roger also dies, then she will have nothing left to cherish. Lin Shui collapsed to the ground and wailed, swallowing a bellyful of cold rainwater. Just when I was in despair and pain, I noticed a fairly large light flickering in front of me. She thought she was seeing things. As soon as she looked up, her fourth uncle, carrying Honor on his back, ran up to her like a god and pulled her out of the rain with great force. It was light, truly light. Silang Exile Mohan, draped in a straw mat, held a ball of light in his hands, bright and dazzling. She wasn't mistaken. What's wrong? What are you doing lying on the ground? Where's your child? Where are your mother-in-law and the others? Are they sleeping here? Exile Wenyuan's tone was sharp, and his eyes were full of impatience. But at this moment, in this situation, Lin Shui seemed to have found some pillar of support and burst into tears. Fourth uncle. Jur is missing. He just rolled forward. I can't find him. Sob. If Jur is gone, I have no face to continue living. Lin Shui was completely distraught, tears mixed with rainwater streaming down her face, blurring her vision. All right, stop talking so discouragingly. Third brother. You and your niece-in-law go and look for the rest of the eldest son's family. Quickly gather them all together. Exile Wenyuan let out a howl, and didn't dare leave his youngest son for her to look after. He said wait, and ran off. Before long, a little boy, soaking wet, was pulled out of a puddle. When they found the child, he was unconscious, his face buried in a puddle, and he was nearly suffocating. The rain was so heavy that within minutes, puddles formed everywhere. Especially those ancient dirt roads, they were truly indescribable. Exile Wenyuan quickly gave the child emergency treatment, patting him to cough up the water in his stomach. Exile choked and weakly opened his eyes. Jur, are you all right? Exile Mohan held the small ball of light tightly in her hand, looking at Exile with a worried expression. His dad was lucky. He managed to find a glowing little ball on the way, which could illuminate the path. Otherwise, if he had been even half a step later and hadn't found Jur, he would have been in danger. Exile fainted again. Exile Wenyuan touched the child's burning forehead and said, You have a high fever. We need to go back to your sister as soon as possible. End of this chapter. When Exile Wenyuan carried one child on his back and held another in his arms, he ran back to find Lin Shui and Exile Wenyuan. All the members of the first and third wives' families, young and old, had gathered together. When Lin Shui saw the son he was holding, she burst into tears. Exile Wenyuan patted Exile on the back. The child is fine, he just has a fever. He's had a fever for 2 days now. Why didn't you say so sooner? The child is so young, a fever for 2 days will damage his brain. Exile Wenyuan wiped the water off his face and did not hand the child over to Lin Shui. She was so frightened that she could barely stand. If she held the baby and dropped him, the baby would be in even more trouble. Supported by Mei Zhuqing, Nia Shi shakily stepped forward and touched Exile's forehead, then exclaimed in alarm. Fourth brother Zhu's forehead is so hot, I hope something's wrong. No. Exile Wenyuan had a strange confidence in his daughter. With her around, what could possibly happen? As long as there's still breath in them, they definitely won't die. Aunt Chiu held Exile Wenyuan's hand and sobbed. Third master, just now the sky suddenly turned completely dark, and I thought I was going to be separated from you forever. Exile Wenyuan put his arm around her shoulder and whispered to comfort her. It's all right, don't be afraid. Wenyang, your husband is here. Exile Wenyuan silently rolled his eyes at the third brother. Is everyone here? Let's hurry up and meet up with my mother and the others up ahead. In this weather, we probably can't go very far. The escorts should be able to find us a cave or something to settle down in as soon as possible. Just then, several vicious escorts rushed over, raising their whips to strike someone. Why are you all hiding here? Are you trying to run away? Nia's face suddenly turned deathly pale. Exile Wenyuan dodged the whip and stepped forward to block the guard's hand. Brother guard, it's a misunderstanding. The child fell into the puddle, which delayed us a bit. We were just trying to catch up with the group. The escort narrowed his eyes, then suddenly reached out and snatched a small ball of light from Exile Mohan's hand. What kind of treasure is this? It actually glows. It truly lives up to its reputation as a noble or earl's mansion. Even after their property was confiscated, they still managed to keep such a high-quality luminous pearl on their person. Now that it's pitch black, this thing is a rare find, and the escorts are holding it in their hands, reluctant to put it down. Little Exile Mohan's little light ball was taken away, and she opened her mouth, looking aggrieved and about to cry. Unexpectedly, the ball of light suddenly dimmed, and it became so dark that the other person's face could not be seen. "What's going on?" another escort exclaimed. Exile Wenyuan sneered, but put on a nervous and honest expression. "I don't know. I just picked this up from the water. I don't know what it is. I thought it could light the way, so I let my son take it." Several of the interpreters were quite suspicious. "Brother Chan, why don't we still let that kid try?" The escort who snatched the child's light orb frowned and shoved the orb back into Exile Mohan's hand. In an instant, the sphere of light lit up. Exile Mohan grinned happily. The escort was displeased. "What do you mean?" Even the luminous pearl knows to recognize its master, the Marquis or Earl's mansion. So why are we lowly escorts considered inferior? Seeing that the guards were recklessly trying to snatch the child's things, Exile Wenyuan grabbed the ball of light first. The guards snatched it away. The sphere of light dimmed. The ball of light was roughly shoved into Exile Wenyuan's hand, and it lit up again. After several rounds of this ordeal, the officers around them were all exhausted. "Brother Chan, how about we give up? This extraordinary divine object might only recognize another father and son. Damn it! Why can't he use it, but others can?" The escort cursed and spat, snatched the ball of light from Exile Wenyuan's hand, threw it into the water, and then stomped on it twice. The orb of light was dim and lifeless. The escort picked it up and put it back in Exile Wenyuan's hand, but the orb remained dark. The escort was relieved. "Heh, what a magical object! It broke after being stepped on twice." Exile Wenyuan was also tired and too lazy to joke around with this idiot escort anymore. He preferred to travel in the dark, as long as his eyesight was good enough that even in complete darkness, he could still see the path beneath his feet. Fourth brother," Yeshur called out tremblingly. "It's all right, sister-in-law. Just follow behind me and help each other. I'll remind you about the road conditions ahead." "Let's go!" shouted the escort named Xiangzi. The other escorts didn't say anything, but in their hearts they were all cursing him as an idiot. It was so bright with the luminous pearl illuminating the way just now, but I had to keep it in my hand and mess it up. Now I'm groping in the dark, and I don't know if I'll get lost from the group ahead. In no time, the water had risen to a great depth, and the group helped each other along behind Exile Wenyuan as they hurried forward. Thunder rumbled again in the distance, and Exile Wenyuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly called out, "Everyone, spread out!" No sooner had he finished speaking than a bolt of lightning struck at Xiangzi's feet, startling him so much that he jumped up with a scream. Xiangzi ran forward without paying attention to anything else. The rain was too heavy, so he ran around the side and along the base of the trees without any strategy. Everyone else was in complete darkness and couldn't see what was happening, but Exile Wenyuan could see it clearly and quickly called out to stop him. Hey, come back quickly! Don't jump under the tree!" With a deafening crack, the sound reached the heavens. A grotesque, twisted bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating a stark white expanse ahead. Everyone saw it clearly in an instant. The escort named Xiangzi was seen, dancing wildly and twitching his limbs under a tree. Then, he raised his right fist, his left hand hung stiffly down, and he fell straight backward with a thud to the ground. Smoke was coming out of the mouth, nostrils, and ears. Although the distance was not far, after the lightning stopped, everything went dark again. Everyone turned pale with fright and screamed repeatedly. Nia cried out, "My God!" and fell backward. Her two daughters-in-law quickly supported her on either side. Exile Wenyuan, his face grim, spoke up to stop the crowd from scattering. "Don't run around. Don't crawl under the trees, move on, hurry up!" The ball of light in his hand lit up again at just the right moment. Fortunately, Xiangzi, that idiot, stopped trying to snatch the light orb, and the light orb remained lit, no longer going out. When everyone saw the light, including the escorts, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "It's light! Great, there's light again. At least I can see the road ahead for a while." Everyone quickened their pace, and no one dared to say anything about looking at Xiangzi, who had been struck by lightning. Even the escorts didn't dare to go over and take a look. Life and death are left to fate. At times like these, one can only think of oneself. Under the illumination of the light orb, the squad soon caught up with the chaotic main force. Xiao Jia ran ahead and yelled at the crowd. "Stop running around like crazy! Keep moving forward! There's a row of earthen caves at the foot of the mountain. We can go in and take shelter from the rain." As they were talking, they saw a light moving over, and suddenly everyone's eyes were illuminated. Xiao Jia squinted and saw several colleagues running over, calling out, "Boss Liang, Boss Liang!" all at once. Exile Wenyuan ignored their murmurs and led his family towards his wife and daughter. Exile Yen and her mother, both draped in straw mats, and the old lady, carrying a pottery jar on her head, both looked at them. "Master Exile, please wait." End of this chapter. Amidst the raging wind and torrential rain, Exile Wenyuan, with 2 children on his back, longed to return home to his wife and daughter to vent his frustrations, and had no patience to deal with these officials. However, Liang Guang sent men to forcibly stop him and take him away for questioning. As they got closer, the light moved with them. Liang Guang looked at the ball of light in Exile Wenyuan's hand and asked tentatively, "I heard that 4th Master Exile found a glowing treasure on the road, and my men have benefited quite a bit from it along the way." Exile Wenyuan pushed the ball of light directly into Liang Guang's hand. "What kind of treasure is this?" "Just a shiny, broken stone I picked up casually. If you want to take it, sir." Liang Guang waved his hands repeatedly, not daring to take it. "No need, no need. I heard from the brothers that this luminous pearl-like treasure will only glow when Brother Exile holds it. In that case, we'll have to trouble you, Brother Exile, to lead the way. Xiao Jia is familiar with this area and knows there's a row of earthen cave dwellings at the foot of the mountain ahead. Let him lead the way, and Brother Exile will accompany us. We'll go there together to take shelter from the rain." Exile Wenyuan naturally didn't object to simply offering to provide light. However, the rain got heavier and heavier, as if the sky had a huge hole in it, with rainwater pouring down and soaking everyone from head to toe. The dirt road was full of mud, and if you weren't careful, you would slip and tumble to the ground, getting covered in mud. Several people fell like that, and some of the older convicts fell quite hard, groaning and unable to get up for a long time. By the time everyone arrived at the cave dwelling, their feet muddy and waterlogged, they were mostly exhausted, their bodies practically falling apart. Xianinglan was all right. Her daughter had been continuously supplying her with healing power the whole way. Although she was covered in mud and looked disheveled, she was still in good spirits. "But this outfit is so dirty and filthy. After all this fuss, I need to change my underwear, otherwise I'll suffer a lot." Xianinglan wanted to cry. Even in the worst of times during the apocalypse, she had never suffered like this. After all, both she and Lao Xian had skills, and they were able to make a living based on their skills from the beginning. In addition, their daughter rose to prominence not long afterward, and to be honest, their family lived a more glamorous life than anyone else in the apocalypse. She thought that the entire base must have suffered enough when they moved to avoid the flood, not to mention the long journey. The vehicles were often unusable, and they had to walk. Unexpectedly, today's days were even more difficult. I was wading through water and mud, so dirty that you couldn't even tell my original color, and to make matters worse, my period started to get in on the act. "My dear daughter, my heart is breaking." Exile Yen took the blanket that Dali handed her and wrapped it around her mother. Seeing her tough old mother crying in distress, she quickly wiped the rain and tears from her face, asking, "Mom, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? What's bothering you?" She lowered her voice. "Do you want to change it? If it's okay, just tell me. I'll take you out to change." Xianinglan looked cold and thin, and nodded her head. Dolly grabbed a linen coat and wrapped it around Exile Yen, then asked in a low voice, "Miss, are you going out to use the restroom? Okay, you stay here and watch over these things. I'll take Mother and be right back." Dolly was worried and wanted to say something, but then he saw the little girl helping the lady walk out of the cave. The two escorts guarding the cave entrance raised their hands to stop them, asking, "What are you doing? Can I go to the toilet?" "Get out!" Exile suppressed her anger, her eyes blazing. "Oh, this little girl is quite something!" "Huh!" The middle-aged escort sneered, reaching out to grab Xianlinglan's arm. "You talk like you've swallowed gunpowder. Need to use the restroom? You can do it right here." "Hey, ouch!" Before he could finish speaking, he was suddenly slapped and spun around on the spot. Before he could react, his arm was pulled back, lifted high, and twisted in the opposite direction with a sharp crack, making him tremble with pain. Exile, in a fit of rage, turned and kicked another escort into the wall of the earthen cave. A deafening crash echoed through the cave, and the prisoners froze, shrinking back in fear. Exile grabbed the escort's arm bones, which were cracking loudly, and snapped them a few more times before delivering several heavy punches to the back of the man's head. "Who gave you the guts? Huh! You don't even have human rights to use the toilet? You need my permission? You're making lewd remarks about my mother? Why don't you take a piss and look at your own face? Why didn't your father throw you against the wall instead of giving birth to such a worthless piece of trash? I'll teach you to stop me from going to the toilet! I'll teach you to stop me!" Exile gritted her teeth, threw the person to the ground, and stomped on him without a care. The man's arm was broken in several places, and he had been punched several times in the back of the head. He was already dazed and foaming at the mouth. He couldn't withstand Xianling's heavy kicks. Before long, he was barely breathing. Xianlinglan was also terrified by her daughter's sudden outburst and quickly stepped forward to hug her waist. Nian, Mom is okay, it's okay, don't be angry." Exile was dragged out of the cave by Xianlinglan. Yu stared at the departing figures of the mother and daughter with her mouth agape, unable to utter a sound for a long time. The rest of the people in the cave were even more silent. Everyone huddled to the side like quails, looking at the guard lying sprawled out at the doorway, and then at the other guard who had been thrown out and crashed into the wall, now lying in the corner with his head drooping to one side. Their eyes revealed a strange and bewildering look. Did they all just imagine something? Someone, did you misunderstand? It was a young girl who beat the guards half to death. Liang Guang, along with Xiao Jia, Mao Huzi, and a few others, ran over at the sound and saw this scene. Who did it? They had just settled the two cave dwellings next door when, unexpectedly, they encountered a rebellion as soon as they stepped into this cave dwelling. They've really gone too far. A bunch of convicts trying to cause trouble under the guise of a downpour. No one dared to speak. When questioned further, everyone played dead. Mao Huzi was furious. He turned around, drew his whip from his waist, and walked straight towards several heavily convicted criminals in shackles. "Boss Sha, Boss Pai, did you do this?" The troublemaker, Boss Sha, swung his leg casually and said, "Hey, Brother Mao, are we easier to bully? I'm so far away from that Boss Sha, and I'm tied up. What can I do to cause trouble?" Hairy bearded man adjusted his shackles. "Indeed, with both hands firmly locked, there's no way to cause any trouble." "Who is that?" Sha Lauda grinned, shaking his leg. "That's unbelievable. Such a small guy, yet he's 3 times more ruthless than any of us when it comes to fighting. Who is it?" The bearded man slapped Boss Sha on the head, and the latter glared angrily. Another compartment. Exile helped her mother pass by another cave dwelling and called out to Chang Nian, who immediately rushed out. The 3 of them went to the small earthen mound behind the house. Exile raised her hand and waved when she saw that no one was around. The barrier rose from the ground, instantly creating a completely enclosed and private space, keeping the torrential rain out. If someone were to come here now, they would run right into the transparent wall of nothingness, unable to see the 3 people inside at all, and would be scared half to death, thinking they were in the dark and had encountered a ghost. Exile raised her hand and moved out a large bathtub, which she had previously acquired from Yunlin Villa. End of this chapter. Chang Mian exclaimed with delight. "Sis, you're so amazing now! Wow, what level are you at? Nyen Nyen, run the water for my mom to take a bath. Exile and Nyen rummaged through the household items section and found the floor-standing shower curtain that they used to use. Pulling it up made bathing in the open air less awkward. Okay. Chan Nyen Nyen raised her hand to the bathtub, and a steady stream of clear water flowed from her fingertips. Sister, I still can't control the water temperature. What should I do? It's quite hot today, but we just got caught in the rain. I can't let my aunt take a cold shower. It's okay, a cold shower is fine too. Upon hearing that she could wash away her filth, Xianninglan perked up completely. She desperately wanted to take a bath. She dreamed about it all the time. I used to feel uncomfortable if I didn't shower for 2 days, but now, after 4, 5, or 6 days without a shower, my body is so dirty it's almost fading. I'll find a few heating balls and throw them in. They won't get too hot, but they should be warm enough to not be bone-chillingly cold. Chan Nyen Nyen's eyes lit up. How could she forget that after the base developed rapidly, it produced quite a few high-tech gadgets? This heating ball is similar to a self-heating pack, but it heats up faster and dissolves in water without any side effects. Mom, you'll feel more comfortable if you change into clean sanitary pads after you wash up. Xianninglan nodded repeatedly. 10 minutes, I'll be quick. No rush. After her mother drew the shower curtain, Exile Nyen brought out a small table and a kettle. As soon as Chan Nyen Nyen saw the familiar kettle, she reached out and touched it. Exile Nyen brought out a few simple plastic stools. The two sat down facing each other, poured 2 cups of hot water, and drank several mouthfuls. Most of the household goods in this section that I opened up are things we collected from various places before, all kinds of daily necessities, household items, kitchenware, etc., still in their original, unopened boxes. There are also many clothes, shoes, and socks in boxes and cabinets, but these clothes are not suitable for use here now. Chan Nyen Nyen nodded repeatedly. I remember, we cleaned it together back then. I wonder if I'll be able to open other food and medicine sections once my spatial ability level increases. It's too early to say now. Right now, all we have left in our original space are some old things that we used to use. Exile Nyen tapped the kettle, then patted the plastic stool under her bottom. There aren't many food options in this area. We just tidied it up too well back then. Exile Nyen gave a helpless, bitter smile. Actually, her things in her space were all scattered around, with no distinction between utensils, food, or medicine. They were all mixed together. After the zombies were basically eliminated and the base was in ruins and construction began, she led the entire team to start sorting out the items in her space and donating several batches of things to the disaster victims at the base. The space is now cleaned up, but there's not much to eat in the household goods area. Exile Nyen rummaged through the items and found that besides a set of commonly used kettles and cups, there was only a bag of whole wheat bread, 2 pieces of chocolate, and other things. This was probably swept in along with the tables, chairs, and benches when they were being collected. She silently took out the bag of bread, and the 2 of them reluctantly ate a few slices with hot water. Xianninglan washed quickly, but she had to keep wearing the dirty, muddy prison uniform. However, her daughter had prepared a vest and underwear for her, which she wore underneath, and finally she felt clean and refreshed. She originally wanted to wash her hair, but then she thought about how her daughter hadn't taken a bath in days, so she decided not to be fussy and would wash it when she got to the county. Right now, time was tight and she had to get back as soon as possible, so being clean was enough. Xianninglan pulled back the shower curtain and ran out, tugging at her half-wet prison clothes. Exile Nyen stepped forward and handed her bread and hot water, saying, "Have something to tide you over, we'll be back soon." After the 3 of them shared half a piece of chocolate to sweeten their mouths, Exile Nyen removed the spatial barrier outside. The rain poured down, and they hurriedly set up the straw mat, carried Chan Nyen Nyen back, and then rushed back to their original earthen cave dwelling. As soon as you step inside, 2 gleaming long swords are placed in front of you. You called out in a panic. 6th girl. Exile Nien squinted and looked up, only to see that a dozen or so convicts in the cave were sitting obediently against the wall. The Yu family and their entourage were surrounded by 5 or 6 escorts directly in front of them. Her father, with a child slung over his chest and back, stood beside the old woman and shouted, "Officer, look for yourself! I knew it! How could that mother and child possibly run away? With this wind and rain outside, where could they run to? Isn't that right? I told you it was all a misunderstanding. Why don't you believe me?" Exile Wunan, holding the swaying Aunt Chiu, turned and yelled at Exile Yen and her daughter. "Where have you been? 6th girl, someone said you beat up a government official and ran away with your mother, is that true?" Exile Yen coldly stared at them, her chilling gaze sweeping over Liang Guang, Xiao Jia, Mao Huzi, and the others. Finally, the image settled on Liang Guang's face. All the people saw was her turn around, raise her hand, and make a downward gesture in the air. It was strange, as if there was a curtain at the entrance of the earthen cave dwelling, and she reached out and pulled it down. Liang Guang and the others stared at her with strange looks. "You guys are so annoying, so annoying, so annoying!" Exile Yen pinched her wrist, turned it slightly, and slowly tilted her head to the left and right. Liang Guang and the others didn't know why, but they felt their hair stand on end in an instant. "I have a bad feeling about this. Can't we just focus on our journey? Why do you have to bother me every single day, once, twice, 3 times? I didn't want to kill anyone, but you're all so disobedient." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone felt a blur before their eyes, and the little girl who had just been standing at the entrance of the cave appeared in front of Mao Huzi like a ghost. A hand, white as jade, pierced through the bearded man's shoulder with the ease of slicing melons and chopping tofu, striking his shoulder blade with tremendous force. In an instant, everyone screamed in terror, staring at the little girl as if she were a ghost. Someone rushed to the entrance of the earthen cave in a panic, only to bump their head into something. Only then did I realize that the entrance to the cave dwelling seemed to be sealed off by some invisible barrier. "Oh dear, it seems they can't get out." Mao Huzi stared wide-eyed at Exile Nien in disbelief. "What are you looking at? Look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." Exile Nien grabbed Mao Huzi's neck with one hand. With a swift kick, he sent one of the escorts, who had drawn his sword, flying through the air, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Stop, stop, stop!" Liang Guang cried out in fear. "Let's talk this out, let's talk about what we have to say." Exile Nien's eyes were cold as she crushed the neck of the man with the hunched back, then casually tossed the crooked man to the ground like a rag doll. The next instant, the person appeared in front of Liang Guang, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground in terror. "From now on, you are all my pets. Remember?" Exile Nien stepped on Liang Guang's leg and applied a little force, causing the latter to let out a pig-like scream. End of this chapter. The relentless wind and rain shattered a row of mud houses around the corner into pieces. The wind howled past, and the broken tiles shattered and fell to the ground with a clatter. Many young and middle-aged people carried the elderly and children across the water, and a long queue gradually formed amidst shouts. Juyen held up a green bamboo umbrella and leaned forward as much as he could, but the downpour was so heavy that even with his best efforts, the rain still soaked half of his master's sleeve. The raindrops pattered down his long, flowing hair. Juyen carefully took a step, trying to shield him from as much rain as possible. The sky was dark and gloomy, without a glimmer of light. The master stood there silently, which had a calming effect on people's hearts. The procession of people was proceeding in an orderly manner. Many residents boarded mule carts and ox carts, shivering as they clutched their belongings, but their eyes still held a glimmer of hope. "Master!" Lu Hu rushed over, clasped his hands in greeting. "After transferring the last 2 batches this afternoon and evening, it should be almost done." The man replied indifferently. "Proceed according to plan." Suddenly, cries of alarm came from ahead. It was the sound of the roof being torn off by the strong wind, with bricks and tiles falling down with a crackling sound. The mule and ox cart teams began to move slowly forward, wading through the floodwaters, towards the city gate. Your Highness! Your Highness! A guard half dragged, half carried the old eunuch, who looked like a drowned rat, over. Eunuch Wang has brought a message from His Majesty, requesting that you come to the palace immediately to see him. I'm busy, tell him to wait. Eunuch Wang opened his mouth wide, panting as he tried to speak, but the willful man turned and left without bothering to explain. No, you? Eunuch Wang hurried a few steps forward, flicking his wet whisk as he called out, Your Highness. His Highness ignored him, responding only with a cold back of his head. When Eunuch Wang gave chase, he saw that the man had already mounted his horse and, with several close attendants, was leaving into the wind and rain. Amidst strong winds and heavy rain, and shrouded in mist, Eunuch Wang watched as that straight, jade-like figure quickly disappeared from his sight, and couldn't help but stomp his feet and sigh repeatedly. Your Highness has returned to the palace. Open the palace gates immediately. The palace guards dared not delay and hurriedly stepped forward to push open the 2 vermilion palace doors. The creaking sound was gradually drowned out by the rain. Xiao Jinji and his men did not linger for a moment, and rode off on horseback, heading straight towards the inner garden treasury. Zhu Yan wiped the rain off his face and followed closely behind his prince. The group rushed to the gate of the treasury. Xiao Jinji jumped off his horse, threw the reins to Lu Hua, and quickly walked up the steps. Your Highness, what's going on? The captain of the guards at the gate of the royal treasury was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly braved the rain to greet him. Xiao Jinji curled the corners of her lips into a smile. In the darkness of the night, the commander saw His Highness give him a cryptic smile. A chill suddenly washed over my heart. Before the commander could react, several of the crown prince's close attendants rushed forward, grabbed his arms, and dragged him to the side. Your Highness? Your Highness? Without showing any identification or having His Majesty's decree, how could His Highness the Crown Prince have barged into the treasury? Lord Wei, I'm giving you 2 choices. 1. Take all your brothers and come with us out of the capital. 2. Now you and your brothers will all die here. Xiao Jinji dusted off his wet sleeves, picked up an oil lamp, and slowly walked into the palace treasury. This treasury is the largest in the palace. It contains countless rare treasures, as well as rare items presented as tribute by neighboring small countries. Jewelry, jade, silk fabrics, and other items alone were stored in hundreds of boxes, categorized by type. Although most of them are just for show and not of much use, she should be very happy. Xiao Jinji raised his hand, and a perfectly round, transparent bead appeared in his palm. If Exile Nianruo were here, she would be greatly surprised. This spatial bead is many times larger than the small spatial bead she is currently making, and even under the illumination of various jewels and treasures in the treasury, it still shines brightly, showing no sign of being inferior in the slightest. With a gentle wave of the hand, thousands upon thousands of boxes of goods that were right in front of me vanished in the blink of an eye. Xiao Jinji slowly walked up to the 2nd and 3rd floors, taking away all the shelves. Whether it's a large or small item, everything stored in the treasury is of the finest quality. Jewelry, treasures, rare items, calligraphy and paintings, ancient books, ritual objects, whatever it is, just take it all. These are all tools with them. The little girl can definitely bring anyone along with a smile. Xiao Jinji emerged from the empty treasury, a smile playing on his lips. With the sudden change in circumstances, time became a bit tight. He needed to finish everything here as soon as possible and leave the capital quickly. Your Highness. Lu Hua ran up to him in a few steps, cupped her hands in a respectful bow, and said, The things you asked us to prepare a few days ago are all ready. Shall we go and take a look now? Or walk? Your Highness, Your Highness. The group hurried through the rain, and as soon as they reached the East Palace gate, several eunuchs tumbled and crawled over to kneel on the ground. Your Highness! The little eunuch cried. His Majesty has summoned us urgently. His Highness left the palace early in the morning, and His Majesty sent men to search for him, only to find no one there. He was immediately displeased. Not long after, the sky darkened and a torrential downpour began, as if a natural disaster had struck. His Majesty was frantic in the palace, but His Highness remained unhurried. What's the rush now that things are like this? The Crown Prince scoffed, stepping around the kneeling eunuchs. Wait. The young eunuchs looked at each other in bewilderment. What are you waiting for? Xiao Jinji was greeted by Lu Hua and Zhu Yan and entered the treasury at a leisurely pace. He had previously instructed the Crown Prince to purchase a large quantity of fruits, vegetables, poultry, meat, eggs, and other food items for the palace's treasury. Besides food, there were also many pieces of silk, linen, and other fabrics. Numerous brand new clothes, trousers, shoes, socks, and knee pads of all sizes were also made for men and women. Everything in the 2 government warehouses, brimming with supplies, was incorporated into the spatial condensation bead. His Highness the Crown Prince was satisfied. He held the condensed pearl in his hand and shook it, a smile appearing on his lips. How are everything else prepared? The personal eunuch AI, followed behind the man with small, delicate steps, exclaiming, Your Highness, we have been doing as you commanded. These past few days, we have dismantled everything that could be dismantled in the Phoenix Palace and the East Palace, and burned everything that couldn't be dismantled. A total of about 200 truckloads of stuff were loaded. His Highness was even more pleased upon hearing this. He pursed his thin lips and smiled. You and your aunt go together, take all your belongings and travel with them. Ha! Not a single penny of my mother's old things will be left to that dog emperor. Eunuch AI hesitated. Your Highness, where is this servant going? No need to ask any more questions, just follow along. Before the Crown Prince could finish speaking, there was a series of loud bangs outside. Lu Hua rushed in quickly. Your Highness, Commander Hong has arrived. Commander Hong Feng of the Imperial Guards personally led his men to invite the Crown Prince to the Mingqian Hall. The Emperor waited, and finally his damned son appeared. He raised his hand and smashed a wine cup over him, yelling, You unfilial son! End of this chapter. The unfilial son swiftly dodged his blow, his cold, aloof expression filled with mockery. You dare to hide. The Emperor, with his collar open, pushed away the beautiful Hu woman nestled beside him, his eyes blazing with anger. The Crown Prince, expressionless, slightly bowed and said, Greetings, Father Emperor. The Emperor, over 50 years old, was blinded by lust, and his once ordinary and weary face was now contorted with rage. On the other hand, his son looks nothing like his father. The Crown Prince's appearance was a direct descendant of Empress Yin, especially his identical phoenix eyes, which always held a nonchalant and cold glint in them, making people inexplicably angry. Empress Yin's beauty was renowned throughout the land. The Crown Prince inherited his mother's beauty completely, and Xiaorong was elegant and refined, with 1,000 kinds of composure and calmness in his eyes. Although he looked travel-worn, he stood tall and composed, his eyes filled with cold mockery. Seeing his eldest son like this, the Emperor felt an urge to lash out for no reason. To meet the Emperor without any regard for appearance, without wearing a hat or bathing. Look at these half-wet, half-dry clothes, and there's even a stain of some kind of yellow mud on the sleeve. The Emperor picked up a cup and threw it at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was used to the Emperor smashing pots and pans every day, so he turned slightly to avoid the smash. You dare to hide? That's ridiculous. It's as if you can hit it every time, the Crown Prince said sarcastically. The servants inside the Mingqian Hall, though long accustomed to the father and son's way of getting along, were still trembling with fear, their heads bowed and prostrate on the ground. You unfilial son! You never do anything productive and are always nowhere to be found. The Mingqian Hall is flooded inside and out, and I haven't seen you bring anyone to show any concern for me. Father, do you know? Your most beloved son, Prince Jin, raised an army in Xishan County yesterday at Qinshi, 7 to 9 a.m. The Emperor's pupils suddenly contracted. The Crown Prince received news about Xishan County the very next day? What does that mean? What does that mean at all? Has the influence of this son spread throughout the country, even to the point of being ubiquitous? Impossible! Don't spout nonsense, Why would Duo raise an army for no reason? The emperor waved his hand dismissively, showing no belief whatsoever. The crown prince gave him a cold look, then suddenly smiled. The crown prince's smile was exactly like his mother's, and the emperor felt an unusual rage at the mere glance of it. His mother was always like this. Whenever she saw him, she would sneer and laugh, as if he were some dark and sinister creature that had crawled out of a ditch, her phoenix eyes filled with contempt. Why are you laughing? Did I laugh? You did laugh. The palace servants trembled and lay prostrate on the ground, not daring to lift their heads even an inch. The conversation between the father and son was somewhat ridiculous, but neither of them could laugh. Do you know why Duo raised an army? Tell me. The crown prince raised an eyebrow. Father, do you want to know the reason? You say. The crown prince chuckled slightly. I sent the heads of my fourth brother's mother, maternal grandfather, and uncle to them. It is said that he went berserk and smashed everything on his desk. The emperor stared blankly at his son, thinking he was hallucinating, or even that the crown prince had gone mad. What did you say? The prince slowly walked up the wide steps, raised his hand to lift the beaded curtain hanging to his side, and casually waved it. My son said he sent 7, 8, or 9 heads of my fourth brother's maternal clan to Shishan County. When my fourth brother saw this, he was extremely angry. You've gone mad! The emperor pointed at his crown prince, his body trembling slightly, and he involuntarily took a few steps back. You're insane! He pointed at him again, almost bursting with rage. I thought you only messed with Consort He. That family had no real power base, so even though the crown prince acted recklessly, he couldn't cause much trouble. But now he says he's offended Xiaoming's maternal clan. He's offended Consort Shu's family. Does this rebellious son not want to be the crown prince anymore? You've offended Duo. As the emperor saw him approaching step by step, he subconsciously retreated again and again. You will pay the price. The price? What price? Death? The crown prince approached the emperor, smiling as he looked at him. The emperor had retreated to a row of antique shelves behind him, with nowhere left to go. Father, don't worry, Xiao Mingduo will die first. Did you do what happened to Nana? The emperor asked the crown prince in a trembling voice. Father, what are you saying? The crown prince reached out and slowly, gently, helped his father straighten his disheveled collar. Your son promised your favorite concubine, Consort He, that he would help her and her family reunite. How could Nana be left out? You're insane. The emperor jumped up, his face contorted as he swatted away the crown prince's hand. Nana is so young, what harm could he possibly cause you? Do we want to raise a tiger to cause trouble like father did? The crown prince looked at the emperor's cracked expression and chuckled tenderly. How could I be as stupid as you, leaving a future problem? Why make yourself miserable? Wildfire cannot burn it all, the spring breeze brings it back to life. To spare him future suffering, why not end it now? Wouldn't that be better? The emperor clutched his chest, so angry he could barely speak. He was panting heavily, and looked at Hong Feng, the commander of the Imperial Guards, who was standing by the door. The other person stood ramrod straight in the doorway, but did not move an inch. Don't look at father anymore. The crown prince spoke gently, and smiled softly. Your power is gone. Admit that you're getting old. Don't you believe that the Imperial Observatory is spreading falsehoods and that everything they say is untrue? Then, father, stay here and take a good look at this world, this vast land, and see if there have been any changes. The emperor panicked, sensing something was terribly wrong. He grabbed the crown prince's wrist. Where are you going? You rebellious son, where are you going? The crown prince shook off his father's hand and strode into the inner palace. He's very unhappy right now. Suddenly I feel that there's no need to keep the things in the Mingqian Hall. It would be best if the dog emperor couldn't even find a single piece of wood to burn charcoal in the future. Asterisk. Meanwhile, inside the earthen cave dwelling, everyone looked on incredulously, glancing at the sixth daughter of the Exile family with the same eyes they would give a mentally ill patient. The sixth sister's face-changing speed is practically light speed. She had just stepped on Lord Liang's leg, making him scream like a pig being slaughtered. He seemed to have completely calmed down by then, and even smiled as he helped the person up from the ground, his face full of shame as he straightened the person's disheveled collar. "Don't be afraid, Lord Liang. I didn't mean to kill you, really. If the man with the hairy beard hadn't been lying on the cold ground, people might have believed his story." Exile Nian pursed her lips and smiled at Lord Liang. "Let's make this clear first. If you forget everything that just happened, I'll let you out, okay? From now on, you'll all be like pets. Be obedient, be compliant, and don't disobey me. Then we can live in peace. How about it?" Liang Guang nodded mechanically. "He has to order it. My thigh hurts terribly, and I don't know if it's just my imagination, but the bone might be cracked." End of this chapter. Lord Liang, look at your expression. Why are you so stiff? I'm not going to hit you for no reason. Come on, smile at me. From now on, we'll keep to ourselves and remain good friends. Liang Guang twitched the corners of his mouth, revealing a smile that was even more unsightly than a grimace. The constables, crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands, dared not lift their heads. They were terrified of angering the mentally unstable girl and being accidentally killed. The lesson of Mao Huzi is right before our eyes. Moreover, there was a colleague lying next to him with a broken arm and two others who had hit the wall, coughed up blood, and were seriously injured and unconscious. These three people are all incredibly unfortunate, each one more so than the last. Especially that guy whose arm bone was broken by external force. He's probably doomed for the rest of his life. Liang Guang counted the number of people and gasped in shock. Of the 45 guards, 2 died in the Great Crack, and Guzi, Qiangzi, and Mahuzi all died in various ways. The remaining 3 are seriously injured and unconscious, and it is unknown whether they will regain consciousness. Only 37 people were left who could be used. They've only covered about 1% of the distance, yet the escort has suffered heavy losses. The only course of action now is to lie low and not provoke this menacing figure any further. As for what happens next, the strange situation of the 6th daughter of the Exile family must be reported to higher authorities. Hung County will then contact the local government, and have them send someone back to the capital to explain the situation. At that time, the capital will surely send reinforcements, and the chaos will be rectified and the situation will be restored to normal. Thinking of this, Liang Guang forced a smile and said, "Please be lenient, young lady. It was all a misunderstanding on our part. With such profound martial arts skills, if you wanted to escape, you would have taken your parents and family long ago. Why wait until today? It's all Mao Huzi's fault for not understanding the situation before coming over and making a ruckus, which startled you and your family. Please forgive us." Exile Nian smiled and helped Liang Guang up, as if nothing had happened. "Lord Liang is so eloquent, I love listening to him. I enjoy talking to such a reasonable and understanding person as Lord Liang." She casually kicked the hairy beard lying silently on the ground. Please help me take care of it, sir." Okay. Liang Guang didn't dare to care about her attitude at this point, and just nodded in agreement. Exile Nian smiled and helped Lord Liang straighten his sleeves, then tucked a tiny recording pin inside his sleeve. Lord Liang was so frightened that he quickly withdrew his hand as if avoiding a snake or scorpion. Exile Nian paused slightly, looked up and gave him a polite smile. "Sir, you're not afraid of me, are you?" Lord Liang felt like crying. "Damn, who wouldn't be scared looking at you? Your hands are covered in blood, yet you're still helping someone tidy their clothes." Lord Liang feels unwell all over, with bloodstains on his collar and sleeves. But he still had to maintain that fake smile, his lips seemingly parted in a gash. No, how could that be? The 6th Miss is so beautiful and naturally intelligent, how could she possibly be frightening? Exile Nian suddenly tilted her head and chuckled. That laughter was truly chilling. The prisoners sat obediently against the walls on both sides, not daring to utter a sound. "Lord Liang, your words are as sweet as honey, you're so good at praising people, I love hearing it. Exile Yen seemed to be in a very good mood, smiling and waving her little hand at him. Go ahead. Lord Liang, a man in his 40s as strong as an iron tower, turned somewhat bluish-black on his dark face after being flattered by the young girl. But what could he say? He couldn't say anything, he couldn't do anything. He gave a fierce look to the guards. The guards quickly got up, dragged their dead and wounded comrades to the ground, and hurriedly walked out of the cave. They seemed afraid that if they were even a second too slow, they would lose their lives. Exile Yen stared at Liang Guang, who was walking briskly to the cave entrance, her eyes dark and unreadable. Lord Liang, please don't talk bad about me behind my back. Because I can hear you. Liang Guang felt a chill run down his spine. Without daring to turn his head, he hurriedly led several guards out. Exile Yen pouted, thinking to herself that it was boring. Turning his head, he saw that all 20 or so members of the Exile family were staring at him with strange expressions. Exile Yen blinked in confusion, then walked up and stood naturally in front of them, tilting her head. Why are you all staring at me like that? Sit down. Exile Yen had a strange look on his face, as if he'd just swallowed a fly. Sixth girl, are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Exile Yen laughed at his question. She walked to a corner, washed her hands in a basin of water, found 2 straw mats and a few soft cushions, laid them out, and invited her parents to sit down. She was still holding 2 cushions in her hand. Turning her head, she saw the old lady and the others staring blankly at her, and couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you tired? Oh. Exile Ruoyu came to her senses in a daze, took the soft cushion from Exile Yen's hand, laid it on the floor for the old lady, and helped her sit down. No, sixth sister looks perfectly fine now, completely different from how she was just now. What exactly happened? Everyone scratched their heads, but no one dared to ask. They just stared at Exile Wenyuan and his wife with longing eyes. What could Exile Wenyuan say? Everyone's making a fuss. Once you get to know him better, you'll understand that his daughter managed to keep her temper in check today. Still shaken, Mrs. Yu looked at her son and daughter-in-law, then at her granddaughter. She looks so cute and gentle now. Even her voice is so soft and sweet. How could she suddenly be so frightening just now? 4th son, the old lady said hesitantly, opening her mouth as if in a dilemma. Hey mother, what do you need me to do? Kill them, kill the messengers, will they report to the imperial court? The old lady still felt like she was dreaming. With her tiny hand, Lu Yada managed to pass right through someone's body and then strangle them to death. The old lady looked at Lu Yada's hands again. Although they were washed, they looked clean, soft, and fluffy. But she just keeps replaying the scene of blood gushing out as her fingers pierce someone's shoulder. No, mother. The spendthrift son grinned at her, giving her a very clear answer. If they dare to report it, they will all die. My daughter will never let them get away with it. Don't worry, mother, Nian Nian is here for you. The old lady felt even more worried. What's so praiseworthy about this? That spendthrift 4th son, he should listen to what he's saying. Their earthen cave dwelling, along with the Exile family of about 20 people, housed a total of more than 30 people. Actually, about 10 people hadn't been able to get here in time, which led to the incident. After Liang Guang led his men away, no more prisoners were allowed to enter. Therefore, the 2 cave dwellings next door had far more people than them, making this place relatively better. Apart from the Exile family, most of the people in the cave were bandits and outlaws in shackles. However, Boss Sha and his brothers are now keeping their distance from the Exile family, as if the Exile family were the real bandits and robbers. End of this chapter. It was pouring rain outside. Dolly carried all the supplies from the cart into the cave, but he couldn't push the cart in. He could only find a sheltered earthen wall to lean against. Everyone had just been caught in the heavy rain, and they all looked listless. Now, apart from Xianinglan, who is clean and refreshed, everyone else, including Exile Yen, is covered in rain and sweat, and their skin is sticky. Exile Wenyuan squeezed in front of his wife and secretly glanced at his silent little daughter. From the very beginning, the little girl came and went on her own, carrying 2 jars and starting a fire to boil water. She rummaged through the pile of supplies and found a packet of ginger slices wrapped in sugar, then threw it into the water, seemingly to make ginger soup. Sixth girl, the old woman said, her voice trembling, a little unsure of herself. Is there a water source outside? Yes, there's a stream behind the cave dwelling. Exile Nyen didn't say much. Actually, she asked Chang Mian next door to release the water. The rain has been so heavy that it's all flowed into the stream, making it impossible to tell what kind of water it is. If you go to fetch water now, it certainly won't be very clean. The flint was prepared by my maternal grandmother. She had collected a lot of branches the day before and stuffed them under the cart, and now that she had brought them in, they were just the right amount to use. Exile Nyen used 1 small jar to brew medicine for her brother, and the other jar to boil ginger soup. Exile Wen pulled Exile Yuan along to go fetch water with him. During this time of disaster, Exile Mochen was in a coma and ill, and there were only the 2 adult men left in the mansion, so they could only help each other. Exile Yuan didn't say much, grabbed a straw mat, and went out with Lao San. After the fire was lit, the cave became even more stuffy and hot. Xian Ninglan immediately pulled her youngest son to her side, took off his wet clothes, and wiped him dry with a towel. The child was a little reluctant to be naked in public and asked his mother to wipe him down. He blushed and kept hiding behind the straw mat. Xian Ninglan quickly cleaned up her youngest son's dirty and wet clothes, then chuckled and patted his head, saying, "You're just a 7-year-old kid, what's there to be ashamed of in front of your mother?" The little boy was somewhat sullen, arguing with Xian Ninglan over words. The teacher said that boys and girls should not sit together after the age of 7. We boys should know etiquette and avoid suspicion, we must not. Oh my, such a young age and already such a scholar. Xian Ninglan pinched the child's soft cheek and laughed. What kind of man are you? You're just a child. After saying that, he rummaged through the supply pile and found a cloth garment that a child could wear, and put it on his adopted son. The child glanced at Exile Nyen, then snuggled closer to his mother. Mother, is my older sister unhappy? Xian Ninglan picked up the child and sighed. Your sister is just annoyed by these unpredictable natural disasters, but she's not unhappy. Natural disasters. They've really had enough of these before. Natural disasters are followed by human suffering. Worst of all, plants and animals may also mutate as a result. When people eat moldy plants and animals, their bodies will naturally change. It's too early to say anything now, but it seems that the predictions of the Imperial Observatory are very likely true. If a celestial fire were to descend within a month or so, that would be no joke. Ultimately, the entire land may turn into scorched earth again. Your older sister just feels it's a pity. What's a pity? The child asked, bewildered. It's a pity that all this lush greenery will eventually turn into a desolate wasteland. Mother, is the place we're going to very, very far away? Yes, it's very far. Xian Ninglan smiled and patted the child's head. Don't worry, with your sister here, we can overcome any difficulty. Little Exile Mohan secretly glanced at her older sister a few times. He hasn't dared to talk to his older sister much these days. For some reason, although he was young, he wasn't stupid. He could vaguely sense that his older sister seemed quite distant from everyone except their parents and brothers. Usually, she wouldn't even give anyone a glance, except when something happened and she was watching the excitement, at which point she would show a faint interest in her eyes. Although she looked no different than usual, she still smiled sweetly at everyone. But the child always felt that the smile was extremely perfunctory. Here, have a bowl of ginger soup. Xian Ninglan put the child down, took the initiative to get the bowl, and poured a small half-bowl of ginger soup for the child. Meanwhile, Exile Nyen was already carrying the medicine pot and walking towards Exile Mochen's side. As she passed a row of bandits sitting against the wall, the little girl gave them a cold glance. Sha Lauda, Pai Lauer, and the others felt as if something was choking them, and they immediately shrank back and moved closer to their brothers. Xiao Jia came over to distribute rations and happened to see this scene. He paused and stopped at the entrance of the cave. This was the first time he had ever seen Boss Sha and his gang so well behaved, all pressed against the wall, keeping a certain distance from the Exile family, as if they had seen some kind of monstrous flood. After mentally preparing himself for a while, Xiao Jia forced a fawning smile at Exile Yen and said, Sixth, miss, I've come to distribute lunch to everyone. Exile Yen hummed in response, not even lifting her eyes, too lazy to look. He simply asked Mu Zhong to help Exile Mochen up a little and to pour the medicine into a bowl and stir it. Exile Mochen has woken up, but he is still not in good spirits. Upon seeing his younger sister, Exile Mochen smiled at her and reached out to take the bowl. Exile Yen softly said, It's hot, then blew on the medicine for Exile Mochen before letting him take it. Mu Zhong, Boss Sha, Xiao Jia, and the others were all stunned. The little girl who was like a ferocious beast just a moment ago speaks softly and sweetly in front of her brother, showing no trace of her fierceness. If Xiao Jia knew the term schizophrenia, he would definitely have forced it onto the little girl. Zhong, you've worked hard too. Here, take this. Exile Yen handed a piece of food to Mu Zhong. The latter repeatedly declined, saying that he should take care of the third young master. Exile Yen didn't try to refuse him, she simply shoved the things into his hands, her little face stern. You've been carrying my older brother through wind and rain all this way, you deserve to eat well. Take it. Don't worry, no one will dare say a word. If he does, I'll kill him. Mu Zhong discerned the meaning from the little girl's fierce gaze, and his hand trembled as he took it. Exile Mochen chuckled softly and reached out to shake his sister's hand. Feeling the continuous healing power flowing into his body, he relaxed his brows and eyes. Still sleepy. That's normal. It's pouring rain outside, so we probably won't be able to go out for the next couple of days. Get some rest for a couple of days, and you'll be fine soon. Hey, you, come here. As soon as the little girl finished speaking, everyone in the cave turned their gazes toward her. Xiao Jia was just distributing rations to the Exile family's main house when he heard this, and his hands trembled involuntarily. Just as he was about to turn around and shuffle over, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the cave entrance. Thank goodness it wasn't him. Xiao Jia breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone watched the tall man walk into the cave with a blank expression, they all glanced at Exile Yen again. Take good care of my brother. He's not feeling well lately, so carry him if he needs anything. Exile Yen cast a cold glance at the puppet. Go and dry yourself out. End of this chapter. Everyone's gaze followed the tall man, and when they saw him silently go to the fire, they glanced at Exile Yen in silence. The burly man in the black tower looked rather intimidating. His imposing aura suggested he was not of ordinary origin. After distributing the lunch, Xiao Jia dawdled over to Exile Yen, awkwardly scratching the back of his head with a smile. Sixth, miss, who is this brother? Exile Yen finished tidying up the medicine bottles and stood up, giving him a cool glance. Her tone was unusually soft and gentle. You want to know? Xiao Jia shuddered, his mouth moving faster than his brain, blurting out. No, I don't want to know anything, haha, I don't want to know. Exile Yen snorted coldly, ignoring Xiao Jia, and then turned to look at Exile Mochen with a warm smile. The speed at which the face was swapped was astonishing once again. Seeing that her brother had closed his eyes and fallen asleep, Exile Yen looked at Mu Zhong and said gently, Zhong, you can continue to stay by my brother's side and take care of him. You've worked hard these past few days. From now on, let that person do all the heavy and tiring work. If my brother needs to get up at night to use the restroom, just have that person carry him. You'll be in charge of this person from now on, so don't hesitate to give him orders. Just let him do the work. Mu Zhong nodded repeatedly. It's no trouble at all, Sixth Miss, you flatter me. So, who is that so-and-so, and how should I address him? You can't just act like a little girl, ordering someone around. Exile Yen blinked. Oh, you can just call him number one. After saying that, he reached out and patted Mu Zhong on the shoulder with a "I have high hopes for you" expression. "Work hard with my brother, and I won't treat you badly in the future." Mu Zhong was somewhat amused and exasperated, and quickly nodded. "Please feel free to ask me anything in the future, Mississippi." Exile Nian nodded in satisfaction, returned to Xianlinglan's side, and turned her eyes away expressionlessly when she met the gaze of little Exile Mohan. "Daughter, drink this ginger soup while it's hot." Xianlinglan leaned closer to her daughter and whispered, "Won't those constables try to secretly send messages to the capital? Your father just whispered to me, although we're not afraid of those officials, we can't fight against so many people. What if that dog of an emperor really sends people to surround and suppress us? We can't possibly implicate that widow and her orphan family, can we?" Exile Nian sneered. "Don't worry, mother, they don't have the guts." She opened her palm and pressed a small, button-like object into her mother's ear, and a jumble of sounds came through. It seemed to be the quarreling and cursing of Liang Guang and his escorts. Xianlinglan was startled and quickly raised her hand to brush the hair behind her ear, afraid of attracting attention. "Don't worry, no one else can hear you except yourself. This is the latest recording receiver developed by the main base, which is characterized by its small size, exquisite design, and low power consumption. Every so often, the captured audio is transmitted to the receiver, so Exile Nian only needs to open it and listen to it every now and then, and play it quickly. This thing is quite precious. It took a long time to develop, and Exile Nian only had 5 pairs. The other 4 pairs were left in the electronic devices area and could not be retrieved. Fortunately, these items were frequently used in the past and were swept into the household goods section along with other old items. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fully grasp Liang Guang's movements immediately. Xianlinglan knew that her daughter had a lot of high-tech gadgets, but in this ancient, desolate cave dwelling, hearing the various noises coming from next door still felt incredibly magical. Liang Guang and his escorts probably never imagined that the girl's threat to hear everything she said was not just a simple intimidation. This rain might not stop today or tomorrow. Exile Nian squeezed Xianlinglan's hand. "It's good that you can rest in the cave for a couple of days. Once the rain stops, I think you'll be able to walk around on your own." Xianlinglan's eyes lit up. "That's great. Don't worry, daughter. I will definitely practice hard and try not to hold our team back. Now it's Dad who's holding us back." "Oh right, he always dragged me down before, he was so unreliable." Xianlinglan whispered to her daughter, raising her eyes to meet the old lady's timid gaze. Suddenly it feels a bit like elder abuse. Girl, look, there's still half a bowl of ginger soup in this little jar. How about we take it to the old lady? This small jar only holds enough for 3 or 4 bowls. The 5 members of their family consciously divided it into half a bowl for each person. There wasn't much left, but it was enough for the old lady to drink a few sips to warm herself up. Exile Nian had no objections. Her mother could handle such a small matter herself. She rummaged through the supply pile, found the remaining few bags of flatbread, took out a small package and picked it up, saying, "I'll go next door and bring some food to Sister Zhao." Xianlinglan nodded repeatedly. These past few days, thanks to that chivalrous Miss Zhao, who has been carrying the old lady back and forth every day, she has truly been a great help to them. As Exile Nian walked to the entrance of the cave dwelling, she saw Exile Wen in stride in, grumbling and cursing. "Fourth brother, look at you. I told you to come with me to fetch water, where did you go? You came back after wandering around for ages with only 2 small jugs of water. Who's going to use that?" Exile Wen Yuan was too lazy to waste words with him. Could he say that he had gone to great lengths to pull Chang Mianmian out and finally managed to get them 2 cans of clean water? If it weren't for the 2 young children, who would be happy to go through all this trouble? The 3rd child doesn't even know what's good for him. Exile Wen Yuan carried 2 bottles of water inside and came face to face with Exile Nian. He immediately began to drawl. "My dear girl, the rain outside is pouring down and doesn't seem to be stopping. Where are you going again?" Xian Wunan saw Xian Yen standing to the side and immediately fell silent, like a chicken with its neck caught in its throat. I'm going next door, I'll be right back. Oh. Xian Wenyuan wanted to move the straw mat on his head to his daughter, but then he saw his little girl open an oil paper umbrella expressionlessly. The umbrella was actually taken from Yunlin Villa, but her grandmother had given her a whole bunch of supplies. She pretended to rummage through the pile of items and found it, so no one else would know its true origin. Xian Wenyuan paused as he handed over the straw mat, watching his daughter leave gracefully. He then turned to Xian Wenyuan and said, "What are you doing? Come on, let's go inside. She has an umbrella." Xian Wenyuan gritted his teeth. So what if there's an umbrella? Isn't it normal to have an umbrella? My mother-in-law traveled a long way to deliver a cartload of things. She prepared everything perfectly. Xian Wenyuan said with emotion. A mother worries about her son even when he is 1,000 miles away. This is a real-life example. Xian Wenyuan almost couldn't catch his breath. Damn, I had an umbrella but I didn't lend it to them. I told them to use straw mats to cover themselves while they were in the rain. This straw mat is so flimsy, what can it possibly keep out of a downpour? He was soaking wet, who could he turn to for justice? And this fourth brother, he's like a completely different person. He used to be a good-for-nothing, spending his days walking his birds and fighting crickets instead of doing anything productive. These days he flaunts his wife and daughter in front of him every day, and even his mother-in-law. As the two walked past Madame Yu, Xian Wenyuan immediately noticed that his mother was holding a half bowl of ginger soup. Mother, where did this ginger soup come from? End of this chapter. The old lady downed the ginger soup in one gulp, saying, Xiaolan brought it. Aunt Chiu wiped away her tears and said sourly, Fourth Madam is so lucky. After considering for a second, Madame Yu nodded, looking comforted. Xiaolan is truly blessed. Her family treats her well and never forgets to care for her, no matter where she goes. Her daughter is always by her side protecting her. None of you are as fortunate as her. Aunt Chiu choked and covered her face, sobbing. Xian Wenyuan. Mom, you know how to hurt someone. But isn't that a bit too much? Fourth brother, look, everyone has been soaked in the rain all day. Shouldn't we make more ginger soup so that everyone can share some and warm themselves up? As soon as Xian Wenyuan finished speaking, he saw the fourth brother give him a disdainful look. You're paying for it. Xian Wenyuan said irritably. Do you think we're on a trip, well, you know, a spring outing? Do you think getting some brown sugar and ginger slices on the road to Exile is an easy thing to do? I'm my mother's youngest son, it's my duty to support her. Who do you think you are? And you expect my wife to do this and that for you? Hey, third son, how dare you be so shameless? You! Xian Wenyuan had been scolded by the fourth brother for a long time, but he just couldn't remember it. Every time he was rebuffed, he would vow never to speak to this scoundrel again, but before long, he would forget about it. All right, stop with the you and me stuff. Hurry up and pour the water into the basin. Heat this water for Mom to soak her feet. I'll use these 2 bottles of water to drink. Xian Ninglan sat to the side, holding her son and eating by herself, not getting involved in their affairs. When Zhuang saw her leisurely and carefree appearance, she couldn't help but say sarcastically, Fourth sister-in-law is definitely living a comfortable life. The man was busy taking care of his mother, but she acted like nothing was wrong, not caring about or looking at anything. Xian Ninglan rolled her eyes at her. Third sister-in-law, that's all the vision you have. My daughter just told you not to always be so focused on other people's lives, have you forgotten? Zhuang took a breath, turned around angrily, and didn't want to look at Xian Ninglan even once. Third brother, all right, get out of here. Xian Wenyuan said impatiently, pushing Xian Wenyuan aside. Look at you, all you can do is chopsticks and not even boil water. What can you possibly be good for? What a useless family! Xian Wenyuan was so angry that he threw down the rag in his hand and squatted down to sulk. Xian Wenyuan ignored him and busied himself with his work. He turned to look at the women in the main house and asked with concern, Wife of the eldest son, how is your? Thank you for the fever-reducing medicine, uncle. My child has been sleeping ever since taking one pill. I feel his temperature, and it's not as high as before. Exile when you added. I'll take another look later. If it doesn't work, let me know as soon as possible. Those pills were sent by the Marquis of Linen's residence. My emotion didn't find them very effective before. If anything happens later, let me know as soon as possible, and I'll have your younger sister think of a solution. Thank you, fourth uncle. Lin Shui felt relieved and nodded gratefully to Exile Wen Yuan repeatedly. On the other side, Exile Yen carried a bag of food into the neighboring cave dwelling, and the once noisy cave dwelling suddenly fell silent. Xiao Jia, who was sitting by the door, was half asleep when he looked up and saw this young lady. He was so startled that he quickly moved to the side. There were many escorts crowding at the entrance of the cave dwelling, and further inside were people from the Yongkang Marquis' mansion and the Eni Marquis' mansion. Exile Yen glanced around, then looked at Xiao Jia expressionlessly. I'm looking for Sister Zhao from Dragon Tiger Stronghold. Xiao Jia quickly got up and pointed to another cave dwelling next to him. The people from Longhu village are all in that cave dwelling next to them. Oh, alright then. Exile Yen glanced at the 3 seriously injured guards lying on the ground, their lives hanging in the balance, and called out, Mian Mian. Coming. Chan Mian Mian nimbly got up and ran towards her like a little hamster, extremely happy. The people from the Marquis of Eni's mansion glanced at Chan Mian Mian's back with strange looks. Someone couldn't help but ask, when did the 3rd Miss become so familiar with the 6th Miss of the Exile family? All eyes turned to Chan Mian Mian's mother, Madame Chang. The latter also didn't understand. Mian Mian had been foolish and naive for many years and had never had any contact with the 6th daughter of the Exile family before. But Madame Chang was very obedient. After Mian Mian regained consciousness, she told her more than once that whenever it involved her, Chang Mian Mian, she should just say she didn't know and not answer, and let her answer it herself. Therefore, Madame Chang did not speak. After scratching her head and holding back for a long time, 3rd Madame Chen finally couldn't help but speak up. Is there something you can't say, 3rd Madame? We're all family, you can't hide anything from us. I don't know, the 3rd Madame replied coldly and curtly. If you have any questions, go ask the 3rd Miss yourselves. Aunt Chen rolled her eyes. Who wouldn't know to ask the 3rd Miss? But you can't get anything out of her. If you ask her anything, she'll just grin at you like an idiot. You can't hit someone who's smiling, so there's really nothing you can do about her. If you get angry, she'll act like nothing's wrong, going back to sleep without caring about your feelings at all. Exile Yen opened her oil paper umbrella, and the two of them went out hand in hand, only to run into Liang Guan. The other person was taken aback for a moment, then put on a smile and said, 6th Miss and the 3rd Miss of the Marquis of Eni's mansion are quite familiar with each other. Exile Yen gave him a cold look. The latter froze at the door, as if petrified, wishing he could slap himself. Why are you so talkative? Mian Mian, come live with me at my place, Exile Yen said casually. Liang Guang hurriedly nodded and smiled apologetically. All right, 6th Miss, please feel free to do as you please. On the other hand, the Marquis of Eni's family found it hard to believe. Madame Chang II pulled Madame Chang III, followed by several concubines and young ladies. Madame Chang's face was full of inquiry. The 6th daughter of the Exile family, right? This isn't appropriate. Where are you taking our Mian Mian? Do I need to explain my actions to a nobody like you? Exile Nian said with a smile, her voice rising at the end. A passerby? Madame Chang was truly furious. Chang Mian pulled Madame Chang to her side. Mother, let's go with my sister. Before the 3rd Madame could speak, Aunt Chen laughed first. 3rd Miss, what are you doing? You are our Chang family's young lady, and now you want to leave the Chang family and go to the Exile family? Chang Mian nodded. I will definitely follow my sister. The young woman beside the 2nd wife rolled her eyes and covered her mouth with a laugh upon hearing this. Sister, Chang Mian, are you having another bout of idiocy? Don't you remember that you're older than her? I remember the sixth daughter of the Exile family. She was just of marriageable age, right? You're 17, Chang Mian Mian. Hey, so what if I'm 17? Even if I'm 88, this is still my sister. What do you know? Get out of here. Exile Nian glanced at Liang Guang, who shuddered and hurriedly stepped forward to shoo everyone away. What are you all doing? Have nothing better to do than eat? Go back and stay there, do what you're supposed to do. No, Lord Liang, we... Liang Guang slapped the second wife across the face and said, Get out. Just go back when I tell you to. Stop with all this nonsense. Liang Guang cursed and glared at Madame Chang. You've really improved. Even they dared not provoke that little devilish demon, yet these people dared to approach and cause trouble for the little monster. Did they have a death wish? Madame Chang covered her burning face with one hand, her eyes full of resentment. Exile Nian ignored them, leaving Liang Guang to deal with the group of women, while she pulled Chang Mian Mian away and walked out on her own. Mian Mian. Exile Nian put a jar in her hand and patted it. Chang Mian Mian understood, raised her hand and pressed it on the jar to release water. Madame Chang followed behind the two, but at this moment she felt somewhat uneasy. She couldn't quite explain it, but for some reason, she always felt that there was a harmonious yet strange atmosphere between her young lady and the sixth young lady of the Exile family, as if outsiders couldn't easily get involved. Exile. Nian turned to look at the third madam, smiled kindly and said, Third madam and Nian Nian, please wait here for a moment. She handed the umbrella to Chang Mian Mian and then slipped into the neighboring cave dwelling. This earthen cave dwelling is much larger than the previous two. It's a large double-bay cave dwelling, divided into left and right rooms. As Exile Nian walked in, the first thing she saw was Wang Bangyan's mother, who was lying sprawled on the ground. She was sprawled out like a starfish, with her son and daughter beside her, both very dutiful, one massaging her back and the other rubbing her shoulders. She seemed to be enjoying herself quite a bit. The wife of the second-place scholar nodded and smiled politely at her. The Zhao family, who had gone mad, leaned against the wall, barely breathing. There were also many other exiled prisoners, none of whom were in good condition. Exile Nian glanced at it, then walked towards the earthen cave dwelling on the right. More than half of the 50-odd people from Longhu village were sitting on the ground in shackles. As she approached, many people looked up at her. Zhao Sun quickly stood up and walked towards her. Why did you come here? The little girl smiled sweetly at her. Here, I brought you some food. And this bottle of water, it's clean. Zhao Sun's eyes lit up, and as his hand, which was in the shackles, reached for the item, Exile Nian put the item on the ground first, took out a key, and quickly unlocked Zhao Sun's shackles. Zhao Sun was surprised. Your key? Lord Liang gave it to me. He's a really kind man. As soon as he heard I was coming to visit Sister Zhao, he immediately gave me the key. Huh! Especially good? Zhao Sun didn't see it that way. Come on, let's get something to eat first. Exile Nian pulled her to sit down to the side. Zhao Sun took a sip of water from the jar, grinned at Exile Nian, and said, Little sister, I'm so grateful for all the care you've given me along the way. I feel so bad. Not at all, it's you who has been taking care of the old lady. I was just doing my job for money, it's nothing. Zhao Sun waved his hand, met the dry gaze of the burly man opposite him, and pointed. That's my own brother, Zhao Hu, the third leader of Dragon Tiger Stronghold. Little sister, just tell me what's wrong. Even if I can't do it, my brother is here for you. Zhao Hu rolled his eyes, inwardly complaining. He'd been staring at her longingly for ages, yet he hadn't even offered his own brother a drink. He was thinking of him while he worked. It really is something. Exile Nian nodded with a smile. As you know, with all this heavy rain, the road conditions will probably get even worse. I need to hire you for a while longer to take care of my old lady. Oh, what's the big deal? I would have continued carrying the old lady on my back even if you hadn't said anything. Zhao Sun waved his hand dismissively. He paused suddenly, scratched his head, and said, Little sister, I actually have a favor to ask of you too. What's the matter? Tell me. I heard them say that you are a very good doctor, little sister. You cured your older brother. Even that physician Ching was helpless, but you cured him. No, physician Ching simply didn't have any suitable medicinal herbs on hand. Even a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. Zhao Sun scratched his head. I just wanted to ask my little sister to take a look at my older brother. Exile Nian glanced at Zhao Hu, who gave her a silly, goofy smile. Exile Nian raised an eyebrow. This guy looked burly and strong, and although he looked tired, she couldn't see anything wrong with him. It's not him, it's my elder brother, our leader Zhao Jianghe. Zhao Sun stood up and invited Exile Nian to come with him. My elder brother is no different from my own brother. Little sister, if you can help me take care of my elder brother, I can take care of not only the old lady, but your whole family. Zhao Sun patted her chest and promised. Let's see what the situation is first. I've only learned a few prescriptions from itinerant doctors, so I only know a little bit about it. Exile Nian didn't dare to make any guarantees. The matter of curing illnesses was hard to say. Whether she can be cured or not, she doesn't want to cause trouble for nothing. There is no one in this world who can cure all diseases. Zhao Sun nodded quickly. Don't worry, little sister, just take a look for me. We won't force you. My older brother, Sai, you'll know once you see him. When the other brothers heard that the little girl was going to examine their eldest brother, they hurriedly moved aside, quickly clearing a space for the two to walk to the innermost part. Zhao Jianghe lay against the wall, bound from head to toe with several fine iron chains, looking as if he were barely breathing. Exile Nian raised an eyebrow, thinking to herself that it must have been really tough for Boss Zhao to carry such a heavy iron chain weighing over 100 pounds all the way. She sat down in front of him. Zhao Jianghe suddenly opened his eyes, his tiger-like eyes meeting the clear, smiling almond-shaped eyes, and he was somewhat stunned. Big brother, you're awake? Have some water, big brother. Zhao Sun was truly a devoted and filial sister, and quickly fed Zhao Jianghe a few mouthfuls of canned food. Zhao Hu smacked his lips sourly and let out a hum. Brother, this is my younger sister from the Exile family. Let me introduce her to you. I'll have her take a look at your injury. Don't resist at all. Zhao Jianghe gave a wry smile. How could you? Oh well, let's just watch. He glanced at the little girl and said, My injury looks rather frightening, little girl, please don't be scared. Zhao Sun then pointed to the young scholar sitting next to Zhao Jianghe. This is our second-in-command, Fan Xing. Exile Nian nodded to everyone in turn, then glanced at Zhao Sun. Zhao Sun hurriedly squatted down in front of Zhao Jianghe. My older brother is injured in the leg, the wound is a bit, She also wanted to prepare the little girl psychologically first. Unexpectedly, Exile Nian waved her hand and said, It's nothing. I've seen all kinds of injuries. Take it off. Everyone glanced at her silently. Zhao Sun coughed and stepped forward to roll up the legs of his older brother's prison uniform. Exile Nian saw a fist-sized pit of decay, with the surrounding flesh rotting and blood vessels faintly visible. The little girl couldn't help but sigh, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Zhao Jianghe. Big brother, you're really something. Even with such severe injuries, he can still walk 20,000 to 30,000 steps a day. Carrying a 100-pound iron chain, he doesn't walk much slower than others. Doesn't it hurt? It hurts. Zhao Jianghe nodded. You're still leaving even though it hurts? If you don't leave, you'll get beaten up. That's true. Everyone looked at the two of them with strange expressions, feeling that the conversation was somewhat funny. Big brother. Exile Nian took Zhao Jianghe's hand, patted it, and looked serious. End of this chapter. Don't worry, although your injury has damaged your blood vessels and tendons, it can still be treated. But you have to cooperate with me. We'll cooperate, we'll definitely cooperate, Zhao Sun said before her older brother could even speak. You can really cure it? Fan Xing, the second-in-command who had been lazily and casually glancing at the scene, couldn't help but sit up straight. Exile Nian glanced at him with disdain. You look pale and thin, you look even more seriously injured than your older brother. Oh right, little sister, you figured it out. Zhao Sun grasped Exile Yan's other hand, looking at her with eyes full of admiration. My second brother is just stubborn. He suffered a serious internal injury earlier, but he just pretended to be tough. Zhao Hu nodded quickly. Yes, stubbornly insist on it, and don't let anyone say anything. Fan Xing didn't expect to be rebuffed as soon as he opened his mouth, and glared at the two siblings in annoyance. Ask your older brother. Why are you changing the subject? Yes, little sister, how do you want to treat big brother? Exile Nian thought for a moment. He knew he couldn't just use his healing power on anyone else, but he could use acupuncture to assist with the application of medicine. We're out in the middle of nowhere, so there's definitely no way we can have a medicinal bath. But my acupuncture skills are actually pretty good, and I can give the boss acupuncture treatment, but first we need to clean the wound and remove the putrefaction. Yes. Zhao Hu and his sister nodded repeatedly. Miss, please just ask if you need anything. I need herbs, can you go outside and pick them for me? Exile Nian glanced at Zhao Hu, and her words silenced the burly man. Zhao Sun chuckled. Don't mind his little sister, we really don't have anything right now. But as long as you save our big brother, the lives of all 52 brothers in Dragon Tiger's stronghold will be entrusted to you. Yes. Zhao Hu nodded his head with a simple, silly grin. Exile Nian slapped Zhao Sun's hand away. What use are your lives to me? They're just common medicinal herbs, I still have some here. I happen to have some time this afternoon, so I'll go back and prepare. I'll come over later to clean his wound and then give him the injection. If it rains heavily again tomorrow, maybe he can rest for another day. Zhao Sun and the others looked extremely grateful and repeatedly bowed to her, saying, Thank you for everything, Mississippi. Zhao Jianghe looked at them with a somewhat complicated expression. These people, without even mentioning him as the person involved, had made a decision in just a few words. He stared at Exile Nian, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Miss Exile, are you perhaps not afraid of us? What do you have to be afraid of? Zhao Jianghe chuckled. As you can see, in the eyes of others, we serious criminals are like monsters, and everyone avoids us like the plague. And they also said that my grandfather, my eldest brother, and my second eldest brother all defected to the enemy. Do you believe that? Exile Nian scoffed. I feel that among our group of exiles, there are probably more than just a few of us who have been wronged. Fan Xing was taken aback, then sat up straight. You think we've all been wronged? Why not? Look at that princess a few days ago, so arrogant and domineering. And that's so-and-so from the Dali Temple, saying that the princess is missing, blah blah blah. He doesn't investigate anything, he just wants to grab someone to finish the job. This kind of damned court, which doesn't distinguish right from wrong and treats human life like dirt, will collapse sooner or later. Exile Nian waved her little hand dismissively. Everyone was stunned. You really dared to say that? Zhao Jianghe, Fan Xing, and the others were a little stunned. What's there to be afraid to say? Exile Nian couldn't help but laugh. They've already been exiled, what can't they say? The corrupt system has been overthrown by the new generation, and decadent ideas have been replaced by advanced thinking. Isn't that a normal thing? No, you're not normal, you're absolutely, positively abnormal, Zhao Jianghe quickly said. Little sister, you shouldn't say that to outsiders. Okay, I'm leaving now. Exile Nian stood up with a smile. Zhao Sun saw her off, looking very happy. Don't worry, little sister. From now on, I'll take care of all the old, weak, women and children in your Exile family. We'll be like blood brothers and sisters from now on. Just let me know if you need anything. Exile Nian was both amused and exasperated. Before the two of them even reached the entrance of the cave, a little old man with a bulbous nose suddenly jumped in front of her. Oh, little girl, come here, come here. The old man, with his messy hair, waved to her. Zhao Sun stood in front of Exile Nian with a wary expression, asking, Who are you? The old man was quite fast. Before Zhao Sun could react, he stepped past her and grabbed Exile Nian's arm. Come quickly, uncle has something good for you. Zhao Sun's pupils contracted, and he felt an unprecedented tension. How could this strange old man bypass me so effortlessly? His skill is quite impressive. It's all right, Sister Zhao. Exile Yen reassured her, then followed the old man to the side of the cave dwelling. Is there anything you need, sir? Come, come, come. The old man took the things his apprentice handed him and stuffed them into Exile Yen's hands. Uncle, I just went out to fetch water, and after some quick calculations, I found 2 wild rabbits by the roadside that had run headfirst into a tree and died. You're so lucky. Little girl, you must remember your uncle's kindness. Be sure to take your uncle with you when it matters. The old man blinked his bright eyes, with a lewd little expression on his face. Exile Yen couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, I've heard you're a master. Oh, no, I don't deserve it. The old man waved his hands repeatedly, but his neck was tilted almost 45 degrees to the sky. Then, could you tell me, will the rain stop tomorrow? Hey, we can't stop for the next 3 days. You might as well take this time to rest. Little girl, you must be tired from walking. Exile Yen paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded, picking up the 2 wild rabbits in her hand. Thank you very much. Ha! From now on you can just call me Uncle Gu. The old man was very friendly and struck up a conversation with Exile Yen. Exile Yen has no aversion to talented people who can tell fortunes and read celestial phenomena. This is the director of the Imperial Observatory, and ordinary people don't even have the chance to befriend him. Since the other party had taken the initiative to befriend her time and time again, she naturally accepted. Uncle Gu, I'll come over again this afternoon. All right. The old man smiled and watched her leave. His apprentice came over, his eyes full of questions. Master, why do you always bring food to Miss Exile Lu? What do you know? The old man slapped his apprentice on the head. This is called aggressively currying favor. You'll understand my intentions later. Humph. You'll have plenty to learn from this. Exile Yen walked to the cave entrance, and when no one was looking, she quietly took away one of the wild rabbits, picked up the other one, and crawled under the umbrella. Come on, Mian. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly paused, tapped the receiver in his ear, and a smile appeared on his lips. Sister? Shan Mian gave her a questioning look. It's all right, we'll talk about it when we get back. Exile Yen pulled her back, and as they passed the cave dwelling of the Marquis of Enni's mansion, the third Master Chang stood there with a gloomy expression. Judging from their posture, they had been waiting for quite a while. End of this chapter. The 3 of them, huddled together under one umbrella, were stopped by Master Chang's imposing presence after only a few steps. The third wife glanced at her husband through the torrential rain, and her body trembled slightly for no reason. Chang Mian retorted irritably. Then what do you mean, get out of the way? Move aside. You unfilial daughter, how dare you speak to your father like that? Master Chang was furious and blocked the 3 of them, but because of the heavy rain, he couldn't help but shrink half of his body into the cave. Where are you taking your mother? Come back right now. What's it to you where I go? Who are you? Chang Mian said with a sneer. What? Suddenly realizing you don't have my mother to serve you like a slave anymore, are you panicking? Go find your 2 good aunts. They're adults, surely they can. Do things like fetching and boiling water? That's incredibly stupid. When you took them in, did you just look at their faces and butts? Didn't you think about when you need to use your brain? These words were truly harsh, and the Chang family members, young and old, crowded at the entrance of the cave dwelling were all stunned. No one expected that Chang-san, who had been in a daze for more than 10 years, would suddenly become eloquent and sharp-tongued. You shrew, how dare you speak to your father like that? I'll beat you to death. A short, stocky boy rushed out from the crowd and raised his hand to hit Chang Mian. Chang Mian instantly blocked the boy's outstretched arm, grabbed his messy hair, and slapped him hard across the face. Chan Yaozong, have I ever given you any face? You dare to lay a hand on me? I'll slap you to death. Chang Mian had a fierce look on her face. Not satisfied with slapping the boy across the face, she pulled him to her side and kicked him hard in the buttocks twice. The boy fell to the ground, looking completely bewildered, and after a long while, he opened his mouth and burst into tears. Concubine and hurriedly helped her precious son up from the ground, crying out in a shrill voice, "Master, you must stand up for our Zonger. Look how ruthless the third miss is, she's even slapped Zonger's face until it's swollen." Master Chang was so angry that he vomited blood. He pointed at Chang Mien Mien and trembled. "You unfilial daughter, unfilial daughter. Apologize to your brother now, and I might forgive you. Do you think I need you, you senile old fool, to make decisions for me?" Chang Mien Mien's face was full of undisguised sarcasm. "I'm telling you, Chang Ping, today I'm taking my mother and leaving your Chang family. I'm not leaving. From now on, even if you come to me in a grand procession with 8 people carrying you and bowing your head at every step, I won't even give you a second glance." Master Chang covered his chest with his hand, staring at his rebellious daughter with disbelief in his eyes. She'd be better off not being sober. Look at what he said and did after waking up, every single one of them is heartbreaking. "Chang Mien Mien, don't go too far with your words and actions," said Chang Shun, the second master of the Chang family, angrily. "Do you want to be expelled from the family?" "Oh my gosh!" Chang Mien Mien mocked. "You talk as if others care so much about your family that has been raided and exiled. Go ahead and get rid of them, do whatever you want. Judging from the scale of this natural disaster, the wasteland will probably be reopened soon. Who cares about the identity of this former miss of the Marquis of Eny?" Mien Mien. Madame Han, the first wife, squeezed through the crowd and looked at her with concern. "Have you thought this through? Don't act rashly." The eldest son's family was the kindest to the mother and daughter in the Marquis's mansion, especially the Marquis's wife, Han, who often helped her gentle mother to fight for some of the benefits that were rightfully hers. With the support of the eldest son and his wife, Chang Mien Mien, who was initially considered foolish and dull, did not have a particularly miserable life in the Chang family. When Chang Mien Mien saw her aunt Madame Han, she became more polite. "Don't worry, Aunt, I'm just taking my mother to enjoy life. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely help you." Han was somewhat bewildered. The second wife couldn't help but chuckle. "Third Mrs. Silly illness, it seems, hasn't fully healed yet? Still dreaming of enjoying life. On this road of exile, where can you take your mother to enjoy life? What wishful thinking! What's it to you? Why do you have to say anything or make a fuss? You, Wang Hongmei, are the most shameless one. You always have to speak up and complain, just to make yourself noticed. Where am I supposed to go to enjoy myself? Who are you? You're kidding me." Second Madame Wang Hongmei was so angry with the little girl that her chest ached. She clutched her chest and cried out, "Third brother, look at your daughter. She's completely hopeless. She won't listen to any of the elders." Master Chang opened his mouth, but before he could utter a sound, he heard the girl beside his daughter speak in a cold and clear voice. "I'll count to 3, and you and these idiots get back to where you were, and I won't hold your rambling against you." Exile Nien watched the farce unfold before her with a blank expression, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. "Sixth daughter of the Exile family," Master Chang said with a gloomy expression. "Don't be ridiculous. This is my Chang family's daughter. Where do you think you're taking her? You have no right to argue with me no matter what. I'm going to have a serious talk with your father." 1, 2, 3. Exile Nien finished counting the 3 words in a second, raised her leg and kicked the bewildered Master Chang San straight into the cave. The force was so great that Aunt Chan and Anton, who were watching the commotion behind them, were also kicked away like a football. The 3 screamed and were kicked to the corner of the cave, nearly hitting the 2 Han brothers from the Yongkang Marquis' mansion. Han Zhao grabbed his younger brother and jumped up instantly, dodging the 3 of them as they fell freely onto the grass mat. The kick to Master Chang was quite severe. He rolled over twice, his head tilted to the side, and he coughed up blood. Immediately, his eyes rolled back and he fainted. The Chang family was shocked. Master Chang and Madam Chang called out, third brother, and the whole family scrambled towards Master Chang's side. Madam Chang was also startled, swallowing hard as she looked up at Exile Nien, who remained expressionless. Chang Mian chuckled and grabbed her mother's wrist. Mom, don't worry, my sister knows how to control her kicks. She definitely won't die. Let's go next door and never get involved with the Chang family again. As she spoke, her voice hesitated slightly, and she glanced at her mother. Mother, don't tell me you feel sorry for him? Think about how he beat you so badly that you couldn't get out of bed for 3 days. If it weren't for your aunt finding a doctor to treat you, neither of us would have survived. No. Madam Chang hurriedly shook her head. Chang Mian continued to pressure her mother. Mother, you're living with me now, so you have to listen to me completely and cut all ties with the Chang family. You'll be miserable for life if you feel sorry for a man. Remember, no matter how miserable that old man's life becomes in the future, you can't even look at him. Chang Mian's mother nodded hesitantly, somewhat unaccustomed to her daughter's strong rise. Chang Mian glanced at her mother, took Exile Nian's arm and continued forward, lowering her voice to say, Sister, don't worry, I will brainwash her every day and never let her have a chance to hold us back. Exile Nian didn't say anything, but took the mother and daughter back and began preparing the medicinal herbs for the afternoon. The Imperial Observatory was ancient. He and his 2 apprentices had been hiding at the entrance of the neighboring cave, peering towards this place. They couldn't see clearly through the heavy rain, but their voices were still quite audible. After the little girl finished beating the man and left, Old Gu looked at her with admiration. See? Everyone should learn from this. You have to be ruthless and vicious when dealing with enemies. Don't hesitate to strike. Otherwise, you might be the one who suffers. This is the patron I've set my sights on, isn't she amazing? Remember to keep sending her any good food or useful items you have. Make sure the young lady thinks we're good people and not having our third apprentice around is very useful. Understand? The 2 apprentices nodded emphatically. The master calculated with his fingers and everything he predicted was accurate. He had predicted that this girl had a bright future, and that was certainly true. As the disciple, I must follow in my master's footsteps and use my utmost sincerity to flatter the girl. Meanwhile, as soon as Chang Mian returned to the earthen cave dwelling, she dragged her mother to Xianninglan to make her presence known. Uncle, and this is my mother Hien. Mom, these are my sister's parents. You should get to know them. My uncle and aunt are good people. You'll understand once you get to know them. Living here is much better than living in that pile of dog shit at the Chang family's place. Hiyun nodded. The Xie couple were very kind to her, but due to her personality, she was quite reserved and timid when she first arrived in a new place. Chang Mian wasn't in a hurry. She let her mother adjust over a few days, and they would eventually find a comfortable way to get along. Xianninglan is a very easygoing person. Once her mother spends more time with everyone, she will definitely find that they are tens of thousands of times better than those scoundrels in the Chang family. The Chang family's group was constantly in turmoil on their journey to Exile, fighting and scrambling for water and food, even arguing over the half-crust rice cake they were given each day. It's too exhausting. She doesn't want to live this awful life of endless backstabbing and intrigue. She should break away from her sister as soon as possible and completely surrender her back. That would be perfect. Exile Nian was busy, and after eating, she took an empty can and asked Chang Mian to secretly fill it with some water. I spent the whole afternoon with Zhao Sun, scraping away the rotten flesh and treating the wounds of the chief of Longhu village with acupuncture. During this time, Liang Guang and Lao Zhang, the escorts, also came over with some people to take a look. Seeing Exile Nian treating the chief of Longhu village, they chuckled and praised him several times. Exile Nian ignored them, but the brothers from Longhu village looked at Liang Guang and his group with strange eyes. They had been imprisoned in the 3rd large cave dwelling, so they knew nothing about what had happened in the 1st cave dwelling. I felt that Liang Guang and the others were acting strangely toward the young lady from the Exile family, as if fear mixed with a hint of ingratiation. Xiao Jiao was the one who distributed dinner. After he finished, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood in front of everyone and said with a serious expression, "Let me tell you about what has happened these past few days. As you all know, when the Earth Dragon turned over, everyone was busy escaping. It wasn't until later that we realized we had lost a cartload of grain. The rain is still pouring outside. If it doesn't stop tomorrow, we'll just have to stay huddled in our cave and wait. The food rations are probably not enough. So the adults mean that if we can't continue our journey tomorrow, we'll reduce it to 1 meal a day." As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Shaw was the first to object. "Officer, you can't do it like this. Look at us grown men, we used to eat 2 meals a day, which combined to just 1-course rice cake, enough to keep us hungry. Starting tomorrow, we'll only get 1 meal a day. Won't we all starve to death? We've barely gotten any progress, and the officers are already trying to starve us." Xiao Jiao lashed out with his whip, his temper flaring. "They didn't say it would always be like this. They said they'd just hold out for a few days until we got to Hun County and received our supplies, then we'd resume 2 meals a day. Because we don't know whether the heavy rain will stop tomorrow or the day after, do you understand?" When everyone saw that Boss Shah had been whipped on the arm and was wincing in pain, they dared not utter a sound, but in their hearts they cursed and swore that the officials were inhuman. Exile Yen was manually flipping the sizzling, oily roasted rabbit, too lazy to even lift her head. The family of 5, along with Chang Mian, Hiyun, and Dolly, sat in a circle around the makeshift grill, all staring longingly at the wild rabbit being flipped up and down on the grill. Xiao Jia cursed inwardly, unable to stop his eyes from drifting towards the little girl. Not to mention him, most of the people in the cave, though they were looking down at their dry, brown rice cakes, couldn't help but cast their gazes toward the little girl's back. Once the roasted rabbit was cooked, its aroma filled the air, and Xiao Laoda and his group were practically drooling as they munched on their dry biscuits. Exile Yen used a knife to cut off a piece of leg meat, ignoring her expectant father, and handed it to her mother first. Xianing Lan held it in her hands, breathing heavily as she ate, her tongue almost burning from the heat, but she couldn't bear to let go. "Great, it's delicious, everyone should eat. I feel like I haven't had barbecue in 8 lifetimes. These past few days have been miserable, all I've been eating are flatbread wrapped around dried meat. But dried meat is such a pain, eating too much of it makes you constipated. Nothing beats the aroma of fresh roasted meat." The girl treated them to a special treat today. Not only did she roast a rabbit, but she also cooked a huge pot of shepherd's purse and mushroom porridge. One sip warmed their hearts and lungs, leaving them feeling completely comfortable and content. Chang Mianmian's mother was quite surprised by the meals served in the Exile family's 4th branch on her very first day. Exile Mochen had just recovered from a long illness and couldn't eat roasted rabbit, but the porridge was excellent. He ate 1 bowl and couldn't help but ask his sister for another. Exile Yen took out a bottle of sesame oil, dripped 2 drops into her brother's bowl, turned her head to meet Xiao Jia's adoring gaze, and turned her face away expressionlessly. Xiao Laoda looked at the hard, crushing rice cake in his hand, then at the fragrant wild vegetable porridge at the Exile family's house, and his mouth watered with envy. "This girl is absolutely amazing. She went out for 2 rounds and not only brought back a wild rabbit, but she also managed to find wild vegetables and mushrooms from who knows where. She's practically omnipotent." Exile Yen ladled out a bowl of porridge, wrapped up a few pieces of roasted rabbit meat, and instructed Chang Mianmian to deliver it to old man Gu next door. When Chang Mianmian returned, she was followed by a string of Chang family little tales. Chang's mother, who was holding a bowl of hot porridge and eating it slowly, almost dropped the bowl because her hand trembled. Xianing Lan took her hand and smiled kindly at her. "It's all right, let the 2 girls handle it, you can eat slowly." The Chang family came to demand an explanation. The 3rd master of the Chang family was kicked quite hard by Exile Yen, and has only just woken up now. Master Chang led a group to settle accounts with Exile Yen, and their eyes widened at the sight of the hot porridge and roasted meat. Madame Chang rushed forward a few steps, her head almost touching the porridge pot. Chang Mian Mian, you actually got to drink porridge? Mian Mian. All right. Chang Mian Mian grabbed the second madam's long hair, and with a tug and a pull, the second madam fell backward and crashed heavily to the ground, her head buzzing. It's okay if you don't learn your lesson after one beating, Exile Nian said slowly. A few more beatings will definitely clear your head. Chang Mian Mian laughed and replied, then pounded her fists all over the second madam's head and face. End of this chapter. Damn it, fight a couple more times! Seeing the brutal scene unfolding before them, Sha Lauda and Pai Lauer, clutching their coarse rice cakes, quickly shrank back into the corner. The bandits, who had initially harbored some designs on that pot of wild vegetable porridge, now deeply realized that they couldn't afford to offend them. These two seemingly delicate girls are actually far more ferocious than a she-devil. That little girl from the Chang family is so fierce when she hits people, it's unbearable to watch. The old woman on the ground was being beaten by the little girl's two chubby fists, screaming in pain. You can imagine how miserable and tragic it must have been. Chang Mian Mian, having had her fill of fun, tossed her messy, unkempt hair and smiled at the dumbfounded second master Chang. I've wanted to hit your wife since I woke up the first day. I've tolerated her until now, why should I tolerate her any longer? Madame Chang held her rice bowl, her mouth slightly open, as if she didn't quite recognize her daughter. However, her daughter had been mentally challenged and had never been normal since childhood. Now that she had regained her senses, her fierceness and ruthlessness seemed quite normal. Madame Chang was still trying to justify this in her mind. Perhaps it was because she had lived such a stifling and bitter life before that the girl was fully awakened upon waking up and wanted revenge. Yes, that must be it. You! Master Chang was so angry that he trembled. He wanted to rescue his wife, but he couldn't move his feet. The rest of the Chang family members dared not approach, staring in utter terror at Chang Mian Mian's sudden outburst, muttering to themselves. Has the third Mrs. Stupidity flared up again? Chang Mian Mian slapped the second madam a few times with both hands, then asked with a smile. Second madam, will you come to see me again in the future? Madame Chang's face was swollen, and she felt dizzy from the beating. Her eyes were filled with fear and despair as she looked at Chang Mian Mian. Upon hearing Chang Mian Mian's question, he shook his head vigorously without even thinking. As soon as Chang Mian Mian raised her hand and loosened her grip, the second madam scrambled to the second master's feet and frantically clung to his leg, crying, Master, master, you must do justice for me. Exile Nian looked up at the sallow-faced second master Chang. Are you going to stand up for her? For some reason, Master Chang immediately shook his head, shaking it desperately. I always felt that if I shook my head too late, something terrible might happen. Exile Nian asked slowly and deliberately. So now, is there still a need for compensation? Compensation? What compensation could we possibly ask for? The second madam was beaten so badly by Chang Mian Mian that even her own parents wouldn't recognize her. Master Chang felt that if he dared to make any unreasonable demands, he would be asking for trouble. He quickly shook his head and shouted at the group of bewildered Chang family members behind him. What are you all standing there for? Help madam up! Let's go! Master Chang felt utterly humiliated. I'm too ashamed to stay here any longer. You can't out-argue or out-fight someone, so you can only go with the flow. The Chang family members were humiliated and, supporting the crying and wailing second madam, slunk away. They came and went so fast, probably in less than 15 minutes in total. The second wife arrived looking beautiful, but left with a bruised and swollen face. Compared to old Master Chang, who obediently lay in the haystack, this couple was practically delivering vegetables to his door. Exile Nian and Chang Mian Mian went back, and the vegetable porridge hadn't cooled down yet. They took a sip to calm themselves down. Having dealt with the Chang family, he felt refreshed. He figured this beating would keep those bastards from causing trouble in front of them for a while. It's okay if they don't learn their lesson. We can teach them a lesson by beating them a few more times. They'll learn who they can mess with, and who they should never associate with. As usual, Exile Wenyuan brought his mother some food, and this time he scooped out as much shepherd's purse porridge as possible so that she could share some with the 2 children in the eldest son's family. This is already the best I can do, out of respect for my mother. With a large family in the Exile household, it was impossible for him to take care of everyone, let alone burden his own daughter for the sake of saving face. It had rained all day, and the cave dwelling was a bit damp. If it weren't for Lu Yata's foresight in having someone lay straw mats and cushions on the ground, it would definitely be uncomfortable to sit there now. Holding the hot porridge, the old lady couldn't help but shed tears as she thought of the late Duke who had disappeared without a trace. Upon seeing this, Exile Wenyuan quickly squatted down beside his mother to comfort her. "Mother, don't cry. If your tears fall into the porridge bowl, you'll just be wasting a bowl of good porridge. Xiao Lu cooked this porridge for a long time, it's fragrant and soft. Please drink it. I know it's not easy for Xiao Lu. I think of your father, I don't know where he is now, or if he can even have a bowl of hot porridge." Exile Wenyuan immediately advised. "There's no use in thinking so much. Only by taking good care of your health will you have a chance to meet your father in the future." The old lady looked worried. "I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to reach the far north safely. I feel my health is deteriorating day by day. If this continues, I'll become a burden to you all sooner or later." "Mother, what are you saying? Everyone gets old, unless they die young. Everyone grows old one day, so you have to adjust your mindset and face the future squarely. You can't keep thinking about the bad things. Thinking so much will only make you feel melancholy and depressed." Exile Wenyuan glared at him angrily. "Do you know how to comfort people? If not, then shut up." Exile Wenyuan ignored his third brother's glare and continued nagging beside his mother. "Mom, we're not really at our wits' end yet. I think you're still in good health. You have to have confidence in yourself and never give up on yourself. Let's take advantage of the heavy rain these next few days and rest a bit. Once we get to Hengxian, we can definitely listen to Xiao Lu's arrangements." The old lady took a sip of porridge, somewhat puzzled by her youngest son's words. What does it mean to go to Hengxian and listen to Xiao Lu's arrangements? What can Xiao Lu arrange? He still has to listen to the escorts. Although Xiao Lu is very capable. Thinking of this, the old lady couldn't help but feel worried. "Wenyuan, you don't understand. Don't be fooled by the fact that these escorts seem afraid of Lu Yata now. Once they get to Hun County, they will definitely send troops to suppress her. If Lu Yata doesn't cooperate properly, then she'll be in big trouble." Exile Wenyuan chuckled. "Mother, you don't need to worry about Xiao Lu. The person in this world who can make your granddaughter suffer has not yet been born. Don't worry about this and that all the time. You can't possibly worry about all these trivial things. The most important thing for you right now is to adjust your mindset, eat well, sleep well, and get healthy so you can go on your journey with us. This family can't do without your mother, so please don't overthink things, okay?" The old lady held the bowl of porridge and nodded, her eyes showing a hint of relief. "I feel that my youngest son has changed a lot these past few days. Since being exiled, he seems to have become much more reliable. Although he's still a bit reckless, at least now he can take charge and act like the head of the 4th branch of the family." The old lady still finds it somewhat miraculous that she was able to drag the entire orphaned mother and son back from the rain unharmed. Her youngest son is starting to make something of himself, and thinking of this, she couldn't help but tear up again. This was probably the most comforting thing on the road to exile. End of this chapter. That night, the convicts huddled in their cave dwellings, and many tossed and turned, unable to sleep. The rain outside was unusually loud, pouring down all day long. The escort officer had just gone out to take a look and returned with a somber expression. "The dirt road is flooded. If this continues, it will probably become even more difficult to proceed." Exile Nian sat cross-legged on the cushion, pretending to doze off. When no one was paying attention, she took out a thermos and drank a few sips of water. By the latter half of the night, the even breathing sounds in the earthen cave rose and fell, and everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. In the darkness, a slight rustling sound came from the doorway of the neighboring cave dwelling. 2 young escorts appeared furtively, wading through water as they made their way out. The 2 of them trudged along, their shoes filled with rainwater, making the muddy road very uncomfortable to walk on. They didn't know how long they walked, but when they looked back and saw a row of earthen cave dwellings far behind them, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. One of them lowered his voice and said, "We must return to the capital immediately and report this matter to the Jingzhou prefecture." The other person nodded solemnly. "I wonder if we'll attract that female demon's attention after we leave. It shouldn't be that bad. There are so many of us escorts, and we too are basically invisible most of the time. How could she possibly remember them all?" "That's true." The 2 walked along, talking, when suddenly they bumped into a wall and were both stunned. It was pitch black, and they couldn't see clearly at first. They reached out and touched something, but there seemed to be nothing in front of them. But when the 2 of them walked over again, they bumped into the wall with a thud. "What's going on?" The person who had spoken earlier felt a sudden sense of panic and took 2 more steps forward with his head down. Boom! This time, his forehead hit the wall, and the impact was even louder. "Where did this wall come from?" another person asked in a trembling voice, raising his hand to touch it haphazardly, his fingers seemingly touching something. It was as if an invisible wall stood in front of them, making it difficult for them to move forward. The 2 started to panic and instinctively took a few steps back. Their shoes were heavy with mud and water, and every step back they pulled out a foot full of mud. Another person pulled on the mud and lost his shoes. His legs went weak and he sat down in the muddy water. "So stupid!" his companion cursed, reaching out to pull him out of the mud. Just as the 2 were about to turn around, they heard a soft, delicate voice, as faint as an orchid, coming from the branches of the trees above. "Where are you 2 young men headed?" "Ah!" The sudden sound startled them both so much that they jumped up and hugged each other tightly. Who are you?" the short constable almost shouted in a broken voice. Terrifying. Not only do you encounter an invisible wall while walking at night, but you also suddenly hear a faint female voice slowly whispering in your ear. What else could this be but a ghost? A ghost! The 2 of them tried to run away, but when they turned around, they crashed heavily into the invisible wall behind them. They both fell into the muddy water with a single squat. Exile Nian stood on a treetop, chuckling coldly. "Is there any ghost in this world as beautiful as me?" The 2 escorts turned around, looked up, and nearly fainted. The woman, dressed in a white prison uniform, held a dark oilpaper umbrella. Her disheveled hair was draped down, covering half of her pale face. She stood on the treetop with her toes barely touching the ground, like a light leaf, silently, and it's unclear how long she had been standing there. What else could this be but a ghost? How could a person stand on such a thin branch? And so silently. The 2 escorts were inwardly crying for their parents, and in fact, they were mumbling and begging for mercy. They were wrong, so very wrong. He shouldn't have volunteered to help Lian to return to Beijing to deliver the message. Oh. If they had known that the 6th daughter of the Exile family was actually a female ghost, they would never have done something so stupid. Seeing that they were terrified, Exile Nian curved her lips into a slight, sleepy smile. "Go and find your leader, Liang." The short escort pointed to his nose and stammered. Now? Exile Nian slowly raised an eyebrow, her expression a half-smile. "Otherwise?" Yes. The escort scrambled backward, his heart pounding with fear with every step. The invisible, transparent wall that had been blocking their way had been removed at some point, and he ran without any hindrance. After running a couple of steps, he fell into the water, howling and covered in mud all the way back to the earthen cave. Exile Nian blinked, gently raised her hand to smooth her hair, and muttered to herself, "Am I that fierce?" The escort standing before him had his head bowed and his body tense, like a primary school student meeting the headmaster, not daring to utter a single word. Until, "Hey, what's your name?" Without hesitation, the escort knelt down in the mud with a plop, crying pitifully, Lady Ghost." He clasped his hands together and knelt back and forth, pleading. Please, please spare me! I have an 80-year-old mother to support, and an 8-year-old child to raise. It's so hard to make ends meet. I really can't die. Seeing how terrified he was, Exile couldn't help but laugh. I'm not going to kill you, I'm just asking for your name. The escort, who was kowtowing repeatedly, suddenly looked up with his silly and honest face. This was a deliverman who looked like a farmer, and appeared to be only in his 30s. He was indeed very low in the daily routine, and was one of the few guards who would not easily beat or scold exiles. My name is Erden. Exile said and chatted with the person in a casual manner, mostly asking questions and Erden answering. Erden was indeed honest. He answered every question without daring to hide anything. Less than a quarter of an hour later, Liang Guang, leading Xiao Jia and Lao Zhang, the escorts, arrived panting heavily, following behind the short escort. The three of them saw a person standing in the tree from a distance, and were immediately alarmed. Upon approaching, Liang Guan had completely composed himself and, without saying a word, knelt down in the muddy water with a plop. Exile stared expressionlessly at the square-faced old man. Didn't I warn you before? Don't do anything underhanded behind my back, because I can hear everything. Liang Guang forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. Yes, I'm sorry, 6th Mississippi. I was foolish and ignorant. I hope you won't hold it against me. After saying that, he promptly slapped himself twice across the face. Exile looked at the man with a cool gaze, as if assessing how to deal with the person in front of her. Liang Guang was so drenched in sweat from her gaze that he immediately began kowtowing without thinking, not caring at all about the water splashing everywhere. Who is the prefect of Jingzhou now? Exile suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Liang Guang hesitated. The current prefect of Jingzhou is Lord Qian, the maternal uncle of Prince Gong. Which Prince Gong? Exile asked curiously. Prince Gong was the second among the princes. Then where does your crown prince rank? Exile asked again. 6th in line. Liang Guang was somewhat puzzled. It was something everyone knew, yet the 6th young lady was unaware of it. Oh, you're also 6th grader. Exile's eyes were filled with a smile. The next instant, the person suddenly appeared in front of the astonished Liang Guang. Her hand paused a fraction of an inch from her throat. Exile smiled gently, her tone soft. Want to live? End of this chapter. Who wouldn't want to live? Liang Guang nodded frantically, wishing he could kowtow to this old lady 18 times, just to beg for his life. Exile gave him a gentle smile. That smile was quite terrifying, at least in Liang Guang's and his companion's eyes. The pitch-black night, coupled with the little girl dressed in deathly white. It was so eerie that it made people panic. Exile raised her delicate eyebrows, slowly opened her palm, revealing several oval pills. 1, 2. Before she could finish counting, Xiao Jia, Erdan, and the others rushed over, grabbed the small white pills from her hand, and swallowed them in one gulp. Exile paused for a moment, then continued counting. 3, 4. Exile drew out her gaze on old Zhang, the escort, and said with a smile, 5. Xiao Jia breathed a sigh of relief when he realized it was just a head count. He originally thought that the 6th girl wanted to say, I'll count to 3, then you all hurry up and take your medicine. 5. Exile slowly uttered the word again. Old Zhang, the escort, trembled and quickly reached out to pinch the pill. Unexpectedly, the girl turned on him in an instant, throwing the pill in his face and kicking him hard in the chest. Old Zhang, while being escorted, tumbled over and fell into the water with a splash, swallowing mouthfuls of muddy water and coughing violently. Exile chuckled. You old pervert, are you trying to take advantage of me again? None of Xiao Jia, Liang Guang, and the others dared to go up and help him. They trembled and retreated to the sides. Old Zhang, the escort, wiped the water from his face, still seething with anger. He tilted his head back, about to roar, when he saw the young lady pull a gleaming dagger from her sleeve. The hilt of the dagger is also inlaid with several valuable gemstones, making it look like a rare and unique piece. The unique item was obviously taken from the warehouse of Yunlin Villa, and Exile used it quite skillfully for chopping vegetables and meat. Now, cutting people seems to work too. Old Zhang, the escort officer, was momentarily stunned by the gleaming dagger in her hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "What are you doing? Last time when my cousin Xia came to deliver something, you had ill intentions towards me and were secretly eyeing me. You know best what filthy thoughts you were having. I've wanted to gouge out those eyes of yours for a long time. You're talking nonsense." Old Zhang, the escort, panicked and kept casting pleading glances at Liang Guang and the others. But no one else dared to utter a sound at this point. They all ran as far away as they could. Old Zhang, the escort, watched in horror as the ghost-like woman slowly approached. The toes brushed across the water's surface without leaving a single drop. The figure paused slightly, then moved a short distance closer. After only 3 or 4 meals, the person appeared before him, as if he possessed the legendary ability to shrink the distance between people. "You dare look at me like that? You're just a little pet. Who gave you the audacity to look at your owner like that?" I was wrong, I'll never do it again." For some reason, her mouth reacted faster than her brain. Old Zhang, the escort, cried out and felt a sharp pain in his eyes. The dagger stopped, but the gust of wind stung his eyes and brought tears to his eyes. "But you're really annoying. Just like that stinky, lewd dog. Always daydreaming and having unrealistic fantasies. Oh, by the way." The little girl smiled sweetly. "You probably don't know how that dog died, do you?" Liang Guang's heart skipped a beat. "So it turns out the dog wasn't drunk and fell into the pit that day. The mother and daughter took care of it right there." Indeed, the young girl's fighting prowess is quite astonishing. Dealing with a drunkard seems like a piece of cake for her. "And another thing, what about Qiangzi? Do you really think he was struck by lightning?" The little girl bent down and leaned closer to old Zhang, the escort. Liang Guang, Xiao Jia, and the others were even more frightened. Could it be that the divine thunder from the sky was also summoned by this omnipotent old lady? This is terrifying. Erden was so frightened that he trembled and huddled next to the short escort, clasping his hands together and muttering, "Amitabha," repeatedly. Seeing that the others were feigning death and none of them were willing to come to help, old Zhang, the escort officer, could only grit his teeth and ask, "What do you want?" Exile clicked her tongue. "Of course I..." Before she could finish speaking, old Zhang, the escort in front of her, suddenly jumped up, holding a stone he had pulled out of the mud. The stone has a sharp corner. If it hits a little girl on the forehead, it will surely open a big hole in her skull. "I'll talk to you." Old Zhang, the escort, howled. Exile exclaimed, "Oh dear!" And with a flick of her wrist, the old escort Zhang covered his eyes and let out a miserable scream. "Who's in such a hurry to see the king of hell?" Exile chuckled and nimbly jumped forward. The dagger was raised, and a sharp blow was delivered to old Zhang's neck. One step and the kill was done, blood splattered on the spot. Everyone present held their breath, and even their screams were tightly covered by their hands. Exile kicked the corpse away. As old Zhang, the escort, clutched his neck and collapsed, he managed to utter the words, "I'll fight to the death." She glanced sideways at the man's corpse lying in the muddy water, smiled wickedly, and flicked the dagger in her hand expressionlessly. The dagger still gleamed coldly, and drops of blood slid off its tip without leaving a trace. She liked it very much. It left no trace when blood was drawn, making it an excellent blade that could cut hair and slicing iron like mud. She shook the small object clean, slowly placed it into the scabbard of her short dagger, and then looked up at the remaining 4 people. Liang Guan and the others huddled to one side like quails, not moving an inch. Exile smiled kindly at them. "What's your name?" Erden." The honest and simple-minded escort hurriedly called out, startling himself with his own loud voice in the quiet night. "Not you, the person next to you." The short escort nearly cried out and jumped onto Erden, but when he saw the young lady's gaze sweep over him, he hurriedly replied in a trembling voice. My name is Wu Tian. Exile Yen nodded and looked at the four of them with affection. You guys, although your character isn't great either, you're still a bit better than that bearded guy and old Zhang from before. He looks more energetic than them. The four nodded repeatedly. Yes, they were indeed much better looking than the other two. This might be one of the reasons why he was able to save his life in front of his great-aunt. Liang too. Oh no, young lady, just call me Guangzi. Liang Guang waved his hands and shook his head repeatedly, almost kneeling down to kowtow to his aunt on the spot. That's terrifying. Don't be so gentle with me. It felt like he was about to kill someone. Exile Nian couldn't help but chuckle. Do you know why I kept you here? I do not know. Maybe she's just a little bit better looking? Because changing pets is just too much trouble. The little girl said softly, her voice very pleasant. But the content sends a chill down your spine. If you all die, the higher-ups will definitely send someone to investigate. Then I'll have to kill another batch of people. End of this chapter. Ugh, so annoying, so annoying. The little girl waved her little hand animatedly and frowned as she said this. The thought of swarms of flies and rats constantly coming in, waiting for me to deal with them, is so annoying. Yes. Liang Guang tried his best to hold back the urge to cry. You're absolutely right. Yes, leave us a few flies and rats behind, and we'll definitely cooperate with you from now on. If you say east, we'll never dare to say west. If you want to go to heaven, we'll never come down to earth. Liang Guang glanced at Xiao Jia silently. I didn't realize you were such a smooth talker. Old Zhang died in front of them, and Xiao Jia's awareness instantly rose. The little girl smiled happily upon hearing this. Okay. I love making deals with smart people the most. You should all go back and get some rest. We'll see tomorrow and see if we want to continue our journey. Yes. The four of them were almost crying with joy, and they turned around, shrugging their shoulders, wanting to slip away. Suddenly, the little girl's voice rang out softly. Do you know what you just ate? She spoke while giggling. The laughter gave me goosebumps and made me feel really unwell. Liang Guang's neck stiffened, and he slowly turned his head, meeting her eyes, which were flickering in the night. Suddenly, I had an urge to call out to my mother and hug her so we could cry together. Don't panic, it's not poison. It's something good. Exile Nian raised several delicate fingers and waved them away like shooing away flies. Go on, you'll find out later. The group scrambled through the water, running as fast as they could, as if afraid of being caught by a ghost if they were even a step too late. From a distance, they could still hear the little girl's clear, cheerful laughter. That's terrifying. They'd rather die than ever cross her again. Rather than suffer mental torment, it's better to simply comply. Exile Nian gradually wiped the smile off her face, and when she reappeared, she was already under a tree about 10 feet away. Who are you? Why have you been hiding here, secretly watching me? The rippling sound rang in his ears, startling the boy so much that he stumbled. No, this is bad. We've been discovered. The thought had barely crossed his mind when he reacted faster than his brain could process it, and he turned and fled. But it was too late. The girl turned around and, smiling, blocked his way again. A punch was thrown heavily towards his chest. The boy retreated quickly, his figure flashing as he retreated several feet in a single bound. Huh! The little girl's eyes lit up, and she excitedly teleported over. Little brother, you're so fast. Let's have a race. What are you comparing me to? The boy thought to himself, before turning around and rushing off towards the southwest mountain path. Exile Nian held an umbrella, her eyes sparkling, and in a few instants she had shortened a great distance. She followed behind them, muttering like a ghost. Why are you running? You've been standing there watching the show for ages. What's the point of running now? Young man, you're so fast. Several teleportations couldn't keep up with the young man's elusive lightness skill. Exile Nian's eyes shone even brighter, as if she had found a toy. She followed closely behind, chattering to the boy. Don't run! You're running so fast I can't keep up. Don't run, I'm going to hit you if you run any further. The boy shuddered, a bad feeling creeping over him. What does take action mean? The thought had barely formed when I felt the air in front of me twist and contort out of thin air. He staggered and fell to the side, his steps unsteady, and with a few leaps he bounded towards a tree. Thump! His head felt like it had hit something hard, and he felt a buzzing sensation for a moment. The boy had a bad feeling. Sure enough, the moment he fell, he saw the little girl standing under the tree, opening her arms to him with a smiling face. Damn it! A string of curses rose in the boy's mind. He twisted his waist violently, almost breaking his old back. And so, he managed to avoid the girl's two thin arms, allowing himself to land face to face with the ground before collapsing with a thud. Pa! The boy waved the dust in front of him, spat a few more times, and looked up with a disgusted expression, only to meet a smiling face. It might have been better if the other party hadn't held a gleaming dagger to his neck. Little brother, who are you? The little girl tilted her head, staring at him with an innocent and curious look. Yes, please speak properly. The young man extended two slender fingers and slowly pushed the dagger placed next to his neck away. Young man, you've come to see me? Yes, right? Exile couldn't help but laugh. Right? What does that mean? It seemed like she was a little unwilling. You know me? The boy stared intently at her and let out a muffled, Who are you? The young man coughed lightly, dusted off his sleeves, and stood up. I just wanted to tell you something. Hengxian is much lower in elevation than your cave dwellings, and it's already flooded tonight. If it keeps raining tomorrow, I doubt you can walk there. You'll need to get a boat as soon as possible. Where am I supposed to get a boat? The little girl asked in a soft, sweet voice, her big eyes blinking. The young man coughed lightly and awkwardly turned his eyes away. There's a boat in that little cave behind you. And there's some food and supplies too. Keep it safe for when you need it. Young man! Exile stared at the man with bright eyes, not blinking. Who are you? Why are you helping us? And the cave dwelling you're living in now, although it's on high ground, it's close to the mountain. If this rain doesn't stop, the rocks will probably be washed away, and you'll all be in trouble. You'd better leave as soon as possible. Exile nodded repeatedly. She looked at the spirited young man in front of her. Although he had just fallen to the ground and was covered in dust, he was still quite handsome. I'm leaving, the boy said stiffly, turning to leave. Exile instantly blocked his path, smiling. Did I say you could leave? The boy, expressionless, suddenly raised his hand and threw 3 small fireballs at her. Wow, this sudden fire-based ability. Exile hurriedly dodged. At the same time, a perfectly round ball suddenly exploded in front of her, and a cloud of yellowish-brown smoke instantly enveloped the little girl. A blank stare filled my vision, with only that damned smoke. This smoke is quite strange, it spreads quickly and over a wide area, and it smells really bad, stinky. Exile dodged several times, covering dozens of feet, and finally jumped out of the stench. The boy's arrogant laughter could still be heard from all directions. You brat, I'll suffocate you with your stench. You have a bad memory and an even worse temper. And you shamelessly call everyone little brother, you deserve it. Exine's face turned pale and then black. She stood with her hands on her hips, looking around, wanting to chase after him and kill him. But the guy's voice was ethereal and elusive, and it was impossible to pinpoint his location for the time being. The little girl took a deep breath and spat several times, feeling like she smelled terrible. What a blunder! I never expected there to be someone with superpowers here. End of this chapter. She was really careless. She let that sneaky little brat slip away right under her nose. Exile spat a few more times, gradually composed herself, and put on a cold face. She didn't know who that brat was, but judging from the way he spoke, he seemed to be somewhat familiar with her. Oh no, I should say the original owner of this body. Exile couldn't figure it out, so she searched through the original owner's memories twice more, but still didn't get any useful information. Most of the information she could find was about the original owner crying while sitting, standing, lying down, or crawling, and things like that. Perhaps many of these are trivial matters, such as a maid bumping into the original owner of the body while walking in a hurry, and then, she could lie on the stone table in the courtyard and sob for an hour. She imagined all sorts of things that the mansion owed her. In this huge family, in the entire Duke's mansion, only her mother treated her kindly, and so on. Then she felt more and more like a tragic and pitiful person, and she cried and cried. As Exile scanned these memories, she couldn't help but pat her forehead. There's basically no useful information. This little girl seems to do nothing but cry all day and like to sit and daydream. Sometimes she holds a book and pretends to read it, but she even turns the book upside down. The maids in the mansion dare not say anything openly to the fierce fourth madam, but behind her back they would sometimes whisper among themselves, wondering if the sixth miss of the fourth branch was mentally unstable. However, she is actually just a primary or junior high school student, a teenage girl, so it is perfectly normal for her to be worried, anxious, and sentimental. Exile silently made amends for the other party in her heart, and stopped wasting time searching for the original owner's memories. She then walked towards the small cave that the boy had pointed out earlier. Although that brat was a troublemaker, he never lied about what he said. The small cave not only contained a small wooden boat, but also a lot of eating utensils. There were more than a dozen bags of rice, millet, and wheat flour alone. Vegetables and fruits would probably be difficult to transport, but there were quite a few canned sugar and salt. They prepared the most pork, lamb, chicken, and duck meat, and also gave out several baskets of eggs. She even found half a basket of grass carp. In addition, the boy also prepared some pots and pans, as well as farm tools commonly used for land reclamation, such as hoes, plows, axes, and seedling harvesters. After a quick look around, I found that half of the cave was filled with things. Fortunately, the household goods section is now open, so she easily emptied all of them. Exile silently praised him, wishing him a peaceful and happy life. Her anger at that brat for tricking her lessened considerably. It was late at night when they returned to the cave dwelling. The two cave dwellings next door were quiet, which showed that Liang Guang and his escorts had not made any noise after running back, and had not dared to disturb anyone else. Exile happily sat back down next to her mother and closed her eyes to rest. Early next morning, everyone got up a little late. The main problem is that we've been running around every day for days, which has really exhausted us both physically and mentally. It's so rare for us to get a full night's sleep. Even though there's a cacophony of snoring in the cave, it doesn't bother anyone. After Exile got up, she walked to the cave entrance and looked out. The sky remained pitch black, with not a hint of dawn breaking in the east. Many people sat there whispering, "Why isn't it dawn yet? What time is it now?" I do not know. On their journey to Exile, unlike in Xingjing where there were bell and drum towers to announce the time, they generally relied on the escorts to observe the sky and the position of the sun to roughly estimate the time. But now, it's pitch black outside, it's not dawn yet, and the sun hasn't risen. I really don't know what time it is. But everyone felt like they had slept for a long time. I went to bed early last night and got up late today, so it can't be the hour of 3 to 5 a.m. Isn't the director of the Astronomical Bureau in the ranks? Go ask him. He should be able to calculate what time it is now. Several convicts sitting next to Boss Shaw were whispering among themselves when Xiao Jiao led the old man from the Imperial Observatory in quickly. Exile got up, and the old man darted over faster than a rabbit, rushing to her side in an instant. "Sixth girl," Old Goose said in a drawn-out tone, his face full of wrinkles as he smiled. "The vegetable porridge you brought yesterday was so delicious. It was so fresh, I almost swallowed my tongue. Grandpa, now is not the time to talk about these things." Xiao Jia followed behind the old man and walked towards the Exile family, even giving them a polite bow. The Exile family members were still half asleep when they saw the official bowing to them with a smile on his face as soon as he entered. "Greetings, 6th Mississippi." Xiao Jia respectfully bowed to Exile before explaining his purpose. "Just now, the old man from the Imperial Observatory came to tell us that this place is not suitable for us to stay for long, as rocks may roll down and cover the cave dwellings, and we must leave as soon as possible." Exile raised her eyebrows. She had just wanted to tell Liang Guang that the mudslide might kill many people, and that they should leave the earthen cave dwellings by the mountain and find another way out. Unexpectedly, the old man had already urged the escorts to arrange for everyone to set off. "How do you plan to get there?" Xiao Jia was stunned for a moment, then thought to himself, what other way is there? Of course, he should leave the cave as soon as possible and continue walking towards Han County on his own 2 feet. But could he say it? Xiao Jia, who only dared to mutter to himself, put on a smiling face and asked, "Does Miss Exile have any good suggestions? I've heard that Hinxian is a very low-lying area." Exile glanced at him. "Have you ever thought about what the situation is like in Hinxian now, where even on the higher peaks, the water is knee-deep?" Xiao Jia's expression changed slightly, as if he remembered something. He hurriedly said, "Please wait a moment, young lady," and rushed next door to find Liang Guang. Liang Guang rushed over shortly afterward, shouting, "Miss, I saw a large patch of cattails by the river earlier. I'll have someone pick them right away and make more cattail rafts to cross the water. What do you think?" Exile had only ever heard of bamboo rafts, and felt like she was learning something new. She stared at the person with curiosity and asked, "That thing, is it feasible?" "It should be feasible. As long as the water isn't too deep, they can cross it. We have plenty of ropes, and I'll teach them how to tie it securely." The old man stroked his beard with a mysterious expression. "Then we need to hurry. It's already past Chinshur, 7 to 9 a.m., so we don't have much time left." Seeing his superior demeanor, everyone trembled with fear. With their lives at stake, who would dare to slack off or be negligent? Everyone gritted their teeth and braved the rain to emerge from the cave, stumbling and sinking into the deep ditch below. The escorts followed behind, shouting as they went. They lined up one after another in the rain, looking rather pathetic. Exile Nianchao glanced at Exile Wenin, who was standing still, and asked, "Third uncle, what are you doing? Aren't you going to work? The whole family, young and old, depends on you. You're the oldest man in the family now. You're the pillar of the whole family. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you don't have a floating device, and the water goes up to your chest, you're as good as dead." Exile Wenin was filled with resentment, and wanted to glare at his niece, but Exile Wenyuan pulled him back, making him stumble. "Hurry up and stop talking nonsense." The two braved the rain to leave the cave, and Delang's wife, Lin Shui, quickly followed. Zhuang glanced at her unreliable husband's retreating figure, then at her daughter beside her, who was wiping away tears, and gritted her teeth before following him out. End of this chapter. She knew Exile Wenin better than anyone else. With his lazy and incompetent skills, he would be lucky to even make a small boat, which would probably only be enough for Aunt Chiu and her daughter. If she wants to survive with her daughter, she has to fend for herself. Exile Nian was somewhat surprised and glanced at Zhuang Shi's retreating figure as she rushed out. When Exile Mingxue saw her mother rush out of the rain, she covered her face and burst into tears. The old lady had a bit of a headache. At home, it was fine for Lu Yada to whine all day long, but now that we're on the street, she doesn't make a fuss, but someone else does. Exile Nian turned her head and saw that Exile Dali was also about to run out, so she quickly shouted, "Take that guy with you, and make a few more." The number 1 puppet was extremely obedient. Before she could even deliver the imperial decree, it ran out with Dali. "That guy?" The old man's gaze followed the movement of the puppet, his eyes suddenly filled with a strange light. "Isn't that the legendary puppet that only the Lord of the Ghost Realm can possess? Oh my, as expected of his beloved patron, she truly brings surprises every day." Exile Mochen also wanted to go out and help, but Exile Yen persuaded him not to. The Mu brothers, Mu Zhong and Mu Liang, said, "Young master and young lady, let's go too," and hurriedly followed them out. With about 100 people, and with strength in numbers, they practically cleared the entire patch of cattails, and carried back quite a few cattail rafts. Exile Yen ran to the cave entrance to meet her father, and helped him bring in the raft, which was tied into long strips. She touched it with a bit of curiosity. You have to admit, the ancients were quite clever. If they didn't have the conditions, they would find ways to create them. Exile Wenyuan wiped the rain off his face. You watch over our things first, and I'll go get 2 rafts for my eldest nephew's wife. Exile Yen looked up and saw that her eldest son's wife, Lin Shui, was hanging her head and looking dejected as she followed behind her father. She clearly looked like she had failed in her attempt to emulate him. "Sixth sister, it's all my fault for being incompetent. I can't even do something this simple." Exile Yen wasn't surprised. These young ladies from wealthy families wouldn't do such menial work, which is perfectly normal. These women in their family weren't all pampered ladies who never lifted a finger before? It would be strange if they knew how to do manual labor. The first-class maids in the Duke's mansion lived like young ladies, let alone the young mistresses and ladies. Normal. Seeing that she was soaking wet, Xian Ninglan quickly handed her a blanket and comforted her. "It's all right, Dalan's wife. Let your 4th uncle make another trip. Nyen Nyen, my little sister." Exile Nyen heard someone calling her from the cave entrance, and quickly ran over to take a look. Then she saw Miss Zhao Sun, her head and body covered in rainwater, standing at the entrance of the cave, smiling at her. "Little sister, these 3 rafts are for your household use, keep them safe. I'll go back and make some preparations first, we can talk later." "Hey, Sister Zhao." Before Exile Yen could even express her gratitude, Zhao Sun rushed back to the cave dwelling next door. She could only shake her head helplessly and ran to Exile Wenyuan to say, "Father, don't go. Lady Zhao has brought us 3 rafts. With Mu Zhong, Mu Liang, and Dali, that guy, it should be enough for the eldest son's family." Exile Wenyuan immediately perked up, wiping the water from his face. "That's wonderful. I'll have to thank Miss Zhao properly later. Girl, you know what, the wisdom of the ancients is truly first-rate. That reed raft isn't difficult to make. Once you learn the trick, it's quite quick." Exile Yen nodded, then turned around and saw her 3rd uncle, Exile Wenin, enter the cave with a zombie-like, sullen face. Aunt Chio rushed over to comfort him. "Master, you're finally back. I was so worried about you. Is the raft ready?" "It's ready." Exile Wenin patted Aunt Chio's arm. "Don't worry, it'll be fine with you and the 2 of you on board. Father, you've worked so hard." 5th sister Exile Mingya looked at her father with red eyes, her expression full of worry. Exile Wenin smiled with satisfaction at his aunt and daughter. "Mingya, you and your father will be pulling that raft together later. Be careful not to break it apart. Otherwise, all our efforts will be in vain." Exile Mingya almost blurted out, "Do I have to drag it too?" But Aunt Chio secretly tugged at her. Aunt Chio wiped away her tears and said pitifully, "Master, you've suffered. It's all our fault, mother and daughter. We can't do any work and have been a burden to everyone along the way." "Huingyang, don't say that." With Mu Zhong's help, Zhuang Shi had just returned with a raft when she heard a bunch of nonsense, which made her so angry that her face turned red. "Knowing you're weak and vulnerable, why don't you just die sooner? That way you won't be a burden to everyone." Exile Wenin turned his head and glared at her angrily. "How dare you talk to me like that?" Aunt Chio threw herself into his arms, sobbing and whimpering in grievance. "Enough!" The old lady interrupted Aunt Chio's crying with an angry look, glaring at her 3rd son. "Why are you yelling at your wife? What kind of time is this to be arguing? What are you arguing about?" She pointed at Aunt Chio, who was sobbing in the man's arms, with a look of disdain and contempt. "You just keep causing trouble for your concubine. What will you do when I see you causing such a ruckus that the family falls apart?" "Mother." Exile Wenin was a little angry and felt very wrong, not understanding why his mother was making fun of him. It's clearly Zhuang who doesn't understand reason, speaks harshly, and is arrogant and domineering. Why scold him? Mingye is your daughter, and Mingxue is your daughter too. They're your legitimate daughters. If you truly care for your wife and daughters, then go out and help them get married, instead of always thinking about your concubine. I think you're not as reliable as your fourth brother these days. Exile Wonin was furious, and his mother's words made him feel awkward. Mother Yefan is capable. She has already built a raft herself, so you don't need to worry about it at all. The old woman pointed angrily at her son, her teeth clenched. I think you're just a piece of rotten wood that can't be carved. Third daughter-in-law. The old lady beckoned to Zhuangshi and pulled her to her side. Don't take him seriously. He's just a fool. You and your daughter will come with me later. Zhuang quietly turned away and wiped the corner of her eye. Xiao Jiao rushed in and shouted, Hurry up! Is everything ready? Grab the raft, let's go! Meanwhile, Liang Guan had already put on a raincoat and was standing outside, looking up at the dark sky, a bad premonition repeatedly passing through his heart. Why hasn't it gotten light yet? According to the old man's calculations, it should be the hour of C, 9 to 11 a.m., now. No matter how torrential the rain is and the sky is pitch black, it's impossible that there isn't a single ray of light to be seen. The dark night was unsettling, as if some danger was about to befall us. Everyone, behave yourselves! Let's help each other out. We're all in this together now. Everyone should keep a close eye on things, both in front and behind, to make sure no one is missing. Take good care of the rafts you've worked so hard to tie. If they're missing or gone, you'll have to bear the consequences. Boss Sha, don't even think about running away with your brothers. The leader of the gang, Sha, looked bewildered when he was called out. Officer, where can I run to? We're surrounded by water, and we don't know the way. Xiao Jia ignored him and said in a gruff voice, Now roll call. Count off. End of this chapter. The torrential rain poured straight down on the earth. Everyone wiped their faces, barely able to see the road ahead. Now the area is flooded from all sides, making it difficult to push the cart. Exile Dali tied 4 or 5 large packages to his body and strung pots and pans together around his neck. When Exile Nian saw that she was about to carry the cart, she quickly stopped her. Let that person carry it. You hang those pots and pans on him. He's strong, he can run fast and jump high. Exile Dali went to carry out the imperial decree. Everyone had left the cave, but Exile Nian turned around and went back in, collecting all the straw mats that had been left on the ground. If it can be used, don't waste it. She rummaged through the living area and found several pairs of tall rain boots, then shouted out into the tunnel. Xie Ning, Lan Xinwen, and Yuan ran in carrying the baby and pulling their eldest son along. Put them on quickly. There was no time to worry about anything else now. The puddles were full of sand and gravel. Just thinking about wearing straw sandals and wading into the dirty water was enough to kill you. She refused. The couple was overjoyed to see the tall rain boots. Put on the rain boots, then tuck the prison trousers completely into the boot shafts, and everything is perfect. Xian Ninglan took a pair of small children's boots and put them on her cheap youngest son. The child's eyes sparkled, his face full of curiosity. Daddy, Mommy, what is this? He reached out and touched the smooth surface of the shoe, saying softly, What a strange thing, Honor has never seen it before. The cheap-talking dad immediately smiled and said, Son, these are called rain boots. Rain boots? Aren't rain boots made of wood? And they're not boots either. That's the old-fashioned style. The new ones are made of rubber. They're warm and waterproof, you'll know they're good once you wear them. What's rubber? The child asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. It's rubber. Exile Wenyuan continued, rambling. It's a substance extracted from a natural tree, refined and processed through several complex procedures. That's amazing. Little Exile Mohan exclaimed with great curiosity. Where did it come from? Exile Wenyuan lied. Such nice shoes must have been made by your mother. Your mother loves you, right? Xianinglan. Little Exile Mohan was completely fooled and nodded repeatedly. Mom is so amazing, but how come I've never seen Mom make these shoes along the way? That's because you're a long-sleeping child. Your mother always puts you to sleep first, then makes it for you in the dark. Won't that ruin Mom's eyes? Mom, please don't do that again. Little Exile Mohan was so moved she almost burst into tears. Exile Mohan put on his rain boots, glanced at his father speechlessly, and said, Dad. Exile Wenyuan glanced at his youngest son and saw that he was about to cry, so he quickly called it quits and coughed lightly. All right, Dad won't say any more. Dolly. Exile Nyan called out again. Dolly rushed in, wiping the rain from his head and face. Miss, everything's arranged. Number 1 is carrying most of the things. You were right, he's really strong. Here, put these shoes on. Exile and Dolly ran over and took the shoes. He was a little surprised to see that the master, mistress, and young master were all wearing the same shoes, but he didn't say anything. He immediately put them on and jumped around on the spot. So comfortable. Dolly's eyes lit up. Xianinglan then edged up Dolly to tuck his trouser legs into his shoes and said to her, Let Chang Mian come in for a bit. A few minutes later, Exile Nyan distributed several oil paper umbrellas, and the group, fully equipped, emerged from the cave. Roll call had already been completed. Everyone from the Exile family turned to look at them, their gazes slightly strange. When the roll call was first taken, the escorts skipped over the room of Sixth Sister. It's clear that in their hearts, Sixth Sister is someone they can't afford to mess with now. They don't even dare to mention her by name. Exile Nyan didn't know what the Exile family was looking at. She was about to step into the muddy water with her oil paper umbrella when Exile Dolly rushed over and said, Miss, let me carry you. Oh, no need, you still have so many things to take. It's out of the way. It's nothing. Exile Nyan lifted her foot, gesturing for her to look at her high-top boots. I stretched my legs into the water, and the water level was below my tall rain boots, so walking was relatively smooth. Compared to those miserable exiles whose straw sandals were worn out, this was already much better. Exile Wenyuan, carrying an oil paper umbrella and his youngest son on his back, followed behind his wife, asking her all sorts of questions. Xiao Xie, why haven't you said a word? Are you feeling unwell? Exile Mochen was holding on to the two rafts, making it difficult for him to hold an umbrella. Exile Nyan wanted to disregard everything and take out a raincoat to put on her brother. Exile Mochen quickly stopped him. The raincoat was too conspicuous. Besides, with this much rain, it really didn't matter whether he used an umbrella or wore a raincoat. It was basically just a psychological effect. Wang Bangyan's mother lay on his back, wailing to the sky. My life is so miserable. How can one word describe my misery? It's all your fault, you unfilial son. If you hadn't used those cunning schemes, you wouldn't have been arrested and exiled by the righteous magistrate, and you even dragged your old mother into this mess. Wah! You wretched piece of trash, you've only been an official for a short time and you're already doing nothing good. You have a wife but you don't treat her well, you go out and flirt with other women, and you've gotten yourself into all this trouble, dragging us all down with you. It's so hard, so very hard. When old lady Wang cried out, Wang Bangyan's wife and sister joined her in weeping, walking and wiping their faces as they went, not knowing whether they were wiping rainwater or tears. As soon as one of them started crying, a large group of women behind her joined in, weeping and wailing. For a moment I didn't know whether to pity myself for being exiled, or to cry out to the heavens for making them suffer this torment. Xianinglan felt a certain empathy. She couldn't help but wipe her face, spit out the rainwater with a pooey sound, and felt incredibly bitter inside. It's terrible, truly terrible. I thought I could enjoy a few days of peace and quiet in a different place, but instead, things are getting worse every day in this wretched place. Seeing his wife looking worried and about to cry to their daughter, Exile Wenyuan's eyelids twitched, and he quickly said, Wife, hang in there a little longer. We'll be in the county soon, and I'll definitely find you a place to take a bath and wash your hair then. The daughter is a mama's girl. You can imagine how much she dotes on her mother. Last time, her mother just let out a wail, and she was so angry that she killed the guards. If the daughter-in-law starts wailing again, the daughter will probably throw a tantrum and might even try to remove the rain from their heads. With so many people around, and so many eyes watching, this extraordinary power is indeed too terrifying. It wouldn't be appropriate to do it openly like this. Although they are not afraid of trouble, they are outnumbered and outmatched. If someone were to be labeled a monster, the imperial court would launch a large-scale crackdown, and things would become unpredictable. Xiao Jiao was also caught in the torrential rain, constantly shouting to the people behind him. "We'll be entering the county soon. Hang in there, everyone! We'll see what the situation is like once we get into the county, and we'll try to find some supplies first." The group of people stumbled and swayed forward, each with a look of utter despair on their faces. Suddenly, they heard the sound of water coming from ahead, mixed with cries and screams. Old Man Gu was the first to react, shouting, "Get on the raft! Everyone get on the raft!" With a boom, a water dragon seemed to rush in from the left, waving wildly like a ribbon. End of this chapter. Quick, go up there quickly! Zhuang's eyes widened in shock as she hurriedly pushed her daughter onto the raft. Her legs were trembling, and she couldn't climb up several times. Exile Mingxue held her mother's hand tightly, her palms sweaty, and tears welled up in her eyes as she tried to pull her away but couldn't. It was the eldest sister, Exile Wanqing, who rushed over and pushed Zhuangshi from behind, finally managing to get her onto the raft. "Wanqing!" Madame Ye called out loudly. "Mother, I'm fine. You get on the raft first." Eldest sister-in-law, second sister-in-law, lend mother a hand. In the blink of an eye, the surging water dragon rushed towards the crowd. "It's water that rushed down from the mountain." The crowd heard a loud boom coming from the other side of the mountain, and everyone's expression changed upon hearing it. Fortunately, the head of the Imperial Observatory was in the team, which allowed them to move out of the earthen kiln on the mountainside in time. Otherwise, it would probably have been shoved into the mud and water long ago, unable to struggle out at all. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Muddy water mixed with yellowish-brown mud clumps surged over, but fortunately everyone managed to climb onto the reed rafts immediately. In the blink of an eye, the muddy water rushed to their side, and the water level rose rapidly. At the same time, many villagers were swept up by the mud and water, letting out cries of surprise. The villagers, submerged in the muddy water, struggled desperately, grabbing at anything in sight. Many of the convicts were nearly pulled off their rafts, escaping in a cold sweat. "Don't come any closer! If you come any closer, I'll hit you! Don't pull me, you son of a bitch, don't pull me! This raft can only carry 2 people, get lost!" Shouts, curses, and cries rose and fell. Many villagers rushed over and, upon discovering a large number of reed rafts, all of them were tempted to seize them. Especially those rafts with only 1 or 2 women on them, which look easy to bully, immediately become the target of everyone's struggle. Chan Mianyan and her mother Hiyun were among these targets. Many of the villagers who rushed over didn't have time to react before being swept away by the muddy water, leaving behind only a series of panicked and terrified cries. Those who were able to seize the opportunity to grab the raft were mostly strong, burly, and quick-reacting young men. A drowning person will grab anything they see, their eyes turn red when they see a raft, and they snatch it without a second thought. Exile Yen steadied the swaying raft, drew her gem-encrusted dagger, and viciously stabbed at the hand of one of the people trying to break the raft. The villager was startled and instinctively withdrew his hand, only to be punched into the water by Exile Wenyuan. Little Exile Mohan clung tightly to his father's leg, his face pale with fright, biting his lip tightly without making a sound. Exile Yen casually picked up a long branch and poked the man into the water, jabbing him several times until he stopped reacting and could no longer create waves, before letting go. Over there, Chan Mianyan is fighting 2 people and has already taken down one of them. The other person turned pale with fright and tried to dive underwater, even reaching out to pull at the ropes binding their raft. It's as if he's going to drag everyone down with him if he's in trouble. Damn it, I'll kill you, you bastard! Chang Mianmian's eyes flashed with ferocity as countless unpleasant memories resurfaced and assaulted her. Before I met her sister, she had been struggling alone in the apocalypse for 2 years, and those 2 years were not a life for a human being. I'm on guard day and night, but there's not a single person around me I can trust. After finally finding some food and drink, they had to hide in 7 or 8 different places, like a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows. If it weren't for her quick wit and vigilance, she would have lost her life to all sorts of villains long ago. These idiots just want something for nothing, robbing the elderly, women, and children. Hey, too bad Chang Mianmian is no innocent rabbit. Taking advantage of the muddy water as cover, Chang Mianmian shot a water arrow at their chest. The blow landed squarely, and the burly man let out a miserable howl, unconsciously raising his hand to clutch his chest, feeling as if a gash had been opened there, followed by a feeling of heaviness in his body. My mind was still foggy and I was trying to figure out what was happening when I found myself uncontrollably sinking into the water. Hyun's lips turned pale with fright, and she gripped the stick tightly in her hand, too afraid to move. Mom, it's all right. Chang Mianmian turned to look at her mother, raised her hand and patted her shoulder. Sit tight. Meanwhile, screams and cries of terror came from several rafts. The convicts were already starving, and they were exhausted after days of hard work. They were no match for the villagers. Several rafts were stolen, and the convicts were kicked into the water. The mudslide from the mountain was still surging in, and the exiles swallowed a few mouthfuls of mud and water before being swept away. Someone bumped their head on the stone block and sank into the water. Some were unlucky enough to be swept up by the current and impaled on the spikes of farm tools, where they were killed. The guards were so angry that they cursed loudly and drew their swords to kill several fierce-looking villagers. Damn it, they sent exiled prisoners to help rebuild the frozen wasteland in the north, and they had project quotas for that too, right? It is permissible to kill people on the road, but the number of deaths cannot be too high or too outrageous. The large number of exiled prisoners died on the road, and the imperial court would hold them accountable. If a guard is found to have committed serious dereliction of duty or committed excessive abuse, he or she may be demoted and investigated, or even punished with caning and exile. That would be such a terrible injustice. At a glance, 3 or 4 rafts had been snatched away by the villagers, and 5 or 6 convicts had been kicked into the water, their fate unknown. How could the escort not be angry? This journey has been incredibly bizarre and unbelievable. How many people have died so far? We've barely gotten this far. There were 45 escorts when they set out, but now only 36 remain. Liang Guang and the others tacitly refrained from mentioning the 3 escorts who had been seriously injured by Miss Exile and Lu. When they left the cave dwelling, the others naturally left them there. What else can we do? Are we supposed to make them carry those 3 half-dead people on their way? Nobody has that obligation. As for the exiled prisoners, they also suffered heavy casualties, with a rough estimate of less than 150 people remaining. In just a few days, about 20 people have been killed. Liang Guang felt a pang of heartache just thinking about it. After being cut down from the reed raft, several villagers struggled to get out. As soon as Liang Guang raised his hand, the guards slashed at him menacingly, slashing him several more times as if they were still not satisfied. Soon, the blood mixed with the muddy water, making the area even more murky. Let's go! Liang Guang took the lead, using his scabbard as a pole to propel the raft forward. The others each had a stick or twig, which was better than nothing, and they drew lines crookedly and crowded together. Zhao Huangshang suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed loudly, raising his hands and singing. On the other side of the raft, Madame Zhao was terrified and tried to reach out to grab him, but Zhao Huangshang slapped her away. Seeing this, her son Zhao Xiang hurriedly rowed the raft to get closer and help, while her younger sister squealed and cried on the raft. The group immediately became somewhat chaotic. Exhausted and mentally drained, everyone couldn't help but hurl insults and accusations at Zhao Huangshang's family. The raft that Exile Wonin and Aunt Chio were on collapsed at that moment. Whether the rope wasn't tied properly or the cattails were loose, the three of them screamed in fright as the clumps of cattails began to separate one after another. End of this chapter. Master Exile could only sit there screaming, just like Aunt Chio and her daughter, completely lost and unsure of what to do next. The old lady was on a raft with Zhao Sun when she turned around and saw the raft that Sanner had tied together spreading out in the water. She clutched her chest and was so frightened that she almost fainted. Quick, quick, help them! Fourth brother! Help your third brother! The old lady cried out to her youngest son in desperation. Exile Wenyuan cursed his damn life inwardly and quickly replied, Mother, don't worry, let me see how to do it. That damned Exile Laosan, can't he do his job properly? What kind of mess is this? Everyone else's raft went into the water perfectly fine, but his stuff fell apart. It's obvious he didn't tie it securely enough. Third brother, can you swim? Old Exile was furious. Don't you know whether I can swim or not? Well, he gets angry if you say a few more words, and Exile Wenyuan is so angry that he doesn't want to talk to this idiot anymore. As they spoke, the reeds beneath the three of them had completely crumbled, and Exile Mingye, in a panic, clung to her mother, Aunt Chio, with her legs already submerged in the water. Aunt Chio was too busy holding her daughter and screaming to know what to do. Scream! Scream! Call back your soul! Exile Nien snapped. Shut up, all of you! In an instant, the shouting and cursing stopped, and even Zhao Huangsheng's mouth was covered by his son Zhao Ziang, who had jumped onto the raft. The little girl picked up 2 loops of rope from the raft and threw them far away, shouting, Hold on! We passed several rafts along the way, and everyone obediently passed the rope without uttering a single unnecessary word. Exile Wonin was the first to grab the rope and tie it around his own waist. Then he grabbed Aunt Chio and tied the other rope around the mother and daughter. By this time, the raft below had already fallen apart, and all 3 of them were in the water, their hearts skipping a beat. Exile Mingye started sobbing. Unexpectedly, the 2 ropes held the 3 people tightly, preventing them from sinking further. Exile Wonin was utterly shocked. Looking at the little girl's expressionless face in the distance, he was once again stunned. It's true, the little girl held onto 2 ropes by herself and was able to hold all 3 of them firmly. That takes a lot of strength. Meanwhile, the Dragon Tiger Village group and Miss Zhao Sun on the raft were all stunned. Zhao Sun had been staying in the cave next door, and had never seen the girl lay a hand on the guards. He only knew that the guards had been quite well behaved these past few days and had been particularly polite to the Exile family's young lady. Now they know why. This must have been suppressed by force. Exile Nien pulled Exile Wonin and the other 2 over. When they passed the raft of the Zhuang family mother and daughter, Exile Wonin caused trouble again, trying to push Aunt Chio and her daughter onto it first. This terrified Zhuang, who cried out, We can't get on! Officer Liang said the raft can only hold 3 people at most. Do you want us all to die together? Exile Nien flew into a rage and yelled, Why did you try to steal Zhuan Yafan's raft? Can't you understand human language? Did I tell you to steal someone else's raft? Are you even a man? Your own shoddy work reveals its true colors as soon as it hits the water, and you still have the nerve to try and steal your wife? Your wife is just a simple woman, and the raft she makes is sturdier than yours. Shouldn't you reflect on your own behavior? Marrying someone like you is the worst thing that ever happened to me. All you do is bully your wife at home? You scumbag! Come here and see if I'll slap you 300 times with the sole of my shoe. Everyone stared in disbelief, glancing at Exile Wonin, whose face was flushed red, and then at Exile Nien, who was cursing angrily. They silently moved aside, and no one dared to utter a sound. Zhuangshi paused in place, her eyes flickered slightly, and reached out to hug Exile Mingxue, who was still sobbing. Exile Mingxue buried her head in her mother's arms, twisting the hem of her clothes and crying incessantly. Exile Nien was annoyed by the crying and yelled again. Stop crying! What's wrong with your grandma? Shut up! Xian Mingshua's crying stopped abruptly. This is an indiscriminate attack. Everyone silently added a lock to their mouths, fearing that if they opened their mouths at the wrong time, they would immediately suffer 800 points of attack damage. Come here to die. The irritable Nian accelerated the pulling of the rope, dragging it to his side, and turned to Xian Dali and said, Dali, you go to that raft. Xian Dali nodded and lightly leaped onto the raft of the Puppet Master No. 1. They had prepared several extra rafts in case they were damaged along the way, so they could replace them in time. The empty raft is now available for Xian Wenin and his family of 3 to stay on. Xian Wenin was genuinely afraid that Xian Yen would drag him in front of her and beat him with the sole of her shoe in front of everyone. When he was still quite a distance from Xian Yen, he untied the ropes binding him and thrashed towards the empty raft. Xian Wenyuan was somewhat at a loss for words, both amused and exasperated. He can't swim, so he'd rather crawl across like a dog than come near his daughter. After Xian Wenin boarded the raft, he rode off to pick up Aunt Xiao and her daughter. Xian Yen expressionlessly retrieved the 2 rolls of rope. Xian Wenyuan immediately moved closer to his daughter, took her hand, and rubbed it tenderly. Daughter, Daddy has some moisturizing skin cream here. Put it on. Look how red your little hands are. It's all that Xian Laosan's fault. He's more trouble than he's worth. Xian Yen was caught between laughter and tears. The skin cream was taken from her spatial storage. Her mother had been secretly applying it to her legs for the past 2 days. Her father would keep it for her mother, and secretly apply it to his wife from time to time. Xian Yen took some to apply, but then felt it was a waste. Dad, I haven't taken a bath for dozens of days. I don't feel like anything I apply is effective. He then changed the subject, saying, I'm so angry, I won't save him next time. Yes, we only saved him because of your grandmother. Otherwise, who is he? Who would know him? Daughter, don't be angry. If he's still so irresponsible next time, we'll just leave him alone. The father and daughter behaved differently from ordinary people, and their affectionate manner drew many glances from onlookers. Xian Laosan was so angry that his mouth and nose were crooked. Don't they realize they're talking behind people's backs? They're talking so loudly, anyone can hear them. This is an insult to culture. Absolutely an insult to culture. This Xian Laosi is getting more and more unreliable every day. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief, no longer caring about the young girl's rude attitude. All she knew was that 6th sister had saved 3rd brother and Aunt Xiao and her daughter. She was incredibly powerful. 6th girl, grandmother is so grateful to you. The old lady waved to Xian Yen from several rafts away. Xian Yen originally wanted to scold Xian Laosan a few more times, but seeing the old lady speak up, she had no choice but to give up. Xian Wenyuan shouted at the top of his lungs, Mom, just sit still and don't worry about anything else. We're here. Yes, the old lady responded a few times. The group rowed the raft forward with all their might, while the escorts shouted instructions from ahead. Upon entering the county town, the group discovered that the water level was slightly higher than the road they had entered through. Liang Guang and the others already had a bad feeling. When the group of people finally arrived at Hengxian Post Station, panting heavily, they found that most of the post station was flooded and deserted. Everyone looked at each other. Liang Guang gritted his teeth and said, Let's go to the county government office. End of this chapter. Old age, it should be noon by now, right? Xiao Jia looked at the sky with worry. I wonder when the light will come? The darkness today is eerily intense. Not a single ray of light has appeared. The old head of the Imperial Observatory wore a mysterious expression. Liang Guang could only rely on his intuition to find a way for everyone, and the escorts shouted for everyone to row the rafts and follow. My lord, my mother is about to collapse. Look at this heavy rain, could you please find somewhere to take shelter? Physician Qing said anxiously, supporting his elderly mother who was lying on the raft. Despite the torrential rain, Liang Guang glanced a few times in the direction of Physician Qing. Enough talk. Let's go! Everyone follow me to the county government office. Physician Cheng's mother had been unwell for several days, and after being caught in the rain for more than an hour, she was now groaning and seemed to be on the verge of death. Physician Cheng was extremely anxious. Given the current situation, he especially hoped that the escorts could lend them a few rooms so they could take shelter from the rain. However, the constable insisted on going to the county government office to hand over the duties, leaving Physician Cheng with no choice but to frown helplessly and follow the others. It's understandable that Liang Guang wanted to go to the county government office. It was their duty as escorts, and they had to go through procedures wherever they went. Now that the post station is deserted, after much deliberation, the only option left is to try my luck at the county government office. The rain was just too heavy. Exile Wenyuan was holding his youngest son, with an umbrella over his arm and a straw mat draped over his shoulders. Even so, it couldn't withstand the torrential rain. The group, dejected, rowed their rafts through the rain. When they arrived at the county government office, they found that half of the signboard had been washed away by the water. There was no one left at the county government office, so they went in only to find nothing. "My lord," Wang Bangyan said loudly, wiping the rain off his face. "The people in this county have either been swept away by the flood or organized their own evacuation before the flood hit." Liang Guang felt the latter was more likely, but he didn't know which way the people in the county had gone. Xiao Jia took a deep breath. "Boss, what do we do now? The water level is so high, and the rain keeps pouring down. I bet the government granary has already been flooded." Liang Guang was also somewhat discouraged. He turned to the director of the Imperial Observatory, cupped his hands, and said, "Old master, what time is it now?" The old man stroked his beard and said, "I've done some calculations, and it's already past noon." "Honey, did the old man say it's already 2 or 3 in the afternoon?" Exile Nian nodded. Liang Guang then asked Old Gu, "Do you think it will get light today?" "In my opinion, that can't be the case." Upon hearing this, Liang Guang's anger subsided, and he turned to look at Xiao Jia and the others. Xiao Jia quickly said, "Boss, why don't we search around the county government office? Maybe we can find some food or supplies." Yes, Liang Tzu, I just saw it. There's a row of 2-story side rooms in the back. Maybe we can hang a rope up there and rest for the night." Liang Guang thought about it, and realized that since he couldn't find the contact document from the county government, he couldn't stamp it to complete the task. Who knows, if we're lucky, the rain might stop and it might get light by tomorrow morning, and the county magistrate might come back with his men on his own. "Alright, you guys take a few more people and go check the warehouse and kitchen to see if there's any food. The rest of you, follow me and go check out the backyard." Upon hearing that they could stay at the county government office, the group immediately became more enthusiastic, even putting more effort into paddling the reed raft. Upon discovering that there was indeed a row of 2-story side rooms in the backyard, with a 3-story attic on both sides, everyone was immediately delighted. However, the waterline was still some distance from the second-floor side rooms, so a nimble man had to climb up to the second floor first, and then lower ropes down to pull people out one by one. Liang Guangzhen roused himself and shouted, "All right, everyone get ready to go upstairs. You will stay in the upstairs side rooms." Liang Guang twirled his finger and pointed at Boss Sha and the others. "We'll send people on night watch. Let me make this clear beforehand, don't even think about doing anything you shouldn't. Anyone who dares to run away will lose their life here." Boss Sha, carrying his shackles, curled his lip and said, "Boss Liang, can't people have some basic trust between them? Can you stop targeting us every time? With this vast expanse of water everywhere, where can we brothers escape to? Besides, aren't we still carrying shackles?" Liang Guang gave him a warning look, and when he turned his head, everyone saw that his dark, square face had suddenly undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. He gave the 6th young lady of the Exile family a most sincere and ingratiating smile. "6th Miss, would it be all right if you and your whole Exile family stayed in the left-hand pavilion?" Xiao Laoda and Pai Lao cursed him inwardly as a lackey. They rolled their eyes in disdain. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Jia looking at them and quickly put on a silly smile. Seeing this, Physician Ching said, Sixth miss, do you think our family of 4 could share a room in the same attic as the Exile family? There are only 4 of us. Before the 6th miss could speak, Xiao Jia glared at her and rebuked her. The 6th miss's family has more than 20 people. They're already cramped in just 2 floors of the attic. Where would they find room for you? Physician Ching, you and the people from the Chang, Han, and Si families should all go and live in the attic across the way. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Madame Si glanced at Exile Yen and timidly said, But I'm worried that if we live too far away, my son might fall ill in the middle of the night, and we won't be able to find 6th miss to treat him. How far could it be? When the illness strikes, I'll go and call 6th sister for you, okay? Xiao Jia's shouts silenced everyone. Xianninglan found it somewhat amusing. Sure enough, her daughter is a hot commodity wherever she goes. Chang Mian pulled Hiyun along, following closely behind her sister, and rowed the raft to the front pavilion. When everyone looked up, they saw that the strange man whom the 6th sister called that guy had already nimbly leaped up to the 2nd floor of the pavilion and lowered 2 ropes. The distance from the waterline to the 2nd floor windowsill wasn't particularly high, but the old lady and the other frail noblewomen, including Madame Ye, were all somewhat afraid of heights. When they were dragged up to the 2nd floor, they broke out in a cold sweat and didn't know what to do with their hands and feet. Exile Yen stood expressionless at the 2nd floor window, glaring at Exile Wenin, the last one to climb in by rope. When the latter saw him, he was so frightened that he almost fell out of the window. What are you doing? Exile Wenin shouted angrily, his voice trembling with fear, and instantly raised his hands, crossing them in a defensive gesture. He was terrified that this brat would rush over and keep her promise, actually hitting him with the sole of her shoe in front of his family, making him lose face. Upon seeing this, Exile Wenyuan and his wife almost burst out laughing. The others stared at him with strange expressions, as if he were some kind of joke. Exile Wenin then belatedly realized that he seemed to have been too cowardly, and had made a fool of himself. His face flushed red. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Say what you have to say properly. Exile Yen gave him a cold look. I'll have number 1 keep watch tonight. You all stay on this floor and take good care of Grandma. After saying that, he left everyone behind and brazenly pulled Xianninglan and the others upstairs. Exile Wenin, still seething with anger, flung his hand away and snorted towards the stairwell. End of this chapter. The 3rd floor is relatively small, with 2 side rooms on the left and right, and a tea room with a railing in the middle. Hiyun pulled Chang Mian aside and offered to stay at the tea house, giving the room to Exile Wenyuan and his wife, Exile Yen, and the others. Exile Wenyuan waved his hand. It's all right, let the 2 of us men stay here. Mian, you and your mother, along with Dolly, the 3 of you can share a room. The remaining room can be shared by your aunt and sister, along with Honor. Chang Mian nodded repeatedly. Hiyun tugged at her several times, but she didn't react. She just smiled and agreed. Little Exile Mohan, however, looked resistant. Dad, I want to live with you and my brother. I'm a boy, I can't live with Mom and my sister. Xian Ning and her mother rolled their eyes in perfect unison. You little brat, you're still resisting? Exile Wenyuan was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, picked up his youngest son, and weighed him in his arms. All right, our Honor is a little man, he'll live with his father and older brother. Xianninglan wanted to reach out and hug her son. Silly son, you'll regret it if you don't live with us. Exile Mohan clung tightly to his father's neck, not turning his head back, and turned the back of his head toward his mother, indicating his refusal to enter the house. Xianninglan had no choice but to go inside with her daughter. As soon as Exile Yen entered the room, she immediately took out a bathtub and also retrieved a set of commonly used toiletries from her spatial storage. Ruffling her long, tangled hair with her fingers, Exile Yen gritted her teeth and said, Mom, I'm going to wash my hair today. Anyone who tries to stop me will be killed. It's really terrible to think about. Considering the time I spent in prison before, this body probably hasn't had a shower for 80 or 90 days. What does a modern person smell like if they don't shower for 2 weeks? Well, even Exile Nien herself wouldn't want to smell it. I must wash my hair. I absolutely must. Xian Lan gritted her teeth and swore an oath. She didn't know if it was just her imagination, but she always felt like there were tiny bugs crawling on her head, making her incredibly itchy. Let Nien Nien come and empty the water. As soon as Exile Nien finished speaking, Chang Nien Nien knocked on the door and called out. Xian Lan quickly opened the door and pulled her in. Nien Nien, the 3 of us will take turns washing our hair. And taking a bath later. What about your mother? My mother is very obedient, but I don't know how to explain things to her about the bathtub, body wash, shampoo, and stuff like that. I'll wait until she gets used to it for a while before trying to explain. I'll bring her a basin of water later so she can wipe herself down. It's better than nothing. Xian Lan nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chang Mian Mian started filling the wooden tub with water, and Exile Nien took out a few heating balls and threw them in. Mian Mian, you've advanced to the 2nd level? Yeah, just now. I used a water arrow to kill a villager who wanted to take the raft, and then I realized that I had naturally leveled up. Good. Xian Lan was particularly happy, standing by the bathtub observing the water flow. The water flow is obviously much faster than before. Sis, you go wash up first, I'll go help Dali prepare dinner. Okay, let's finish off the flatbread and dried meat on the cart tonight. They've been sitting too long, and can't be kept any longer. If the dried meat is too hard, how about tear it into pieces and make some dried meat porridge? I know, don't worry about such a small thing, it won't be wasted. Go wash up, and call me when you're done so I can change the water. Chang Mian Mian ran out happily. After Exile Nien and her mother finished washing, they were practically transformed. Xian Lan looked her up and down several times, as if seeing her daughter's true face for the first time, her eyes filled with surprise. My dear daughter, your face looks so much like your old face. Exile Nien raised her hand to touch her soft, tender face. Right. I think so too. My daughter is so beautiful. Xian Lan looked at her with increasing delight. But you're too conspicuous going out like this. Look at her natural beauty, like a lotus emerging from clear water. TSK. Who else on the road to exile can wash and clean themselves up like this? The mother and daughter simply couldn't force themselves to wear that prison uniform that hadn't been washed for over 10 days and smelled sour. Now she changed into the cloth clothes prepared by her maternal grandmother from the Xia family and washed both sets of prison clothes and trousers. Both of them put on their usual underwear close to their skin, which made them much more comfortable. So what if it's conspicuous? Exile Nien waved her hand dismissively. Exile Nien figured that even if Liang Guang and his ilk found out, they wouldn't dare say anything. As for the other convicts, Exile Nien didn't take them seriously. Meanwhile, Chang Mian Mian finished washing up, changed into clean clothes, and brought a basin of water into the house for her mother, Hiyun. Hiyun was already very happy with this, and her eyes lit up when she saw the basin of water. She could hardly remember the last time she had washed her face and body. She took the water from Mian Mian and started washing herself quickly. Chang Mian Mian hesitated for a second, then said to her mother, Mom, from now on my sister and I will follow her. My sister is a very capable person, and she's very protective of her own. If we follow her, we'll definitely survive. But our team is very disciplined. That's right, things that shouldn't be said can't be told to outsiders, especially things that happen in our team. No matter how new or incredible things Mom sees in the future, she can't tell outsiders. From now on, we will not share any of our food, supplies, or other resources with anyone. You must remember what I'm saying today, especially those bloodsuckers in the Chang family. For example, my scumbag father. Even if he kneels in front of you and begs you, don't give him a second glance. In short, when it comes to matters concerning our team, not a single word can be uttered. Seeing her daughter's serious expression, Hiyun quickly nodded. Mother knows, I won't say anything. But just now, Master Xian. exchanged a few polite words with us, so why did you agree to stay in this room and leave the three of them outside? Chang Mian chuckled and pulled her mother's hand to sit on the edge of the bed. Mom, you've only just joined the team, so you don't know my uncle and aunt's character yet. They won't be polite to us. Just relax and stay where they've arranged for you to stay. Before the mother and daughter could exchange a few more words, a loud knocking came from outside. Madam Chang, Miss Chang, are you ready to wash? My young lady wants you to have dinner. Okay, I'll be right there. Chang Mian replied, tidying up her mother's messy hair. For dinner, I cooked a porridge with shredded dried meat and served it with the few remaining flatbreads. It wasn't particularly delicious, but at least I managed to fill my stomach. After finishing his meal, as usual, he sent a portion downstairs to the old lady. Exile and Yuan took it down and didn't come back upstairs for a long time. Xiao Jia climbed up the window, panting heavily, and asked Exile and Nian to go to another attic. It was said that Physician Cheng's mother had a fever and was vomiting, and he wanted to borrow silver needles to prick her a few times to alleviate her symptoms. Exile and Nian had just finished showering and was all clean. She was too happy to run out into the rain again. Since Physician Cheng only wanted to borrow silver needles, she took out a small packet of silver needles and wrapped some herbs for dispelling wind and cold in scraps of cloth, and stuffed them into Xiao Jia's hands. Xiao Jia scratched the back of his head and said very respectfully, "We found some food in the kitchen earlier, enough for 7 days. Liang too is having it sorted out. We'll send some more rice and flour to the girl later." Exile and Nian nodded and politely thanked her. That night, everyone rested in the small building, hoping to get a good night's sleep. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, there was a lot of noise outside the window. End of this chapter. People inside chapter 69, listen up! You are surrounded! Exile and Nian already slept late, and Xiao Jia even climbed in through the window late at night to secretly bring her a bag of millet and a small bag of refined flour. Speaking of the supplies sorted out in the kitchen, Xiao Jia looked still shaken. Luckily, the grains were all stored in tall cabinets, so they didn't get wet. The people from the county government must have retreated in a hurry, and they didn't take many things with them. When we arrived, the kitchen roof was already leaking. Luckily, the water didn't get on the food. Don't worry, girl, it's all fresh and edible, and there's no damage whatsoever. Exile and Nian sincerely thanked him again and asked, "Did you find any weapons or anything like that when you searched the back office?" "Yes, we did find some, and quite a few bows and arrows too. There wasn't too much stuff, but Liang Tu said it would be useful on the road, so he told us to move it all to the second-floor wing. If we're setting off tomorrow, we'll take it all with us." Exile and Nian hurriedly said, "Then give me a bow. If I encounter any wild birds or birds in the future, I can also use it to make a meal for my family." Xiao Jia was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself, "You really did it on a whim?" He nodded. "Then I'll go back again. Please wait while I fetch it for you." Liang Tu said that from now on, this young lady would be a great figure in their team, and no matter what her demands were, no matter how outrageous they were, they could only agree to them and could never say no. Moreover, what they asked for today wasn't unreasonable. They just wanted a bow and arrows for hunting. Exile and Nian nodded. "Okay, I'll wait for you by the window." Little Exile Mohan was already fast asleep, and his father was not far behind, falling asleep the moment his head hit the pillow and snoring loudly. Only Exile Mochen was still awake. His sister and Xiao Jia were talking quietly to each other, and he didn't disturb them. After they left, he walked over to Exile Nian's side. "You poisoned them? These people are so obedient. They must have been terrified of their sister's ruthless methods." Exile Nian smiled meaningfully. "I gave each of them a vitamin C tablet and chuckled at them a few times. Who knew they were so easily frightened? They were all terrified. I told them it was good for their health, but they thought they had swallowed some terrible poison." Exile Machen was both amused and exasperated. "All the venom and poison powder I used to make are now locked up in the pharmaceutical section. I've been through wind, rain, water, and fire all this time. I don't have any spare time to make poison. It's these people who overthink things and always assume that others are untrustworthy bad guys. If she can't even listen to the truth, what can she do? Little fox. Exile Machin chuckled softly. I asked him to fetch me a bow so I could hunt some game for my older brother later. Let's have the eldest brother fight. Exile Machin chuckled. My illness is almost cured. Lately, you've been helping me with my healing power to regulate my meridians every day, and I can now absorb the power of nature on my own. I estimate I'll be able to break through to the next level in the next couple of days. Okay. Exile Nyen smiled. The brother and sister were talking when they heard a commotion outside the window. Someone was shouting in a hoarse voice. Exile Nyen strained her ears to listen 3 times, but still couldn't understand. She looked at her brother with a blank expression. This person has an accent. I can't understand a word they're saying. Exile Machin raised an eyebrow and translated. The man said, Listen up, you inside. You are surrounded. Come down immediately and line up to go downstairs, or none of you will get away with it. Exile Nyen looked on in surprise and peered out. Sure enough, she saw several bamboo rafts floating below, filled with people. A rough count revealed that there were as many as 50 or 60 people. Xiao Jia was panting as he climbed up the rope, carrying a bow and arrows on his back. Exile Machin walked over and reached out to pull him up. Xiao Jia used the momentum to jump up, and after landing, he wiped the sweat from his brow, his face full of urgency. Miss, young master, those outside are the bandits who have been roaming Hun County lately. I didn't expect them to come and surround us in the middle of the night. Liang Tu said to try to negotiate with them first, and see if there's any possibility of making peace. The brother and sister looked at each other in bewilderment. Exile Machin spoke first. So many people, what do they want to do? Steal the grain? They managed to rob a bunch of convicts. It's both laughable and pathetic. As they were talking, the 3 of them heard Liang Guangjing talking to the bandit leader in the middle row of 2-story rooms. Heroes and valiant men, we are escorting exiles and are passing through this county. We do not wish to disturb you. Exile Nyen looked out the window and saw a burly man with a full beard standing with his hands on his hips at the very front of the first row of bamboo rafts. He casually raised his hand and waved. We know! You must be the head of the escort team. What's your surname? Liang Guang replied cautiously. My surname is Liang. Lord Liang. The bandit leader greeted him politely with a fist and palm salute, grinning as his thick, fleshy face twitched. My surname is Luan. My brothers respect me and call me Chief Luan. Greetings, Chief Luan. Greetings, Chief Luan. Liang Guang also cupped his hands in greeting, but before he could speak again, the bandit leader raised his hand to interrupt him. I know where you're from the capital, right? Zhao Jianghe, the leader of Dragon Tiger Stronghold, is also in your group, am I right? Liang Guang's heart skipped a beat, knowing that the visitor was up to no good, and he made several hand gestures behind his back. The guards lying in ambush on both sides gripped their sword hilts tightly, instantly creating a tense atmosphere. On the surface, Liang Guang still smiled and dealt with people, saying, Chief Luan, our trip is also a mission assigned by the Imperial Court. Oh, I know. Chief Luan waved his hand and laughed. You've come all the way from the capital. It must have taken you 5, 6, 7, or 8 days, right? You probably don't know the situation in Xinjing yet. Lord Liang, Xinjing is now completely flooded. Your emperor has already cut his losses and fled with 17 or 18 of his concubines. What? Liang Guang and the other escorts stared wide-eyed. They really had no idea. The emperor, some important officials, and their families are all fleeing towards Xishan County like stray dogs, didn't you know? I really don't know. Not only were the escorts dumbfounded, but the surrounding convicts were also astonished. A few days ago, the emperor's most beloved son, the Prince of Jin, raised an army in Xishan County. The emperor is going to take some court officials to join his eldest son. Exile Nyen was speechless. What's going on with this dynasty? Is it on the verge of falling apart? Even if Xinjiang was flooded, shouldn't the first priority be to organize the masses for flood relief and disaster relief, or to evacuate them in batches? They ran away without even putting up a fight? The guards and the convicts looked at each other, and Liang Guang was momentarily at a loss for words. How do you say this? Was the Prince of Jin's uprising an attempt to force the emperor to abdicate? But the emperor had already fled Xinjiang. Who was he trying to force? It's truly an absurd situation. Ha ha! Chief Luan burst into laughter. Lord Liang, listen to this story, isn't it a bit ridiculous? The fact is, your court has completely collapsed, and you guys are still so enthusiastic. What kind of exile is that? End of this chapter. The men who were being actively exiled looked at each other, and for a moment they were all speechless. This is really kind of funny. How could a perfectly good imperial court be brought to a standstill by a sudden downpour? Impossible, 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 unless something even more outrageous has happened that outsiders are unaware of. Your emperor now believes what the director of the Imperial Observatory said, and he even wants to invite him back. But is it too late? You've gone too far. Even if he sends someone immediately, they'll hardly be able to catch up. As Chief Luan spoke, his thick beard twitched repeatedly, and his eyes were full of sarcasm. He cupped his hands in greeting towards the upstairs. Is Chief Xiao Jianghe of Longhu village here? Luan Dalong has come here specifically to pay his respects to Chief Xiao. No one responded. Liang Guang stared at the crowd below with a solemn expression. After hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke up to express his gratitude. We are extremely grateful that Chief Luan brought people here late at night to inform us of the situation in Xinjiang. Oh, these are all minor matters. Luan Dalong waved his hand, his eyes gleaming. My main purpose in coming here is to rescue the brothers of Dragon Tiger Stronghold. If you, Chief Xiao, are willing, I can even give up my position as leader. Where's Zhao, the head of the family? Come out and say something. Several thugs beside Luan Dalong laughed and egged him on. You need to understand one thing. The world is already in chaos. At this time, do you, Chief Xiao, and all the brothers of Dragon Tiger Stronghold, really want to be obediently escorted to the northern ice wasteland by these guards? A great man establishes himself in the world and makes a name for himself. A hero's origins are irrelevant. If one lives a life of mediocrity, what difference is there between him and rotten wood or decaying grass? Hey, who taught you to say that? A crisp voice suddenly interrupted Luan Dalong's boastful talk. On the bamboo raft, Luan Dalong's brothers all looked up at the attic window. On the second floor, the Xianwen couple, who had been awakened by the noise and were also secretly eavesdropping at the window, were almost speechless at the little girl's antics. If you're going to eavesdrop, fine, but someone's giving a passionate speech, why did you interrupt? Luan Dalong's eyelids twitched slightly. Little girl, what do you mean? Brother, you look so uncultured. How come you know about heroes not being judged by their origins, and that being mediocre is no different from being rotten wood or decaying grass? Who taught you to speak such flowery language? Hey, brother, you've come here to be recruited by the government, haven't you? Everyone. We're not bandits. Why would we need to be recruited by the government? Who's making all that noise? Xianwen Yuan was woken up by the noise. He rubbed his eyes and went to the window, peeked out, and immediately. Holy crap, who are these people? Where did all these people come from? What are they doing here? Father and his men have their eyes on us. They came in the middle of the night to try and recruit us. They want us to join their bandit stronghold and work together to overthrow the old dynasty. Xianwen Yuan looked bewildered. How can that be? If we get caught, we'll be beheaded. Of course. Not only will they kill our heads, but they'll drag out our ancestors for 18 generations and whip them. We're traitors. Oh right, a rebel party. A rebel party won't do. You can't be a rebel party no matter what you do. The group was crammed into a side room on the second floor, not close together. But in the dead of night, the father and daughter kept calling each other traitors, and it was all very clear to the ear. Luan Dalong's face darkened, and he roared. Shut up. What does brat mean? Is he uneducated? Is he a rebel? Yes, he is uneducated, but he refuses to admit that he is a member of the anti-party organization. What rebellious party? The court is gone, the emperor has fled with his favorite concubine and a bucket. Where is this rebellious party? What do you know, you little brat? The imperial court has collapsed. What can the brothers do if they want to live a good life? They can only rob it. Juan Dalong's face twitched with anger. That brat, what's she doing, interrupting him every time she speaks? It's not about robbing, it's about establishing our own power. The brothers of Dragon Tiger Stronghold will surely understand. This is the best opportunity to secure a position for our wives and children, and to become kings and overlords. As long as we all work together, we're sure to have a bright future. You must know that opportunities are rare and once they come again. The current court is like the setting sun, a pheasant on the western hills, like a faint glow, a glowing fire. How can it compare to us, the rising sun? Isn't that right? He spoke with great passion and enthusiasm. Exile couldn't bear to see him make mistakes while memorizing his lines. Look at this. The person behind you must have told you to memorize your lines properly, right? What have you memorized? You kept stumbling over your lines on the spot, and you couldn't even express yourself properly. Are you trying to say something like, how dare a firefly compete with the sun and moon? How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Exile gave him a disdainful look. What nonsense about wild pheasants of the West Mountain and fires of the East Mountain. Look at you, you're so forgetful, your words are all jumbled up and nonsensical. As soon as he finished speaking, someone in the second-floor room let out a muffled laugh. Juan Dalong, who was talking at length, also turned bright red. The group of underlings behind him were whispering and gossiping amongst themselves. It seems she's right. I remember it was these two sentences. Shut up! Juan Dalong snapped, and raged. Dad, who does he look like? Like a pyramid scheme. They paint a huge picture of the future for you, just to see if you can choke on it. Shut up, all of you! Juan Dalong waved his hand, and his henchman immediately handed him a drawn broadsword. Juan Dalong grabbed it in his hand and slashed it a few times in the air, his face full of anger. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, on behalf of the entire Hun County, I sincerely invite you all to join our ranks. I disagree. Exile shook her head like a rattle drum. On behalf of all the prisoners on this trip, I refuse to join the rebel party and become one of its members. Juan Dalong swore that if this girl hadn't been shouting from so far away, he might have been the first to jump up and chop her little head off, letting it roll into the water. What good is it if you disagree? Juan Dalong roared. Whom can you represent? I represent everyone, Exile said emphatically. On behalf of all the exiled prisoners and soldiers, a total of 183 people, I refuse your offer of amnesty. Juan Dalong jumped up and down on the bamboo raft, looking up at Liang Guang. Lord Liang, are you just going to let a little girl spout nonsense here? Aye, what Sixth Sister said is indeed correct. She represents all of us. Liang Guang was secretly alarmed. The little girl knew exactly how many people were in the group. He now even suspects that this girl, though seemingly calm, actually remembers everyone's physical characteristics exceptionally well. Lord Liang, you should think this through. If these things are destroyed, it will be difficult for you to leave the county government office surrounded by water. Juan Dalong said threateningly, pointing his knife at a row of reed rafts in front of him. After everyone went upstairs, the raft was tied together with a rope to prevent it from drifting aimlessly. Juan Dalong's intentions are now very clear, to threaten and coerce, threatening sabotage if they don't join. Exile made two sounds and quickly exclaimed, Don't try anything funny. Okay, we'll join, alright? If you can't beat them, join them. That's normal. Everyone. Don't go too far. End of this chapter. The group was forced to set off, and they embarked on a journey overnight on a raft. Escorted by Juan Dalong and others, they headed towards the county government office. Liang Guang, Xiao Jia, and the others are still a bit confused. Watching Wan Delong and his gang excitedly carry the bows, arrows, long swords, and other weapons they had collected onto the bamboo raft, he couldn't help but glance at Exile Nien again and again. They finally managed to find enough rations for 7 days and so many weapons in the county government's kitchen, and then just gave them all to Wan Delong and his men? Why does this feel so unreal? When did your devilish ancestors become so easy to talk to? Wan Delong was surrounded by a group of brothers, one of whom had a face full of small pimples. Exile Nien recognized his voice as soon as he spoke. It was that strange-sounding guy who had spoken to them earlier. He rambled on and on to Liang Guang, but Nien really couldn't understand what he was saying. Seeing Liang Guangqiao cast a questioning glance at her, Exile Nien, who didn't understand but pretended to be calm, looked at them expressionlessly. Exile Machin coughed lightly. He told Lord Liang that it would be right to persuade all of us to join their Hengxian Big Sword Gang. Their gang is currently expanding and needs all kinds of talent. They need people who can farm, do carpentry, write, and read. Both literary and martial skills are acceptable. He said that if we joined the Hengxian Big Knife Gang, we would be among the first batch of veterans and important officials in a few years, enjoying the finest food and drink, and sleeping in luxurious beds with soft pillows. The Hengxian Big Knife Gang. Exile Nien's eyelids twitched slightly. With such a rustic name, it's not worthy of having Nien included. Okay, let's join first and see how it goes. Exile Machin clearly understood what his little sister meant, and lowered his voice to say, if we go to the stronghold with them, there will probably be more than just these people. Brother, I've reached level 3. Exile Machin was stunned for a moment, then a hint of joy rose in his eyes. A third-tier ability user could easily handle a group of ordinary people. Only, don't let your guard down. Some of the people here may have practiced martial arts since childhood, so it's not surprising that their physical fitness is better than that of modern people. They may not have firearms, but they may have some kind of legendary internal energy. Exile Nien nodded. Don't worry, brother, I have a way to handle this. Lord Liang? I'm talking to you, are you listening? The man with the strange accent sounded somewhat displeased. What's wrong with this head constable? I was trying to discuss something with him, and he kept looking around furtively. What was he looking at? Exile Nien waved her little hand towards Liang Guang. Lord Liang. Liang Guang straightened his back and turned to the man with the accent, saying, Brother Xiao Yong, could you bring that Miss Exile Lu to our bamboo raft? Wan Delong and his circle of brothers all gave him strange looks and chuckled. Is this the amusement Lord Liang is looking for on his way to exile? A group of people looked at him with lewd eyes, saying things like, Lord Liang, you're something else, and you really know how to have fun. Liang Guang was furious. You're the one having fun, your whole family is having fun. In the eyes of our ancestors, you're all a bunch of people who just want to have fun. They still dare to dream of such things. They really want to die sooner rather than later. Liang Guang shook his head sternly with a straight face. Don't talk nonsense, I didn't do it, I'm not. This sixth young lady of the Exile family's maternal grandfather is Minister Xie. Wan Dalong's eyes lit up. Oh? It's that prefect of Binzhou. Yes, she is the niece of Xie Hui, the prefect of Binzhou. She cannot be neglected. Her mother is the fourth madam of the Exile family, who is the direct sibling of Prefect Xie. She must not be offended. I understand. Wan Dalong finally understood. Isn't this just a case of favoritism? Special treatment is to be expected. The Xie family probably bribed a lot of money to ensure the mother and daughter's safety on the road. After all, in Xingjing, Minister Xie only has one son and one daughter, whom he cherishes dearly. Xie Hui is now serving as the prefect of Binzhou, and his sister has been exiled to the northern wilderness with her husband. It's possible that the Xie family will make some special arrangements for her when she arrives in Binzhou. Unfortunately, with this terrible weather, it's uncertain whether we can safely reach Binzhou. Wan Dalong's eyes darted around. Go and fetch Miss Exile Lu. Such a small golden Buddha statue is harmless to keep. Who knows, it might even come in handy someday. Someone then took the order to row the raft over and bring Xian Yen to Liang Guang and Xiao Jia's bamboo raft. Xian Yanchong and Liang Guang smiled sweetly. Luan Dalong noticed that Lord Lian had suddenly shivered on the spot, which was rather strange. However, thinking it might be because he was feeling cold, Luan Dalong didn't say anything more. Many of the convicts present didn't even have a straw mat, and quite a few, like Lord Lian, braved the wind and rain, enduring the elements with their bare bodies. Although the weather was quite hot, being constantly soaked in the rain must have been uncomfortable. The 50 or so brothers from Longhu village were all carrying shackles. Chief Luan glanced around and was quite satisfied with the results of the trip. Not only did he gain over 100 followers, but he also managed to smuggle these goods from them. Just thinking about it makes him very happy. Mr. Yen had previously warned him repeatedly not to force things, and even came up with several solutions, which was simply troublesome. In the end, isn't it all just about suppressing the enemy with force? If we can subdue Liang Guang and his guards, the people below will have no choice but to submit obediently. Luan Dalong would occasionally glance at the people of Longhu village, and the more he looked, the happier he became. Isn't this just a group of thugs eagerly offering themselves up? This group of convicts is of really good quality. Not only do they have powerful henchmen from Longhu village, but there are also many beautiful young women in the group. This is definitely a temptation for the Hengxian Big Knife Gang. Receiving the probing gaze that the lecherous bearded man occasionally cast his way, Xian Yen smiled and glanced back, her voice soft and gentle. Chief Luan, how much longer until we arrive? The little girl, dressed in clean, coarse cloth clothes, stood in front holding an umbrella, her eyes sparkling, her eyebrows curved in a smile, exuding a lively and charming air. The long night became her backdrop. Luan Dalong unconsciously lowered his voice, and his fierce, bushy beard relaxed. It's just ahead. We'll reach the manor in no more than half an incense stick's time. Oh, so your base is also in the county town, the little girl said with a smile. However, Liang Guangxiojia and the others, who knew her temperament well, all took a half-step back on the bamboo raft. Luan Dalong was unaware of what was happening when suddenly the little girl, who had been separated from him by a bamboo raft, appeared beside him. A jewel-encrusted dagger was pressed boldly against Luan Dalong's neck. After a long while, the guy with the accent on the same raft finally came to his senses as if in a daze and exclaimed, "Oh dear! Tell your brothers not to move, or you'll be the first to die." Xian Yen chuckled lightly, glancing sideways at the dumbfounded Liang Guang. "What are you standing there for? Move! Didn't we send the bamboo raft?" Liang Guangxia immediately led a group of escorts to rush towards the nearest bamboo raft. The brothers from Longhu village also took action one after another, jumping onto the bamboo rafts in twos and threes and sweeping people into the water. "Don't move," Xian Yen said softly, drawing out a breath. "Robbery! Hands behind your heads, all of you, squat down!" End of this chapter. Luan Dalong's gang of underlings naturally refused to surrender, but the combined forces of the government officials and the Dragon Tiger stronghold outnumbered them, and quickly took control of the entire area. What's more, their eldest son's life is in their hands. This girl was ruthless. Seeing that Luan Dalong's younger brother was resisting fiercely, she stabbed Luan Dalong repeatedly. 3 cuts and 6 holes, blood gushing from his arm. Even Luan Dalong, a man of steel, couldn't help but kneel down, begging for mercy and crying out in pain. Luan Dalong looked up and saw that there were several experts among the exiled group. One of the young women was exceptionally strong. She protected a group of elderly, weak, women, and children behind her, preventing the others from getting close. They acted without warning. Luan Dalong never expected them to pull this stunt just as they were about to reach the finish line. "Make them all stop, or it won't be as simple as stabbing your arm." Xian Yen placed her left hand across the other man's neck and slammed the umbrella handle of her right hand hard against the back of Luan Dalong's head. "Be good, don't make me angry." Luan Dalong's head was buzzing, and his vision was blurry. He barely managed to hold up 5 fingers and said, "Stop!" Several of his underlings hesitated for a moment, then were kicked into the water by Zhao Jianghe and his men. Moments later, the criminal seized the bamboo raft brought by Luan Dalong and drove the Hengxian Big Knife gang into the water. Most of the younger men were quick-witted. Once they entered the water, they immediately grabbed the raft and climbed back up. A few men kowtowed in the water and then sank in. Number 1 grabbed the soaking wet guy with the accent and threw him in front of Exile Nian. The latter kicked out, sending the man tumbling over on the spot. "You're forcing us to join, are you? Or will we be cut off if we don't?" The poor guy with the accent clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground, finally managing to stammer out a few words after a long while, his face flushed red. Exile Nian didn't understand, but that didn't stop her from hitting people. Strictly speaking, this was the first time that the escorts and the convicts had all witnessed how the 6th Miss Exile of the Exile family beat people. When she lived in a cave before, the other caves didn't know her well. The little conflict with Zhou Shaoqing of Dali Temple was nothing compared to what she had now. The 6th sister really hit people, she kicked them to death. The guy with the accent was crying and sniffling, rolling around on the raft while muttering a long string of words. Exile Nian still didn't understand and glanced at Liang Guang. The latter straightened up and spoke very quickly. "He said that he was also forced to join the Hengxian Big Knife gang. He has an 80-year-old mother and an 8-year-old daughter. He hopes that you will spare his life." Exile Nian looked the other person up and down expressionlessly. "At your age, how could my mother be 80? You're obviously full of lies and nonsense. Number 1 killed him." Everyone. Just as the puppet was about to make its move, the guy with the accent quickly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times, then blabbered on and on. "What did he say?" Unable to understand, the speaker sounded somewhat annoyed and angry. In fact, separated by a bamboo raft further back, in the pitch-black night, it was impossible to see the little girl's facial expressions. But you can hear her voice clearly. Judging from the tone of voice, the people on the bamboo raft behind them even found it somewhat funny. Liang Guang hurriedly said. "He said he could take Miss to their manor storeroom. He knows that in addition to the 2 warehouses on the surface, there are several underground cellars where they store a lot of fruits and vegetables. He said he was originally a tenant farmer on that estate, and was forced to join the Hengxian Big Knife gang. Now he is willing to abandon the darkness and turn to the light, and hopes that the young lady will be magnanimous and let him go." Exile Nian immediately withdrew her leg, and everyone saw her slap Luan Dalong so hard that he vomited blood, knelt down, and couldn't get up for a long time. Then, his expression changed instantly, and with a smile, he ran over and bent down to help up the tenant farmer who had been kicked and left with a bruised and swollen face. While gently patting the rain and dust off the person, she sighed softly and complained. "Why did you have to do something so wrong? You had to join the rebel party and come here to get yourself killed. All right, it's all a misunderstanding. If you take us to get the supplies, we'll forgive your previous unreasonable behavior." The Han brothers, Han Zhao and Han Li, had just joined forces with the Dragon Tiger Stronghold members to seize the bamboo raft from Luan Dalong's men, so they were standing at the front. In addition, both of them had better eyesight than the average person, so they could clearly see the extreme change in the smile on the little girl's face. From a moment ago, his face was full of gloom and murderous intent, to now, he was all smiles and beaming with joy. It only took 3 breaths. Women are so fickle, the 2 brothers thought to themselves. Exile Nian turned her head, and Xiao Jia shrank back and rubbed his hands. "Miss, what about Chief Luan? Killing him wouldn't make a difference. I'm useful. Luan Dalong, who hadn't yet gotten up from the ground, quickly clutched his stomach and straightened up upon hearing this. "The storeroom key is here, it's in my hands. Besides that, I can take Miss to another villa nearby." Everyone. The Han brothers saw the little girl's expression change drastically, suddenly becoming kind and gentle. She then personally helped Luan Dalong up, patting him here and there, her face full of eagerness and charm. Brother, you're a good person. We misunderstood you before. But we can't take so many supplies even if we want them. Yes, I can take it. We have boats in our village, big boats. Are you kidding me? The water might recede any day now. Besides, a boat needs to be in deep enough water to move. Don't try to fool me into thinking I'm an amateur. Luan Delong immediately exclaimed. We have horses. The estate has horses that can be harnessed to carriages. Exile Yen was pleased and glanced at her underlings on the raft. Aren't you going to come over and treat your brother's wound? You have no sense of propriety. Can't you see your brother's arm is still bleeding? The younger brother reluctantly waded onto the bamboo raft, wishing he could hug Luan Delong and cry his heart out. What a mess! He went there to recruit followers, but instead of being recruited, he had to hand over all his stock to save his life. Exile Yen couldn't bear to watch as her younger brother tore off a piece of rag to bandage Luan Delong. Use this. Considering the goods she was about to receive, Exile Yen decided to treat Chief Luan a little better. She tossed the other person a small bottle of medicine powder, about the size of a nail polish, and also threw over a small roll of clean gauze. Luan Delong howled as his wounds were treated by his underlings. When he looked up, he saw the group from Longhu village, with his underlings crouching on the raft with their heads in their hands, looking as pitiful as quails. Nyen, what do we do with these people? Zhao Sun asked, carrying the knife she had snatched from her underling, her face full of excitement. Keeping them to go back and report is not an option. If they turn against us, we'll be attacked from both sides. We might as well kill them all. We can't kill him. Luan Delong, a burly man, wept bitterly. I promise they will never go back to that old manor. Please, miss, have mercy. Exile Yen pretended to be deep in thought, then took out a bottle of vitamin C from her pocket. Okay then. End of this chapter. They had previously searched hundreds of boxes of this stuff, all of which were stored in the medicine section. These few bottles I have now are leftovers that I left on the table, along with my usual kettle and cups, some snacks and drinks, which I casually swept into the daily necessities section. They got off easy, and each of them was even given a vitamin C supplement to help them recover. In the early days of the apocalypse, this little thing was priceless. Later, thanks to the base's research and development of new vegetable varieties, a batch of gene-edited new vegetable varieties were put on the market, which gradually alleviated the vegetable shortage crisis. Comrade Xianinglan, a skilled farmer, played a decisive and crucial role in the cultivation of new vegetable varieties. Luan Delong and his underlings each swallowed a white poison pill. Under the influence of psychological factors, the cold, icy rain slapped haphazardly on their faces, making them feel increasingly uncomfortable. Exile Yen looked at her group of underlings who looked like they had lost their parents, raised an eyebrow at Luan Delong, and said, All right, let your underlings disband and find their own way to make a living. Remember, as long as you don't try to kill yourself in front of me, the medicine you took will naturally not take effect. Liang Guang and Xiao Jia didn't know what others were thinking, but they were all quite scared. Thinking back to the little pills she took that night, she reaffirmed her resolve to treat the sixth young lady of the Exile family like an ancestor from now on. All right, lead the way. Exile Yen waved her hand. The convicts upgraded their weapons, seized someone else's sturdy bamboo raft, and drifted towards the stronghold of the Big Knife Gang in Hun County. The rain lessened a bit, but the floodwaters showed no signs of receding. Exile Yen stood there holding an umbrella, her face expressionless, but it was precisely this inscrutable demeanor that made people uneasy. To be honest, Luan Delong and his younger brother, the guy with the accent, both sped up their pole vaulting movements considerably. How many people are still guarding your little outpost? The little girl's sudden voice made Luan Delong's hand, which was gripping the pole, tremble involuntarily. The guy with the accent shrank back and shrugged. Xiao Jia was quick. He slapped the guy with the accent on the back of the head and said, I'm asking you a question. Answer me. No, not many people. We took most of the brothers with us when we came out. There are only about 10 left, who are just guarding the gate and the warehouse. Big dragon. Hey, hey, hey. Miss, what can I do for you? Luan Dalong felt a chill run down his spine, bowed his head, turned around, and looked at Exile Yen timidly. Who taught you those lines you were memorizing? Yes, it's Mr. Yen. Oh. Exile Yen nodded casually. Where did your Mr. Yen come from? He was the one who guided you from behind, telling you how to deal with the government troops and how to hold your ground in the mountains of Han County. Luan Dalong nodded obediently. Yes. If it weren't for Mr. Yan's advice, the government would have already surrendered when they mobilized elite troops to suppress them not long ago. Is he still at your small outpost? Exile Yen asked with great interest. Luan Dalong hesitated for a moment, but when he met the smile from his young mistress, he shuddered and quickly shook his head honestly. No, Mr. Yen finished assigning us the task and left in the afternoon, saying he had important things to do. I see. Exile Yen was a little disappointed. She enjoys dealing with intelligent people, especially those, well-read but utterly useless intelligent people. Hee, I love seeing their little expressions when they get crushed. Luan Dalong felt that the little girl's expression was somewhat intriguing. He dared not ask or say anything, and just stood there stiffly. It wasn't until Xiao Jia kicked him that he quickly turned around and continued paddling the bamboo raft. The water was uneven, making it difficult to paddle. The bamboo raft stalled a few times in the shallows, forcing everyone to jump in and push the rafts into the deeper water before continuing to paddle. And so, with great difficulty, they were led by Luan Dalong to the entrance of the manor. This is just an ordinary farmhouse. 3 underlings stood on the raft at the entrance. As soon as they saw Chief Luan return, they clasped their hands in a salute from a distance. Then, and that was it. Liang Guang led a group of vicious escorts and pounced on them, knocking down the 3 underlings at the same time, tying them up, and throwing them onto the bamboo raft. The 3rd brother stared wide-eyed at his eldest brother in disbelief. Luan Dalong avoided eye contact with the 3 of them, turning to Exile Yen and saying, Miss, we have several clean pavilions in the backyard of our estate where you can rest. Would you like to rest for a while, or perhaps... Exile Yen turned her head and glanced at the crowd. She saw that they all looked like drowned rats, listless and drooping, as if they were about to die. It was really quite pitiful. 6th sister, in a fit of kindness, said, Head Liang. No, you can just call me Guangzi, young lady. The crowd stared expressionlessly at the sycophantic Liang Jiechai, giving him a few disdainful glances. None of my family members understand. Just a few days ago, Liang Tu was acting all high and mighty in front of them, but now he's as docile as a little chick. Guangzi, take them to the attic to rest first. She paused. They've been up all night, let's make some rice porridge for everyone to warm them up. Yes, young lady. Don't worry, we'll take care of it right away. Upon hearing about the hot rice porridge, everyone's spirits lifted slightly. Wang Banyan's mother was the first to express her gratitude. Girl, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. Liang Tu, let's go quickly, this old woman is soaked to the bone. Exile Yen, who had just been given a friend zone card, silently turned to look at the guy with the accent and Luan Dalong, and smiled. Gentlemen, please lead the way. Luan Dalong glanced silently at the bamboo raft drifting towards the backyard of the manor, then secretly looked at Exile Yen. Knowing that the girl couldn't understand him, the guy with the accent kept gesturing to Luan Dalong to speak. After much deliberation, Luan Dalong finally said, Miss, there are 4 guards on each of the 2 warehouses behind us. If you go alone, are you sure you can manage? When asked the last 2 words, Luan Dalong's voice was almost inaudible. Half an hour later. Looking at the 8 people who had collapsed one after another at the warehouse entrance, Luan Dalong still couldn't quite believe his eyes. The little girl was able to subdue him instantly because she was skilled in martial arts. Luan Dalong never expected that he had underestimated the girl's strength. No wonder the escorts left without looking back when they heard the girl's instructions. Because they knew that no matter how many people were in the village, they couldn't defeat this girl. Luan Dalong felt a few blurs before his eyes, and then, his brothers all collapsed. He simply couldn't see how the little girl moved her hands. Now those people were lying on the ground with their necks crooked, their fate unknown. Since the girl hadn't spoken, Juan Delong didn't dare to lift his foot to look at them. "He's not dead," Xian Yen reassured him. "I was just knocked unconscious." Xian Yen turned her head to look at the two separate large warehouses on the left and right, and her mood inexplicably improved. Being dragged out for rafting in the middle of the night after washing your hair and taking a shower isn't all bad. And here comes the delightful shopping spree. Juan Dalong opened the first warehouse, where boxes of various sizes were displayed. The bottom 2 or 3 rows were directly submerged in water. "What are all these? Won't they spoil if I soak them in water?" Juan Delong looked embarrassed. "I remember that the boxes in the lower rows should contain porcelain pendants, gold and silver items, and jade. The top rows are all leather goods. There are silver mink, camel wool, tiger skin, wolf skin, and so on. There are also quite a few silk and satin fabrics." Mr. Yen had previously said that he would send someone to collect the items from these 2 warehouses in a few days, as many of them were only temporarily stored. "This area is full of gold, silver, jade, furs, and silks, while that warehouse is full of grain." Xian Yen lightly jumped onto the top box, opened the lid, and saw that it was full of ready-made clothes. She touched it and found the material to be decent. It wasn't particularly fine silk, but for the 6th young lady who was new to the place and didn't have many decent clothes, it was quite good. "Go outside and wait for me." With a command from Xian Yen, the guy with the accent and Juan Delong waded through the water on the boxes and struggled to leave the warehouse. After they left, Xian Yen raised her hand and took out a shimmering spatial bead. Since she advanced to the 3rd rank, the spatial condensation bead has evolved to 20 cubic meters. Most importantly, as a 3rd-tier ability user, she can now condense a special condensation bead to store ordinary poultry and livestock. Although it was only one, it was still a great help to her. She still needs to collect a few horses later, just in case. Xian Yen tidied up the things in the warehouse and consciously put the 3 rows of boxes that were soaking in water into a brand new independent space bead. Leaving the warehouse, she casually closed the door behind her, her expression indifferent. "Go to the one over there." Seeing that her hands were empty, and she hadn't taken anything, the 2 men couldn't help but take a few more curious glances. Juan Dalong thought to himself that this young lady from the Duke's mansion probably wouldn't be interested in the gold and silver treasures from the countryside, so he didn't dare to say anything else, and quickly rode over to unlock another storeroom door for her. This time, however, when I tried to push the door open, it seemed to be blocked by water at the bottom, and it wouldn't budge no matter how hard I tried. The area around Naku was slightly higher, and there were many boxes blocking the entrance, so the water accumulation wasn't as severe. The situation here is getting a bit bad. Juan Dalong is feeling somewhat uneasy. Looking at the exhausted and miserable appearance of these convicts, their desire for food must be greater than their desire for jade jewelry. If the granary is destroyed, will the little girl become enraged and kill them? Juan Dalong felt increasingly uneasy and pushed the door open with all his might. Xian Yen glanced at them expressionlessly. "Wait here." After saying those words, he disappeared right in front of the 2 of them. The 2 of them immediately knelt down before the little girl. "Huh! The ability to walk through walls? Where did this immortal come from? So, this young lady doesn't need it at all. We'll lead the way and unlock it." The man with the accent was trembling, his whole body shaking like a leaf. It was hard to tell whether it was from being soaked by the rain or from being so frightened by the girl's actions that he wet himself. Juan Dalong's mind was also in a daze, and he seemed to be thinking of something terrifying. His whole body trembled, and his voice was somewhat uncertain. "You should be able to lead the way, right?" "Yes, it will save a lot of trouble." So they are not entirely without value. Meanwhile, Xian Yen was already standing inside the warehouse, tilting her head to look upwards. This warehouse is much bigger than the one next door, and it's significantly taller. A rough count revealed that there were 17 or 18 layers of boxes, and the grain against the wall was piled up like a mountain. Only the bottom 30 centimeters or so were submerged in water. Although the warehouse was located in a low-lying area, the entrance was covered with piles of sand and hay. Water seeped in little by little through the cracks in the door, but not much water actually entered. Exile breathed a sigh of relief. Discard the items that are soaking in water. Put the rest into the household goods section. As a result, her personal belongings area was piled high with boxes, looking rather messy and disorderly. Exile had no choice. Her daily necessities section was already overflowing with all sorts of supplies. With all the things she's collected now, she can only stuff them into whichever spare space she has. Thinking that Luan Delong was going to take her to a nearby villa to collect supplies, Exile silently piled up more boxes and boxes, making a small space. She emerged from the warehouse, smiled at the two people waiting outside, and said, "Next place." Luan Delong and the guy, with the accent, almost screamed in pain as they hugged each other tightly. Seriously, in the pitch black of a night with no stars or moon, if someone suddenly squeezes through the door and appears right in front of you, the visual impact is undeniable. "Don't be afraid," the little girl uttered lightly, her eyes full of lively laughter. "I don't eat people." The tough guy shed tears. Luan Delong now desperately wants to go home and find his mother. The man with the accent cleverly bowed and said, "Auntie, young lady, I'll take you to the cellar over there." As a result, when the three of them paddled the bamboo raft to the entrance of the cellar, the man with the accent was dumbfounded and stammered, "I'm sorry, miss, I forgot that the cellar was flooded. Is your cellar door sturdy?" Exile frowned. "She desperately needs fruits and vegetables right now." The guy with the accent nodded. "It's sturdy. There's an outer iron door, and an inner waterproof layer. Even if there's some water seepage, it won't be completely soaked." Exile nodded. "Wait here." She floated forward, quickly rummaging through the household items area to find waterproof goggles and a waterproof helmet, then plunged into the water. The guy with the accent and Luan Delong exchanged a silent glance. They were already used to the little girl's antics. Exile was now standing in the clean and tidy cellar. The waterproofing of this cellar is really good. Apart from a little water seepage at the entrance, it's completely unaffected inside. However, the cellar was not large, and it contained dozens of baskets of vegetables and fruits, mostly Chinese cabbage, bok choy, apples, and pears. Exile didn't mind at all. If there's food, there's no need to be picky. It's better than nothing. After harvesting this batch, the guy with the accent took Exile to two other cellars. One of the cellars was quite large and contained many melons, plums, and dates. In summer without watermelons, cantaloupes are just fine too. In this day and age, many fruits and vegetables are probably unavailable, so it's better than nothing. Returning home happily with a full load, Exile stroked her chin, smiled at the man with the accent, and suddenly asked him, "How about I turn you into a puppet made of strings?" Although he didn't know what a puppet was, the guy with the accent was moving faster than he was thinking. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "But you all saw it just now." The man with the accent knelt down on the bamboo raft, not caring whether there was water or not, and kept kowtowing, righteously declaring, "I am willing to be exiled with you, young lady. You can supervise me every day. I would never dare to have any intention of betraying you." Luan Delong also knelt down, sobbing. "I am also willing to actively seek exile, so that you can rest assured and have no worries." Exile chuckled. They both shuddered for no reason, feeling a chill run down their backs, their nerves on the verge of collapse. Suddenly I heard, "All right, then you'll all be exiled with me from now on. To that icy wasteland in the north, what was it again? We'll build a new countryside together and live a good life." The two brothers, who were in the same boat, almost burst into tears. "That's great, the girl has agreed to spare their lives. They will definitely work hard. They can build anything, from new rural areas to cities, lakes, and kingdoms. Don't worry, young lady. If I dare to utter any nonsense or say anything about you, may my mouth be sore and I be struck by lightning. The man with the accent swore an oath. Juan Delong hurriedly imitated the accented brother's oath to show his loyalty. All right. Exile waved her hand and looked at the two unfortunate buddies with a smile. That horse you were talking about earlier. Ah, right. Besides the 4 horses, there were 2 cows and a pig in the village, and some chickens, ducks, and geese. After the floodwaters slowly rose, the brothers drove them all to the backyard and tied them up under the high platform awning. The rain gradually intensified. Seeing that her 2 younger brothers were drowsy from the rain, Exile took out 2 old raincoats from her spatial storage and threw them to them, saying, "Put these on. The wool comes from the sheep." This raincoat was collected at the entrance of their family's first warehouse. Don't miss it if you pass by. What you see is what you get is a fine tradition. Many seemingly insignificant little tools and items may come in handy at crucial moments. Both of them were used to the little girl's amazing abilities to walk through walls, courtyards, and even the sky and the earth. At this moment, she was just a couple of raincoats, so they took them without saying a word and put them on. The 3 of them rode the raft to the elevated platform with the canopy they had mentioned. Exile rushed up to take a look. Good heavens, 4 horses, 2 cows, 1 pig, and about 10 chickens, ducks, and geese were crammed together. I don't know what they went through, but they all looked listless and lifeless. Several chicks have even been trampled to death by cows and horses. Poor things, they should still be edible, right? Thinking about it, I'll stir-fry some spicy chicken pieces and make a noodle and mushroom soup tomorrow morning. That'll be enough to make everyone's meal. She took out a burlap sack, put the 3 dead chicks inside, and stored the rest, which looked listless, into her special condensed pearl space. The condensed pearl space was much larger than this small platform. The cattle and horses felt much more spacious after entering. 2 of the listless horses stretched out their hooves, stood up, and looked around. Exile threw in some grain and fodder, then left them alone. Floating down from the high platform and jumping onto the bamboo raft, Exile was in a great mood. DeLong, what's your little brother's name? Call him Xiaoyong. You 2 did a great job today. Keep up the good work, and I won't treat you unfairly. The 2 men responded with a few sounds, bowing and scraping with expressions of submission. You 2 think about it. What other good things are there on this little farm? Yes, there are several chests of gold buried on the back slope of the village. I mentioned it to the girl before, and there's also a big boat moored by the water. The man with the accent gestured. Juan Delong nodded in agreement. Yes, it was a very large ship, brand new and only recently built. At that time, Mr. Yen led a team of people to the back mountain to build the ship, and it took them more than 2 months to build it. That boat looks really sturdy, and all the wood used on it is top-quality stuff. The man with the accent nodded excitedly. Good stuff. Exile looked at them with bright eyes. Is it far from that other villa you mentioned nearby, DeLong? It's not far at all. We can take a shortcut through the back mountain to get to that villa. It's very convenient. Juan Delong paused and said cautiously. It's just that the mountain path is probably not flooded, so we can't row across it, we can only walk. And with such heavy rain, the mountain path is probably very muddy. Yes, Brother DeLong is right. Xiaoyong, the guy with the accent, nodded in agreement. Juan Delong continued. Miss, that villa used to be a place where the wives of officials would go on outings and enjoy the spring scenery. Although it was small, it was decorated very beautifully and elegantly. There was a peach orchard in the villa, which was full of fruit every year. Every summer, the wives of officials would invite many wives and young ladies of officials to hold peach gatherings. After we acquired Zhuangzi, we haven't even had time to pick half a peach this year. Exile eyes lit up. She asked Juan Delong, the guy with the accent, to point out the direction and dictate the specific route to her. With a kind smile, she instructed. The mountain road is difficult to walk, so you 2 shouldn't follow. Go back to the backyard pavilion and tell Liang Guan and the others for me. I'll be right back. The two men gripped the pole and bowed to her in unison. When they looked up again, her slender figure had vanished without a trace. The man with the accent was covered in sweat, and looked at Luan Delong with a pained expression. Chief Luan, if we betray Mr. Yen like this, will we die? Luan Delong looked up at the dark sky and took a deep breath. A wise man submits to circumstances. If we hadn't obediently led the way earlier, we would be dead by now. What's the point of talking about betrayal? Xiao Yong. Luan Delong patted his younger brother's shoulder meaningfully. Do you think Mr. Yen, a mere mortal, can defeat a little girl who is a reincarnation of an immortal? He gripped the pole and paddled back, and the guy with the accent snapped out of his daze and quickly followed suit. Brother DeLong, you're right. You can't have any bad intentions in front of an immortal. Being honest is the only way to save your life. Exile Yen was too lazy to go to the back hillside to dig for gold. Looking at the current situation, it was certain that the polar night had arrived. When the ultimate apocalypse arrives, a gold brick will only be worth about a pound of rice. It'll be pretty useless. She followed the direction Luan Delong pointed and climbed over the back mountain, where she could see a corner of the large ship in the distance. When they rushed to the water's edge and took a closer look, they were overjoyed. The 3-story ship, 40 or 50 meters long, could probably hold their whole family even in the event of a storm or flood. It took Exile Yen a bit of effort to fit such a large item into the household goods section. The main problem is that she can't access her own space right now, otherwise she could cut off the space above the living supplies area and create several independent storage spaces. We still need to improve our strength. Exile Yen glared at the many fish that were jumping out of the water, then smashed them all to death with a few blows and threw them into a sack. You could also substitute fish soup for the noodle and mushroom soup. I haven't had a good few days since I arrived here. It's only right and proper for me to eat something good to replenish my energy. She held up her umbrella and walked slowly along the riverbank. In 2 seconds, the figure had already moved several positions. There's even water pepper here. It's like a perfect pillow when I'm sleepy. I was just thinking about stir-frying spicy chicken pieces. This thing may look like a wild grass, but it can be used as a spicy seasoning and also has some medicinal value, such as dispersing blood stasis and relieving pain. There probably weren't any chili peppers back then. She'd never seen one in all the goods she'd collected. If she wanted spicy food, she'd have to figure out a way herself. Exile Yen changed locations 3 times along the water's edge, enjoying herself immensely as if she were on a treasure hunt. Not only did we dig up a lot of water pepper, but we also found a whole patch of ground worms and dug them all up. These things can be stir-fried or made into pickles. They taste pretty good. Exile Yen is not picky at all. She likes all kinds of food. Moreover, ground worms can also be used in medicine to treat menstrual irregularities, postpartum blood stasis, abdominal pain, and edema. Keeping them might be useful in the future. After finishing her errands and storing everything in the magic pearl, Exile Yen swiftly traversed the mountains and found the small, exquisite villa half an incense stick later. That Mr. Yen probably never dreamed that simply ordering his men to subdue a group of outlaws would result in his family being torn apart and his estate being emptied. Exile Yen went straight to the peach grove behind and took all the peaches and trees in one go. This is the most practical way to collect peaches. If you want to eat peaches in the future, just transplant 2 mature trees and plant them in front of your own yard. Then you can eat peaches every year. I just don't know if trees can be planted in a desolate place like Bingwang when building a new rural area. It's okay if it doesn't work out. With Mother here, she can always create an oasis. Wait a minute! The Emperor has already fled with his bucket, so why are they still actively carrying out exiles in the ice wasteland? Exile Yen almost got led astray by her fixed mindset, which she finds hilarious when she thinks about it now. Forget it, there's no use thinking too much now. Let's just take it one step at a time. Let's leave this flooded area first. Who knows, we might find a suitable place to live along the way. This Peach Blossom Villa used to be a gathering place for the wives of officials. The tables, chairs, benches, beds, and cabinets in the pavilion all look usable. Exile Yen, thinking that since she was already there, would take everything, confiscated everything except for the old furniture that had been soaked and deformed by water. Go inside the back warehouse and take a look. The warehouse was also flooded. It contained a lot of high-quality wood and large decorative items. These were all brand new, only soaked in water for a day or two. Exile Yen bought them all without a second thought. Don't waste good things. After wandering around the villa for a while, Exile Yen, still unwilling to give up, went to the main room and started knocking and banging, searching for a secret room. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Since this place was also bought by that Mr. Yen, it's impossible that it didn't have a special purpose. Judging from their posture, they've set up the Hengxian Big Knife Gang and established themselves here, while also acquiring so much food and supplies from the neighboring area, and even trying to recruit a bunch of criminals as their underlings. They're clearly planning a rebellion. How could you not see that? Exile Yen touched the indentation on the back of the calligraphy and painting and pressed it slightly. Sure enough, a hidden door opened up to the side, dark and bottomless. Exile Yen blinked, grinned, and slipped into the secret passage. They appeared at the end of the secret passage in an instant. A high-speed rail gate, several meters high, was blocking his way. Exile Yen raised her hand to touch the door. It was chillingly cold, unlike an ordinary iron door. Want to go in and take a look? Or not? Without a moment's hesitation, the little girl was already standing on the gleaming, gem-like floor tiles. This is way too luxurious. This grand hall has a high, wide dome and a mirror-like, transparent floor. With every step you take, you feel as if light and shadow are flashing all around you, dazzling your eyes. The main hall was completely empty, but the treasure vaults on the left and right sides were quite delightful. The exquisite porcelain cups and goblets I had seen in the Big Knife Gang's storeroom were nothing compared to this treasure trove. Look at this treasure trove. Just open one of the boxes and you'll find a string of lustrous red corals and exquisite jade ornaments. All these gold ingots and silver coins of various sizes are hidden in an inconspicuous villa in Hengxian County, not too far from the capital. This sounds like they're ready to start an uprising anytime, anywhere. May the world be at peace, free from war and disaster. Exile Yen clasped his hands together and chanted incantations. Then he packed up all the treasure chests and artifacts of all sizes from the other person's treasure vault and moved them into a brand new spatial bead. Without these, let's see how you raise an army. The world is already in chaos. There's no need for further warfare. She's saving all the inhabitants of the Great Xiao. There are 2 treasure vaults on either side of the main hall. Since one contains gold and silver, the other must be weapons. Exile Yen glanced at the rows of weapon racks, scanning them roughly from top to bottom. He opened the bottommost box, picked out a long sword made of fine iron, and brandished it a couple of times. The quality is excellent, it's a masterpiece. With a wave of her hand, she stuffed dozens of weapon boxes, along with an entire weapon rack, into another spatial bead. It's just barely enough to hold everything, quite perfect. If the shelf were any higher, Exile Yen would have to forcefully split it open to separate the contents. After finishing all that, she silently reappeared in the main room and quietly helped people restore everything. Then he wandered around the next few rooms, looting everything he could find, and was quite pleased with himself. It was worth the trip. It not only enriched his own little treasury, but also conveniently saved the common people of the entire Xia dynasty. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, and getting things done very efficiently. Her figure gradually appeared on the stone pier at the entrance of Taolin Villa. He looked up and saw several people on the bamboo raft staring at each other, their eyes meeting. Exile Yen blinked and stared intently at a tall, elegant, and charming beauty standing in front of the bamboo raft for a full 8 seconds. By observing the up and down movement of the other person's Adam's apple, Sixth Sister belatedly realized that he was a man. Why do we say this great beauty is so charming? It's because this young man is as handsome as a jade crown and as beautiful as a peach blossom. His bright eyes seem to hold a hint of alluring ambiguity, which is incredibly captivating. To be caught red-handed like this at someone's doorstep at a time like this is just incredibly embarrassing. Exile Yen smiled awkwardly but politely at the other person. Would you believe me if I said I was just passing by? Her response was a series of sharp, swift movements as 3 fine iron sleeve arrows shot out. Exile Yen robbed someone's entire villa. At first, she was too embarrassed to fight back until she was chased halfway up the mountain, and the men, their faces flushed red, kept throwing various hidden weapons at her back, which enraged her. Since we've already taken everything and formed a blood feud, let's kill them all together. Let them cling to us like a leech, impossible to shake off. A fierce glint flashed in Exile Yen's eyes as she turned and unleashed several spatial blades. One of the cuts left a gash on the person in front, and as blood splattered, the person stared in astonishment for a moment. He's a sorcerer who wields supernatural powers! The alluring beauty was being dragged by her subordinates, and upon seeing this scene in midair, her face immediately darkened. How could a sorcerer appear in such a dilapidated villa? Exile Yen was also taken aback. Combining this with the fire-type ability users she had encountered earlier, she suddenly understood. It seems that people with superpowers are called magicians, in this place. Weaving a net. Oh my, this stunningly beautiful woman was just moments ago shouting and threatening to kill me, but now she's discovered my worth and beauty and wants to capture me alive. Ugh, I want to eat pee. Several people were chasing her from behind, rushing towards her from all directions. At the same time, a huge net was thrown at her. Hilarious, giving a space-age ability user a net. Exile Yen's eyes were icy cold. In a flash, she felt an invisible force rushing straight into her mind. Damn, a despicable psychic. Want to secretly kill her? No way. Exile Yen was completely enraged. She wanted to kill everyone in front of her. Their hair rose without wind, and suddenly, they found the air in front of them distorted like water ripples, making it impossible for them to control their movements. The sound of something cutting through the air grew louder as it approached. Exile Yen was startled to hear the sound of something cutting through the air coming from behind her, and she quickly moved to another location. Several arrows whizzed past, piercing the chest of one of the pursuers with lightning speed. The unfortunate fellow was struck in the chest by a stray arrow, and the force of the impact sent him flying backward, crashing heavily into a large tree behind him. The tree trunk was snapped in half by the impact, and the unlucky guy himself tumbled down from it, crashing heavily to the ground with a muffled groan. Then, with its eyes rolled back and legs kicked, it died. Exile Yen turned around abruptly and saw more than a dozen archers emerge from the woods, closing in on them from all directions. She turned her head to look at the opposite side, and the beautiful woman's expression changed drastically. She abandoned her target and turned to flee. Holy crap! Exile Yen is done for now. Why should you kill whenever you want, and retreat whenever you don't? Why should everything be done your way? The little girl got angry and her temper flared up. Without saying a word, she chased after the figures in front of her. Now the chase has turned upside down. Exile Lu, who was chased across half the mountain, is now chasing the great beauty across half the mountain. The beautiful woman is clearly fragile, haha. While she has strong mental strength, her combat skills are really lacking. Exile Yen was overjoyed. After running for such a short time, look how pale her face is, as if she's about to meet the king of hell. A mind-controlled puppet, what a treasure! Exile Yen's hands itched, and she slowly pulled on the silk thread. What to do? I'm so excited. I wonder if, with her current abilities, she can successfully capture a spirit-type pet. Rubbing her little hands together, Exile Yen suddenly shot out the first silk thread. The silk thread did not pass through the beauty's arm smoothly. As expected of someone with a mental focus, their prediction of danger was quite decisive. He rolled away to avoid it, his long hair falling down, looking somewhat disheveled. Just like catching pets in the open world, it's normal to fail a few times. Exile Yen was not discouraged. On the contrary, she raised her eyebrows and smiled with great interest. If the number 1 string puppet can barely be considered A grade, then this little, growable, spirit-type pet in front of us should be a 3S grade pet. Why do I suddenly have such a strong urge to get one? This must be the fatal attraction of spirit-type pets. With a wave of her hand, 3 thin threads shot out rapidly, increasing her speed. However, she was repeatedly hindered by her mental energy, and had to turn around to try and catch them again. After several failed attempts, Exile also began to feel a little impatient. As the archers quickly surrounded her, she used a few quick flashes to suddenly appear in front of the beautiful woman. "You madman, why are you chasing me?" the beautiful woman said, her anger rising with embarrassment. "Is this even human? A sorcerer who can turn the world upside down with a flick of his wrist inexplicably appears at someone else's doorstep." Instead of obediently surrendering, they actually tried to kill him, the one in charge? He hasn't been home yet and doesn't know what's going on in Xiaozhuangzi. Outrageous. His response was a tingling, stinging pain in his arm. He didn't know what kind of weird thing had been implanted in his arm, but he sensed it was definitely something bad. The man's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly unleashed his strongest mental power to cover the area. At the same time, Exile frowned and teleported away from several arrows that suddenly appeared. Good heavens, this little pet can mentally control multiple people at the same time. Even she was momentarily stunned. In that split second, 2 henchmen rushed over, snatched the beautiful woman's arm, and quickly retreated. The latter touched his stinging arm, feeling resentful, and turned to glare fiercely at Exile. "Young master, run!" The 2 underlings were afraid that their young master she might do something rash and insist on going back to his death, so they held onto his arm tightly from beginning to end, not daring to loosen their grip for a moment. Gongzi she was extremely unwilling. Since he had mastered mental techniques, he had not suffered such humiliation for many years. The girl's gaze was particularly unsettling. She looked at him as if he were a male concubine. This stirred up many unpleasant memories in him, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. If Exile knew what this person was thinking, she would definitely spit at him 3 times over. In a moment of distraction, the 3 had already darted away a considerable distance. Exile was unwilling to give up. How could she let go of the little pet that was about to be hers? Just as she was about to give chase, a sudden sense of alertness arose in her heart, and an extremely strong mental control abruptly clamped down on her right hand, which was raised to attack. Then, he forcefully redirected her attack to her rear. Exile only had time to utter a single word. "Damn it!" before her spatial blade spun rapidly, hurtling straight towards a spot in the center of the crowd ahead. At the same time, Gongzi she was also backfired from using the strongest mental control, spitting out blood and slumping against one of his subordinates. His men were shocked. They hoisted their young master up and rushed forward at top speed, not daring to stop for even a moment. They didn't dare turn their heads, so they naturally didn't know that Exile was originally furious and wanted to chase after them to kill them, but she stopped because the archers surrounded her in a panic. "Your Highness!" came the mournful screams from the crowd. Here, a dozen or so archers surrounded her. Exile felt a headache coming on, so she reached up and pressed her forehead. As soon as she took a step, the archers carrying bows and arrows glared at her as if they were facing a formidable enemy. "You all saw it just now. I didn't do it on purpose." Exile gritted her teeth. "I was tricked by that guy who escaped. Otherwise, my attack wouldn't have turned around and hit backward. Quick, let me go and take a look." The crowd parted to the left and right, and Exile met a somewhat familiar face. She looked him up and down. "You're that whoever it was again?" Lu Hua bowed to her and said, "This humble servant, Lu Hua, has met the 6th Miss before." "Oh yes, you came here when Zhou Shaoqing of the Dali Temple was causing us trouble. I remember you." Exile nodded, glanced behind her, and coughed lightly. "Don't tell me that the person I accidentally injured was..." Exile was speechless when faced with Lu Hua's silent gaze. "Oh my God, what a cursed and unlucky crown prince!" Exile Nien quickly rushed through the crowd to the injured person. The poor child lay there with his eyes closed, and his thin lips pressed together. There were several cuts of varying sizes in his chest from the spatial blades, and blood was gushing out. Exile Nien's brow twitched, and she immediately felt extremely guilty. Her spatial blade attack was purely motivated by rage, aimed at killing the little pet. Who would have thought that the damned little pet could turn around and bite her before it could even get away? Don't let her run into him again. Exile Nien, who suffered a great loss, felt like she had been thoroughly tortured and was furious. Get out of the way! Exile Nien said anxiously. This little bitter-gourd prince is in deep trouble. If we don't give him an injection to stop the bleeding soon, he's doomed. What are you doing? A burly man shouted angrily, his eyes wide. Commander Hu, please make way. This sixth young lady is an exceptionally skilled physician. Let her examine His Highness. Lu Hua hurriedly pushed the boisterous man aside. The burly man looked on with suspicion. I saw it clearly just now. It was her who injured His Highness. She's in cahoots with the rebels. Get out of here! Exile Nien said impatiently, punching away the brute next to her who was yelling and screaming. Everyone stepped back. Lu Hua hurriedly drove away the numerous archers surrounding him. Once everyone had retreated a short distance, they saw the young girl quickly begin to undress their prince. What are you doing? Commander Hu shouted angrily. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Hua smacked him on the back of the head. What are you doing? What do you mean, what are you doing? How can I insert needles and apply medicine without taking off your clothes? That scream startled him. Anyone who didn't know the details would think that girl was going to do something to His Highness. Exile Nien ignored the noise of the crowd. Once she started to insert the needle, she became completely absorbed and nothing else could disturb her. After stopping the bleeding by inserting an acupuncture needle into Xiao Kugua, Exile Nien glanced at the gruesome wound while flipping open his shirt and felt quite helpless. Go and get a basin of clean water. Lu Hua quickly ran to her side. Girl, are you setting up camp in a nearby village? He spoke in a consultative tone. How about we carry His Highness to your place? If his injuries relapse, you can take a look at him then? Commander Hu, standing to the side, flew into a rage, his voice booming like thunder. What's there to discuss? Isn't this her duty? She's injured His Highness so badly, are we just going to wash our hands of it like this? Exile Nien glanced at the little boy with his eyes tightly closed, hesitated for a moment, and said, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? If something happens while carrying your prince to our prisoner's settlement, I can't bear the responsibility. Commander Hu wished he could rush forward and beat her up. Something terrible has already happened. His Highness is unconscious. Could the situation get any worse? Exile Nien was actually speechless at the brute's words. Humph! I can't be bothered arguing with barbarians. Exile Nien glanced at the little bitter gourd on the ground, then turned to Lu Hua and said expressionlessly, Let's make this clear first, no food or lodging will be provided. Seeing that Commander Hu was about to jump up again, Lu Hua rushed forward and grabbed him, nodding vigorously to Exile Nien. Don't worry, miss, we all have dry rations. As he spoke, he quickly instructed a few people to gently lift their prince and set off. Commander Hu pulled away from Lu Hua's hand and followed behind the crowd, saying in a muffled voice, Why are you always pulling me? Look at her, who is she? She clearly injured my prince, and she doesn't want to take responsibility. Accidental injury, accidental injury. What accidental injury? Commander Hu suddenly stopped speaking, looking at Lu Hua with a suspicious expression. What are you up to, kid? Lu Hua quickly covered the big, clumsy man's mouth, lowering his voice. You want to die? You dare to mess with that sorcerer? Are you out of your mind? If I hadn't smoothed things over for you, your head would have been sliced off like a melon. You idiot, keep talking. Didn't you see him raise his hand and unleash a deadly barrage of blades? Exile Nien walked at the front of the group and glanced silently behind her. That's outrageous. She can hear everything people say bad things about her. Is she the kind of vicious person who kills indiscriminately without distinguishing right from wrong? You scoundrel, spreading nothing but lies! After crossing the mountains and forests, they arrived at the place where the boat had been moored. There, they saw 70 or 80 young men in tight-fitting clothes come forward and bow to Lu Hua. The young man at the head of the group was shocked when he saw the prince being carried. Lu Hua, what's going on? It's nothing, it's nothing. Lu Hua had no words to express her bitterness. She silently glanced at the prince lying down, then looked away. Zhu Yan, don't panic. His Highness's injury is nothing serious. He can just go back, wash it off, and apply some medicine. Zhu Yan gave him a strange look, then caught sight of Exile Yan, and nearly took 2 steps back as if she'd seen a ghost. Exile Yan sensed something, turned to look at the young man, sized him up, and suddenly smiled, her voice trailing off softly. You know me? Zhu Yan had only secretly watched her a few times from the shadows, and each time it was a bloody scene. Did he dare to say anything? Zhu Yan didn't dare to say anything, he just shook his head like a rattle drum. Lu Hua hurriedly jumped forward and slapped Zhu Yan hard. What are you staring at? This is the 6th young lady of the Exile family. 6th miss, this is Zhu Yan, who serves His Highness. Lu Hua gave the little girl an extremely friendly smile. You can just call him Zhu Yan. Exile Yan turned her gaze away and then noticed that behind the young guards, there was a string of people tied up, all slumped on the ground with their heads down, looking utterly hopeless. She glanced at a few of them, her eyelids twitching slightly. What, it's you again? Aren't these Luan Dalong's underlings who were just released earlier? Looking at their listless appearance, Exile Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Have these people broken some heavenly law? They were just released, and now they've been captured again by the Crown Prince's men. When Luan Dalong's younger brother was questioned, he burst into tears as if he had found a relative. Young lady, you promised to let us go. We've already taken the poison, why are you going back on your word and having us arrested again? Exile Yan raised her eyebrows. See, this is a misunderstanding. I never intended to arrest you. What use would arresting you be? Keeping you around would just be a waste of food. These are all soldiers of the Imperial Court. The Imperial Court wants to arrest you. Luan Dalong and his gang paused for a second, then cried even more bitterly. Miss, please beg us. We've all decided to turn over a new leaf and start anew. Please give us another chance. Exile Yan looked at Zhu Yan Lu Hua. Zhu Yan quickly explained. These bandits have been entrenched in the mountains of Hung County, harassing countless merchants. Now they have joined the rebel camp, and the evidence is conclusive. They must all be escorted out of the capital. Those who break the law and violate discipline deserve their punishment. Exile Yan nodded, then turned and left, knowing it wasn't her business. Lu Hua quickly gave Zhu Yan a wink, and sent some men to escort the wailing criminals away, while the other dozens followed them down the mountain. The mountain path was even muddier than when they came, and Exile Yan kept frowning. She didn't come via the proper mountain path. If it weren't for these tagalongs following her, she would have already teleported to the village. As we descended the mountain, the water level rose, and a row of bamboo rafts were moored in the distance. Exile Yan spotted Luan Dalong and the guy with the accent wearing straw raincoats, standing in front of the bamboo raft. The 2 brothers waved to her as soon as they saw her. Then they saw dozens of young men following behind her, and their expressions turned somewhat bewildered. Exile Yan floated lightly onto the bamboo raft, glanced behind her, and asked, Why are you all here? Boss, we thought you might not know exactly where those boxes of gold were buried on the hillside behind the mountain, so we went to dig them up for you. Luan Dalong pointed to the few inconspicuous boxes buried in the muddy water. The man with the accent nodded repeatedly. It's just that the gold is too heavy. The bamboo raft probably can't bring it back. Exile Yan swept her hand across the area, bringing all 4 boxes stuck in the muddy water into the living area. Then she patted Luan Dalong's arm and said, You 2 are so thoughtful. Let's go back. These 2 new underlings seem to know what's good for them. Exile Yan was very satisfied. Girl, who are those people? Wan Delong leaned on the pole and cautiously glanced back a few times. Upon hearing this question, Exile Nien's expression immediately changed dramatically. It was because she was reminded of the alluring beauty who had tricked her. If it weren't for him, she might have accidentally injured the little bitter-gourd prince, and then had to obediently pick him up and take him back. What a tragedy! Little Six, you haven't been framed by someone, have you? Exile Wenen's mouth was full of profanities, which earned him a glare from Commander Hu and the others. The sixth young lady of the Exile family went out for more than an hour and returned with dozens of grown men. Who would believe this? They even said they hurt their master. Who are they trying to fool? With so many of them, how could Exile Shao possibly harm their master? It's definitely an extortion attempt. Exile Wenen tilted his eyes, giving him a scrutinizing look. The old lady's hand trembled, and she slapped him on the head. Shut up, you unfilial son! Open your dog eyes and see clearly who this is. Hey Mom, why did you hit me? Exile Lao Sen covered his head, looking at Yushur with disapproval. I was just worried that Xiao Lu would be deceived by someone with ulterior motives. Exile Nien felt a strange urge to laugh. Her third uncle, you could call him a troublemaker, he really is, he makes the house never peaceful. However, if a group of outsiders come to his house, he will automatically turn his attention to the outside world, which is somewhat commendable. Exile Wenyuan leaned forward, lifted the crown prince's robe to examine the wound, and quickly pulled his daughter aside, whispering, Baby, why did you kill him? Who is this person? I didn't kill him. Exile Nien said irritably. It's a long story. I encountered a madman along the way who could use mind control. What? Exile Wenyuan's eyelids twitched, and he lowered his voice. Daughter, you mean you've encountered a person with psychic abilities? Exile Nien nodded. Dad, let's not talk about that now. Have Nien Nien bring 2 basins of clean water. I'll clean that guy's wound and apply some medicine. Will he hang up? Probably not. What do you mean? It's not that serious. Look at the way the wound is flying everywhere, it's quite severe. Even a bear couldn't withstand your spatial blade. Let alone that delicate kid. Exile Nien felt even more guilty after her father said that, and pushed Exile Wenyuan to fetch water. The group carried the small bitter gourd to a relatively clean corner, and laid out straw mats and cushions on it. Commander Hu shouted, How can we let His Highness? Zhu Yan yanked him hard, and Commander Hu, his face dark, changed his address. You're just going to let the young master lie here? You should at least bring over a few screens to block the wind. Yes, what this gentleman said is absolutely right. Old Mrs. Yu nodded repeatedly and hurriedly called to Mu Zhong, Mu Liang, Exile Wenen and the others. Go and move all the screen frames from the windows over. Mu Zhong and Mu Liang went to move the things without saying a word, while Exile Wenen grumbled and looked unwilling. What's it to me? The old lady raised her hand and punched her good-for-nothing son. Just go when I tell you to. Stop talking nonsense. Go with your 4th brother. Xianinglan, with her youngest son in her arms, peeked out from the side to watch the commotion. Turning around, I saw people from the Yongkang Marquis mansion and the Eni Marquis mansion crowding forward, helping me move the screen, and even bringing several mattresses and cushions, being extremely attentive. When Exile Nien, Chang Mian, and Exile Wenyuan brought over the pots and pans, the corner of the wall had already been enclosed by several large screens with floral patterns, forming a private space. All right, what are you all doing standing around like that? Exile Nien said impatiently, raising her hand to shoo people away. Get out of here! 6th Miss, Your Highness. Young master, will he be all right? Han Zhao stepped forward, her expression showing some anxiety. He was completely baffled. His Highness had mentioned meeting them in Hung County a while ago. But he never expected this kind of meeting. Was this some kind of joke? Make way, make way, make way! Old Gu Tu barged through the crowd and slipped behind the screen for a quick peek. After coming out, she smacked Han Zhao's arm hard. It's okay. He's not dead at all. Don't stand in the way, let me have my niece treat the brat. Han Zhao was somewhat speechless, thinking to himself. Old Gu, aren't you being too optimistic? You haven't seen what His Highness has become like. Exile Yen didn't need too many people in the way, so she just had Chang Mian carry the water and follow her behind the screen. It was better to keep things private with the screen, to avoid too many people looking around and making unnecessary noise. The two walked in one after the other. Chang Mian, carrying a basin of water, saw the sleeping beauty lying there and exclaimed softly, "Wow! Captain, is this the bandit you kidnapped on the way?" Exile Yen's lips twitched, and she smacked Chang Mian on the head with her hand. "What nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and put the basin down." Exile Yen took out a medical kit, opened it, and took out cotton swabs, gauze, disinfectant, small scissors, tweezers, and other items from the inside out. Chang Mian quickly put down the basin and helped her sister tidy up her things, handing her this and that from time to time, changing the water and washing the gauze towel. "Sis, what did this kid do to you?" "No." "Then why did you beat him up like this?" "Look at these horrible wounds." Her sister really didn't hold back. Hee, no wonder she's her sister. Exile Yen couldn't help but grind her teeth at the mention of this topic. "Hand me those herbs." She then took out a medicine grinder from her spatial storage and asked as she ground the medicine. "What time is it now?" "Just now, the old astrologer calculated with his fingers and said it should be the hour of 3 to 5 a.m. Sister, look at the sky. It's been pitch black for a whole day and night. Is the polar night coming?" Exile Yen nodded. "I guess so. But doesn't polar night usually happen in winter?" "That doesn't make sense," Chang Mian muttered to herself. "In winter, when the sun is continuously below the horizon." She looked up and met her sister's cold, piercing eyes. Chang Mian shivered. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that?" Exile Yen didn't want to waste a single word with Chang Mian. "Then do you think it's scientifically possible for us to be here right now?" "Science my foot. Since the end times began, there haven't been any phenomena that have been considered scientific." Chang Mian shrank her neck and asked, "Sister, what if we're trapped in the polar night for a long time?" Previously, the base also had simulated fluorescent light therapy, and the base also grew some vegetables and fruits to supplement vitamins. "Now that we have nothing, how are we going to get through this long night?" Exile Yen conjured up a large cabbage for her. "Sister, you received the vegetables?" Chang Mian was overjoyed. "Don't worry," Exile Yen said with a smug look, putting the cabbage back into her spatial storage. "I'll make you a whole stewed cabbage later, as much as you want. I know how to cook this, sister." Chang Mian beamed. I'll do it. She can only cook basic dishes like bland cabbage, tomato, and scrambled eggs. For more complicated dishes, her sister has to do it. Don't be nervous about sun therapy. Once Comrade Exile breaks through to the second stage, he should be fine with sun therapy. Chang Mian squatted down next to her sister and gestured towards the sleeping man on the hospital bed. "Sis, who is this guy? Why hasn't he woken up yet after his wounds were treated?" "The current crown prince, I suppose." Exile slowly gathered up the scraps of clothing, washed her hands with clean water, and put away her first aid kit. "Huh!" Chang Mian opened her mouth, but before she could utter a sound, Exile glared at her and shut her up. Chang Mian covered her mouth, winked at her sister, and whispered, "Sister, I'll support whatever you do." Exile knew this guy was starting to let his mind wander again, and glared at him irritably. "I didn't intend to rebel and start my own kingdom to become queen. Put away your wild, absurd, and nonsensical ideas. You might not believe me, but I didn't intend to hurt him at all. I accidentally injured this little bitter gourd. My spatial blade wasn't even aimed at him, but who knew it would just happen like that, right? It's also his own bad luck, plus his poor positioning. If he had been smarter and dodged, he wouldn't have been injured like this." Exile got smoother and smoother as she spoke, and then she even tried to manipulate him. "As the crown prince, he should have considered all aspects, right? He should have found more henchmen to protect him when he came out. He also bears a lot of responsibility for that. Chang Mian wanted to blindly agree with her sister, but when she met the eyes of the sickly handsome man who suddenly opened them, she froze on the spot. These were incredibly beautiful eyes, but, with a slight flick of the corner of her eye, her gaze was filled with a chilling coldness that made her heart clench, giving her the feeling of being stared at by a ferocious beast. Exile was still tidying up the odds and ends of her tools when she glanced at Chang Mian, who was standing there in a daze. "What's wrong?" Chang Mian tightened her jawline and slowly raised her little finger. "Sister, he is awake." Exile immediately turned her head to look. Chang Mian then discovered a very strange scene. The sickly beauty, who had been radiating coldness, suddenly relaxed her brows and adopted a frail and weak appearance. It was as if the cold, beast-like look in his eyes that he had shown earlier had never existed at all. Exile turned her head and met the face of the sickly beauty. Oh dear, she had been so busy giving the person acupuncture to stop the bleeding and cleaning the wound that she hadn't paid much attention to Xiao Kugwa's appearance. Now that I look at it, it's amazing. It's just as colorful as that charming and spirited little pet that escaped earlier. Look, look, look! A beauty is a beauty. Whether she's moving or still, healthy or sick, she's beautiful nonetheless. The little girl unconsciously moved closer to the person, looking at the little bitter gourd in front of her with kind eyes. "Are you all right? How are you feeling now? Does it still hurt?" Chang Mian shrugged her shoulders. When did her team leader ever speak to a stranger in such a gentle, almost intimate voice? The sickly beauty remained silent, but her tender gaze followed Exile back and forth. Exile clumsily touched the other person's forehead. "It's not hot. Don't worry, I've already chased the bad guys away. Can you still remember how you got hurt?" The sickly beauty obediently shook her head. Exile immediately shifted the blame without any psychological pressure, saying, "Let me tell you, you were hurt by a big bad guy who can control people's minds. That guy is incredibly skilled. He doesn't even need to lift a finger. With just a couple of quick movements, he can control your gang of henchmen to attack you. It took a tremendous amount of effort to save you, and I also spent a lot of time and energy applying acupuncture and using many rare and precious medicinal herbs. It was truly a life-or-death ordeal. If it weren't for me, well, I'm not bragging, you would definitely be in line to drink the soup of oblivion by now." Chang Mian. "I'm unmoved by the captain's usual attempts to fool people." The sickly beauty nodded, her beautiful phoenix eyes glistening with tears as she followed the little girl's gesturing fingers. Exile raised her hand and touched his forehead again, saying to him in a serious tone, "Are you conscious now? Can you see my face clearly? Remember, I am your savior. Don't be fooled by anyone in the future. If we want to repay a debt of gratitude, we must find the right person, understand? It's me, Exile, the sixth young lady of the Exile family." "Okay." The sickly beauty nodded obediently, looking like she would do whatever you said. "Exile, wow, no wonder she's so beautiful, even though she looks sickly and pitiful. Her voice is so lovely. And she's so well behaved." The sixth sister was secretly delighted. "Chang Mian, I really can't bear to watch my captain's ridiculous actions." Just as Chang Mian was covering her face and about to leave, she saw Commander Hu run in around the screen. "Your Highness, young master. Young master is awake? Young master, are you all right?" The 8-foot-tall man almost burst into tears when he saw his master. His Highness is truly pitiful. He's been constantly injured since childhood, and even while intercepting rebels, he suffers this undeserved calamity. How tragic! Exile turned her head and looked expressionlessly at the burly man with wide, fierce eyes. "What are you yelling about? Stop harassing the patient and get out." Commander Hu glared at the outspoken young girl. "Outrageous! How dare you treat us like this? If it weren't for you, would my young master have suffered like this?" I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Exile retorted, tilting her head and stubbornly arguing, Everyone saw it just now. When your master was carried in, he was barely breathing. I had to sew him back to life stitch by stitch. Yes, yes. Lu Hu hurriedly ran in to smooth things over. Sixth Miss is right. He grabbed Commander Hu, giving him a sharp look. What are you doing? Come out with me. Get out? What are you talking about? Get out. Sixth Miss, let me take him out first, and then you can take a look at my young master. Thank you so much. Why are you thanking her? It's all what she should do. If it weren't for her blindness and reckless moves, oh. Madam, you stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Lord, who is it? That something has happened to the young master? No. Lu Hu hurriedly waved his hand with a smile. Don't worry, madam. Sixth Miss's medical skills are excellent, and the young master is now awake. Mr. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. She was so frightened when she saw a group of people carrying His Highness and behind her granddaughter that she almost fainted. The Exile family could not withstand any more hardship. Mother, who exactly is that person? Exile went and leaned forward, craning his neck to peer inside. Ms. Yu slapped him irritably. It's none of your business. Just mind your own business. Meanwhile, after settling the little bitter-gourd prince in, Exile Nian gave him a few more manipulative words, such as, You must take good care of yourself and recover properly. You can't let me down after all the hard work I put into saving you. Once you're fully recovered, remember to come back and repay my kindness. And so on. Don't let me down. Seeing that little bitter-gourd obediently nodded in agreement, she happily went out and saw a group of people gathered outside the screen, staring blankly at her. Exile Nian put on a blank expression. You have nothing to do and aren't you hungry? What time is it? Aren't you going to eat breakfast? Mian. Hey, here I come. Chan Mian happily followed behind her sister, carrying a water jug. Exile Yuan had already set up a fire and was preparing to cook some rice porridge to tide him over. Exile Nian picked up a sack of things and shook it. Commander Hu went in to check on his son, and when he came out, his complexion had improved considerably. His medical skills are quite good. He's just not a good person. She's clearly in the wrong but won't admit it. She's so stubborn. See? I told you she could do it, but you didn't believe me. Lu Hu winked at him. Hey you big oaf, can't you be a little more careful? You're not allowed to cause trouble for Sixth Miss again. She injured young master so badly, can I be a little angry? Lu Hu glanced at him with a melancholy look, then cast another glance at the Exile family members who were cooking in the distance. He then lowered his voice, almost spitting out a sentence through clenched teeth. You always deny being stupid. Use that pig brain of yours to think it through. If His Highness hadn't been willing, who do you think could have hurt him? What? Before the big guy could even utter a word, Zhu Yan quickly covered his mouth. He stared wide-eyed at the two people in front of him, constantly gesturing with his eyes. At the same time, Exile Nian glanced over here, and Lu Hu immediately gave the little girl a big smile and waved enthusiastically. Exile Nian withdrew her gaze expressionlessly, picked up a small spatula, and started stir-frying the spicy chicken pieces. Keep your voice down, Zhu Yan whispered in a barely audible voice. Specialists have excellent hearing. Are you looking for death? The big, clumsy guy felt his understanding had been overturned, and kept staring at Zhu Yan and Lu Hu with his bull-like eyes. What? So his prince deliberately let the girl knock him down so he could stay. The big, clumsy guy felt like the sky was falling. No, how could his young master be such a frivolous person? The two of them nodded emphatically at him at the same time, and said irritably, Shut up and mind your own business. His Highness's actions are none of your concern. Meanwhile, Exile Nian heated the oil in the wok and put the 3 cleaned and cut chicks into it. With a sizzle, the hot oil bubbled and released a fragrant aroma that instantly filled half the room. Sha Laoda, Pai Lao Er, and the others, sitting opposite in shackles, exclaimed, Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This must be the result of sins committed in 8 lifetimes. To be exiled here and witnessing someone stir-frying spicy chicken. The underlings were in tears, both from the tantalizing aroma and from the fumes wafting from across the street. What a sin our ancestors committed! Not only were they exiled, but now they have to smell other people's stir-fried vegetables. Exile Nian quickly stir-fried a large plate of spicy chicken pieces. Meanwhile, Comrade Exile Wenyuan had also quickly cleaned and gutted the fish. While the oil in the pan was hot, Exile Nian fried 3 fish in a row. Bring to a boil over high heat, then simmer over low heat for 10 minutes. A large pot of rich, fragrant, and delicious fish soup is then ready. High-end ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. For example, a simple bowl of fish soup, held in the hands of an exiled prisoner, feels like finding the taste of home. The last dish, braised cabbage and sliced pork, was done, and the rice that Chang Mian had cooked was also ready. The night was long and a torrential downpour was pouring outside. Exile Nian's family of 6 in Nian and her daughter sat in a circle, ready to eat. As usual, Exile Wenyuan served his mother some hot dishes and rice and then quickly returned to his seat. The convicts gazed at the plate of stir-fried spicy chicken and the bowl of fish soup from afar, silently shedding bitter tears. Madame Ye, the eldest wife, clutched the hem of her clothes and rubbed it until it was worn out, but she didn't dare to step forward and say a word. She could only look at the old lady with pleading eyes. The old lady paused, her chopsticks still shoveling food into her mouth. She glanced at the food she had given to her 2 great-grandchildren, then at the little food left in her own bowl, and sighed heavily. Eldest sister, doesn't Wan Qing still have some money? Why don't you wait until the 4th brother and the others have finished eating, and then you go and talk to them to see if you can spend some money to buy some rice, flour, cooking oil, or something, so you can cook something to change things up. Although the officials are still giving us coarse rice, our bodies can't keep up with it in the long run. Especially Erlang's wife, who is pregnant. Nia looked aggrieved and hesitant, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. The old lady sighed again. As for the 4th son, the 6th son is also quite busy. You just saw it, she had to cook for 7 or 8 people today. You wouldn't feel comfortable asking the 6th son to cook for 5 or 6 people from your eldest son's family as well, would you? The old lady realized that even if Xiao Lu herself was willing, her doting father would definitely not want his daughter to be so busy. Besides, the food sent by his maternal grandparents' family has been consumed over the past few days, and after being shared with Miss Zhao of Longhu village, there's probably not much left. Nye felt wronged and was about to cry again, but Exile Wanqing quickly took his hand and said, Mother, I'll go ask 6th sister later if she has any extra ingredients to share with us. She was worried that her mother would be upset and cry again, so she could only try to comfort her gently. The grain she brought earlier was distributed to the 3 households, and now it's almost all used up. I originally planned to buy some supplies at the Hengxian market, but the whole of Hengxian was flooded, and now I can't find anywhere to buy anything. Mother, this is what I'm thinking. I feel that 6th sister is quite capable. I want to give all of the 2,600 taels of dowry to 6th sister so that she can help us mother and children buy some food and necessities. Madame Nie's eyes widened, and she quickly grabbed her eldest daughter's hand and whispered, How could you be so foolish? You only have so much silver, and you're giving it all to her? How are we supposed to survive in the icy wasteland of the north? Mother, 6th sister is a shrewd woman. Even for the sake of the old madam, she wouldn't cheat us. I think this plan is very feasible. Look how respectful those officials are to her. If 6th sister says she wants to go out to buy something, the officials certainly won't dare to stop her. Look at the situation now. Who knows how long this darkness will last? What will we do once the officials run out of food? I've thought it over. This money is useless if we don't keep it. We need to have some savings on hand so we can have confidence, and not be afraid to go anywhere. Look at you, you're so weak, your eldest sister-in-law has to take care of Zhe, and your second sister-in-law is having an even harder time, carrying a younger one and pregnant with an even younger one. Everyone needs to eat well and take care of themselves. After thinking it over, I think the only reliable option is to rely on fourth uncle. Please help us out, fourth uncle and sixth sister. Mother. Exile Wanqing held Nie's hand tightly, her face full of sincerity. You can trust me, I'm sure I'm right. Don't worry about this, I'll talk to sixth sister quietly later. She's soft-hearted. Don't let her cold demeanor fool you. Look, every time fourth uncle brings grandmother food, he brings 2 large bowls full. Did she say anything? Mother, is that food just for grandmother? It's clearly for our jour and manner too. Madame Nie twisted her sleeves, steeled her heart, and nodded. All right. Wanqing, I'll listen to you. Your father said you're the smartest, and he'll let you make the decisions on any important matters in the family. Exile Wanqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. She was afraid that her mother would stubbornly insist on stopping her, and she wouldn't be able to go against her mother. Fortunately, she didn't act recklessly at this critical moment for her mother, and Exile Wanqing smiled at Nie. Sure. After Mimi had a hearty meal, Dali and Hyun, mother and daughter, both rushed to clear away the dishes and bowls. Exile Nyen gave her parents and brother a look, and the 3 of them got up together and walked outside with her. Upon seeing this, little Exile Mohan quickly got up and followed. He's gotten somewhat used to his parents sometimes forgetting about him. When that happens, he just follows them around. That's always the right thing to do. The 4 of them stepped out of the pavilion and stood under the eaves. It was pitch black outside, shrouded in rain and mist. Exile Nyen turned around and saw that little devil Exile Mohan also came running out. It seems Comrade Exile has forgotten about his youngest son again. Exile Nyen smirked and gave her parents a mocking look. Back in the apocalypse, she hated those arrogant and ignorant brats who always acted inappropriately at crucial moments. However, I don't dislike this fair-skinned, well-behaved child in front of me. But she has little experience interacting with children, so she usually just ignores them when she sees them. On the other side, when Exile Mohan saw her gaze sweep over, she shyly shrank behind Exile Wenyuan, only peeking out half of her head to look at her, her little face showing a mixture of wanting to get close and being timid. These past few days, his older sister has been treating him coldly and indifferently, as if he doesn't exist. Whenever her gaze sweeps over him, it's as if she's just glancing at a timber rack, not looking at her younger brother. Before, when my older sister cried day and night, they weren't very close. But now, she sometimes completely ignores him, which is very upsetting. Exile Wenyuan scooped up his youngest son and rubbed his head. Why did you come out? It's dark and raining heavily here. Children shouldn't go near the railings. Go back first. Dad will say a few words to your brother and sister, and then come back. Go find Sister Mimyan and make us some tea. Exile Mohan nodded obediently, then glanced at his sister's unchanged expression before turning and running inside. Exile Nyen took a few steps toward the corner of the fence, and the 3 of them hurriedly followed. My dear daughter, what you said earlier was unclear. What exactly happened? Exile Nyen then told the 3 of them about the important parts of their earlier scavenging trip. When Xian Ninglan learned that her daughter had accidentally injured the crown prince, she was stunned. The young man who just carried us in, is he the one who exiled our whole family to the north to support rural development? Don't talk nonsense. The exile was ordered by the emperor, and it was also the emperor who ordered the confiscation of our property. What does it have to do with the crown prince? Exile Wenyuan corrected his wife's statement. I do have some memories of the crown prince. He usually keeps to himself, and is said to be disliked by the old emperor. The emperor of our great Xia dynasty's most beloved son was Prince Jin, Xiao Mingduo. Didn't Wan Dalong say that the Prince of Jin recently raised an army in Shanxi? Exile Machen was both amused and exasperated. Father, they were talking about Shishan County. Oh. Exile Wenyuan nodded hastily. That bastard, I bet he's no good. He's got this idea for a long time. I suspect that Wan Dalong's big knife gang stronghold might be related to that bastard. My dear daughter, the supplies you scavenged at the villa in the back mountains are probably what Prince Jin is preparing for his uprising. Hengxian is not far from the capital. The stolen money and goods are buried nearby. Hey, when the money is distributed, manpower and resources will come quickly. It's only a matter of time before we take over Xinjiang. Exile Nian pretended to bow to the sky, saying, May the world be at peace. Exile Wen Yuan, Xianing Lan, Exile Machin. My dear daughter, if you have any vegetable or fruit seeds, just give me a few to try. Mom, the progress hasn't been going well. Maybe we need to give her some real-world stimulation to help her get pregnant. Wife, you're fast enough. Exile Wen Yuan felt the pressure increase instantly. You're almost at the 3rd level. Wait for your